Can that trend continue? I know maybe some might be looking forward to the rematch, but can Jord stop that from happening and put another chapter in his journey? Let's look at the teams. Jord MD has the Goodra. Let's focus in on that. How does the Goodra look versus Rise to Occasion's team? I mean, the only thing that it's necessarily weak to is the Florges, because you actually have great play into Empoleon with the super effective Thunder Punch.
Exactly, and this Goodra is running Dragon Breath as well as the Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail. So you have a bit of water type coverage, a bit of electric type coverage, and I think that the electric type coverage you mentioned, Butters, is going to be the key here. But I mean, it looks very neutral, I'll say that, right? And that's what we come to expect from a Dragon type Pokemon like Goodra. It's not going to razzle-dazzle and really surprise you, but it is going to be consistent and reliable. And I do think it puts a lot of pressure on Rise, especially when it comes to the Licky Licky or the Gastrodon that he's got there on his team.
And one Pokemon that Rise to Occasion has seemed to lean on in tournament after tournament is that Florges. So Florges, I believe in his previous matchup where he dropped down, he was losing that charge attack priority.
Correct.
And that was negative for him. But I mean, so many times Rise to Occasion has had that Florges and made subtle decisions going for a Trailblaze or Chilling Water. I think he's one of the most experienced Florges players. Will we see that in this matchup? These trainers are trying to get locked in. It's last chance. We are in our last matchup here in Toronto.
Rise to Occasion, long, storied history of battles. Another top cut potentially, but a lot on the line here against Jord MD. Shadow Malamar. He seems to really believe in that pick, thinks that is going to be the answer. I do see the Galarian Corsola target on the other side. There's a lot of neutral options as well, but if it does align against something like the Wigglytuff, it will be a disaster for the Dark and Psychic type. Let's see how it all shakes out, Butters. Last series of the day. Let's finish strong. Rise to Occasion versus Jord MD.
Let's go, Toronto. We have the Wigglytuff into the Gastrodon here. Pretty neutral matchup, but now Wigglytuff able to get to that Icy Wind quite quicker than it used to be able to, is able to debuff that Gastrodon. And remember, this Gastrodon is running Earth Power, a crucial attack that is useful in the Guzzlord matchup, and actually going for the Body Slam bait here, knowing that maybe Jord, actually no shield, maybe thinking Jord was gonna protect shield and go for the Icy Wind, but actually not even going for the Icy Wind.
Yeah, just going for the Swift. I think you get same type attack bonus here, and maybe relying on the Swift plus the Charm damage to get the job done. Jord is going to stay in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised at all, Butters, to see a shield just to control switch advantage. And
he does protect shield on this Earth Power here. Is going to be able to get that one protect shield from Jord as he banks that energy, the Ice Wind, that he's going to be able to throw. This is double, not very effective into the Empoleon. It's not going to do much at all, but at least it drops the attack.
Exactly, right. You're not really looking for damage here, just looking to set up your next Pokemon and dropping the attack. It doesn't matter how much damage the charge attack does.
Oh, wait a second, though. He brings in Gastrodon. That means it's going to be Corsola versus the Licky in the back. I mean, you don't blame Jord. You expect him to bring a Gastrodon into an Empoleon, but devastating backline matchup.
But the trick, though, is that it's going to force Rise to switch first, which means that he can keep the Gastrodon here and save the Galarian Corsola for the Empoleon later.
That is huge. Jord must be really happy about that swap from Rise to Occasion. Of course, Rise doesn't know it is going to be that Corsola in the back. There is the Protect Shield on the Water Pulse. Here comes the Shadow Ball from the Licky. Let's see how much damage it does. I don't think it's going to be able to knock out, but can it put it in the red? I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that hits way harder than I expect, right? Every time a Shadow Ball connects, I'm shocked at how much damage it actually does. Not wanting to allow another Water Pulse here. It looks like Rise actually overcharging. I kind of expected him to throw a charge attack, but instead, maybe he's going to try to roll out down?
Yeah, and going for that last Protect Shield on the Licky, and feels like he couldn't get the rollout down because the rollout's just doing nothing against the Gastrodon. Maybe doing only 1 damage, actually getting the Protect Shield there. And now, do you try to swap and catch an attack? He tried, but he missed.
Wow, no Protect Shields in play. I think the Nightshade at this range, after the Astonish damage, might be enough to pick up the KO against the Empoleon. So Rise really needs to put in work here, get the Hydro Cannon off, and I don't think he's going to get much more than that.
Yeah, but will you have the opportunity to bank energy? Jord has to be very careful here, because if you knock out this Empoleon right away, that gives Rise the opportunity to bank up to a double on his Licky, and can Licky win the charge attack? Actually doesn't even throw.
Yeah.
Sorry, doesn't even try to bank any energy.
Immediately goes for the Shadow Ball here. This might not be enough to KO because the Galarian Corsola is so bulky, and he gets one rollout for his trouble. But I gotta say, Butters, I think the Gastron is dry. No, actually, almost at the Water Pulse. Oh, it looks like he's gonna throw a Body Slam instead.
This might not be enough, Rise.
Yeah, I don't think he trusted in himself to get to the Water Pulse and throw it.
And can he hang on? Can Rise endure? And he does endure, and now he's at his own Body Slam. No, the rollout damage instead.
Wow.
Rise to occasion takes game number 1.
The rollout does such marginal damage. I honestly thought that the Gastron would hang on. I really believed that it could withstand the damage, but in the end, it couldn't.
I didn't know why Rise didn't try to bank up to another attack against that Corsola. Maybe the switch timer was ticking down there, but you would think that the rollout wasn't going to be enough. Maybe Rise thought that actually the Gastron was low enough to get the rollout, so he knew that Jord had the attack banked, was going to throw the Body Slam. Maybe the rollout that would have went through in his eyes would have been the knockout, but what a close in to that game number 1.
Yeah, and the margins are just so close. I mean, the Astonish is double resisted, right? But imagine Rise takes like 3 or 4 more of those Astonishes. The Body Slam might have been enough. I don't know, maybe. But still, this is an incredibly close game. I like the recognition by Jord MD to realize that he was not going to survive the rollouts long enough to get to the Water Pulse. But the caveat there is I think the Water Pulse was the only win condition for him.
Right, but it wouldn't have happened. You saw that rollout did knock out on what would have been the energy required for that Water Pulse, and suddenly Rise to Occasion is just 1 game away from that day number 2, and it seemed all but lost for Jord with that backline matchup, but then that crucial mid-game swap from Rise to Occasion actually made this game incredibly close in neutral. I'm interested to see if Jord goes a little even more neutral, maybe some sort of Gudra going into game number 2.
We're gonna find out here. Locked in, everybody. If Rise wins this battle, he moves on to day number 2. Jord MD needs to win 2 straight to punch his ticket, but we are all set. Empoleon taking on Galarian Corsola.
And not necessarily neutral, but look at this backline from Rise to Occasion with the Shadow Malamar and the Florges. If you can line up that Florges against the Altaria, or even get shields down to land some Trailblazers into Gastrodon, that is going to be a fantastic win condition for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, big overcharge here, going up 10 Metal Sounds or 21 turns in the sense of that Nightshade and Astonish combination from the Galarian Corsola. Going to fire for another Hydro Cannon here as well. This time gets a Protect Shield.
And the first Protect Shield of the battle goes down. Do you see it matched from Rise to Occasion? Because Rise to Occasion wants to get to 1 more Hydro Cannon to try to force the knockout, and there it is, trying to get that alignment here. He just needs to get to the energy. He can take the Nightshade, I believe, and barely hold on. Actually, no, Protect Shielding it.
Protect Shielding here, which is a little bit curious, right? Because he did bring his ace Pokemon in that Florges, and he does have the Shadow Malamar in the back. Out comes Altaria, patient as ever. Rise overcharges, gathers up 2 Dropeks, going to throw the first one here.
And trying to do some chip damage, because even though Florges is such a good matchup into the Altaria, you have no charge attack pressure. You can only do Fairy Wind damage. And now you're going to swap into an Altaria that's going to outpace you. It's going to get to a Sky Attack and get to another Sky Attack right after the Chilling Water.
I love here that Jord threw the Sky Attack before he had the double. He wants to throw the Charge Attack before the Chilling Water gets fired off. It's very small, it's very subtle. That's actually a really, really good play by him.
The problem is, though, once this Chilling Water hits, you're not going to be able to knock out with the next Sky Attack, and you have no chance of Dragon Breathing down, but at least you'll get back to your timer. And was he going to try to hold it? I thought maybe he was going to hold on and try to swap out, but instead throwing the Flamethrower for a little more damage, but he is back at his timer. I expect to pivot.
Yeah, I expect to pivot out of here because he knows, as you said, Butters, he can't do much with Dragon Breath being so heavily resisted. Out comes another Chilling Water from the Florges. This is what Rise likes to do. He likes to spread the damage around, spread the debuffs out, and that's going to slow down this Galarian Corsola even more.
And can he get the Side Wave down? Yes, he can get the Side Wave down, and there is no Protect Shields remaining. There is a Gastrodon in the back, but Rise is switch locked. I think it was to Jord's advantage to go in instantaneously so that Rise can't ever get back to his timer, but he did wait a couple seconds.
Exactly. Rise is closing in on back-to-back foul plays. He needs every ounce of energy that he can get as he looks to damage this Gastron, because once the Water Pulse is ready, Gastron's going to pick up the KO for sure.
And here is that Water Pulse that will pick up the KO into the Shadow Malamar here. It should be enough damage. Same type attack bonus into a Shadow Pokemon. Knocks out the Malamar. And what do you have left? Does the Empoleon have any remaining charge attack energy? I don't think so.
I think it might have 1 Hydro Cannon,
right? It does.
Because he doubled. Yeah.
It does, but it's just not enough damage.
Exactly. Able to withstand one Mud Slap. Rise's knowledge of his Pokemon and trust in their HP really shining here as a Hydro Cannon connects, comes to the Forges, but there's just no gas in the tank, Butters. I mean, we're running on fumes here. It looks like Jord MD is going to win battle number 2.
And ties up this series. Day number 2 on the line. We got 1-1, and we're going to go into a decisive game number 3 between Jord MD and Rise to Occasion. Rise, in that in-game scenario, able to swap out the Shadow Malamar. I don't know, I guess maybe your only win condition is like baiting the superpower and then foul playing and then, or actually foul playing first and then superpowering and then landing the Hydro Cannon. It was tough in that in-game for Rise.
There's so much mental math there, but what really stood out to me is the fact that Rise sent out that Shadow Malamar without knowing the third Pokemon from Jord MD, and luckily for him, it was Gastron. It could have been a Wigglytuff,
right?
And he had no idea. So Rise definitely taking some risk here in game number 2, but I think he realized he needs to do that because Jord MD is very talented.
And the risk that didn't pay off, he switch-locked his own Shadow Malamar, so then he couldn't use his remaining Pokemon as a third Protect Shield, and Jord was able to take advantage of that and just charge to the Water Pulse. He could have let his Pokemon go down, then come in with the Malamar, then try to make a amazing swap with a one-turn fast attack. That was another option for him, but that is in the past. We're talking about right now, what can Rise do to win this battle? What can Jord do to win this battle? I thought Jord might go a little bit more neutral. He did the opposite. He brought Corsola, Altaria, Gastrodon as his 3 into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely a big surprise. And this is a real test as well when we look at a trainer like Rise on the other side, because he was able to win game number 1. He brings out his trump card in that floor just for game number 2, and it fails. So what does he do now? How does he pivot? How does he respond when, I mean, his tournament life is on the line here in Toronto?
And I can't find any information on Jord MD. I don't know if this is his first tournament ever.
Might be.
But to get to this moment in his first tournament, we will find out for you, but that could be the case to get this far in a decisive game number 3 and have a mirror Altaria battle with one of the best trainers in Championship Series. Can he do it? Can he advance? He has a mirror matchup.
Jord MD throwing the Sky Attack first. Rise maybe not confident that he'd win that Charge Attack priority. Holds his energy instead, absorbing the damage, but he's going to look to return fire here before the swap, actually.
Oh, no!
Oh, this is a huge window for Rise.
Risky. Once again, Jord MD running that Corsola, Altaria, Gastrodon, pivoting in the Corsola, but it's met by the Licky here. You're going to be able to throw these Power Gems, and the thing is, Power Gem is going to do a decent chunk here. 3 of them might get close to the knockout, but do you invest shields? You could invest shields into your Corsola and try to protect against this super effective Shadow Ball.
I almost wonder if Rise is going to allow 3 Power Gems to come through just to weaken his Licky and not get much farm down to whichever Pokemon comes in. But Jord MD throwing up the shield there, that tells us he wants to get back to that Switch Charmer. He wants to bail this Galarian Corsola out, and he wants to use it later on in the match.
I was wondering if he's going to double Protect Shield here just to try to invest in the health that the Corsola has to try to get some fast attack pressure, but instead gonna only use 1 Protect Shield, throw the Power Gem here. You are back to your timer. Do you swap out and try to catch on a Shadow Ball? And do you try to bank up an attack here? Jord has to get out of here before the Shadow Ball and doesn't.
Doesn't get out, maybe looking for the double shield. No, actually gonna let the Galarian Corsola go. Very happy with the amount of damage that it's done, the work that it's put in. It means he might be able to bring in another Pokemon and farm down. He's already seen Rise's Altaria, so I think bringing in the Gastron would show his hand, but he does it anyway.
And you are at a Protect Shield disadvantage, but you do have a health advantage, and now you might have an energy advantage after this farm down, so it's not over for Jord.
Great counting by Jord to know this is not yet a Shadow Ball. He safely no shields the Body Slam, keeping that critical Protect Shield for the end game.
And here comes maybe the Water Pulse or the Body Slam bait. I like this Body Slam bait because you probably get a Protect Shield. Plus, if there was a swap, it would be the best attack into Altaria, and Rise calls it!
Rise absolutely calls the Body Slam bait. He is not phased, and he put himself in his opponent's shoes. He knew exactly what Jord MD was thinking there, gonna go for a Body Slam of his own.
And the thing is, the Altaria from Jord has a lot more health than Rise, but can Rise get to that double Sky Attack as the Body Slam is gonna get Protect Shielded from Rise Occasion? Jord has to get out of here. He has to put The Gastrodon back in his Pokeball and pivot, and Noah actually got knocked out.
Yeah, lost the Gastron to that second Mud Slap. That might be the only mistake I've seen Jordan make in this battle so far, but still, it's very, very close. Body Slam connects to the Altaria. Back to the mirror match where we started, but Rise has stored energy ready to go.
There's just too much energy for Rise to Occasion, able to get the last Protect Shield of the battle and just inches away from his ticket to day number 2 with the Sky Attack.
Sky Attack raining down on the opposing Altaria. We started off in the mirror match, and that's how we're going to end it as well. Rise ripping through the opposing Altaria and silences it before it gets a Sky Attack of its own.
And leaving Toronto day number 1 with a Protect Shield to spare. 2-1. Rise to Occasion advances to day number 2. Maybe his fates will collide with Doombug once again.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice base! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the sunny, beautiful, snowy downtown scenic Toronto. We are coming at you live from the 6th for Championship Sunday at our 2026 Regional Championships. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with 2-0 Butters. Man, I'm so excited. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. It was a fantastic day number 1, and now we're gonna find out who will be the 2026 Toronto Regional Champion. It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. Let's look at where we are within this season. Of course, everything leads up to the World Championships at Chase Center in San Francisco this August, but we got a huge event coming up in International Championships in London in less than a month, Speedy.
I'm so excited for EUIC. We've got another limited meta there. I heard Spidops might be a threat, but watch out for Shadow Beedrill with Felsinger as well. Check out the other regional championships, Seattle, Houston. So much more excitement down the stretch as we make our way to Worlds. But let's take a look at our championship points and what you can earn from winning one of these events. I mean, top 75 in the US and Canada, aka the NA region, will earn their World Championships invites. So Butters, you have to keep on competing throughout the season.
All of these trainers are trying to build their resume to become a world champion, but first you have to qualify, and to do that, like you said, you have to get top 75, and a lot of trainers from other regions are also here, like Stone Collection, to try to get some extra championship points to build for another feature we have. We have travel awards for international championships and travel stipends. So we see the North American leaderboard out of pocket, Nighttime Clasher, who's on that winner winner's side of the bracket here in Toronto, he can build that cushion and he can secure that travel award for the next international championship, which will be in New Orleans.
That's such a good point. If you want to see your name up here, get to competing. Go to your local cups and challenges, come out to a regional or international championship, earn those points, and take your place on the leaderboards. Let's head across the Atlantic to Europe, where Stone Collection, as Butters mentioned, is king of the leaderboards at #1 with over 1,300 points. But Pataman is not far behind. So many talented trainers. Colin is also here this weekend, and all these events matter, right? Earning a few points here and there can add up over time.
And look, there's a big lead, but when you go to an international championship, which is in Europe, you can win even more championship points. So a trainer here, if they can win it all, they can skyrocket up that leaderboard.
Let's take a look over at LATAM, where Marto Galde, the pride of Argentina, coming in at 1,460 points, but Zardy is not far behind. And honestly, Butters, you and I follow the Brazilian PvP scene pretty closely.
Yes, we do.
I'm so proud of Zardy for absolutely crushing it this season.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, he's not only crushed it this season, but he's been crushing it since the beginning of Pokemon GO Championship Series. One of the GOATs in that region, no doubt.
Let's take a look at our World's qualified trainers. The top 4 from the previous World Championships, plus our new champions, are on the list here. I see Inadequence's name only once listed here, but he's got 2 titles to his name.
It's been an incredible run for Inadequence. Obviously, there has only been a couple regionals so far in Europe, and he's taken 2 of those. So that has been absolutely amazing. Can he do it again? We'll have to wait and see. It seems like other times, other seasons where Dunebug or Lyles Jeff was just racking up win after win in the North American region.
Exactly. Let's take a look back at day #1 here in Toronto. We had some awesome plays and awesome players. Also, a lot of questions with the meta. Some double flying teams with Corviknight and Altaria. A lot of Shadow Scizor, Shadow Ketamarowak, and more. But let's check out our spiciest picks. Is that a Shadow Gyarados, Butters?
That is a Shadow Gyarados. And look, it is being taken down by a Thievul, which might even be even more spicy. Shadow Gyarados has actually a decent spot in this top meta, but no one expected the Thievul having that dark type coverage with that Sucker Punch, and obviously with the Night Slash as well. And then you have the Play Rough. And then up next, of course, this isn't spicy yet, but it's gonna get a little spicy.
I'll tell you what, Butters, Toronto has been upset city. So many top trainers like 610 Hero, like Hard Jeff, like Colin and Pocket and Marto, and the list goes on, have been upset by up-and-coming trainers that are absolutely crushing it and etching their names into the history books.
That has been the theme of Toronto. There's so many trainers, especially on the winner's side. You almost never see that because there is seeding in these tournaments. These trainers coming in like Kelsey, taking out these big names like Rise to Occasion, and confidently winning 2-0 to make it to day #2 on that winner's side of the bracket. Clean, precise, amazing play from Kelsey.
And it's so good for our competitive community too, because you can see trainers that are improving over time, that are growing, that are learning and making their name known on the top cut. Kelsey and her Guzzlord, she's been a Guzzlord believer for a long time, and conquering Rise to Occasion is definitely the latest accolade to her name. We had some big surprises, Butters. Things like Licky Licky have been insane.
Yeah, Licky Licky has been one of the normal types. There's 3 normal types in top usage, but I think it's been the strongest one because it's neutrality. It's been buffed over and over in the last couple seasons, and now Shadow Ball's a little less energy. It's such a good say swap. It's so neutral, and especially going into a day #2, you want those neutral picks.
This clip right here is perfect because this is the second Pokemon we wanted to mention, being Guzzlord, a Dragon and Dark type Pokemon that has kind of, I guess, swung in and out of the meta over the years, but it is so powerful here in the current environment, and Guzzlord has been everywhere. It's all over the top cut. Shadow Gyarados, so many incredible picks here, as well as Thievul, I think, is another one I wanted to mention.
Well, Shadow Gyarados is in the winner's side and the loser's side of the bracket here in Top Cut. That was a huge surprise. No one had that on their bingo card. Shadow Gyarados looks really strong, especially against the top 5 Pokemon in the meta. And Guzzlord, like you mentioned, wasn't even top usage day 1. It is gonna be top usage here in day #2.
Butters, let's take a look at our most valuable Pokemon picks. These are the keys to these trainers' successes, and there might be a typo here. I see 2 Shadow Gyarados. What's going on with that?
Yeah, we got the Shadow Gyarados on the winner side and the loser side. We doubled down, and it's just a way to symbolize, I believe, the upset city, the trainers that have been the underdogs, and it's the Pokemon underdogs. I believe in Toronto. An underdog can win it all, and it might just be that Shadow Gyarados.
I just appreciate the juxtaposition here because I've got the Guzzlord. I think it's an incredible pick. I highlighted that earlier. You and Caleb have the Shadow Gyarados, but Soph says, give me the reliable pick. Give me the Lapras, the bulky Psywave user that Elam is piloting to perfection here. But these are some standout picks. Let's look at the overall usage, Butters. I've been waiting for this list because we only had the day 1 usage yesterday. How much has that changed?
Okay, remember yesterday, the top usage Pokemons were only in the 30%. A much different story here in day number 2, where we have 3 Pokemon over 50%, and then we have 3 more Pokemon over 40, surpassing the usage of yesterday. There was a broad meta yesterday. Now, in day number 2, it has condensed a bit. And Guzzlord, the Pokemon that was missing on top 12 yesterday, is here today at 31%.
2 things, right? 1, there's still no Unova Stunfisk to be seen, which was huge in Stuttgart, and this Corviknight coming in at number 3 is a total surprise to me. I saw so many Shadow Talonflame in practice. I did not expect the Steel and Flying type to rise up this high. But Butters, it's not just about us and the competitors here. We want to get everyone at home involved. We have a poll going on in the chat right now. What was your biggest surprise for the meta? And honestly, did anything stand out to you that we missed?
Yeah, I want to hear it. What was the standout in day number 1? What do you think has a chance to win it all in day number 2? It is a new meta. It has shifted a bit, but it seems like even with minor changes, it can have major impacts in these tournaments.
There are a lot of surprises. I feel like the Florges has been very reliable. We also have a lot of Shadowkit and Marowak, much more of that than I expected. So we're watching the chat right now. We want to see you getting active, get engaged, and let us know your opinions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Butters, we have a bracket to look at as well. We saw the winner side bracket at the end of day number 1 because that was already settled. I'm really excited to get to the loser side bracket, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. What are you looking forward to here?
And this is about the underdogs here. There are 3 big names. There's Elam, there's Nighttime Clasher, and there's Javier. And actually, those 3 trainers are running Lapras. And you don't really see Lapras on any of the other teams of these underdogs here. And you have Satire, Lawson Cody, DHC United, you have Kelsey, you have Neural Dylan. These are 5 trainers that have a chance to get to the winners semis, get to the winners finals. And once you get that far, you have a good chance of winning it all. I feel like this is the best chance any underdogs have ever had at one of these regional championships to win it all. It could be today in Toronto.
Check out this loser side bracket. First up, we're gonna have Stone Collection from EU taking on HDMV, who I still think mechanically is one of the most talented trainers in the entire event. We've got Colin taking on SS Thorn, a former Toronto Grand Finalist. Rise taking on Will D and his Toadscruel Fortress team. And then finally, we've got Doonbug97 taking on Jacko Loco. But tell me what happens, Butters, if Rise to Occasion defeats Will and Doonbug beats Jacko Loco.
That means we will have a rematch of Rise to Occasion versus Doonbug, the most common battles we've ever seen. They are tied 6-6 though, and remember, they just came off a grand finals in our last regional championships in Las Vegas. But looking at that loser side of the bracket, that is when it gets dangerous. If you're on that upper side, you drop down once, then you're gonna be facing some of these big names. You do not want to drop down to that loser side.
So Butters, if both trainers are at 6 wins each, then that means that one trainer is gonna be at 7 wins, so 6-7, right?
Yes,
okay.
It's fact, yeah.
Let's take a look at our regional champions from NA. We do have Steinar, Meteor Fallion, and Doonbug97. Doonbug breaking that Bastiodon streak that we had going here in NA, and he was really, really impressive in Las Vegas.
I thought you were gonna say curse, but yes, there was 2 Bastiodons, of course, in the first 2 regional championships. There was one in the top 3, I believe, by Rock Haven in Las Vegas, and I think that one Bastiodon does remain here in Toronto by, I believe, Will D. Got it to day number 2, so there's still a shot for Bastiodon in North America.
Well, we've seen repeat champions over time, but I have to agree with Butters. There's so many underdogs, so many trainers that might have made Top Cut, might have been just on the outside of it looking in, that are here in the Top Cut in Toronto. I think any one of them could take it home, but make sure to follow along. Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can catch all of the action, not just Pokemon Go, all the other titles as well.
Well, I want to say one thing real quick. If you have some friends that PvP and been thinking about competing, tell them to tune in today. Because the beginning of this stream, you're gonna see a lot of new names, and it's gonna give you inspiration that you can do it too. A lot of these new trainers are making a name for themselves. You can do it too.
Make sure to follow us on socials, get engaged. We cannot find your post to feature them on stream unless you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. So get that down. We've got on here YouTube and then also on Twitch/Pokemon Go. Follow the main channels. We know if you're following.
We do. We know everything.
Butters, any closing thoughts before we throw it over to the casters?
Let's get this thing started. Let's head on over to the casting booth.
All right, thank you, Butters and Speedy. I'm KO Peng. I'm joined with Softove, and we're excited to kick day number 2 off here in Toronto, one of the largest regionals we've ever had in North America.
Yeah, one of the largest regionals, players coming from all over the world. We have 2 players from EU in that top cut. We've got players from LATAM in the top cut, and of course, a great representation of Canadian battlers as well.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, some of them have some titles, some medals in their closets, but some of these, they're in their 2nd, 3rd, 4th ever tournaments, and they're trying to carve out their own story. And even our previous champions, at one point in time, people didn't know who they were until they won it all. So anything could really happen. And again, this is the first tournament in the Precious Paths meta, so we're excited to see how it develops and how it changes from here.
Yeah, this could go on to shape tournaments that are coming up. We've got Birmingham coming up. I'm sure some of the EU battlers are watching at home or maybe even in the venue here, right, to see what kind of Pokemon they might want to bring next weekend.
And I've seen some interesting storylines to players team building with each other, right? DHC United, HEMD, having the same exact team, and they talked about prepping with it. I believe Elam and That's Clash have the same exact team. I don't know if they team built together, but I think there's probably a possibility as the 2 know each other. But a lot of it is just like camaraderie and just working with each other to get to these points. And you love to see that as well, right? And there's always a chance they may face off, and some of these, there are some of those rivalries that, like Speedy and Butters mentioned, can happen on day number 2.
Yeah, of course. Even Toronto, a couple of years ago, we saw 2 players, Mason and Brownballer, who brought the same team and faced off in the grand finals. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're still here in winners round 1. We've got a face-off between 2 Canadian battlers. It's a Satire versus Lost and Cody. And I believe we spotlighted that Thievul in the intro.
Yes, it's a Satire. Shouted out one of our players in the circuit, Dre Flames, saying that I think he might have taken the entire team from Dre Flames, actually, but particularly the Thievul was looking really good. I believe this is the only Thievul in this top 16, but in the right situation, that Thievul can do a lot of damage. So looking at the matches versus Lost and Cody, great matches with the Furret, have a lot of neutral play. It's the Licky Licky, the Altaria, the Scizor, the Marowak. You only have to worry about the Azumarill, and the thing is, if you shield the Play Rough, it's not that bad, right? Yeah, the Sucker Punch resisted, but you can still land a Play Rough. It's not a winning matchup by any means, but I think the Thievul is going to come into a lot of the battles.
Yeah, I think Thievul is going to play a major part in this battle. Like you said, it has so much play against Cody's team. Cody really only has the Azumarill to answer the Thievul, and there are a couple of very hard Azumarill counters on It's a Satire's team. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
All right, here we go. Game number 1 for day 2. It's a Satire versus Lost and Cody, 22. A fantastic lead for It's a Satire, but Lost and Cody has plenty of play with the Shadow Scizor. You can always land a Trailblaze at some point in time, but as we see in almost every single situation, players go for the bait. Does It's a Satire ever no shield this? No, it's going to shield it, because if you don't, that's just an entire Gastrodon out the window.
And Cody making a quick swap into Altaria, forcing It's a Satire to swap out as well. Doesn't have anywhere for that Gastrodon's energy to go. Met with the Scizor here. Interesting safe swap, or counter swap, but there are a couple shields up still.
Yeah, it's a Satire already down a shield. A lot of people will opt to shield the Scizor because, it's just so frail and you can get a lot of mileage out of it. Does It's a Satire just burn both shields right off the bat in the first few minutes? Yes, he is going to go for that. However, it could pay off favorably because Scizor has a lot of play into the entire backline of Lost and Cody. Going against that nice slash before the next Sky Attack reach. Do we see a shield from Lost and Cody? Yes, and it's going to spend a shield. Wants to get the Sky Attack off to take out the Scizor.
Yeah, exactly. Scizor can be so annoying to deal with, especially see all that health left. This is Cody's best chance to take it out, and he goes right for that Sky Attack.
A Sky Attack neutral damage, but Shadow Scizor pretty frail. Should be enough to KO, if not 1 Dragon Breath or 2 away, and it does knock out the Shadow Scizor. Switch advantage is now on the side, Lost Code, but he's going to pivot right out here. Trying to get the Trailblaze, doesn't get to it. He didn't want to throw the Night Slash, but he didn't get any damage besides a few bullet punches. That's pretty big for it. It's a Satire, has a lot of energy, and like I said, Thievul looking really good into Lost and Cody's team, unless there's Azumarill. No Azumarill in sight, it's the Licky Licky.
Yeah, and that Scizor going down for Cody could be make it very difficult for him to get rid of all of the health remaining on both the Gastrodon and the Thievul. Gonna shield up this first Night Slash as well. Potential for a boost here, but doesn't get it.
Yeah, this is scary times for Lost and Cody. Obviously, Play Rough will do a lot more damage, but if this second Night Slash boost, it can be disastrous for Lawson Cody. Can he avoid the boost? He does yet again. That's going to be good and gives him a chance to make this comeback. He has a catch opportunity as well on the Altaria. However, there's still Gastrodon in the back for It's a Satire on top of it.
Yeah, and I think It's a Satire saved some energy on the Gastrodon because he didn't want to throw it at the Altaria before. And Cody actually able to take out this Thievul before it's able to throw Night Slash, which is pretty nice for him. But It's a Satire still has a ton of health on the Gastrodon, and I think Altaria might be close to Body Slam range.
Yeah, definitely is. Oh, catches the Body Slam. However,
No, catches a Water Pulse.
oh, catches the Water Pulse. That's actually huge for Lawson Cody. It's Satire going to undercharge, but that's a lot of energy wasted. That's pretty massive. Not going to be able to get the Sky Tag. 1 Mud Slap away from the Water Pulse. I think It's a Satire has it, as the Shadow Ball is still 2 rollouts away. It's a Satire, despite being caught on, is able to close out game number 1 over Lawson Cody.
Gastrodon looking very strong for It's a Satire here. Did so much damage to the Scizor, and then of course able to close out there. Like you said, even with the Water Pulse catch on Altaria.
Yeah, that endgame was pretty interesting because Lawson Cody, you know, he could have been hit by a Night Slash, but I love the play where he didn't go for that optimization, didn't go for the extra rollout, just throws the Body Slam. It's just tired, trying to play as optimally as possible, but sometimes you just need to throw your moves. So Lawson Cody able to, you know, carve a little bit of advantage there, catching the Water Pulse on top of it, but a great undercharge from It's a Satire, just what he needed to outpace that Licky Licky.
Exactly, and I think, you know, even if the Licky Licky had been able to reach a Shadow Ball, It's a Satire's Gastrodon was still up healthy enough that I think it could have taken it. So pretty comfortable endgame, but right here, I think with that Scizor going down, that was a huge moment in that matchup. Fainted with a Night Slash, and really that Scizor actually fainted, I believe, only to fast attacks, the Sucker Punches, and the Mud Slaps.
Yeah, it's that pesky Thievul having so much play for It's a Satire. I think he's just leaning into a bit. It's not a Pokemon you see very often. We don't even have a lot of pure Dark types in general in the meta, so I don't think a lot of people are anticipating it or team building around it. And because of that, if you don't bring the Zoom Rail, that Thievul is going to punish you in a lot of matchups.
All right, well, attempt number 2 here for Lawson Cody, leading the Scizor once again into the Gastrodon.
All right, I'm so curious if someone will just actually no-shield the potential Trailblaze. I don't think I've ever seen it happen, at least not in Toronto in this tournament, but it could give you a huge advantage if you just no-shield it. It's a Satire. I mean, you already did over half the health damage. It's Satire up a game. Oh no, he's still gonna go for it as well. Want to just preserve as much health as possible on the Gastrodon.
Yeah, and Cody making the same play here with the swap into Altaria. And It's a Satire, actually, instead of switching in Scizor, brings in the Thievul this time. Now realizing, hey, you know what? This Thievul has super effective play rough to handle the Altaria.
And both players locked in the same exact team in the same exact order. However, It's a Satire playing it a little bit differently this time. Let's see if it's going to pay off or Lawson Cody's going to be able to find a win in this rematch. Go straight for the play rough, and Lawson Cody is going to shield that up.
Yeah, that's a ton of energy on the Thievul going to waste on this shield. This could give Cody the edge compared to the position that he was in game number 1.
Lawson Cody going to overfarm a lot as well. Knows that he could tank the Night Slash no problem. Would rather leave with the extra energy than the extra health. Maybe worry about something farming him down. This does give a potential for a Bullet Punch. Oh wait, in comes the combo play. However, Lawson Cody head on swivel is going to throw in the Sky Attack first before It's a Satire going to get off the Body Slam.
Yeah, that's so great because now he doesn't have to use a shield on this Body Slam. But actually, let's see if he just goes for the Sky Attack. He doesn't. Goes for some Dragon Breaths. And actually, It's a Satire actually went for a Mud Slap instead of throwing the Body Slam.
You cannot Mud Slap down this Ultra. Wait, hold on. That's like almost 100 energy gone for the Gastrodon. I think he's going to try to go for aggressive farm down on the Scizor, but Licky Licky is pretty bulky. You're going to have to throw a couple moves to take this out. If you boost on the first Night Slash, it could be a different story. Instead, opts for the guaranteed boost of the Trailblaze.
Oh, and this could be big if Cody decides to let this go. I'm not sure you can survive the Bullet Punches to get to your charge attacks, but actually does shield it up correctly. And now at 2 Body Slams, goes for the Shadow Ball though, and this is going to be a big call from It's a Satire.
It's a Satire. Does he make the right shield decision? He does. Both players shielding the better moves to shield. It's a Satire still a couple Bullet Punches away. Lawson Cody actually just going for the resisted Body Slam, knowing that he might get outpaced before he gets to that Shadow Ball, and It's a Satire going to get a little bit chip damage. There's still a pretty healthy Scizor in the back for Lawson Cody with more health. You're closing in on Bullet Punch range on your own Shadow Scizor for It's a Satire. I don't know if he's going to be able to hang on to get this second Night Slash off.
Yeah, I think Cody is just going to go for the fast attack down with that Scizor. Like you mentioned, there is a boost though, which means the opposing Bullet Punches are going to do much more damage now.
He's 1 Bullet Punch away. He doesn't get it off though. That's might spell the victory for Lawson Cody. Yes, he's one bullet punch, and he's going to KO the Thievul, evening up the series 1-1.
Same teams, but a different story here in game number 2. We saw It's a Satire make a little bit of a different play on that middle matchup. Cody actually played things the exact same way, Knight/Boost, switching into Altaria, but It's a Satire maybe wondering if he played the matchup a little bit better in game number 1.
Just a few tweaks from both players, right? It's a Satire bringing in the Thievul instead, but going straight for the play rough. It's a Satire doesn't seem to really go for a lot of baits, whereas Lawson Cody is able to bait with not only the Night Slash into Gastrodon, but just able to grab the shields in the right situation. Let's not forget, It's a Satire let an entire Gastrodon go with so much energy, and in my opinion, I think that really put him behind, despite the fact that he wanted to save the shield for the Shadow Scizor, but Shadow Scizor just does not have enough health to get as much work done.
Yeah, both players a little bit hesitant when we saw the Altaria matched up against the Gastrodon. We might get there right here. You see 100 energy on Cody's Altaria and a ton of energy on the Gastrodon as well. And right here, neither player is actually going for the charge attack.
Yeah, I mean, Lawson Cody could have gotten the Altaria taken out before getting the second Sky Attack off too, but expecting that It's a Satire will go for a greedy overfarm, and that greed did unfortunately not pay favorably for It's a Satire in that second game.
Yeah, I think, you know, the switch into Thievul into Altaria instead of the Scizor, I think that is actually fine. But like you said, I think letting the Gastrodon go with all of that energy, you know, at least throw a Body Slam on Altaria, I think that really put him behind.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that It's a Satire lost that game, it was still pretty close, right? Lawson Cody's Pokemon were in the red in the end. I think he had a low health Licky Licky, and of course the Scizor was pretty low in health too. So let's see if It's a Satire is going to make the proper adjustment for this game, where it's Lawson Cody going to pull off that reverse sweep. All he knows, I bet there's a Thievul on the field, and sure is going to be a Thievul. Thievul into Shadow Scizor to kick off this pivotal game 3.
And Cody went with the same team, but It's a Satire actually switched up the order here. You see Thievul in the lead facing off against the Scizor now instead of the Gastrodon.
Wow, okay, Lawson Cody trying to catch Night Slash, expecting It's a Satire to throw it, but instead, It's a Satire is going to farm up a ton of energy before throwing this first Night Slash. Just Lawson Cody make the shield call here or not? He is going to let it go. That's going to be the right decision, and it's just going to be a Night Slash, not going to do a ton of damage. No boost available for the Thievul. I think if It's a Satire boost on the second Night Slash, he might just shield and stay in.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. You definitely don't want to give up a boost, but we don't see a boost on the Thievul. This is actually a great position for Cody. All of that threatening energy from Thievul now has just been absorbed onto the Licky Licky, and he pretty much hasn't been punished for just switching out of the lead.
Here, let's not forget that there is a Night Slash banked on this Scizor. I think It's a Satire expecting that, you know what, I'm not really weak to the Scizor, so I can just let this go and get some damage as possible. In comes his own Scizor, and now things get a little bit weird. Oh wait, this is exactly what It's a Satire wants though. He does not want the Gastrodon on the Altaria, and Lawson Cody actually brings out the Altaria, making the backline matchup even better for It's a Satire.
Yeah, this is fantastic for It's a Satire. I don't think Cody has seen the Gastrodon yet, because in prior games it was in the lead, now it's in the back, and now you see this Altaria really struggling in the two-shield situation versus Scizor.
I like these plays from It's a Satire. I think if he stays in, he's going to be in a really commanding position. He's already at the next Night Slash, going to throw it at the Altaria. Lawson Cody going to spend a shield. He's closing in on Bullet Punch range though, and I think honestly, even if he gets to the move, It's a Satire just lets it go, saves the shield for the potential Trailblaze, and tries to close it out on that Gastrodon.
Cody throwing the Sky Attack here just before the Scizor reaches the charge attack, but as you said, I'm not sure if It's a Satire even needs a Scizor. Oh, but he does choose to preserve it. He does have some energy, but Cody now makes a combo play, and I think just one charge attack priority.
Yeah, It's a Satire, he snuffed it out, but unfortunately, Lawson Cody does have the higher attack in this head-to-head matchup. Now he's out of energy, no boost though. Can he get to the Trailblaze is the real question. The Mud Slaps are adding up, and I think Lawson Cody, one Bullet Punch away. He throws the Body Slam though, which means that Lawson Cody should get this Trailblaze off.
Oh my goodness, I think if he doesn't throw that Body Slam, it's possible that that Mud Slap might have taken it out, but now Cody able to tap the Trailblaze. This double super effective charge attack is going to be enough to take out the Gastrodon.
Lawson Cody finding the win condition in the very end game here, and that's some heavy damage. One-shot KO against the Gastrodon. Double super effective. Lawson Cody moves forward in this winner's bracket.
And coming back from that 0-1 deficit to take games 2 and 3 with a 3-ball flex on that third game as well.
Wow. Wow, that was looking a little bit precarious for Lawson Cody, especially when the Altaria came in. I think he even suspected that maybe there's a Gastrodon on the back, so I need to, find some way to, grab shields so I could potentially get to that Trailblaze. And a lot of that was predicated on the fact that he left with the Night Slash earlier. Having that extra energy means that he was able to get that Trailblaze. Grabbing that final shield was the win condition. Looks like the players are going to review something. I'm not exactly sure if something was missed, but we'll get word on that as soon as possible. Update you all.
Yeah, it might have been that moment that you talked about with the Scizor coming in for the combo play for Cody. I'm wondering if It's a Satire feels like he didn't have the opportunity to tap his Night Slash, but again, we'll get some word from production in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case too, and let's say if he wins Charge Attack priority in that situation, or he's able to get it off before Lost and Cody does, then that would change things, right? You would either grab a shield from the Scizor, or you take out the Scizor, and then the Gastron pretty much just wins the back-end matchup. But because he was able to get that body slam, it does change things if there wasn't a shield on the side of that Scizor.
Exactly. Well, we'll have to see what they're talking about. I mean, that game was really interesting, and that series as a whole as well. We saw the same 3 Pokemon being brought for both trainers in all 3 games, right? Games 1 and 2, exact same order, just played a little bit differently. And then game number 3, It's a Satire leading the Thievul instead. And then, you know, that of course caused Cody to not necessarily know what's in the back. And we are getting confirmation from the judges that they are actually looking at that Scizor versus Scizor charged attack priority.
Yeah, so I think if it was a situation where It's a Satire just couldn't, you know, press the move for some reason, then that could change things a lot, especially if he wins Charge Attack priority on that Scizor. We obviously don't know how these players trained up the Scizor, so who actually has the higher attack. That's really up in the air, and unless they played each other before, you know, it's hard to tell. But we'll see how that happens. I believe the Altaria threw a move, and then Lost and Cody came in for that combo play, which would mean that it was a zero-turn swap, allowing it to be a potential charge attack priority for Lost and Cody. It looks like they are going to review it, and the results are going to stand. They shake their hands, and Lost and Cody is, in fact, going to be the winner here, and he's going to be moving forward in round 2 for the winner's side of the bracket.
You know, the funny thing is that last year in Toronto, I believe Cody also came in on the winner's side. But, you know, Cody likes to have a good time at night, let's just say. And he came in and not very well prepared. He said, this year, I've been given a second chance. I don't know if I'm going to get a third chance, so I better lock in and prepare. And it looks like that preparation really paid off.
Well, sometimes second time is the charm for Lost and Cody, as things are looking pretty good for him. Thievul was hard for him to deal with, but he found a way around it. It's a Satire, though. It's not out of the tournament. He is moving down to that loser's bracket, but he has another chance. And hey, he might make it all the way back to Grand Finals if he keeps playing well.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a great tournament for It's a Satire, making the top cut on the winner's side. And of course, we know that he doesn't compete super often. I think he pretty much only competes in these Canadian tournaments. So fantastic run so far. And like you said, not out of the tournament yet.
Yeah, a Toronto local, has played in every Toronto tournament so far, and this is his best performance to date, but he has a chance to extend that performance even further as we take a look at the quick replays, and in comes that combo play from Lost and Cody on that zero-turn swap, allowing him to throw this on Charge Attack priority. Here's the thing, even if he got the Night Slash off seconds, he still is probably able to hang on and get that off to KO the Scizor on his Satire side. So it's not really for sure that he would have necessarily lost, even if It's a Satire got that Night Slash off on that priority.
Yeah, it still would have been a tricky situation. Cody still had a shield. It is possible in some situations that the Scizor still would have been able to reach a Trailblaze versus the Gastrodon.
Yeah, definitely. So anyway, fantastic series though between these two competitors. A close one for sure, but Lost Cody finding the win condition in that third and final game as we have some more winners matches to go.
Yeah, that's right. We've only gotten our first winners match out of the way. I think we're going to have 4 total, right? 8 trainers on the winner's side, 8 trainers on the loser's side. I don't think we're going to get to quite see all of those losers round 1 matches, but we are going to get to see all the winners side matches, so we still got 3 of those for you.
Yeah, we got plenty of matches to go, so be sure to stay tuned as we take a look at the bracket right now. We got DHC United going against Elam coming up next. I'm super excited for this one, and I'll talk about why in a second. But Javier V20 versus Kelsey, Nighttime Clasher versus Neural Dylan. Actually, this entire bracket's really cool to me because we have like big name trainers with a lot of accolades versus players that maybe are in their first ever Top Cut or second time ever Top Cut, maybe newer to the tournament circuit or just haven't had the performance they're looking for. And so there's an upset potential in every one of these winners matches.
Exactly. So our upcoming match, right, we've got Elam, reigning Toronto Regional Champion, versus DHC United, who really only started competing this season, but has really just been on a roll. I think you mentioned Top Cut at LAIC winner side here. And I have to say, looking at day 1 and all of the upsets that we that we saw. I think DHC United with that Shadow Gyarados team, as well as his friend in the loser side of the bracket running the same team. I've got my eye on those two because they, despite their lack of experience in these regional tournaments, they played so cleanly, you know, like using these difficult to use Pokemon, making the weights, making all the technical plays, and I've just been super impressed by both of them.
Yeah, very clean plays from both of them. Well, before we get to that though, let's hear a word from Will and Cody and see how he's feeling after that recent win.
Thank you so much, Caleb. With Lawson, just add a comeback reverse sweep against up on stage. That was really impressive.
Yeah, it was a really tough matchup. Not used to battling against Thievals. You might see the odd Thieval in GBL, but I just had to find a way to neutralize the Thieval.
I feel like yesterday we saw some trainers try to overcome it with just superior bulk, but what surprised me the most about your gameplay, Cody, was your Scizor. You were awesome with that thing. How important is Scizor to your team and in the meta overall?
Yeah, so to deal with the Thieval, I wanted to kind of chip it down with bullet punches, but the Scizor's energy is kind of a waste against Thieval, so I want to shift to something more bulky like Licky Licky to take its energy.
Very good call out. And Licky Licky also you think is a big staple of the meta currently?
Yeah, not a lot of people are using Annihilate, so like even if there is an Annihilate, you can threaten with Shadow Ball so you can take a shield.
Awesome. Cody, you're one of the trainers that I know a lot of people are watching. They want you to have success. They'd like to see trainers that are up and coming and taking down really talented players. And that win over Satire was incredible. Do you have any goals for this weekend, or have you already achieved all of your goals?
Well, last year in Toronto, I also won my group, and then I had a little too much fun the night after, and I kind of flopped on day 2. So I'm happy this year. Shout out to Shady Equation for letting me sleep at his apartment last night. Kept me out of trouble, and it paid off.
Awesome. Shady's great. He's a great trainer, great person. So you're completely locked in. Are there any other shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my teammates at Elite TMs. Shout out to Dilap Churng. Friday night at around 3 a.m., he randomly hopped into a VC where I was scrimming, and he stopped me from using a really terrible team. Also, shout out to Lyle Jeffs. He was the one who came up with the game plan for its Satire. And shout out to a couple of my friends, Jimmy Lamham, Connor Reese, and everybody in Bozo Town.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. That's so cool how our community has helped you so much along the way. Cody, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to take it back over to the casters.
Thanks so much, Will and Cody. Great to hear from the trainer himself, how he prepared, how he came up with specific ways to deal with the Thieval. Now Cody is going to be waiting to see who wins this matchup, because that's who he's going to be playing in the next round.
Yeah, it sounds like Cody has a lot of great influences in his life that helped him get here. So fantastic to hear, and he's feeling probably pretty good about winning. I know he likes to have fun at night, but it's great to have fun during the day when you're winning so much Pokemon Go battles. Speaking of Pokemon Go battles, we got DHC United versus Elam, and this is such an interesting one because, like you said, DHC United, pretty recent in the circuit, right? First ever tournament was the last regional in North America, Las Vegas, in November. And I legitimately was watching him play. I was like, wow, this guy's playing really well. Who is this guy? I'm like Googling him a bit. I'm like trying to figure out who it is. Nothing's coming up. And then I find out that was his first ever tournament. And now this is his second ever regional. And he's already made day number 2. And he's facing off against an absolute juggernaut. That's Elam. But Elam cannot underestimate his opponent, as if he's paying attention, he knows DHC United knows how to play a game. It's going to be Empoleon leading off into Lapras to kick things off.
We've got a water type matchup here. And this matchup is one that we discussed yesterday. Caleb, Lapras can actually win the zero shield situation despite Empoleon resisting all of its attacks.
Yeah, and I think if you look at it on paper, you're like, whoa, how does Elam deal with this Empoleon? It has positive matchups or neutral play into his entire team. But I think good players prefer to go for these more neutral matchups because even though they don't have a hard answer to it like the Shadow Marowak, there are enough ways to overcome it to allow for, you know, some more finesse plays and figure out how to play some of these mid-game to late-game decisions, as Elam is going to tank 2 Drill Pecks to start things off. Yeah,
you see the second Drill Peck coming through, but look at how bulky Lapras is, able to take that with no problem whatsoever, and going to throw the Sparkling Aria right away.
I wonder if Elam's going to try to pivot out or not, get a slight MG lead. I mean, his Azumarill is really safe in the entire team of DHC United. Has a lot of play, and in actually comes the Guzzlord. Could be a little risky if there's a Gyarados in the back, but Gyarados has only resisted attacks actually for the charge attacks into the Guzzlord, so maybe not the worst case situation as he does get it locked into the Corviknight. Corviknight's going to have a pretty positive matchup against the Guzzlord here.
Yeah, Corviknight actually has to throw Air Cutter versus both the Guzzlord and the Azumarill, and actually got the boost there. That could be huge in this matchup.
Yeah, that first boost is really nice for DHC United, which means that he's maximizing the potential damage. If he gets a second boost, that could be even more problematic for Elam. He can't avoid it, but he could decide to start spending shields if this second boost comes through. I don't think he's going to shield this one. He is not. Let's see, though. Do we get another boost on the Air Cutter? Air Cutter not a very hard even, but we get the double boost now for DHC United's Corviknight.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for DHC. Might want to start investing a shield or two into this Corviknight. Gonna let this first Brutal Swing go. Elam's already at a second, though, and this is where we're gonna see whether DHC values this double boosted Corviknight or not.
Yeah, I don't think the Brutal Swing is going to be enough to KO, but you could potentially go for Dragon Tail down, which will give the Guzzlord even more energy. DHC United is going to spend that first shield, charging up as much extra energy as possible, and tries to go for the catch on the Lapras, but not going to happen. DHC United over-farming even more, and Elam gotta let this Lapras go, trying to find a win condition. Maybe tries to go for the bubble down on the Azumarill. Azumarill still very healthy at full HP, and could tank some of these boosted Air Cutters. Doesn't get a third boost, luckily, for Elam's sake. Otherwise, this Corviknight is going to be even more problematic. Actually comes into the Guzzlord instead, forcing DHC United to throw another Air Cutter. This is a fourth Air Cutter from the Corviknight, and then potentially could throw a fifth as Elam's going to spend his last and final shield. Oh, no, actually
and
the first
a huge
shield.
catch from DHC!
Wow, okay, Elam still does have a shield there, but a massive catch. DHC United super locked in. Like I said, his second regional ever, and he's playing absolutely on point in comes to Azumarill. This actually could be bad for DHC United because he's locked in. He can't swap out, and the Azumarill is just going to go for the bubble down, and all that energy is going to be neutral into that Furret.
Oh, but this could be tricky for Elam, though. Furret does have access to that super effective Trailblaze, and it looks like Corviknight able to reach another Air Cutter. Now the question is this Azumarill going to be in Trailblaze plus Sucker Punch range? I think it just might be.
It's going to be close. No more boost though on the subsequent Air Cutters, but might be all the damage that DHC United needs. There's still Guzzlord in the back, so Elam can't go for the catch opportunity, but he's using that 3-turn move versus a 2-turn move. It's much harder for him to catch. DHC United though does get baited with the Ice Beam, the lower damage move that Elam's throwing.
Yeah, and Elam might be just thinking, I need to throw 2 charge attacks at this Furret anyway, so might as well just go straight Ice Beam. It is a little bit cheaper than Play Rough, and this is where Elam, he does shield up the first Trailblaze, and now we have to look at this pacing. Can the Furret get to a Trailblaze before the next Ice Beam? I think it can, and that's going to mean that Elam has to try to catch.
Yeah, and I think that's going to signal DHC United he knows he's going to go for a catch, right? If you're going to shield the first Trailblaze, you know that Elam does not want to take the second one. You know you outpace. Does Elam go for it? Does he go for a pause? He tries to catch. He doesn't do it. DHC United is going to throw the Trailblaze. Boosted Trailblaze should be enough to KO the Azumarill, and that is going to be a huge lead for the underdog as DHC United takes that first game off of Elam.
Oh, great first game from DHC. We talked about that potential in the Shadow Gyarados. It doesn't show up here, but DHC is showing, you know, he's not just a one-trick pony. He knows these meta Pokemon as well, not just the Spice Pokemon. And what a clean play. We saw the catch. We saw the patience at the end, not falling for any of Elam's tricks.
Yeah, a really great catch. Obviously, the boost helps for the Corviknight, but mitigating that Brutal Swing damage onto that low HP Empoleon and avoiding the catch from Elam. Elam tried to make a catch himself with the Lapras, was not able to do it, right? Just allowed the Corviknight to bank up even more energy, taking a few resistance sideways, no big deal at all. But, you know, when you're double boosting on the first 2 Air Cutters, it could go and help, but DHC United still had to make some outplays against Elam to secure the victory.
And I think the way that DHC played this really shows his game awareness, right? Look at this catch on the Empoleon. You can see how low the Guzzlord is. It's not going to be able to survive sand attacks to make another Dragon Tail, right? And DHC knows Elam has to throw now or never. And that's why he's able to make that catch.
Yeah, Elam trying to go for it. Unfortunately, kind of signaled to DHC United he had to go for it once he shielded that first Trailblaze, and DHC United was patient, and the patience paid off. Super impressed by this newer player on the circuit, but again, it's just such a great example that it doesn't matter who you are, right? You're watching these players saying, hey, Elam, one of the most successful players in the circuit, especially coming to this year after such an impressive season last year. And you're thinking, man, I can't do this, right? But you really could, right? If you got the Pokemon, you can. And look at this. The only accolade right now on the sheet is a top 16 at Toronto this tournament for DHC United. Meanwhile, there's so many accolades for Elam that you can't even fit it all, right? Second place at the international, 2-time regional champion. He's the defending Toronto champion as well. Let's see if Elam can dig deep and try to defend this title as we kick off game number 2 with the same exact leads.
All right, Elam trying to dig deep, but going with the Lapras play again. He has adjusted the backline there. You see the Corviknight there instead of the Azumarill. DHC, it looks like, has stuck with the same team, so hoping that the formula for success in the first game is going to pay off here in the second.
And I think after that first game, Elam against DHC United, he's going to probably say, hey, this guy knows what he's doing, so I can't go for maybe the simple plays. Maybe going to make some adjustments, you know, and play how he would against people that, you know, have a lot of accolades, has a lot of experience, because certain players will play a little bit differently, right? When you know they know something, then you got to adjust and, you know, think of the next step in that 4D chess.
And let's look at what Elam does here, because we saw in that first game, I think he was afraid of getting farms down by something, and that's why he hard pivoted into Guzzlord. Let's see if he does the same thing here. Looks like he's actually getting a little bit lower. Maybe he wants to mitigate the farm from whatever comes in, and maybe just going to try to go for switch advantage.
DHC United bringing the same exact line of 3. He is actually going to shield the resistance. Sparkling Aria, is it the right play or not is the real question, and he does get the full farm down with the metal sound. Does energy go somewhere into everything on Elam's side? And obviously Drill Peck not going to hit nearly as hard as the Hydro Cannon, but it still does hit pretty hard into that Guzzlord. In comes the Corviknight instead. This is pretty good for DHC United because he does not want the Furret on the Corviknight. It's only going to take resistance damage from all the charge attacks, but the Furret's not that amazing into Guzzlord either. So I think Elam has good answers for this Furret, but he gets 2 Hydro Cannons off against the Corviknight. That's really going to soften it up.
Oh, and this is a ton of utility out of this Empoleon. Invested 1 shield to take the next Pokemon into half health range. That's going to be huge. Elam, however, does have a lot of energy on this Corviknight, which is going to pay off. And as you mentioned, the Furret doesn't really have anywhere to go, so this game isn't over quite yet.
Let's see if Elam goes for bait or not. It's a really risky bait. I don't think he's going to go for it. The payback is going to do a good chunk. Almost brings the Corviknight into that half health range, so it's going to even things up a bit. But DHC United is going to get to his payback before the second payback is reached. Let's see if Elam maybe goes for a catch. No. Maybe expecting catch. I don't know. Wait, DHC United just lets all this energy go, and now Elam,
I think he's going to hang on, though. I think this Corviknight hangs on, but like you said, I also think DHC maybe could have thrown the payback before. Was Elam trying to go for a catch?
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, just a half second off, and that means this hard-hitting payback is going to almost KO the Corviknight. Has about literally 1 HP left. DHC United is going to throw 1 parting air cutter before swapping over to the Furret. It's going to soften up the Guzzlord a little bit, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. And now this means Guzzlord does have an energy lead over the Furret. This endgame is going to be pretty interesting because you do have lower health on Guzzlord, but you have the type advantage in this head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, and I think Furret, of course, doing those resisted sucker punches, and I think that Guzzlord isn't quite in swift range yet. I think Elam, let's see how much this Brutal Swing does. Oh, I don't know if another Brutal Swing plus the Dragon Tails is going to be enough.
It's going to be close, and he might have to go for a potential catch again, but again, 3-turn move into 2-turn move. DHC United has the advantage there, and it's very easy to avoid Elam from going for that catch. Both players have 1 final shield remaining. I think DHC United is probably going to spend the shield here because there's not enough energy on the Corviknight to do anything. He's got to spend it somewhere.
Yeah, Brutal Swing is shielded up, as you just mentioned, and the clocks are coming up pretty soon. It's going to be easier for DHC to make a catch than it is for Elam. Brutal Swing coming through. I'm pretty sure Furret hangs on here, though. It's
going to be closer. There's still a shield on side of Elam. He needs to get to 2 swifts to have a chance. I don't know if he has enough health to do it. He goes for the pause, but the problem is Elam still has a shield, and he's only 1 Dragon Tail away from taking out the Furret. There's no health on the Corviknight as well. Does DHC United even have a win condition at this point? I don't think so. I don't think he thinks so either, as Elam is going to even out the series with this 1 final Brutal Swing.
Oh, an incredible end game from Guzzlord. I think we highlighted that as Kelsey's MVP, but it might be Elam's MVP as well in this series. Able to take down the Furret, able to take down the Corviknight as well.
Do we see the Shadow Gyarados come into this third game? I think that's a real question, right? It has some solid matchups into that Corviknight. Obviously, Payback does a lot, but otherwise the Sand Tag doesn't doing very little, and you could tank the Air Cutter. You have that super effective Dragon Breath damage into the Guzzlord, but at the same time, you don't have anything super effective to throw at the Guzzlord, anything even non-resisted. It has okay matchups in the Lapras too, right? You resist or you don't resist Sideway, but you resist the Sparkling Aria, and they have to throw the Ice Beam or Bait perfectly. And it's kind of been his spice of choice to get him this far, but part of it might be, it doesn't look as good into Elam's team. I think I'm just going to leave it on the bench and go with the tried and true 3 that he's been bringing. But Elam made that adjustment in that game to make the Furret pretty much useless into his backline.
Yeah, and if you look at that Corviknight mirror matchup, it was interesting because both Corviknights actually were able to hang on, but it almost felt like a waste of energy for that payback to land on Elam's Corviknight. I'm not sure if there's anything to be done there, though, because it's not like you want to just be throwing air cutters into Guzzlord, but maybe that was the way to go, actually, just to save the energy.
Yeah, DHC Unite playing that game a little bit different than the first one as well, shielding that Empoleon.
But he got so much utility out of it.
He did, yeah, he definitely did. At the same time, though, Elam was able to farm up to that payback, and the amount of damage he took from 2 Hydro Cannons was almost about as much damage as he did with the payback in that head-to-head matchup. But Elam staying cool and collected and finding the win condition despite the fact that he didn't have switch advantage, was behind on health as well on his Pokemon. But he's a 2-time regional champion for a reason. He's the defending Toronto champion for a reason. And let's see, is he able to close out this game number 3, or we do get one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think if you're DHC, you have to be expecting that Guzzlord again from Elam. We saw how it performed for him in game number 2. And I'm curious to see, like you said, the Gyarados on DHC's side could be a good answer to that Guzzlord, maybe a good adjustment for this decisive game number 3.
Yeah, that was Butters' MVP pick, the Gyarados on DHC's side. But you lean into the Lapras from Elam, and Lapras does look pretty potent into a lot of these teams. It's not that it hard beats much, but it's just so safe. It's in a matchup where you're throwing only resist attacks, Side Wave and Sparkling Aura into that Steel Water type of the Empoleon, but it's just so bulky and you just slowly chip away. Here we go! It is going to be the MVP picks, actually. Shadow Gyarados into the Lapras, and we're going to see if the Shadow Gyarados is just more of a cheese pick or it actually is that MVP pick, as he's going to go straight for the crunch on this first charge attack, outpacing the Lapras to the Ice Beam.
Throws the crunch right away, and I'm so curious to see how this matchup goes. The Sideways really are chunking away on the Gyarados, and even though the Sparkling Aria is resisted, I wonder if that's enough, but actually, quick catch from DHC to catch the Sparkling Aria on Empoleon.
Yeah, I don't know if Elam actually saw that or not, or maybe he was going for the baits, but this is going to be a good way to keep that Gyarados nice and healthy. The Sideway damage almost brought the Gyarados to half health, though, but that's just the frail nature of the Gyarados. DC United, Farmers Rush, he catches. Wait, hold on. He threw the resistant Hydro Cannon at the Lapras, maybe expecting a catch. I have no idea, but that's actually the right move to throw at the Corviknight.
Yeah, heads up play from DHC. I mean, you see how low Elam's Lapras is. Hydro Cannon actually might even be enough against it, but either way, both of these trainers are not falling for these catches.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call, right? So he maybe was throwing the Hydro Cannon expecting a potential catch, but that could have also been a Guzzlord catching it as well. But these Hydro Cannons are really starting to add up. If it was a Drill Peck, could have been a different story, forcing Elam to throw the more expensive energy of Payback. But now DHC United can just farm this down with the Gyarados.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of great energy from the Gyarados. Elam, on the other hand, that he could have absorbed with the Guzzlord, but actually DHC going for a very aggressive sand attack down on the Corviknight. I think that's going to pay off, though, as Elam is only able to reach this resisted air cutter.
DHC United is going to reveal his third and final Pokemon, but he knows that he could tank the damage much better, and the Corviknight is really safe in the team of Elam. Now comes the combo play of the Sparkling Aria. I think DHC United is going to put everything on the Gyarados. The real question is, are the shields even going to be useful, because there's not a lot of health left, and the Guzzlord is going to start really doing a lot of damage to the Gyarados that's already almost at the half health. We actually get a shield on the air cutter for Elam. Oh wait, and catching a resistant Sparkling Aria on the Gyarados.
I mean, it is resisted and a catch, but at this point you might have to start shielding. You see DHC does put up the shield anyways, because he could just be running out of health on all these Pokemon. He does get this big farm down now, and now Elam is going to be able to wall the energy with his own Guzzlord, but the Dragon Breaths are really going to start adding up.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a pretty tough situation for DHC United, because, like you said, all resisted charge attacks on the Guzzlord, can it be enough to slowly whittle away the bulk of the Dark Dragon type that is Guzzlord that's been really carrying Elam in these games? Here comes a second Aqua Tail. Do you ever shield the resist attack? No, he's going to save it for the neutral air cutter on the side of Corviknight. Timers are starting to come up though, and the Brutal Swing's going to be thrown. Elam just wants to get rid of this thing. There's not much health left on the Guzzlord though. It's closing in on the red, and the pacing to the air cutters are so fast. Elam still has the catch potential, but it is a 1-turn move and a 3-turn move. Can he ever potentially catch a move on this Corviknight?
Oh, and this is a ton of health on the Corviknight. I don't think he has enough time. He needs to get to 3 brutal swings here, and this DHC's Corviknight is going to be able to reach another air cutter before that. Elam's only hope is a catch, but I don't think it's going to happen. He goes for the brutal swing here. Corviknight already at the air cutter, and let's see if a catch is possible. But I think DHC lives a brutal swing anyways.
Yeah, DHC United, he knows he's at the move. Does Elam ever go for a catch? Oh my gosh, what a madman! He catches the air cutter on his Corviknight. This undercharge isn't going to do anything. It should be enough to KO. Can he get to the brutal swing? But more importantly, does the brutal swing KO or not? DHC United is not at the move yet. Could be only 2, maybe 3 Dragon Tails away, but if it's that far away, it might not be enough. DHC United, he's going to hang on. He's only a few sand tags away, and he's going to reach it for the massive upset in this winner's round 1.
Crazy close series, 2-1, and each game coming down to just a couple of HP. Incredible series from DHC United, proving perhaps that Gyarados is a superior MVP pick over Lapras.
Wow, what a series, and you got to give it up to DHC United, right? I mean, that's not an easy opponent. If you doubted him before, you can't be doubting him anymore, as he's going to be moving forward in this winner's bracket. Who would have expected it? But Elam, not out of it yet. He's won many tournaments before from that loser side, and he's willing to take on that challenge, but wow. What an upset, what a scene, and what a performance from DHC United so far.
So DHC is going to go on to face Lawson Cody, and I believe the winners semis match, but I mean, this trainer has been so impressive all weekend long. He's proving why he fits in here on day 2 as he advances to the winners semis. Incredible plays in all those games. You see the game awareness, you see all of the technical skills, and I think he really has what it takes to be an incredible trainer.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like, that's not random person that he just beat, right? That's Elam, one of the best players in the world. He somehow was even able to catch an air cutter with a 3-turn Guzzlord. Like, that should just not even be possible if you throw it at the proper timing, but just finding that small window potential win condition. But look at this play too, throwing the Hydro Cannon on the potential catch, and that changed things, because if that was Drill Peck, this might have been a much different situation for Elam.
Yeah, that's true. The Corviknight would have had a lot less health than if it took a Drill Peck instead of a Hydro Cannon. But, you know, DHC, you know, realizing all these little things really matter. Throwing the Hydro Cannon because the Lapras is already in the health where that matters. Hydro Cannon is going to be better against most of Elam's Pokemon. And, you know, you even saw the adjustment from game number 1 to game number 2 in terms of how he played the Empoleon Lapras matchup. So not only is he improving a ton between these tournaments, he's even improving game to game within a single match.
Yeah, he's improving in front of our eyes. And I mean, with how fast he's growing in the circuit, it's pretty crazy. But I mean, his potential is almost limitless right now, as we see him just play expertly well with a Shadow Gyarados. Like, who would have thought this would even be meta relevant or even useful, right? Like, it's not like the Gyarados is locked into a Marowak or a Gastrodon. It's locked into some of these neutral matchups and so frail and hard to pilot, but he piloted it so well in the start and final game.
Yeah, I love how he dealt with, you know, Elam's Guzzlord we saw so powerful in game number 2. Game number 3, he realizes he has to make an adjustment. He brings in that Gyarados. You know, even though he has to shield, you know, a resisted Sparkling Aria from Lapras, you see he's able to pilot around the Guzzlord by using that super effective Dragon Breath damage, even though he's just throwing resisted Aqua Tails.
Yeah, in my mind too, I think Corviknight's one of the hardest Pokemon to use, right? Because it's got great typing, but the attacks are kind of clunky. Sand Tag does so little damage, like even against some of the Grass Flyers, like it's a really awkward matchup. Air Cutter doesn't do that much damage, right? Sometimes you have to decide, do I go for the bait, do I go for the payback? And it forces players to make a lot of decision-making process, right? Whereas if you're using like a Shadow Scizor or a Gastrodon, it's pretty easy to know like, what do I do? Do I throw one here? Do I go for the bait? You know, but there's a lot of micro decisions you have to make when you're using something like a Corviknight, and that's why I think like Elam has used it so many times in the past, done so well with it, but DHC United also played that Corviknight super well in this head-to-head matchup.
Exactly, the spamminess of the Air Cutter, right, really paying off, allowing some of these switch timers to come up more quickly. You know, we saw in that first game also, if you're gonna throw that many Air Cutters, you're probably gonna get a boost on one of them, and that's gonna make things really uncomfortable for your opponent, right? The sand attacks are gonna start to add up. You might even have to start shielding some of these usually not very heavy hitting Air Cutters, and we really saw that pay off for DHC.
Yeah, and DHC, again, second ever regional, best performance so far. I want to hear what he has to say about it to Will. Let's take it to the floor.
Thank you, Caleb. And congratulations to DHC United. What a game, upsetting Elam here. How did you feel when you got swapped on the Air Cutter in the end game?
I thought that I thought the catch was coming, and then he played right to it. So I was like, okay, you know, Elam would make that play. But then I was like, okay, maybe we live a brutal swing. And that's what happened. And so I kind of got lucky with that endgame there.
Well, now you're in the winter semis, and you just started competing this season. Your first tournament in Las Vegas, I believe you got 17th, and then you traveled all the way to Brazil to compete at the Latin American International Championships, and now in your third ever competition, you're in the winter semis. How did you do it?
You know, I have a lot of people to thank. I think it was, you know, my team, my factions team, that really helped me improve as a player and get to where I am today. A lot of members of the community that practice with me. And so I've been playing GBL for a while now, since I moved to 2021. So I think that also helps as well. But, you know, keeping a pulse on the competitive scene definitely helps me stay in touch with the meta and, like, you know, how to improve better as a player. So I was looking to improve, and, you know, really super stoked that I was able to make it this far.
Well, I have to ask you, that's 3 tournaments in a short time span. How have you enjoyed your debut in Championship Series so far?
Again, like a lot of the, I don't expect a lot of the way I perform. So, you know, as you can see, I'm a little bit lost for words. But community's been amazing. I think I've been able to develop my confidence as a player in these tournaments. I think that's definitely something that, you know, people who are interested in, like, doing something like this definitely should come out and do this. And yeah, and it really puts you to the test and see, you know, what your skills are. So glad I'm leaving it up on the big stage here.
Well, I completely agree with you, DHE United. You can do it too. Congratulations once again. And if you want to have your breakout performance and have a chance to make the winter semis, you might just need a coach. So let's go to some coach tryouts.
Welcome in, everybody. My name is Coach Tusi. I'm the head coach of your Toronto Rookies, and we are looking for a new team captain to lead our squad this season. The Rookies are a fictional baseball/Pokemon Go team, and I have 3 of our best prospects here that I think each one of them could be the team captain. But really, it's up to you. Let's start off with accomplishments. I want to hear from Out of Poker. What are your best accomplishments in the Championship Series?
Hello, I'm Out of Poker, and I'm Mr. Consistent. I consistently produce results. I run innovative teams in regionals and the Go Battle League. I have hit #1 on the leaderboards multiple times. I've hit #1 in regional leaderboards, #1 in winning the whole thing leaderboards. And I think if you want consistency, you want someone that will always keep your fans entertained, will get your players to the top. It should be me.
All right. Well said. Well said. Next up is Coin66. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Colin6. The first ever regional I attended back in 2023 is one that I won. After that, I became the first European to win 2 regional events. And after that, I became the first European to win 3 regional events. I've still more goals, so I've never won an IC yet, unlike these guys. But it just means there's more fire left in me, and I think that's what I can offer to the team.
Very, very good resume. Our final prospect here is Linz Arjeff. Linz, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harjeff. I'm from Brazil. I'm IC champion and 4 times regional champion. But more than achievements, I think for the captain, you need someone that can put the team together, someone that be with everyone, that can make the team achieve more, like with everyone together, not just the captain. And if Mr. Poker here did his research, I'm the Mrs. Consistent here.
Ooh, oh, okay, a little competition already. I like that a lot. I like that. We like that in our team captains, all right? But a team captain has to inspire the locker room under any conditions. You need to get the team ready for a top cut, for a legend push, whatever it might be. So I need to hear a motivational speech from each of our prospects here. Out of Poker, begin.
So, you're an expert range. Legend seems so far away. Or you've just missed top cut for your 2nd regional in a row. And you know what? Maybe that does mean that there's something more that we need to learn and grow in. But you know what? You know what is true? Doubt begets doubts. If you have doubt in your skills, that means that every issue, every mistake is going to be reflected in how you feel about every match. You're going to lose a match that maybe you didn't even really mess up in, and you'd be like, man, what if I just did one more side wave with my Lapras? What if I counted correctly this one other time? And I think you need to just be confident in your abilities. Even if that means that there's something to be worked on, I think that if you are confident in your abilities, and frankly, they're probably very good if you're in an expert range or even attending a bunch of regionals. I think that if you just keep on pushing forward and trusting in yourself, anything's possible.
Okay. A little long, but I thought it was quite good. I feel like the team is getting energized. We're ready to make that legend push. Mr. Colin.
Yeah, so we've got an important game coming up. But you've got to realize, though, that all the practice is behind us. We've practiced for hours, for days, weeks, maybe even months. It's all behind us now. All that's left to do is trust in yourself. You've got to trust in the knowledge that you've gained, the skills that you've acquired, and then most importantly, trust your instincts. After that, all that's left to do is to play the game. Play with passion, play without fear, play Pokemon.
Wow. Play Pokemon. Literally chills. Okay. I don't know if anyone can top that, but if someone can, it's got to be Mr. Consistent himself, Harjeff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we have a big tournament this weekend. We'll have a lot of other tournaments in the future. But what can I say to you is that always be ready. Always be prepared. The opportunity will show to you, and you have to be ready. You have to be your best version of yourself. So maybe it's not this weekend, maybe not the next tournament, but be ready. Be your best version. Then when the time comes, you be on the top, you achieve. And every loss is one step further for success.
Wow. Absolutely. Give it up, everybody in the chat. What an incredible series of prospects here for the new team captain for our Toronto Rookies. But it's up to you, the talent scouts at home. Which one do you think is the most qualified to lead our team this season? And with that said, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, and I am feeling pumped up. I'm feeling motivated, and we just saw one underdog move on to the winner semis. Can another one do it on stage next? We have Javier versus Kelsey K coming up next. I am Duo Butters, joined by Speediest Chief.
Butters, I'm so sorry that your flight was late on Friday. You could have been in all these segments. I think you're the perfect person for it, but we had some incredible speeches. I want to read back that chat in the VOD and see who you think should be the captain of your Toronto Rookies.
They all made a great case. They sound awesome. In some cases, I would say they are kind of like captains. We do have teams. We have the Lindos, right? Harjeff is a captain in some aspects.
Exactly. Well, when you watch it back, Butters, I want to know which speech you like the most. Personally, everybody, Colin's speech. It really did give me chills. That was so inspirational and so hyped. And I'm so hyped for our next pair that's about to take stage. We've got a trainer traveling all the way from Peru, taking on Kelsey K and her Guzzlord.
And a former champion against a trainer who did get 9th place in Baltimore, but with a win here or even now, this would secure her best performance ever because she would move on to the winner's semis. And what an awesome achievement of a trainer that has competed, I believe, 6 times or 7 times to then get to this moment and achieve this. And can she do it against this talent? We know she did it yesterday. She did it against Rise to Occasion, dropping him down to the loser side of the bracket with that signature Pokemon, the Jellicent.
Let's see, we're getting right into game number 1 here. Our trainers are locked in, ready to go. Javier V20 on the left side of your screen, Kelsey K on the right. We're gonna see the water types in action. We've got Lapras facing off against Empoleon.
And this is water on water here, but you're going to be able to resist all of the damage coming out from the Lapras. The Psy-Waves, the Sparkling Aria, and the Ice Beam will be resisted for the Empoleon. And you are throwing neutral damage back with that Metal Sound and with the Drill Peck.
Exactly right. Sparkling Aria getting fired off here by the Lapras. The first charge attack of our battle, taking that Empoleon down into the yellow, but the double Drill Pecks are ready to go.
And the first Drill Peck is going to land into this Lapras, and we just have to see. This is probably not going to do enough to knock out with the second one. It's not enough. So even if you throw the second Drill Peck, you won't be able to knock out here. And this is the weird thing about this matchup.
Well, you saw Kelsey there.
She tried to swap. Yeah,
exactly right. Tried to throw 3 Metal Sounds and then make the swap, but can't get out in time, so she's forced to shield the Sparkling Aria. Drill Peck is ready to go, but I really like this overcharge by Kelsey K to exit the matchup with some energy.
Well, the crazy thing is, the Pokemon on the right, Napoleon, resists everything, but she would have lost the 0 Protect Shield situation and had to try to swap out, and they had to use a Protect Shield. But you do bank all that energy. It's going to be going into the Empoleon, which is also resisted, and now you got the double Hydro Cannon. Do you pivot out and bank it? It could be much more impactful in the back line, maybe.
That's a great question, right? And I think Kelsey K might actually be able to stay in and get off a third Hydro Cannon because she is double resisting these metal sounds from the opposing Empoleon. Forces back that shield from Javier V20. I think that's a good trade-off.
Well, Javier brought 3 Pokemon that resist Hydro Cannon into this game. The double water and the Altaria. The swap into the Altaria, banking it. No, trying to get out of there. Didn't get the Drill Peck. Now comes in with the Florges, but it's not too bad. Yes, you are going to get outpaced in this first charge attack, but once you throw the Chilling Water, the next charge attack will knock out. But actually, wait, it's a Shadow. The second Sky attack might knock out.
It is, and I would have really liked to see Kelsey throw that Chilling Water early, and that's the reason for the shield, right? She hasn't yet thrown the Chilling Water to slow down this Altaria. Yes, the Dragon Breaths are already double resisted due to the Fairy typing, but like you said, Butters, the Shadow Factor and the Sky attacks can be very, very punishing.
Right, she threw her Chilling Water after her 6th Fairy Wind. Could have thrown it and tried to swap into the Sky attack here. Does successfully swap into the Sky attack, taking this damage neutrally into the Guzzlord, trying to get a bunch of energy with the Dragon Tail damage. The timer is back up. Javier swapped in, has almost double Drill Peck.
Well, that's the key, right? Energy on the Guzzlord. You want to get to those brutal swings. We saw this earlier with Elam taking on the Corviknight. You need to throw the charge attacks on Guzzlord because those Dragon Tails are resisted. Drill Peck connects. Another one's ready. She might not even get one.
And the Brutal Swing is going to get no Protect Shield from Javier here, just letting it go, knowing his Pokemon, trusting Empoleon can endure, take this damage, and Empoleon does, and now even gets to an extra 2 Metal Sounds, gets to the Drill Peck to knock out the Guzzlord here. And how much energy is on that Florges? I believe that this Empoleon is 3 Metal Sounds away. Can the Florges beat it there to a charge attack? No, actually has the charge attack ready.
Yeah, I really like the double Metal Sound there from Javier. That damage from the second Dragon Tail didn't apply in time, but will it be enough? Chilling Water slows down this Empoleon even more. He needs 2 charge attacks to win it. Altaria comes out energy dry. Does Kelsey know that?
Wait a second here. Who wins the charge attack? Right, actually just going for the Trailblaze here, trying to ramp up the attack. What a play. This is going to be double resisted into the Dragon and Flying type of the Altaria. Can it knock out this Altaria? Yes, it knocks out. Can Fairy Wind be enough? There's a Hydro Cannon banked. Can you endure if you're Florges?
Yeah, the switch out reset that debuff, so Empoleon's at full strength. This is a Community Day charge attack. Hydro Cannon connects. Florges hangs on, but the Metal Sounds are coming through, and Florges comes out on top.
And so does the underdog, Kelsey K, taking down Javier in game number 1. The impossible can happen here in Toronto. I thought Javier had such control of that battle, but Kelsey K just kept composed, kept that Florges in the back, boosted it up, and that Trailblaze might have been the reason that the Fairy Wind knocked out. If you go for a Chilling Water, maybe that Fairy Wind doesn't knock out.
Well said, Butters. I gotta say, there were 2 moments of hesitation there. The first was trying to swap out of the Empoleon, but missing that swap and being forced to shield early on in the battle. And second was shielding up the first Sky attack, as Chucky has on the screen for us, instead of throwing the Chilling Water immediately. She had it right there. But the Trailblaze, like you said, Butters, boosting up the Fairy Winds. I was crossing my fingers because I didn't know if the Trailblaze was gonna knock out of that range.
It is double resisted, but it's against a Shadow type that takes 20% more damage in PvP battles, so it is a risk to use those Shadows sometimes, but of course you punish the other Pokemon with 20% more damage as well, and Javier was punished in that matchup. Interestingly enough, he brought 3 Pokemon that could resist the Empoleon, but Empoleon seemed to do so much on Kelsey's K side. He had the Lapras, Empoleon, and the Altaria. That trio, are we going to see that in game number 2?
I was just thinking if Javier decides to lead the Lapras again, that is the perfect time to bring out something like the Guzzlord. Yes, Lapras for Javier is rocking the Ice Beam moveset, but Guzzlord can deal so much neutral damage over time, and as long as that Florges doesn't hit the field, I think there is play for the Dark Dragon type.
All right, we're about to lock into this game number 2. Of course, Jellicent on the side for Kelsey K did make top usage in day number 1, but it disappeared in day number 2. Wasn't as useful. Probably a huge factor was the Guzzlord. The Guzzlord was absent day 1, but present day number 2.
And think about a Jellicent against the lineup that we just saw against the Lapras and the Empoleon. I mean, that actually would be a really nice pick if she decides to bring it. So a lot of decision points here for Kelsey K, because this game 2 is important. If she wins this, like you said earlier, Butters, she advances to her best finish yet in the championship series, but she's got to get through Javier first.
A fascinating theme for me is the fact that the 3 trainers with the most experience in Javier, Elam, and Nighttime Clasher all brought Lapras. And we did see that Elam's already gone down with that Lapras, and Javier went down in that game number 1 with the Lapras, but picking up a huge lead with the Florges into the Guzzlord. Instant pivot into her own Florges is met by the Empoleon. This will be almost impossible to dig yourself out of this hole.
Massive lead, massive swap, and the thing is, even if Kelsey K would have reached for her other Pokemon, I do think that the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have punished it, that being the Empoleon. So in this game number 2, Javier V20 seems to have her read perfectly.
Yeah, has an answer for all 3 Pokemon. Typically, when you have an answer for all 3 Pokemon and you can keep that alignment, you win the battle. Can you reach the Trailblaze? Yes, you can reach, but you got the shield. This is the one thing that can change it. You got a shield advantage now.
Yeah, Florges hanging on by a pedal to get off the Trailblaze and pull that critical Protect Shield. Now that Kelsey K has lost control, switch advantage, she does have the Protect Shield advantage to lean on. Comes in with the Guzzlord. I don't think you shield the first one here, but you might need to shield the second one.
And this Drill Peck will land into the Guzzlord. It's just so clunky because you don't have a good opportunity to try to fast attack it down with these resisted Dragon Claws. You have to throw the Brutal Swing before the next Drill Peck is available. Actually,
no.
Kelsey just deciding to get more energy.
Yeah, you don't need to throw the Brutal Swing if you're Kelsey K, because your main objective is getting to that Sludge Bomb, continuing to apply the Protect Shield pressure. If she can get the shields away from Javier V20, she might clear a path for her Empoleon.
The thing is, you need a little bit of chip damage into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Yes, there is one Protect Shield, but I believe one Hydro Cannon is not enough to knock out. So if you can get that chip damage with either the Metal Sound or now a little bit of energy advantage, that's actually huge for Kelsey. Now you just need to get the double Hydro Cannon, and that will be enough to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Timing has to be perfect. When you do that one-turn swap, it throws off the timing that you're comfortable with, so you have to be very careful. But Kelsey knows that. She's able to fire up the Hydro Cannon here. Can she withstand one more Mud Slap, though?
It's no, you just throw it. It's not over yet. Because if this knocks out, you cannot get farmed down by Fairy Wind. It's not over for Kelsey. Does this knock out? Can it hit the Shadow Kanto Marowak for a knockout? Yes. And now you have to take the Trailblaze here. And you have 2 Protect Shields. You just need to get to a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah.
Did you also bank that Sludge Bomb?
Exactly. Kelsey K putting it all together here in the final moments of game number 2. She's resisting the Fairy Winds. Gets to the Hydro Cannon, fires it off. Her switch timer's up at the same time. Javier shakes his head. I think he knows what's coming.
I think the combo play is coming. Hydro Cannon into the Sludge Bomb. Does it come out? No, actually waiting. And is the Sludge Bomb banked? No, it's the Brutal Swing. There was no Sludge Bomb, but it doesn't matter.
That's all you need if you're Kelsey K. Dark type into the Fairy type Kelsey K, taking down Javier V20. He had all the answers, but Kelsey K flipped the script.
Wow. He had 3 perfect counters for all 3 Pokemon on Kelsey's team, but Kelsey, swapping in the floor, just picked up a Protect Shield on that second Trailblaze, and that second Protect Shield also with their pivot on Empoleon to get a little extra energy against the Florges of Javier was the key difference in this battle, so she can pull it off.
If you tell me that I lead Guzzlord into Florges, I swap and I get hard countered on the swap, and then there's a Shadow Kanto Marowak for my Empoleon, I'm going to be honest with you, Butters. I don't think there's a way I win that game, but Kelsey K pulled it off.
We have to give her credit because you're hard countered. You get the Protect Shield, but that's not even enough, because if you don't get an energy advantage on Empoleon, you will get knocked out by those Mud Slaps trying to get the double Hydro Cannon.
Correct.
She had to get that double Metal Sound off on a different Pokemon. She pivoted quickly, got the double Metal Sound off on the Florges, and that was the reason she was able to endure to get to another Hydro Cannon to put that Florges in range of Brutal Swing.
I'm sure chat can check my math, but I think that Empoleon can only withstand like 6 Mud Slaps or so, which is about 18 turns, and Empoleon needs 20 turns for double Hydro Cannon. So like Butters said, the 2 Metal Sounds on the swap there, that 1 second, that moment of hesitation is what allowed Kelsey K to lock in the charge stack. And right there, again, hanging on by a pedal, Florges, Trailblaze, that was the start of the comeback.
And the theme for Toronto, the impossible can happen. The trainers with the less experience are able to take out these top trainers in Championship Series. You can do it too, and just little plays like this. I know everyone has probably been in this situation where you're hard countered and you just kind of want to give up. You're like, oh no, they have everything. That's just not going in my favor. Kelsey didn't quit, and because she didn't quit, she got to the double Hydro Cannon and she won the battle. And
right here as well, I'm going to be honest with you, Butters, even in my Go Battle League matches, I mess up my timing after a swap pretty often, and Kelsey K absolutely nailed it. If she allows just one more Mud Slap through, that's Javier's game. We're headed to game number 3, and who knows what would happen then.
And when you swap, to your point, when you swap in Pokemon Go PvP, if it's not after a charge attack, it does take a turn to swap.
Exactly.
So that just jumbles everything up, right? It jumbles everything up where you swap and then now you don't know exactly where you are. And then what if they counter swap? That also took a turn. And then it's all jumbled, so it's not easy to be as precise as Kelsey was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? Because in terms of like Mud Slap, a 3-turn fast attack, you think 3, 6, 9, 12, you need multiples of 3. But then if there's a 1-turn differential, you're getting Mud Slap on 4, and then 7, and then 10. It's definitely mind-boggling a little bit, and I think the best trainers in the world still struggle with that from time to time. But Kelsey K stayed in that matchup. She was measured, took a calm approach, and it paid massively for her.
And now she has secured her best performance ever in Championship Series. Congratulations. I said before it was 6 or 7. It was actually 9 tournaments, but she just started competing. She played one time at the 2024 NAIC, but then otherwise started competing in 2025, which is pretty recently. 9 competitions later, a lot of practice, a lot of hard work, and like she said in her interview before, with the help of the community, she was brought to this moment and she succeeded. Congratulations, Kelsey.
I would love to hear from the trainer herself. Caleb's down on the floor. Take it away.
Thank you, Speedy and Butters. I'm here with Kelsey right off her win in this winner's bracket. And you faced some really tough opponents so far in the tournament, but you were telling me just now, this is your best tournament performance to date, second ever top cut. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, first time top 8. I made day 2 in Baltimore last year, but yeah, so this is exciting for me.
Definitely. I mean, that last game looked unwinnable, right? On paper, I saw it and I was like, okay, we're going to game 3. But you found a win condition. Talk us through your thought process and just, you know, how you're staying so calm and collected in such tough matchups against such tough opponents.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just have confidence in my Pokemon. Empoleon did really well on the last game, being able to take out that Marowak and then get to a move on Florges. So, I don't know. I'm very just comfortable with my team, which has proved to be successful. Yeah.
Well, the success is continuing for you. And Butters and Speed were just saying how outside of one tournament in 2024, last season was really your first ever tournament, right? So you've improved a lot in the past year. Kind of, how do you get to that point? Because I'm sure a lot of people at home are wondering like, oh, I want to be like Kelsey. I want to make it a big stage and find these improvements myself.
Yeah, I've done a lot of regionals, but yeah, haven't made day 2 since last year. And I do a lot of locals. Shout out to the Philly local scene. And that's been able to help me improve and practice with others.
Awesome. Well, I know you have a long day ahead of you. Any final words or shout outs you'd like to give before we head back to the battles?
Just once again, my team, Sharks and Rec, and then also, I guess, the Philly local scene has been, yeah.
Awesome. Well, wish you the best of luck in this winner's bracket. Let's see if we can continue your performance. Let's head back to the casters for some more battles.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. Congratulations once again to Kelsey. 2 upsets so far. DHC, United, and Kelsey able to take down Elam and Javier, 2 previous champions. And now we have another champion at an even bigger stage. We got Nighttime Clasher, the Latin American international champion, just happened recently, is going to be playing Neural Dylan.
Let's be honest, Butters. When we saw that winner's side bracket, mentally, in my mental telestrator, I circled 2 names. I circled Elam's and I circled Nighttime Clasher. So Elam's already fallen here in our winner's side bracket to start the day, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the tournament. Nighttime Clasher taking on the trainer that brought down Dunebug 97. So I don't know. I don't know if he's shaking in his boots. He's usually pretty calm.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to take down Dunebug, you have a shot at Nighttime Clasher as well. And another theme is these top trainers in Javier, Nighttime Clasher, and Elam all brought Lapras.
That's true.
And there was the only 3 Lapras in that winner's side. 2 of the Laprases have failed. Can Nighttime Clasher come out with that Lapras? These players are ready on the stage. Let's head down, see the teams. Actually, Lapras is a Pokemon that we didn't see that often from Nighttime Clasher in day number 1. It was almost always the Azumarill, Shadow Scizor, Corviknight, and Guzzlord.
Lapras has been very steady for Nighttime Clasher. I think this is a very balanced team, and I think that it allows for a lot of skill expression. But Butters, I gotta say, I don't think Lapras is the star water type in this particular matchup. Look at that Azumarill and some of the matchups it's got versus the Talonflame, versus that Shadow Kanto Marowak, versus that Guzzlord, and you can also hit back neutrally against most of these other Pokemon here. You're really only afraid of Trailblaze, Florges, and the Empoleon.
Well, I believe we've seen this before also with Nighttime Clasher facing against a Shadow Talonflame or a Talonflame user, where you can protect that Shadow Scizor with the core of Azumarill and Guzzlord. And these are 3 of the 4 Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher is extremely comfortable with. Maybe he sits the Scizor all together, but I feel like that core between the Azumarill and Guzzlord is going to make an appearance for sure in this game. You just have to be scared of that Florges. So do you bring a Shadow Scizor that can counter that, or do you bring another Pokemon? Here we are. We're locked in. Game number 1, and there is the Corviknight. It's going to be matched up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, very nice lead here for Nighttime Clasher. Not going to do a lot of damage with the sand attacks, and those mud slaps are neutral. However, it does take a little bit longer for the Kanto Marowak to get up to the rock slide. I think this is pretty neutral, but Corviknight has a slight edge.
Yeah, it's just because you have that resistance, of course, to the mud slap. You have to land the payback, which you did right here. Landing that payback is huge. Now, once you absorb this rock slide, you can decide to throw your air cutter right before another rock slide is available. Because even if you take a Bone Club, it's not the end of the world. That actually allows you to farm up more and pivot into the Empoleon here. Maybe gonna bank up an attack for Nighttime Clasher while doing super effective sand attack, swapping into the Guzzlord, trying to take the Hydro Cannon, but fails.
Look at the patience from Dylan there, going up to 6 Metal Sounds. Nighttime Clasher trying to swap and catch. Just one over the charge attack timing, but Neurodylan holds onto that energy, fires the Drill Peck correctly into the Guzzlord.
And this was a smart play by Nighttime Clasher. You see how he could have pivoted into either Guzzlord or Lapras to absorb this energy from Empoleon? I think he's expecting a Florges in the back. There is no Florges in the back, but I think that's a safer move. Find a target for your Guzzlord that can do okay, can soak that energy no problem, and just be happy with it.
We saw this with Chemcoop and his Cradilly, right? Similar principle when he's facing Scizor teams. I think that is a universal strat that you could apply across metas, across teams, and across events. Another Brutal Swing coming through here from the Guzzlord. This might actually be enough to knock out the Empoleon, so Neurodylan gonna hang on to it. He might be able to Metal Sound down. Nighttime Clasher avoids that by swapping out.
And then swap, counter swap, and now you are gonna get to that rock slide before the side wave is able to knock out. This will get the first Protect Shield of the game, I'm assuming, from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah.
And there it is. He wants to hold on to the health of this Lapras that would have been super effective. And this is terrible for the Talonflame in the back, because not only do you have a Sparkling Aria already available, there's energy on Corviknight as well.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. Nighttime Clasher sees the Empoleon. The Talonflame is not coming out. Neurodylan wants some of this energy off of the Lapras, needs to empty out those energy storage banks in order to give Talonflame a chance. Drill Peck connects there.
And now he's not at his switch timer yet, so he has to throw the Sparkling Aria. He was not going to be able to side wave down, so taking out one of the charge attacks from this Lapras, but the Talonflame coming in needs to be able to incinerate down this Lapras before the next Sparkling Aria is available.
Nighttime Clasher going up there for 9 Psy Waves into the Sparkling Aria. Every ounce of energy he can possibly get. He can do 4 more Psy Waves here before the next Sparkling Aria. I think he's within range. He's really close. Actually is able to clutch it up. This is going to be super effective damage. Shadow Talonflame is not the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta, and this Lapras might be the trump card for game number 1.
And a 3-ball flex for Nighttime Clasher, a Protect Shield for some extra flair, and Lapras is back. It went down 2 times so far in day number 2, but just picked up that win and just held on with that sliver of health. Dylan needed to knock out with that Incinerate before the next Sparkling Aria was available to have a chance. But remember, even though Corviknight had energy, probably could have got to a payback as well.
Here's the thing, right? In that battle number 1, Nighttime Clasher led the Corviknight. He's almost like begging the Talonflame to come out. Like, hey, if you want to beat Corviknight, your best answer is going to be your own flying type in that Talonflame with Incinerate. Does Neurodylan kind of stay too long mentally on game 1 and over-adjust to that? Meanwhile, Nighttime Clasher has moved on. That's something that I really think we don't talk about enough in these series. Do you adjust to your opponent's game 1 team, or do you adjust to what you think they're going to do in game 2?
Yeah, and that's so hard too when you're playing such an experienced trainer. These trainers have more times that they've been able to decide, hey, do I try to use a team of 3 to scare a Pokemon off and then win that game, and then number 2 is just, I'm just gonna keep rolling over like a snowball.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would say in that game number 1, you're kind of even inviting Guzzlord too, because you're running Lapras and Guzzlord yourself and you don't show Azumarill. I think Dylan has the opportunity to pivot into Guzzlord, but it's so hard, and that does come down to the experience. Nighttime Clasher just has so many more reps in these moments, but Dylan was able to take down Doombug yesterday, so can he reverse sweep Nighttime Clasher here? And Talonflame into Shadow Kanto Marowak is a good way to start.
Yeah, exactly. We started off with a Shadow Kanto Marowak versus a flying type in game number 1. This time a little bit different here as we turn the tables, but Lapras coming out. You got to expect Neurodylan is going to shield here and at least get off some of this energy from the Talonflame.
Well, now do you just stay in 2 shield, flame charge, and just try to get through the Lapras here? Let's see if, yes, I think he is going to try to do that. I think he's just going to try to roll through the Lapras and try to see if he can beat that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back neutrally. The flame charge does land, but if you can't get to the Incinerate knockout right here, there's going to be another Arya. And so you have to throw your flame charge to get a protect shield. And Nighttime Clasher's thinking about it. Do I have more than 1 health? I think he does.
He does. Yeah, he absolutely has more than 1 health. Could have shielded here and gotten off the Sparkling Arya to take the second shield, but instead kind of bides his time, coming in with the Guzzlord, looking for a massive Dragon Tail down. I'd be shocked not to see a shield here from Nighttime Clasher because the Talonflame is now double boosted from the back-to-back flame charges.
Yeah, but now he gets the shield back and he gets alignment. He gets to put his Florges into the Guzzlord, but Guzzlord did get the full farm down, meaning he has a Sludge Bomb. Here comes the pivot, not caring about the alignment. Instead, the Brutal Swing is going to be coming through into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It seems like Dylan is just going to put all his hopes into Florges.
Which is not a bad bet when you consider the third Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher being the Marowak that Dylan has already seen. This is actually really clever by him, and this might throw a wrench into Nighttime Clasher's plans.
And I see Nighttime Clasher. He's looking at his phone, looking at his team sheet, looking back and forth. What could be that last Pokemon? I think he's just doing the math in his head. You see him going back and forth there. There's the Brutal Swing. There's 1 protection remaining. I don't think you use it. You try to go for the Fairy Wind down. It's all up to Florges now. Florges has has a super effective in Trailblaze and super effective in Chilly Water. I think you want to chill the waters. I think you want to lower the attack, and you need to throw it. And no, actually going for the Trailblaze.
Big Trailblaze. No protection either from Nighttime Clasher. All he has left is that Guzzlord with a bit of energy and very little HP. He allows a super effective charge attack to come through, and now the Fairy Wind's still even more damage. Maybe he's trying to go back-to-back Bone Clubs.
And the first Bone Club is probably going to get protect shielded. Is there the back-to-back available? Or can you get to an attack with 1 more Fairy Wind? Yes, get to the attack, get the protect shield here. I think you have to use it. Now, do you try to swap? He has a swap available.
Do we see the instant swap? Do we see a blind switch? Does Nighttime Clasher wait for the Fairy Wind to come through? Dylan decides to throw a Fairy Wind now, swap, but he's not going to fall for it. Nighttime Clasher holds on to his energy, fires off the Mud Slap and the Rock Slide.
The patience there from Nighttime Clasher, and the Rock Slide is going to land into that Florges, and Nighttime Clasher is going to win this series 2-0.
Woo, little jump scare there as Florges had a great matchup against the back end there of the Shadow Kanto Marowak and Guzzlord. But look at Nighttime Clasher. I got to be honest, when you're on center stage at LAIC in the grand finals, taking on someone like Pato Man, I think that just kind of sharpens all your senses. And coming here to Toronto, I think he looks pretty calm.
Yeah, there might be 2 stories being written in Toronto. One about all the underdog success, and then also, how about Nighttime Clasher coming off a Latin American International Championship and his next tournament going to the winner's semis, looking dominant. I mean, it speaks to his ability to win the first ever limited meta that was available in Pokemon GO Championship Series. He might just be playing at another level right now.
And here's the thing, right? When you approach a limited meta, it kind of forces you to use Pokemon that you normally wouldn't use in the Open Great League, and you have to look for nuances in matchups. You have to look at just slight ways to gain an edge because you do see so many mirror matches throughout the event. We're going to get another limited meta at EUIC, so I think this is a very important mindset, and those tools that you acquire from learning and practicing in that meta, you can also apply to the Open Great League because we do have so many mirror matches, so many Shadow Kanto Marowak, so many Florges, Lapras, and beyond. I think it's honestly a mode of thinking that you can apply to any meta in any season.
Well, and to that point, talking about the GO Battle League, if you're new to watching Championship Series and you didn't know, the Latin American International Championships was a limited meta, which is just like a cup that we have in the GO Battle League, where only certain species or types are available. It is a condensed meta. And to be able to utilize that knowledge that you might use in GBL and then come out in Breakout in a brand new meta is incredibly hard, but it's something that you can practice as well, because of course we will have more limited metas in Championship Series. So you might want to practice those cups and try to get a feel for how to prepare if it's not Open Great League.
Butters, real quick, before we take a look at the loser side bracket, I wanted to ask you, do you have a Pokemon that's really standing out to you in terms of the EUIC metagame that you think could be really viable? I got a couple in mind.
Okay, well, you go for it.
All right, I really like Dragalge. I think you can run either Acid or you can run Dragon Tail. And a little bee told me about Shadow Beedrill with Bug Bite and Fell Stinger.
Wow.
Thank you for that, Amanda.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our loser side bracket here, though, in Toronto, not get too far ahead of ourselves. We've had a couple of wins off-stream. Stone Collection, Colin, Will, and Dunebug all advance to the next stage.
This means we will not have a rematch with Rise to Occasion. Unfortunately, he went down to the Bastion of Will D, which will be facing Elam. Colin taking down the Canadian SS Thorn, and Stone Collection trying to rack up some more championship points for his travel award that he can get for the North American International Championships.
Well, we have a very stacked loser side bracket. We're going to have more matches on stream, but right now, I would love to hear from our reigning LAIC champion and Togo Tomorrow enthusiast. So talk to Nighttime Clasher for us.
Thanks, Will. I'm here with Nighttime Clasher, the Togo Tomorrow enthusiast who has just advanced to the winners semi-finals here on day 2. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I wasn't like a huge fan of that matchup just because of like the jealousy and the Florges being like pretty prevalent to me, just kind of depending on what lines I would choose. So I was like, I feel like I was playing on the back foot the whole time, trying to like guess what was in the back, and it could honestly be anything.
Yeah, it could have been anything, but it does help when you have the full night to prepare for this one match in the morning, right? So tell us a little bit about your preparation process.
Most of it was not necessarily playing at the matchup, but just like thinking about like the possibilities. I played like the challenge yesterday, and I played like 8 sets and won them all. So I felt like I was pretty like prepared in terms of just gameplay. So I honestly just needed to like talk with some of my friends like SS Thorn, like Emmy Weedle, Lyle Jeffson, Pocket, just and my brother, of course, just getting a good idea of like the matchup, how I would proceed with different leads, and just plan out everything in general. And overall, pretty satisfied with how it turned out.
Seems like a good process that maybe you've been successful with for the last couple of tournaments. I know we've talked a lot about your journey from, you know, the days of asking Rise and Wadaj for trades at the regional and all the way to now being an LAIC champion and a regional champion. So I'd like to hear about what motivates you to continue pushing yourself in this game, in this circuit.
Honestly, just being able to like compete at the highest level of anything, not just Pokemon, is a very like honorable feeling. And having the opportunity to do this, I'm obviously very grateful for. So just don't want to waste the opportunity and just continue playing.
Well, I know a lot of people are looking to see whether you can get your first title on North American soil. I'm curious, after this tournament, what's your plan for your next tournament? Is it an NA tournament or is it something else?
I'm going to Birmingham next week, so we'll see how I do there, honestly. It'll be exciting.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We'll look forward to your first match and then, of course, seeing you continue on the circuit. Let's take it back to the casters for some more matches.
Thank you so much, Soph. And what's most interesting to me is Nighttime Clasher talks about process. As we get into this next matchup with Satire and Dunebug, we have now dropped to the loser side. And process is something that can change your entire career in Championship Series. Yes. You might not always get the result that you want, but it's about the process. And as we see all these underdogs succeed like Satire, what's his process? What's other trainers' process? How can you learn that process to do the same as these trainers? And now, looks like we're almost locked into this series.
One of the best pieces of advice I've ever heard is to not focus as much on outputs, but focus on inputs. Put in the work, put in the process, and the results will show for themselves. Let's jump right in, though. We got Satire taking on Dunebug 97. The Thievul is on my mind, but we got water types on these trainers' minds.
Yeah, and I don't think there is that Earth-type coverage with the Earth Power or the Ground-type coverage. There is Body Slam and Water Pulse for this Gastrodon. This is actually not great in terms of charge attacks because you have the resisted Water Pulse and the double resisted Body Slam. Here comes the Surf. It's kind of a bait, actually, because you can pace that Shadow Ball so much quicker now.
Exactly right. I mean, this is not the Earth Power Gastrodon we saw from Rise to Occasion yesterday, but the Water Pulse is still going to be the better attack here. It's only single resisted versus the double resisted Body Slams. But the Mud Slaps are really doing the talking here for the Gastrodon.
Yeah, no Thievul. Thievul would be great into this Jellicent matchup, but actually sitting it this time, having that Cradilly Talonflame in the back, the Surf is going to be coming out into this Gastrodon. I think it can endure. No, actually does knock out the Gastrodon here. Now, it's going to be hard to farm down because you're running Acid Cradilly, which is resisted into the Jellicent, or the Incinerate from the Talonflame is resisted as well.
Oh, big Shadow Ball coming through here as well from the Jellicent. This is a same type attack bonus, a hard-hitting attack that just got buffed actually with the Precious Paths update. Jellicent can now stack 2 of these devastating charge attacks, but I don't think Satire wants to get hit with 2 of them.
No, but look at the health of this Cradilly. Cradily now and has to give up energy. What is in the back? The Empoleon. The Empoleon can just come in and Metal Sound down, and then if you get some extra energy, you can throw the Hydro Cannons into that Talonflame, and then you also have the Guzzlord for the Talonflame in the back.
Dunebug's knowledge of charge attack priority ties never fails to impress. He goes right up to the Rock Tomb, throws the Hydro Cannon right on cue, taking down the Cradily. But like you said, Butters, emptying a little bit of the energy from that Empoleon, but my goodness, does Talonflame have a tough time versus Guzzlord.
And here comes the first Flame Charge, actually. There's 2 protections remaining, and Dunebug doesn't even protect shield. He lets the not very effective Flame Charge go. It's resisted, chunks a little bit, but you just have the Empoleon in the back as well. Remember, Dunebug's does not have Sludge Bomb. This is not important here, obviously, but one of the few trainers that is running the Dragon Claw and Brutal Swing charge attacks.
Exactly right. A little more neutral, but a little less coverage. Brutal Swing still will hit hard all the same. Another charge attack coming through here from Dunebug97 as he wears down the Talonflame. And Satire, I think, just realizing there's just a road too far to travel here. There's still a healthy Empoleon waiting in the wings. Guzzlord's going to finally shield Flame Charge for Dunebug, but the Dragon Tails, I think, are going to pick up the KO.
Yeah, and one of the few trainers that is not running the Shadow Talonflame, running just the normal one. You just didn't have enough reach to farm down that Guzzlord and get to that Empoleon matchup. Dunebug with a clear and concise victory in that game number 1. Let's talk about the Thievul, because that's a standout pick for Satire. It's really difficult to bring into Dunebug's team.
Correct.
Dunebug is running the Guzzlord, one of the few trainers running just a pure fighting type in the Shadow Primate, and he's also running the Wigglytuff.
Exactly. Well, not even that, Butters. I mean, he's got a Primate, too.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you mentioned that.
The pure fighting type. Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah. So he's got 3 different answers for the Dark-type Thievul, but Thievul is so good neutrally and in super effective scenarios. I think we saw yesterday the Thievul chewing through steel types like Scizor and Empoleon, so maybe the benefits outweigh the risk here for Satire. Maybe he's got to bring it anyway. One Pokemon that I don't expect, though, is the one on the screen. That Cradily, I just don't know if there's a place for it in this matchup.
Yeah, and Dunebug also he left opportunity for Thievul with that first matchup, because you bring the Jellicent, which obviously Thievul will dominate that matchup, and then you brought the Empoleon in the back. That's
Correct.
also neutral as well. So there was 2 opportunities, 2 out of the 3 Pokemon where Thievul had a chance. Dunebug might be one of those trainers that are inviting a Pokemon. I could see that as a strategy.
On purpose.
Yeah, on purpose. Dunebug says, hey, bring Thievul game number 2. I got something ready for you. So I'm not sure, but Satire might have to be careful if he wants to bring that signature pick in this game number 2.
I mean, one of the most important aspects of all competitive Pokemon games is to limit the unknowns, reduce the variables, and if you can encourage your opponent to do something that you want to see, then it can really set you up for success. Satire taking just a few more moments to lock in the team, and for good reason. This is an elimination round. If he loses this next game, his tournament could be over. Dunebug shooting a little look at the screen. I think he's ready and raring to go.
He is locked in, and Satire needs to get a reverse sweep to keep his tournament alive. He started on that winner's side of the bracket, dropped down, now faces Dunebug, a trainer that has won 6 regional championships, and this is not the lead that you wanted. It's the Cradily into the Empoleon. See if there's a pivot. No, actually, Cradily is just going to stay in this battle.
I wonder, as Satire, if you just play this out in the Zero Shield scenario and then just come in with Scizor and try to ramp up that Pokemon. But, I mean, like you said earlier, Butters, got to be expecting the Guzzlord from Dunebug again.
Well, we all see the backlines here, but Satire doesn't. I think that is a great win condition, because his only chance to win is probably just double shielding with the Scizor, and even if he does that, that's going to be tough, because he has that Corsola in the back that's going to be pretty useless against the Guzzlord if you lose the alignment, which it looks like you're going to lose the alignment in this battle.
Yeah, throwing again on charge attack priority, trying to force the energy out. Honestly, Butters, let's add a wrinkle to that strategy we talked about. What if a Satire brings in the Glaring Corsola instead, because he knows it's going to be safe here against the Empoleon? No, he goes with the Scizor.
It's so risky, though, because you can't really farm down. Yes, you use the Protect Shield here, but I think Empoleon gets to another Hydro Cannon, and you'll have to throw energy. So all that energy advantage that you got, you will have to throw it away. Here comes the Jellicent, though, and that means that the Corsola is going to be facing the Guzzlord in the back. Does he go for the Trailblazer and Night Slash? Does go for a Night Slash. Wow, he really needs a boost right here. Can he get a boost?
Right, can he get a boost, everybody? Satire fires it off. Night Slash doesn't come through for him. Maybe we do see a switch into that Galarian Corsa. Again, the number one thing on my mind personally is that Guzzlord from Dunebug97. So good, so neutral. Satire has to see it coming here, right?
And does he try to get a last Protect Shield and then swap out? But the thing is, there is that Protect Shield, but you need to get out of here quick because that Guzzlord is lurking. He's probably only 10 seconds or so away from his timer, maybe 15 seconds away, as you can see from that clock. So now after one charge attack of the Shadow Ball from the Jellicent, you can go back into that Guzzlord, just banking up until almost at the Nightshade.
Shadow Ball getting fired off here. No Protect Shields in play, and Jellicent is going to hit hard with this super effective same type attack bonus charge attack. Swapping now to the Guzzlord to finish the job. Power Gem is locked and loaded though.
And Power Gem is going to be a neutral attack, but against the bulk and might of Guzzlord, you're going to need more than 2 of them. So going to be able to even Dragon Tail down if you want, and then hold on to a double Brutal Sting worth of energy. No, actually decided to throw on charge attack priority. I don't think there's much energy left for that Shadow Scizor.
Dunebug with these charge attack priorities is so oppressive. It is a full court press on anyone that is playing against Dunebug97 because he knows exactly where your energy is at, and he's going to meet you every time you try to make a play.
Dunebug looking dominant, piggybacking from his last performance in Las Vegas where he was your regional champion. He's now advanced to losers round number 3 in comfortable fashion.
Exactly. The Feeble didn't come out in that 2-game series here in our loser side bracket, and unfortunately for Satire, his tournament comes to an end in Toronto. But you have to be proud, right? Piloting Feeble to a top cut and then being knocked out by Dunebug97, I think just about anyone would take that storyline.
No, it's incredible. Just to make day number 2 is a huge feat in itself, and coming in on that winner side, even though his journey does end today, he was one of those underdogs that made a name for himself here in Toronto.
Exactly. Right? A lot to be proud of, and I think a lot to build on as Satire looks to compete in more Championship Series events as time goes on. Remember, everybody, 3 months at a time. That's basically our season length. We get season updates, we get new Pokemon releases. Things are always changing in competitive Pokemon Go, so you need to check in frequently to see if your favorite Pokemon received a buff or is suddenly relevant or got a new charge attack, and you can play.
And as we see Shadow Ball, you might think that's just a small change on the screen there, where it was 55 energy before, and now it's 50. But just that small change can be enough to make it relevant. Jellicent is on Dunebug's team. It is relevant now. We see Licky Licky is extremely relevant in this tournament. Just slight marginal changes over time, season by season. Suddenly, you got a brand new meta, and if it's one of your favorite Pokemon getting buffed over time, you might have a brand new signature Pokemon.
It's one of those updates, right? You saw Licky Licky get rollout, and you said, oh my gosh, suddenly Licky Licky might be relevant. It might be a player that we can use at the highest level of competition. But then you say, oh, Shadow Ball went from 55 energy to 50. Not a big deal. But when you can stack those hard-hitting ghost-type attacks, it is a game changer, like you mentioned, Butters.
Yeah, and even Body Slam got a little buff in an earlier season as well. So just over time, just get a little stronger, and then suddenly you're ready for the big leagues.
Dude, one of my favorite memories is when we were in Hawaii and you were reading off all the changes at the end of Worlds, and the crowd was losing and everybody's going crazy. We like to reveal what we can here on the streams as well. So even if you're just kind of following along and you're a Go Battle League trainer and you want to know, kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the meta, we try to talk about that as well at the regional broadcast.
Yeah, and also the international broadcast. Sometimes they're on Championship Sunday, so you definitely don't want to miss that on Championship Sunday on the main channel as well. If you're not following the main Pokemon channel, and you're only following Pokemon Go.
Exactly. We're going to continue our run here through the bracket in Toronto. We're going to get Elam versus Will D. We're going to get Elam and his Lapras taking on Toadscroll Fortress and Bastiodon. Talk about an unfavorable environment.
Will D just took out Rise to Occasion off stream really early on, so he can handle the likes of Elam if he can handle the likes of Rise to Occasion. I do think it is a lot, not necessarily easier. You might have an easier time when you get to prepare for it on your first matchup of the day.
Sure.
But it didn't work out for Rise to Occasion. But now also Elam maybe wasn't expecting to drop down to the loser side of the bracket, but then suddenly he's facing this Bastiodon Toadscroll team, and that is a huge curveball, change of pace. It's an entirely different strategy.
Exactly. The Pokemon Go meta can be a little bit, I guess, hard to predict, fully. We see a lot of wild things, especially on day number 1, right? And I think some of the best best trainers are able to kind of weather those unconventional picks and also deal with the core meta and the Pokemon that they expect to see. I think there was an event a year or two ago where Colin took on a trainer playing Flachinder, which I'm sure he was not expecting. Those things happen, right? You see wild things, and trainers find interesting wrinkles.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you might think that Pokemon's a little silly. I can handle that, but
yeah.
Bastion and Toedscruel, that's no laughing matter. If you get aligned poorly into that matchup, it could be over for you. And honestly, in the Championship Series stage, it kind of makes for some fun matchups because it's also, these trainers are so good, even if they lose the alignment, they can still win the battle because they're protecting their team against that strategy, and they see the full team of 6, unlike the Go Battle League. So in the Go Battle League, it can be kind of frustrating sometimes, but actually, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of enjoy watching it sometimes, like just like a one-off. Like if everyone was running it, I wouldn't like it, but like a one-off, I'm like, oh, okay, that was nice.
It's fun to watch. But I have a pop quiz for you before we go to the interview. Pop quiz: is a Toedscruel Seed Bomb enough to KO a Gastrodon?
Well, if you watch day number 1 in Toronto, it is not.
Not quite.
I thought it was.
Okay.
I announced as it was, but it was not.
All right, well, we do have an interview down on the floor. Sophia, talk to our most recent winner. It's actually Caleb.
Thank you, Speedy and Butters. You know, not everyone knows their damage values, but Doombug sure does. I'm here with Doombug right off his win. How are you feeling after that one?
Feeling really good. That's my fourth top 8 of the season. All 4 regionals I've attended this season have been top 8s. 5th consecutive day 2 to start the season. I'm very excited about my performance so far here.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a lot of great seasons in the past, but this is looking like a really good season too, right? 3rd place at Pittsburgh, 1st place at Las Vegas. Still a lot of time to go in this tournament too. I know you're on the loser side, but you're no stranger to being on the loser side and still winning it all. Obviously, winning it would be great, but what are you looking forward to this season? Because you're already Worlds qualified.
Looking forward to just having more fun, just keeping my foot on the throttle while I just keep trying to keep all these good performances coming.
All right, awesome. And, you know, I know a lot of people are wondering, how does Doombug do it? You ran back the Shadow Primeape, and I think 2 other Pokemon on your team as your take on the meta. What is your take? Because I know not a lot of people run Shadow Primeape in general in the last meta, but definitely not in this one either.
Yeah, I noticed with this new season, there's been a lot of fast move pressure introduced into this season. So tried to use a team that can kind of counteract that with some spammy charge attacks, like the Guzzlord with the brutal swings, Jelly with the new buff Shadow Ball. Can really kind of offset that fast move, that fast attack pressure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the Guzzlord too, because I noticed you're probably one of the few, maybe if the only player to run the Dragon Claw Brutal Swing variant instead of Sludge Bomb, right? And Sludge Bomb giving that coverage for the fairies, but you're kind of leaning heavily into those stab charge attacks. What's your reasoning behind that?
So I saw, like, leading up to this tournament, a lot of the practice tournaments, there was Altera is probably one of the most common dragons in those tournaments. So Dragon Claw really helps shore up that matchup, and I know I'm going to lose to fairies in general, so I feel like Dragon Claw is just nice neutrally in a lot of situations.
All right, sounds good. Well, looking forward to seeing you on the stage again for future battles. Any final shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out to Dylan, who we did play, my boyfriend. I love you so much. And yeah, shout out to the collective, AJ, Dirk. Love y'all. Can't wait to make y'all proud again.
All right, best of luck in your future battles. You gave us some great team building advice. We got some more team building advice for you all, for those at home.
Welcome in, everyone. As you know, there's always construction in Toronto, so I brought 3 of the best team builders in the world to talk about their Pokemon Go team building strats. We got SS Thorn, who actually reached the grand finals in Toronto with Clefable. We've got Dilap Chung, who won a tournament in Canada and is an elite team builder, and then the one, the only, Nighttime Clasher, who just won LAIC. So we're gonna have a fun conversation, maybe pick up some good team building tips from our esteemed guests here. SS Thorn, you wanna start us off?
Sure. Well, when I got 2nd place with Clefable, what I was trying to do is start over one Pokemon, then go from there. But now what I try to do is choose a core and then see what other Pokemon or cores pair well with that.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
For me, the year that I won, or the tournament that I won, was 2023 Vancouver. And at the time, Spark Lantern was very, very popular. But what I had instead, I had the Water Gun Lantern, which actually didn't get revealed till the 2nd day. It was a surprise for everyone. And also I had Alolan Ninetales. And tips for team building, I would say, is pick one really good Pokemon that's gonna defeat most of the meta, and then start building your rest of the team around that Pokemon to cover for its weaknesses.
There was a time where I put a lot of effort into team building, researching things like Togedemaru, Abomasnow, and like Tapu Fini. Those are some pretty fun teams to run. But honestly, these days, I think the most important thing is to have someone you trust, like have someone who you believe in their team building abilities and become great friends with them. My brother actually puts in a lot of effort into his team building, and he was able to give me a fantastic LAIC team. And I'm looking forward to what his Toronto team can do.
Well, Eric, I remember your first top cut was actually with Togedemaru. So you said that great friends are a big key in how you've changed your team building, but also scrims are a part of that. So how has your scrim approach changed over the years?
It's definitely more important just to like get reps with like any Pokemon, any combination, because whether you end up using them or not, you can always play them. So just understanding them from like both perspectives is just generally important. Never go thing. And then if you've done so many reps with all these different Pokemon, you can just pick up any team the day before the tournament, and like, what's the worst that could happen?
Eddie, you mentioned that Water Gun Lantern and Alola Ninetales were big surprises back in 2023. But since then, Pokemon Go has moved to an open team sheet where all of the movesets are visible to you and your opponent. So how has that changed your approach going into the tournaments recently?
Well, I haven't won a tournament in a while, so maybe that's a factor in why I haven't won in a while. But how's it changed my approach? Instead of surprising maybe with movesets, maybe I would say with knowing the matchup well, I would say like, oh, like for Furret, maybe you can Trailblaze first and then Swift next. Or if I use Florges, then knowing when to Chilling Water first, knowing when to Trailblaze first. That's an important part of the matchup that you should know in order to win key matchups instead of just losing them, right?
I mean, to give everyone an example, before the cameras turned on, they were literally discussing bubble beaming a Lapras with your Araquanid in order to reach a Psywave breakpoint. So these trainers know exactly what's up. SS Thorn, I wanted to follow up on your question. A lot of people will think of, like Dilap said, maybe one key Pokemon. You mentioned cores. Do you ever build in trios? Like, do you ever pick 3 Pokemon and say, this is going to be a solid team, and I can just lock in these 3 if I'm not sure about what to do next?
Well, usually at the start, I pick only 2 Pokemon, but as I progress in my team building, I definitely start seeing like one Pokemon that pairs well with my core, and then try to go from there. So yeah, I think trios is also a great way to build a team.
Awesome. Well, it's been a great conversation. Nighttime Clasher, Dilep Chung, and SS Thorn. Watch these trainers on the bracket here this weekend in Toronto, and we'll head back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Toronto Regionals. We're here in day number 2 to close out this tournament. I'm Caleb Pang, I'm joined with Softov, and we see some incredible storylines, incredible action. I'm looking forward to some more.
Yeah, this has been such a fun tournament so far. You know, we've seen all these storylines, players like Nighttime Clasher who are going for back-to-back titles. Actually, Dunebug, in a way, is also going for back-to-back regional titles. And then I've got all of these players like DHC United, who, you know, in their only 3rd tournament have already advanced to the top 6. But we're still here on the losers side of the bracket. We've whittled the field down to 12. We're now narrowing it down to 8. And we're going to have some great matches coming up. And right now, we've got Elam versus Will D, who just beat Rise to Occasion.
Yes, you name some big name players, but speaking of big names, Elam is one of them. However, I feel like he's facing off against the champion Slayer in a way. He's facing off against Will D, who has had quite the tournament. So this is actually Will D's 3rd ever tournament. First was Hartford 2023, took what, 3 years off, and then came back to Las Vegas a few months ago, played in that one, and ran a very, maybe controversial team. You can say that, right? As a Bastion enjoyer myself, this is even controversial, maybe on levels that even I'm not familiar with, but running the Furret, Bolt Switch, Fortress, Wigglytuff, Bastion, Hydro Pump, Azumarill, a Toad Scroll. It's an interesting one for sure. Maybe not something that people expect to work. However, let me tell you about his bracket run. Day number 1, goes down to loser bracket right after round 2. Faces off against a ton of opponents, but some of these you might know. Lao Jeffs III, 3-time regional champion. Beats him. Beats LNDS Hard Jeff. 3rd place in Worlds last year. 4, 5-time regional champion. I don't know. I've lost count, right? Multiple 2 international titles, or 2 international trophies won as a 1st place as well. Beats him. And then starts off day number 2 off the broadcast at the tables, beating Rise to Occasion. What, 4-time, 5-time regional title? Anyway, a lot of champions. Too many, right? And now he's facing off against Elam. You're like, is he nervous? I don't know. I mean, if he's nervous for this one, that wouldn't even make sense because he probably was nervous a couple hours ago into yesterday. But I feel like if I'm facing this team, I'm more nervous than anything else because it is a pretty polarizing team, and in the right spots, no matter how skilled you are, you just can't outplay it. Let's see if Will D continues his very interesting run here in his 3rd ever tournament in Toronto against Elam, another juggernaut in the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have 3, 4, 5, who knows how many titles, but I can tell you what, none of these players want to be in this matchup versus Will D. I mean, I know Will D is excited for this matchup. I saw him out on the floor, but I mean, yeah. you see Toadscruel, Wigglytuff, Bastardon, and you know this is going to be a tough matchup. I mean, looking at these teams, I'm trying to find whether there's anything on Elam's team that is kind of reliably neutral into Will D's team. I mean,
there's no neutrality here at all.
Maybe the Scizor is like the best all-around pick, but I mean, it's going to be so tough. Will D has, you know, options.
You got the Toadscruel, the Hydro Pump Azumarill. That makes the matchup a little bit more uncomfortable too. And on top of it, it's a Volt Switch Fortress. Well, let's see how we play it out here as we go into game number 1. This is a slightly more neutral matchup for sure. It's going to be the Furret into the Guzzler. Furret being probably the most neutral Pokemon for Will D's team. But oh wait, he's running Brick Break on it too. This actually changes the matchup.
Yeah, this Brick Break is going to be super effective on the Guzzlord, fighting type damage there. Elam's going to let it go. It doesn't actually do a ton of damage. It's also non-stab, and you are still resisting these sucker punches. So I would still give the advantage to Guzzlord in this matchup. You see Elam already at a 2nd Brutal Swing.
He gets the guaranteed debuff on the Guzzlord, putting him close to Swift range. And you see Will D spending the shield, maybe expecting it's going to be the Sludge Bomb, but now comes another Brutal Swing. I don't think he's going to spend the shield here. I mean, the name in the game for Will D's team is Alignment, right? So he's fighting for switch advantage. He might be able to get it. And this Toadscruel actually looks pretty potent in the back. You really want to avoid the Volt Switch Fortress against the Marowak. But I think Elam's catching on to the game. He's saying, you know what? He needs switch advantage, which means I need switch advantage. He's at the Brutal Swing. Does Will D continue? Oh, wait, he's over farming and now allowing Will D to throw another move. Does Elam just double shield? He spends both shields here. And that's the thing, right? These are the mind games when we play these kind of teams. You're thinking, well, if I don't have switch advantage, I probably lose the game. But now Toadscruel looks pretty strong into the entire team of Elam.
Yeah, I mean, Will D has a couple of win conditions, right? One is alignment, and one is what he has here, which is going to be switch advantage. Sorry, not switch advantage, but energy and shield advantage. He's coming in with the very bulky Fortress to absorb the energy on the Guzzlord, but looking at Elam's backline, Scizor and Shadow Marowak, both of those are going to struggle without shields.
Yeah, and Will D makes the right call, bringing in the Fortress, not knowing the backline of Elam yet, but making this prediction. It is a resisted damage against the Guzzlord, which actually gives him even more energy to play around. He's just leaning on the Toadscruel, expecting that there might not be a Corviknight back. He's making the right call here, and now you have a ton of energy. What do you do if you're Elam? Yes, you probably bring in the Marowak, but that's Earthquake, and Earthquake does a good chunk of damage, and then he's got the Toadscruel with the shield to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, this is really going to come down to that Scizor versus Toadscruel matchup. Will D is reaching right for. Let's see how fast Elam can react. One Mud Slap and switches, but Toadscruel, it doesn't actually have a charge attack that can really hit the Scizor. So if the Scizor is somehow able to come out of this matchup, it might be able to do something.
I mean, he's got debuff after debuff Pokemon, and this is going to be a guaranteed debuff on the wrap. Could just put it in the Mud Slap territory. Can Elam get to a second Night Slash? She absolutely needs to shore up this matchup and try to set up the Marowak for success. But these Mud Slaps are adding up. Same type attack bonus as well. And you get the full Mud Slap down, and he's at the C-Bomb after one more Mud Slap. He's going to take it out after this one. This is not a Gastro in full health. This will KO the Shadow Marowak as Will D takes another win off of a champion.
And that is a fantastic game number 1 for Will D, right? Multiple win conditions. You see this a lot with players who have alignment-based team. They just stick a neutral Pokemon in the front with an, you know, a very polarizing core in the back. But Elam actually, I think, may have miscounted in the lead a little bit, had to use that second Protect Shield when he otherwise probably could have just thrown a Brutal Swing, but Will D really took advantage of that, allowing that Toad Scroll to shine versus the Scizor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point too, right? Elam, a fantastic player, but not every player can make those misplays, and I think you're right, because he didn't throw that move, it forced him to spend his second shield, and even though he won the alignment, the backline for Will D with that shield advantage was really strong. He's making the gamble that there is not a Corviknight in the back, and if it's not a Corviknight in the back, he could pretty much beat anything in the back with this line. He made the right read, and it's paid off. I mean, he's been making a lot of reads here too. It's a pretty wild team, but hey, it's been working.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty polarizing, but Pokemon like that Fortress, the coverage with Rock Tomb and Earthquake is really, really flexible, actually, in a way. So, you know, some of these Pokemon look pretty polarizing, right? Especially the Wigglytuff, Toedscroll, Bastiodon, but I mean, Fur and Fortress are pretty flexible in terms of their coverage. Fortress also has some good bulk to it, especially because Will D is not running that Shadow variant. And so I think he kind of understands the dimensions of all these different Pokemon that he's running and where they really shine.
And this is the exact same team Will D ran in the last Go Battle League season meta Tails transformation in Las Vegas, except he replaced the Annihilate with the Furret, giving a little bit more neutrality, and it's been paying off for him in this tournament. He got 17th there, but he's looking for more as he finds a terrible lead. Let's see if Will D can find a way around it. He brings in the Toad Scroll, and now this is, I don't know, is this a good matchup is the real question. You're throwing all neutral attacks, and you can start debuffing. He can win Switch here now.
Yeah, honestly, I think it comes down to just shield usage. Elam does not look happy with this matchup, so that's cluing me into the fact that maybe this is a good matchup for the Toad Scroll. I think Guzzlord might be able to force a shield, at least, from the Toad Scroll, but if Will D wants alignment, I think he can get it. But he actually does let this first Brutal Swing go.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take the Dragon Tails afterward, no problem, and is closing in on the next wrap. I mean, oh, and he throws a C-Bomb instead. Maybe on charge attack priority now, forced to spend a shield, so maybe a slight miscue. Could have left with a little bit more energy, a little bit less health to give less energy back to Elam. Elam might just let this go, because at this point in time, you are being threatened with KOs from just Mud Slap alone. Does Elam shield? Oh, he does spend the shield on the lower energy C-Bomb. Let's see if it's going to play out or not favorably as another Brutal Swings reach. Will D, you know what he knows what he's got to do. He's going to shield up for that alignment, going to go for the full Mud Slap down and leave with a wrap and a C-Bomb.
Yeah, and it looks like Will D does gets the alignment that he needs. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to make a charge attack against the Scizor. I don't think Elam can afford to bring in the Shadow Kanto Marowak here, unless he wants to make the hard read with the Wigglytuff in the back. Looks like Toedscroll is able to reach a charge attack here, but Elam, of course, knowing that it's just either a wrap or a C-Bomb, lets it go.
Yeah, good news from Elam. Elam has a chance to sweep actually with that Shadow Marowak, but Shadow Marowak, not the bulkiest of Pokemon. It's got some bulk to it, but could be a little bit tough of a situation. In comes the Fortress, the right play for Will D. Elam leads with a nice slash. Will D maybe going for the debuff, the resistant Rock Tomb would be brutal, because now it makes it a little bit more of an annoying matchup for Elam against the Wigglytuff. He's not going to shield. Timer's going to be misaligned though, which means that Elam can make a calm play later. But first comes the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, timers are going to be misaligned, which means potentially that after a couple of these Bone Clubs, Elam might have the opportunity to switch out into the Scizor to finish off this Wigglytuff.
Scizor only left with a nice dash. It's going to be resistant damage, but after the Mud Slap and maybe some Bullet Punches, it might just be enough as Will D is closing in on that Swift. I don't think the Scizor is in Swift range though, and Elam looking at his timer, trying to get over there as soon as possible. Not quite there yet, and now the Icy Wind and the Swift. Oh, Will D just going for the farm down. Wait, hold on. I think this is the win condition for him, because he doesn't want to give extra energy to the Scizor. He knows that he'll be stuck in there, and now he's just going for the Bolt Switch down potentially against this Scizor. Does Scizor have what it takes? Two nice edges will be able to do it, and you can see Will D not loving this. I don't think he has enough damage with the Bolt Switch before Elam outpaces.
Yeah, Elam is just, it looks like 4 Bullet Punches away, so he's going to reach it right here. Volt Switch, not enough damage. Will D at the Rock Tomb, but of course loses charge attack priority, and Elam going to be able to even up the series.
All right, can Elam stop Will D's run here in Toronto? I'm sure some onlookers for people still in the tournament are hoping for it, because Elam might be a tough competitor, but that is not a fun team to play into for any competitor, and Will D trying to make things difficult for every single champion he's facing.
you know what, that team advantage, or the team alignment was really great for Elam there. He got the Kanto Marowak aligned with the Volt Switch Fortress, but honestly, the game was still kind of close at the end. We saw it coming down to charge attack priority. So I feel like Will D, you know, maybe if he can just get a little bit better of alignment with his team, he's going to be in a really good position.
I mean, I would hope so with that kind of team, right? If you get the alignment, it's usually GG's, and that's a tough part for these competitors because usually top players like to play these neutral matchups so they don't have to rely on the alignment. But when you face a team like this, you have no choice. And it feels like it's just a coin flip, but how is Will D winning so many coin flips against so many competitors? You would think it would catch up to him eventually, but so far, he's trying to keep that streak alive as we head to a pivotal game number 3 between these two competitors.
Yeah, I mean, to give Will D some credit, though, he isn't just flipping coins repeatedly, right? Yes. He's bringing Pokemon like the Furret, like the Fortress, that have that really flexible coverage, and he's adjusted their movesets, right? You see Fortress typically running with Bug Bite, Furret typically running with Trailblaze to really suit the team that he has.
I mean, look at the accomplishments too, right? This is the first ever top cut for Will D, first ever day 2. He's looking for some more. He's feeling great about it as we go into the final game and he gets the exact alignment he's looking for.
Elam gonna switch out right away into that hard counter. Scizor gets a bullet punch off before Will D switches out into the Volt Switch Fortress, and these Volt Switches are really adding up. Elam trying to throw the Night Slash on good timing.
Everyone that can see the backlines is stressed for Elam. If you're an Elam fan, he's got to make a miracle happen. Does he get a boost? No boost, as the first Rock Tomb is going to be thrown. Does Elam shield ever in this situation? Because if you shield, it's fine, but you might get Volt Switch down. He is going to throw up the first shield, though, and that first Night Slash may pay off for him because it was not shield from Will D, doing more damage than the second one would have.
Yeah, and I mean, Elam has to fight for switch advantage here. Will D putting up the shield. He knows he's got Wigglytuff into Guzzlord and wants to maintain that. Elam almost had another Night Slash. Looks like it's going to be charge attack priority, and it is Will D again throwing on the losing charge attack priority, putting up his second Protect shield, but I don't know, man. I don't know if shield advantage is going to help Elam here.
Elam fans, we need your energy because this is looking tough. However, Guzzlord does have that Sludge Bomb. I don't know if you can ever fully Dragon Tail down. It still resisted damage. Even though Will D has this bulky Fortress, and the moves are starting to be thrown, and now you're debuffed. But the problem is Toadscrew resists everything on that Shadow Marowak, and you have super effective C-Bomb and neutral Mud Slash to be thrown. And now, even the Guzzlord's low on health. It's going to be hard for it to even take out the Toadscrew.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Sludge Bomb one hits, but actually Elam pretty close to 2 Sludge Bombs. That could be helpful down the line, but he's going to have to get through this Toadscrew first. Like you said, all of the energy resisted, Grass typing resisting this Bone Club, and of course the Ground typing resisting the Rock Slide.
Elam having all that energy for later is going to be nice, especially with that 40-second switch timer for this season. Gives him the opportunity to swap over, but look at the Mud Slap damage, just really adding up, and Will D over farming it bits. I mean, here's the thing, right? If he throws charge attacks, it whittles down the clock even more, so he's going for that back-to-back first. Can Elam pivot out, or does he just put everything on the Guzzlord? He has to, because it's just like 1 or 2 charms, and the Guzzlord's going to be taken out. But the second Seed Bomb is being thrown, and the Marowak unfortunately spent the shield, but doesn't get much out of it. Will D, he's nodding his head. He thinks he can take down another champion. Guzzlord, though, is full energy, has 2 Sludge Bombs loaded. Wait, it should be enough to KO the Wigglytuff.
He's only going to have to take 1 charm here, because you saw 1 charm go through, another did not. So if Elam can throw this next Sludge Bomb right away here without Wigglytuff getting off a charge attack, it might have some tiny chance versus a Toadscrew in the back. He just needs to reach a Brutal Swing.
Yeah, and Will D, I don't think he has energy on the Toadscrew. Maybe 1 month's time. No, absolutely energy drive. Can Elam find a way? And he does! Absolute miracle match for him. Completely RPS, but he's a 2-time champion and a defending Toronto champion for a reason, as he does take out Will D.
Oh my goodness, Elam pulling out a miracle there. We've seen him pull out miracles before in past matches, in Atlanta especially, and I don't know how he pulled that off. I think he needed a little bit of luck on his side. Didn't take that charm, didn't have to deal with energy from the Toadscrew at the end, but Elam hanging on by just a razor-thin margin to advance in losers round 2.
I feel like if we zoom in on Elam there, we can see some new gray hair sprouting out because he was stressed, and I think anyone watching was stressed for him. I mean, look, that's exactly the matchup you want for Will D. Like, you can't you know,
cannot
pinpoint
script
that.
it better.
You can't script it better. You can't have a better, like, if he knew what 3 Pokemon Elam's going to bring ahead of time, he would have brought those 3. But Elam, finding a way, playing around with the energy, he spent a shield on Marowak just for it to get hit by another Seed Bomb. The Guzzlord, though, with the Sludge Bomb coverage, I know Doombug said, hey, I don't really need the Sludge Bomb, but luckily he didn't have face Will D, because you probably would need it against this kind of team.
Yeah, I think it really came down to Guzzlord getting that huge farm down on the Volt Switch Fortress right here. You see how much health the Fortress has, and you see how little each Dragon Tail is doing. That means Elam is able to come out with almost back-to-back Sludge Bombs. And I want to call out something that happened at the end as well. Will D only got 1 charm when a Guzzlord had to throw 2 Sludge Bombs, right? And I think if Will D just got 1 more charm of damage, I don't think Guzzlord reaches Brutal Swing versus the Toad Scroll.
And, you know, looking at it, it wasn't an unwinnable matchup for Will D. Here's the small thing that maybe a player with a little bit more experience would have done. They wouldn't have thrown that the Rock Tomb right away into the Guzzlord. He did that, debuffing the Guzzlord, which actually gave the Guzzlord more energy. Elam wouldn't have been close to the double Sludge Bomb if he threw the Rock Tomb right before he got KO'd, and that actually spelled disaster for Will D. But, you know, when you're in such a good matchup, you get lost in the sauce a little bit and be like, I'm feeling great. I got double Super Effective Charm. I got the Toad Scroll for the Marowak. I'm feeling good. But that little small adjustment could have made the difference. However, still a fantastic performance from Will D. Already his best ever performance in his 3rd ever tournament after taking, what, 3 years off, right?
Yeah.
And going from 17th to now, I think at least a top 8 is still very impressive. And we look forward to some of his tournaments in the future. Some people might not if he brings the same team, but hey, if it works, it works.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of players looking forward to it, but, you know, maybe he's picked up some fans at home. But yeah, like you said, maybe a couple of small adjustments, but I think when you have such a dominant matchup like that, you know, Wigglytuff into Guzzlord, and you can get alignment, I think it's really easy to kind of just tunnel in on, if I win alignment, I win the game, right? And it's really easy to forget things like, you know, oh, if I Rock Tomb, I'm going to give it a little bit more farm. So, you know, a lot to think about during these matches for sure, but I think that's just something that comes with experience.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, and again, right, a little bit controversial team. Some people might not like it, but I know a lot of you at home love that team. But I've seen some Bastion, Toad Scroll teams plenty in Go Battle League, and Will D trying to make that work in that competitive series as well. Great performance from him, but Elam still has a chance to defend his back-to-back title.
Exactly. He is the reigning Toronto Regional Champion. I don't think we've ever had anyone defend their title in the same city. I think the closest, there's 2 things that come to mind. One is Dialab winning Vancouver, and I think getting 2nd the year after. And then Elite won the Fresno.
It's the other way around.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
2nd and then 1st.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
You're correct, though. That is a close one, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think Elite winning Fresno and Sacramento, like, we didn't get those cities either, like, back-to-back years, but I think they're kind of replacements for each other. But I don't think we've ever had anyone win the same city twice, unless you have a counterexample and I'm just wrong.
You might be wrong, but I don't think you're all wrong. Yeah,
Okay.
I think there's some pretty good facts there. Someone got fact check us at home, but this would be a potential first, and very exciting times if Elam is able to do that. And he's still on his way in this loser's bracket.
Yeah, he's made losers runs before. I think in his Toronto run last year, he was on winner's side for almost the entire tournament up until winners finals. And then Atlanta, he did actually enter in on the loser's side. So, you know, players like Elam, players like Dunebug, they've made so many losers runs in all of their many, many tournaments. And, you know, they're used to being in these situations where, you know, your back's against the wall, you're down 0-1 and you're in the loser's side and you're still able to pull things out.
Well, I don't know how used to you are about facing these kind of teams. Elam's battled many people, but I'm curious to hear his thoughts. Let's take the floor with Will and Elam.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Soph. I'm here with Elam, who honestly pulled off one of the biggest miracles I've seen in a long time in the championship series. Caleb, I heard you say, send Elam your energy. Whatever chat was doing, it must have worked. Elam, were you scared?
Absolutely. I did not think I was going to win that 3rd game for sure.
I mean, the alignment was so brutal. You led Guzzlord into the Wigglytuff, and honestly, I didn't see the win condition until probably the last 30 seconds of the game. Butters, he started shouting. He said, he's got double Sludge Bomb.
I honestly got pretty lucky because he hard switched the Toad Scroll at the very end. If he had forced my energy at the beginning, or like, not at the beginning, before going into Wiggly, then definitely it would have been over, but I guess the nerves and yeah, I don't know.
I say that the best trainers are able to handle the Pokemon that they expect to see, you know, the Lapras, the Scizor, and that kind of thing, but they can also handle the curveballs, the random Fletchinder or Bastion Toad Scroll team. Do you agree with that sentiment? Have you faced a lot of curveballs in your career?
I somewhat agree with that sentiment, but if the other player plays perfectly after an RPS, it's probably going to be impossible to come back from.
Elam, you were one of the few previous regional or international champions that is competing here and is still in the bracket. Do you feel expectations? Do you feel like people are watching you and expecting you to go really far, or do you not even think about that and just shut out the noise?
I'm honestly not even thinking about that. When I saw his team, I thought that was going to be it for me. And now I'm like getting my energy back. I was like very down after I saw that, but yeah, I don't really think about that, but I'm definitely gonna do my best. And I heard my next match is gonna be against Doombug, so that should be a fun one.
That's gonna be fireworks. We're gonna head it back over to the casters, Caleb and Soph. What do you think of Elam?
Well, I think Elam pulled off a miracle in that last match, and I cannot wait to see him face off against Doombug. I think they've played a couple of times in the championship series. I think most recently at NAIC, where they're both in the top 8. But before we get there, we've got some more losers matches. Elam, of course, going for his 3rd regional title, but Colin, a player who already has 3 regional titles, going off against Javier. This is actually an international matchup. Colin coming all the way here from Europe, and of course, Javier visiting us from Latin America.
That's right, and we're going to see who can win this specific one and continue their road to that title. I believe Javier hasn't won a tournament to date. I could be wrong that Colin has won, I believe, 3, if I'm not mistaken. He did get that 3rd place and then in 2nd place, and then he's looking for that 1st place this season. Let's see if we can get that 3-2-1 countdown for him. I know a lot of people in Europe are cheering him on. We have one other European player still around. I believe it's Stone Collection. He'll be coming up next, but hey, more European battlers in the tournament, probably better for those European players because, you know, winner of this tournament gets that guaranteed invitation to World Championships as well, which means that that kind of frees up a slot for those, you know, top, I think it's top 65 now for Europe. And you can see a lot. Oh no, he was a champion. My mistake, Javier. I didn't recognize your game, but the Mexico City Special Event Champion 2024, also a finalist in Santiago. He's honestly one of the best players in our circuit as well. So this should be a star-studded matchup here. Javier V20 versus Colin 6. And if you know Colin 6's real name is actually Coin 6, it's going to be Furret versus Shadow Scizor.
And this is a fun matchup. We saw some Scizor versus Thievul action earlier, but I don't think we've seen Scizor versus Furret today, at least on the broadcast. First attack is going to come through. It's going to be that nice slash from the Shadow Scizor. Javier actually going to shield up right away, maybe fearing that he wouldn't be able to get to 2 charge attacks if he let it go.
This Scizor is pretty annoying for the backline, right? You have resisted Sidewave and resisted Dragon Breath, so wants to just take out the Scizor or do as much damage as possible to make the backline matchups as good as possible. The backline also, like the Altar, is not going to appreciate the matchup versus the Azumarill. So Javier just fighting for switch advantage with the boosted Trailblaze. The Sucker Punch damage is really going to add up. I don't know if Colin can even get to another move. He's not even going to wait around to see it. He's going to take a potential boosted Swift on his own for it.
Yeah, switching it in here, and like you said, this is going to mean for Javier that his Altaria gets to avoid that Azumarill. He actually brings it in here, so that's going to be a great matchup for Javier, and I think Javier is going to be pretty happy with how this first game is turning out.
It's kind of wild, too, going from that last matchup with Elam and Will D to a way more neutral situation where things don't seem as clear, but that's what a lot of people are looking forward to as Javier trying to farm up right before the Swift is thrown. Great timing. The Sky Attack, I don't believe, should be enough to KO, and Colin 6 is going to threaten a knockout with this upcoming Swift. I think Swift plus a few Sucker Punches should be enough. But the most important thing is Javier avoided the matchup against that Scizor with Altaria. He could go for a very aggressive farm down with the Lapras afterward, but Colin 6 doesn't want there to be a chance for it as he is going to bullet punch down. Javier just want to chip this down, maybe get a side wave down. No, gets a full Sucker Punch down instead.
And
That's
that is
really
a
good.
great farm down for the Furret there. If he came in with Lapras, he probably would have had to take a charge attack, but this is absolutely fantastic. Also neutralized all of the energy on Colin's side, and now he's actually able to get to this super effective Trailblaze.
Oh, that's going to make things really good for this Lapras. Lapras now only throws resisted charge attacks against the Azumarill, so doing a good chunk of health to this Azumarill is quite nice, but Azumarill did get about a 3-bubble advantage over that Furret, and that's going to make this matchup a little bit less straightforward for that Lapras.
Yeah, this is really interesting because in the zero shield situation, you know, Lapras doesn't really benefit from that because you're only throwing resisted charge attacks. So, and he really has to save energy for the Furret in the back. You don't want to take those Sucker Punches, but you're okay with taking these bubbles. And Azumarill, you know, for its part, it is very bulky. It's going to be able to land another neutral player to take Lapras into the red.
And Colin has a good chunk of health on this Burret. I don't think you can sidewave down from that range, so Javier trying to bank energy in case the Burret comes in so that you could avoid taking a Swift because you are in Swift range at this point in time. He's going to try to overfarm as much as possible. He's going to build for the back-to-back, and he gets it. And here's the problem. This doesn't KO the Zumero, but I think you're in sidewave range. Can Colin pull something out? Here's the real question. He doesn't have enough health. He comes in third for a last desperation move, but not going to be able to do it. You can see him saying the GGs as Javier just 1 or 2 sideways away from taking out this first game.
And Lapras sweeping the end of this game. Azumarill not quite at a charge attack. Even an Ice Beam might have been enough to take out the Lapras there, but Javier coming out on top in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, really great neutral plays from both players, right? Throwing the double resisted Trailblaze at the Scizor, trying to fight for that switch advantage, knowing that that boosted Sucker Punch damage can be crucial, and it paid off because the Scizor couldn't get to another move against the Furret later on. And if he got that Night Slash off, if Colin got that Night Slash off on the Furret, that could completely change the outcome because he wouldn't be able to land that Trailblaze against the Azumarill.
Exactly. Lapras versus Azumarill, it's a pretty close matchup in general, no matter what shielding scenario. But in the zero shield situation, right, Lapras, of course, just throwing resisted charge attacks. You really need the extra damage from that Trailblaze. You see here this important switch, and Scizor getting a little bit of energy, and Javier bringing in the Furret, and it's just barely able to farm down the Scizor before it can reach a Night Slash.
Literally one bullet punch off there, and that was this recipe for success. And you can see Colin, I mean, you don't want to get farmed out either, right? This is about as much as Colin can do. I honestly don't know if Colin made a mistake there, right? Like sometimes you play as well as you can and your opponent just plays slightly better and it's just a little bit out of your control. But that's what makes these games super exciting in these neutral matchups.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Colin could have done anything better. I'm not sure. I mean, I felt like the game started to tilt a little bit in Javier's favor after Colin brought in the Furret, but I mean, I definitely understand why he made that swap.
Yeah, and he even got a Night Slash shield actually on the Furret. As we go into game number 2, Empoleon into Shadow Scizor. Shadow Scizor is going to win this charge attack priority. If he boosts out Night Slash, it could be really, really solid. But we've seen this matchup play out. In the 2 shields, Empoleon should win, right? But there's ways for Colin to catch the energy, maybe save a Night Slash for later. And right now, Javier is going to shield it up, recognizing that if you take this Night Slash damage, it could start threatening KO damage. You could potentially get Bullet Punch out, especially if Colin boosts.
Yeah, this matchup is theoretically really good for Empoleon. I mean, one of few Pokemon that's going to be able to comfortably take these Bullet Punches because it is double resisted. But, I mean, you see here, they're still doing quite a bit of damage. And as you mentioned, Caleb, if Colin gets a Night Slash boost, I think it can actually Bullet Punch down the Empoleon. Javier is just going to let this Night Slash go, though, and I think he is going to be able to, yes, get off this Hydro Cannon right here, as it was a charge attack priority.
Yeah, it makes it read that it wasn't the Trailblaze, even though Colin was at the energy. I don't know if Trailblaze would have been enough. It's a little bit more damage than Night Slash for neutral, but it might have been enough for Javier to still overfarm. He might try to go for a catch. Oh, throws the Drill Peck instead, anticipating a potential catch. I like that read from Javier. The real question is, does he shield? He is going to shield, knowing that the Drill Peck, even though it's less damage into Scizor, is still enough to KO, and just avoiding any potential catches on something like a Azumarill.
Yeah, and we've seen this before where Scizor doesn't have a good matchup versus Empoleon, but look at how low you get the Empoleon. You're forcing it to throw all of its energy, and now, honestly, it's just free farm for whatever comes in. Javier recognizing that, doesn't let the Empoleon get farms down, and now he switches on its Furret, but it's actually behind just a turn.
And Colin is going to get this Swift off first. Let's see what Javier does, or what Colin does, really, because he's the one that's locked in. Colin is not. Do you want to come to a Furret with this much energy is the real question. Oh, and Javier actually goes for the Trailblaze that wants to boost up this damage, knowing that he's going to get outpaced on the next Swift anyway.
Yeah, Javier already at the Trailblaze, actually, and I think Colin, yeah, isn't going to switch out because, of course, he doesn't want to take a boosted, super effective Trailblaze on his Azumarill. Just going to be able to take out this Furret with the Swift. Actually, it might barely hang on with a sliver of HP, but I think the next fast attack is going to take out the Furret.
Oh, can he get the Swift off this question? Oh, he barely does, but Colin makes a great catch onto Azumarill. However, now, Javier, just like last game, can chip the Azumarill, but now Azumarill has a little bit less energy, and he has Furret in the back with energy, but you avoid a Trailblaze on the Lapras. You again can overfarm to make it hard for Colin to come in, combo play, or do any significant damage with the Furret, and Javier yet again is in a commanding position.
Yeah, but this time the Azumarill has a little bit more health, right? It took, well, I mean, I guess Swift actually, I think, was boosted as well, so it does quite a bit of damage. But, I mean, we saw how close the Azumarill was in the last game to another charge attack, so I'm wondering if that extra sliver of health is going to help the Azumarill maybe reach a third charge attack if it really needs to. But like you said, still a lot of Pokemon in the back line for both of these players.
The tough part for Colin is that Javier has 2 potential catch opportunities. Colin, yes, could catch on Bird, but you actually need the Bird to stay around to throw a move, as he is going to throw another player up. It is going to threaten close to KO, but you can't really bubble down the Lapras very easily before Javier reaches another sparkling area, and I would expect Javier to overfarm yet again. Oh, and you can see Bird trying to come in here, but there's no energy, and Colin is yet again put in a tough position. Lapras should outpace. Can you ever bubble down? I don't think that's going to be the case, as Colin, he's going to try to a few more balls. Wait, hold on, Javier actually swaps over.
Yeah, he does, but Empoleon does so much damage with those metal sounds compared to Bubble, able to farm down the Azumarill, and Javier takes game number 2, a 2-0 victory over Colin.
Yeah, a very, I wouldn't even say a dominant victory, but just slightly ahead of Colin in every one of these matchups, and both played well. But Javier finding some, good matchups in the lead there, and just slowly just building on top of his energy advantage. And again, Lapras looking pretty good in this meta.
Yeah, Lapras looking pretty good, but I would say the Fur actually for Javier maybe was the MVP, right? It was able to land a crucial charge attack on Azumarill in both of those games. And we even saw in that middle matchup in the Fur Mirror, Javier's Fur was able to barely hang on, and I think that made a huge difference in the end game.
Yeah, I actually was curious. I was like, did he make a mistake by not throwing back-to-back Swift instead? Because 2 Swifts would probably be enough to KO anyway, but just barely able to hang on. And yes, a great catch from Colin, but again, caught in a tough position, bulky water into bulky water, and Lapras does take the slight advantage in that head-to-head matchup.
Exactly, and Lapras, of course, able to deal those neutral Psy Waves into Azumarill, and that's actually its main source of damage, even though Psy Wave doesn't do a ton of damage. But, we saw this matchup play out in both of these games. Javier, of course, having just a little bit more gas left in the tank at the end. You see that Empoleon able to come in and clean up the rest of the HP on the Azumarill.
Still a fantastic run from Colin 6. I believe this is at least, maybe even more than this, 4 day 2s in a row for him, including at an international at LAIC. So what a fantastic run and season for him so far. He's a competitor, so he might not feel satisfied with this, but I think a lot of people, myself included, watching at home are like, dude, I'll take these results any day over what I've been doing. But excited to see how he continues his journey in the 2026 season, as he's going to earn some championship points, some booster packs, and some great memories, hopefully.
Yeah, Colin, of course, one of the most impressive trainers in Europe, and the world's he has an incredible resume. He won, I think, one of the first regionals ever, and like you mentioned, 3 regional wins today. I think he's top cut worlds, top cut multiple ICs, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him actually at Birmingham next week, maybe gonna go home, fiddle with the team that he brought to Toronto here.
Yeah, speaking of people at Birmingham, we might have another player that we will be going there too. We have another EU trainer. It's going to be Stone Collection coming up on stage in this losers bracket as well. So if you're a fan of the EU region, you still got another player to root for sure. And let's see what Stone Collection can do here.
Yeah, and speaking of success really early on in the championship series, I remember Stone Collection, I think it might have been last chance qualifier in London, our first ever World Championships, that Stone Collection won, and that allowed him to participate in the first ever World Championships. And traveling all the way from Europe, I'm glad that Stone Collection and Colin took these super long journeys and were able to make it so far in Toronto.
Yeah, speaking of people that took super long journeys, we have Javier that came all the way from LATAM, and let's see what he has to say after that recent win.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Yes, I'm here with Javier V20, who just had an insane win over one of Europe's best in Colin 6. Javier, you have to be feeling very, very good after that.
Yeah, I feel amazing after my loss with Kelsey. Like, I feel I didn't play well, but I had to make up my mind, and I think it worked against Colin. That is a really tough opponent.
I was going to say, when we were walking over here, we were talking about it. Normally, you wouldn't play against someone like Colin or Potsaman or Stone Collection that's here unless it was like an international championship. So how is it for you to travel from LATAM to Canada and face a trainer from EU?
Yeah, it's really funny because I'm from Peru. Like, I came to Canada, Colin from Netherlands, he also came here. But I think this is a nice thing from the game, from these tournaments. Also, the travel awards that they're implemented, like even we have more SCPs now this season. That helps a lot to motivate people to travel around, have fun, and compete in different countries.
Yeah, absolutely. How are you feeling about your team as you move into this next round?
I really like my team. I was a bit worried on what to use in this meta because it's like everything. I think you can use everything here. So I just say, okay, I'm going to use Pokemon that I like to use, even if they don't fit exactly well, but I know how to play them, and it's working so far.
One of the things I admire the most about you, Javier, is how calm you are up on stage. I saw this back in Mexico City a few years ago. You look so calm up there. I would never be able to tell that you were nervous.
Yeah, like this, I believe I was really nervous in my last match, but now I try to chill out a bit. And yeah, it's part of it. If you're nervous, you make mistakes, and opponents at this level take profit of that.
Well, you were talking to me. You were telling me that there are some people cheering you on, which I think helps you feel a little less nervous. Is there anyone that you want to shout out or say thank you to?
Yeah, I want to shout out Nico and Ale. They are there. Like, they are my Peruvian friends that live in Canada. So that's one of the reasons I came here. And also my girlfriend, Fabi, and my family, also especially my mom, that always is watching the stream and cheering me up.
Absolutely. I'm sure a lot of trainers are cheering for you, not just the people here in the stands, but best of luck on your next round, Javier. Congratulations on beating Colin. That's a huge step forward. We're going to go back to the casters, and we might see Javier later on stream, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Will. We definitely will see him on stream, and I love it when we see these international players come to these tournaments, right? Even if it's not an international tournament, it is a regional. I love that people are stepping outside of the region and, you know, putting a showcase there, because in the past, you rarely see these kind of interactions like Will said, but these days, not so much, and we love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the first times, at least from North American trainers, where they stepped outside of their region, you know, June taking second at UIC, of course, Nighttime Clasher winning Liverpool, those were, both of whom, by the way, are in the tournament here. But, I mean, those are really big deals because we didn't typically see, like you said, trainers coming outside of their region. But, I mean, we've got Stone Collection here, of course, representing, I believe that's Germany. But, you know, making it really, really far here. Losers round 2. I know he had a big losers run yesterday, so he certainly got some momentum on his side.
Yeah, and then we got Neuro Dylan, who I believe this is his furthest ever run to date, but he's looking for some more, as he's played fantastic on day number 1 and unfortunately dropped to a loose side bracket, but has more to go. With this team, the Shadow Talonflame on the side of Neuro Dylan, and it's interesting. I don't think it's going to have a ton of play into Stone Collection unless you lock into that Corviknight or that Scizor. But if you do, it's going to be fantastic. Obviously, you know the Stump is pretty strong. Altaria and Azumarill has a lot of answers. Let's get into it here on that loser side. It's going to be Neuro Dylan versus Stone Collection to kick things off. And it is going to be the Guzzlord versus the Shadow Scizor.
Oh, and Guzzlord, its unique typing is going to allow it to resist all of these charge attacks from Scizor. And Stone Collection recognizes that. He banks the energy and comes into a Azumarill. Neuro Dylan not going to mess around, not going to desync the clocks by throwing Sludge Bomb. Instead, comes right in with Empoleon. Giving
a little energy to the Azumarill is not that disastrous for Neuro Dylan because you resist all the damage on this Empoleon, and you do outpace the Azumarill as well, so you could kind of dictate the matchup if you're Neuro Dylan in this situation. But on top of it, the Empoleon has a lot of play both into Scizor and the Altaria, so it could be a slight thorn in Stone Collection's side. Let's see how he plays around this.
Yeah, let's see how much of this Empoleon he decides to preserve. Obviously, these charge attacks from Azumarill are resisted, but I mean, if he wanted to save this, he could shield up this player, but no, he actually chooses to let it go. He still has a ton of energy, though, so that's going to be really impactful no matter where it goes.
I wonder if Stone Collection ever shields and tries to go for the bubble down, because if you look at the backlines, Neuro Dylan really wants to avoid that Scizor on his floor, should say. He knows there's the Scizor, so, you know, switch advantage is pretty important for him as well, but maybe he's queuing off. Oh, wait, actually doesn't even go for the Metal Sound when he could have. He just throws this Drill Peck right away. Stone Collection going to let this go and try to go for the farm down with the Scizor. Actually goes for the undercharge instead.
Yeah, a little bit of an undercharge, and that's going to give Neuro Dylan just a little bit more farm. I don't think he's quite out of move here, though, but did reduce the farm for the Scizor, which is really nice. Now he has to come in with the Guzzlord to absorb this energy. There's no way he can come in with Florges, and Dylan now sees it. And this is interesting, Caleb, because now he's throwing his Brutal Swing. That's going to desync the clocks just a little bit.
It does. I think the problem is Neuro Dylan knows he only has resisted charge attacks with the Florges, but because of that, it might give Stone Collection a slight opening. Like you said, timers are misaligned, and if you have the Scizor into Florges, it is so uncomfortable. Florges, super effective bullet punch from that Scizor. Just absolutely chews through the health bar of this Florges, and you grab a shield early on against Neuro Dylan.
Yeah, I kind of like that shield because, you know, the Scizor is just going to be doing fast attacks versus the Guzzlord, and this Florges, to its credit, you know, it's going to be on the field for a long time, thanks Dylan, as he goes for this double resisted Trailblaze versus the Altaria, but that little bit of extra damage is going to mean his Fairy Winds are going to be able to farm down the Altaria just a little bit more quickly.
The Switch Timers up though. However, Dylan has a chilling water. Could throw it at the Scizor to desync and realign the timers a bit. In comes the Chilling Water, but Stone Collection is going to be the first one to throw the neutral Trailblaze. Do you ever shield this? You'll be shieldless afterward, and Dylan wants to reduce this attack back to neutral against this Scizor. You pretty much have to shield this. This actually does a good chunk of damage for neutral damage into Scizor. Stone Collection going to do that. I think we're going to see a pivot over, and here comes the Guzzlord.
Yeah, and Dylan already at 2 brutal swings. He banked up a little bit of energy before he went into Florges, and that's going to serve him really well here. The question, though, how well can Scizor take this next brutal swing? It is neutral damage, but oh, and actually, a free bullet punch comes through as well.
And that free bullet punch may cost Dylan the matchup here. I know you said it's all resisted charge attacks, but at this health range, it's not too bad for the Scizor. Once you throw, oh wait, actually leaves with a nice slash. You said tries to go for the farm down, doesn't quite get it, but draws off the final energy. Can Stone Collection go for the bullet punch down, or is the switch timer up? Dylan, you can take a nice slash. You definitely can't take a Trailblaze, as just one more bullet punch is going to do it. Trailblaze is reached, and Scizor is going to be able to close out this match against Dylan.
And Stone Collection able to find the opening there. You saw him distribute that damage so perfectly, taking the energy on Altaria, getting the energy on Scizor, and a beautiful way to close out game number 1.
Stone Collection looking a little stressed, but I think he played that as optimally and good as he possibly can. Dylan had a great lead, had a great counter swap, had a good backline, but I feel like a few little miscues here or there, right? Not going for the extra metal sound against the Zuma when there wasn't a move ready, not going for the extra Dragon Tail when there wasn't a move ready on the Scizor as well. Just giving Stone Collection a couple free turns, a little bit extra energy on his Pokemon, and those little things can make the difference even when you hard counter your opponent.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Maybe a little bit of an extra metal sound could have actually let him maybe get off a charge attack into the incoming Pokemon, but actually, if you remember, that Empoleon didn't get it. And then at the end game as well, letting a bullet punch through, letting that Guzzlord get so low, also maybe could have cost him.
Yeah, and Stone Collection running this, Stone Collection I feel like is one of those players that typically runs some pretty spicy teams, but this is actually the most meta team I've ever seen Stone Collection run. He used to be the Samrock guy actually for many years. Samrock not as meta relevant, leaning into meta. Stone Collection saying, you know what, I can play spice, I can play meta, I can make it all work out, as he is going to take that first game off of Dylan again. I believe best tournament to date, but he can still extend that further. He needs to win 2 back-to-back games, though, to make that happen.
Yeah, and there's actually another key play, I think, I just saw it in the replay, that might have made a difference there. There was a moment when Stone Collection, I believe, switched in his Scizor, did a bullet punch, and threw Trailblaze at Florges. Dylan had the move already, but of course he didn't know that Stone Collection was going to come in, so he does another Fairy Wind, then he loses charge attack priority and is forced to put up a shield. And those are the kinds of situations where, we've seen a couple games this tournament where these players have a ton of foresight. They realize that a combo play or a switch is coming in, and they throw their attack on charge attack priority instead of waiting and doing another fast attack.
Definitely. And, it's easy for us to make these critiques as commentators, as viewers, because we see the backlines, we see what's coming as well. When you're on the stage, when it's stressful, on that loser side, things can be very different for sure. So, we don't want to be too hard on Dylan, but these little things can make the difference, and he still has time to make that adjustments for game number 2.
Yeah, and of course, Dylan, he's having an incredible run here. He took out Dunebug in what was definitely one of the upsets of yesterday, and when you're going against someone as experienced as Stone Collection, someone who's been competing at the highest level since the very first season of Pokemon Go, of course, just tiny little things are going to come back, to cost you, but, you're playing against Stone Collection. So.
That's right. I wouldn't want to do it myself. And Dylan, still a fantastic run so far in this tournament. Let's see how he's going to make the adjustments. I think the line was about as good as it can get for Dylan in those situations. And Shadow Scizor, right? It's just the typing so good. Even though you're only throwing resist attacks in the charge attacks, the bullet punches really add up, even if they're resisted. But in that situation, they are neutral. As we do have players locked in for game number 2, it's going to be Altaria into Guzzlord, the Battle of the Dragons, to kick things off in this game.
Battle of the Dragons, but they do have different fast attacks. You see these Dragon Breaths coming through so quickly from Altaria versus the Dragon Tails, and I think this is one of the reasons that so many players, including Dylan, have chosen to go for the Guzzlord. It's kind of a core breaker to Altaria Furret Core, which we've seen so often, and which we see on Stone Collection's team.
He unfortunately does not have the Dragon Claw like Doombug's Guzzlord However, still a fairly neutral matchup. Both throwing super effective fast attacks, both throwing neutral charge attacks. Sky attack going to hit a little bit harder. However, Gustor is going to reach to another move. Just one off from that Sludge Bomb, but just wants to get this parting Brutal Swing first. Do we see potential swap and Stone Collection going to be the first one to shield?
Yeah, actually puts up a shield. I'm wondering if he's going to try to switch out here. Maybe doesn't want to throw the energy on this Guzzlord. And yeah, he does go for the catch on a Zoom Roll, catching this resisted Brutal Swing.
A fantastic catch from Stone Collection. He knows that Neural Dylan, unless he swaps out himself, has to pretty much throw at this point. There's no health remaining, and now Neural Dylan has the advantage he wants. Oh, and he avoids the Corviknight versus Florges matchup, which is fantastic. Also gets a fantastic matchup into the Azumarill. It's going to be Ice Beam that's going to be thrown first. I like this play for Stone Collection because you pretty much have to land 2 moves either way. Might as well throw the cheaper move, even if it does less damage. You can't bubble down.
Exactly, and you see how much damage that does. You're exactly right that that second Ice Beam is going to threaten. However, we have to remember, because of that catch, the switch clocks are just a little bit misaligned. That's going to allow Stone Collection to, switch a little bit sooner. You see the timer coming up. He could come into the Corviknight. He could also throw the energy from the Altaria.
And Neural Dylan overfarming as much as possible. Actually, I believe might have thrown a bad timing, but if it KOs the Azumarill, that's actually better for Neural Dylan. Going to leave with a little bit extra energy. Altari does have the move. Bank can come in with the Sky Tag, but no, opts to bring in the Corviknight. This is a double boosted Chilling Water. Usually it's not that much damage. This is actually going to take a good chunk out of this Corviknight's HP.
And this Florge is putting in a lot of work. You see that Chilling Water non-stab, not a high damage attack either, but like you said, all that Trailblaze boosting really paid off. Stone Collection, nice timing there, throwing just before this Florges can get off yet another charge attack.
Neural Dylan feeling pretty content on what Florges has done. Going to let it go down. Has a shield advantage still. And this is pretty good spot for the Empoleon. There's not really any energy left on this Corviknight. Has to build back up to the payback. Can Stone Collection bait perfectly? This is why the Corviknight is such a high skill Pokemon, because these decisions can make or break the matchup. Does Neural Dylan go for a shield? Yes. Does shield up the Air Cutter, no potential boost, but in comes the combo play. Is going to be a Sky Attack being thrown. Stone Collection going for another bait, and this time Neural Dylan does not shield the resistant attack.
Oh, but you know what? This could open up an opportunity for Stone Collection to potentially get some Sand Attack down potential, especially as Dylan almost, I believe, over 100 energy here. The Dragon Breath damage is adding up, but Neural Dylan, so much energy on this Empoleon. Can he get to double Hydro Cannon versus the Corviknight?
Let's see if he can do it or not, as now pretty much in Air Cutter range. Do you shield it? This is so uncomfortable. Even if you know it's an Air Cutter, it's going to put you close to the Sand Attack range. You could potentially go for a catch, but here comes the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Can you hang on? It's the real question. You need to be able to survive 2 more Sand Attacks. One is going to come through. Oh, and the Sand Attack comes through from the boost. And Neural Dylan is going to go down to Stone Collection's Corviknight.
Such a close game there. Empoleon just tried to do so much, but didn't quite have the health or the energy it needed at the end. Looks like the players are discussing something on the stream right now. Maybe talking about that last game, talking about some of those situations where the phones honestly looked like they were stuttering a little bit to me. I don't know if you noticed, Caleb. I think Stone Collection saw a few Sand Attacks go missing. Neural Dylan, I think, also with his Empoleon on the Altaria, looked a little bit confused. So, I mean, I'd have to go back and see for that really fast-paced game. But, I mean, it was such a close one.
Definitely, yeah. And especially when the games are that close, you want to make sure that the result stands how it should have, right? So the more important thing is, even if there's a little bit stutter here or there, did it impact the end result, right? Because Stone Collection, maybe not getting to that Sky Attack that he thought he should have, but the Empoleon was already at 100 energy. You're going to win Charge Attack priority, so I don't think it changes that matchup too much, unless Stone Collection maybe could have reached a little bit further. But I mean, again, the Empoleon was already at 100 energy, so I don't know what more you could have done in that matchup, as they are going to race a review. We will bring you up to speed on what the situation is as soon as we find out. But a fantastic performance so far from both players. Stone Collection, though, that Corviknight usage, fantastic, baiting perfectly, and just throwing only resistant charge attacks against Empoleon. Empoleon, not the bulkiest, especially of the steel types around, and because of that, just going to take those super effective Sand Attacks, and the resistant charge attacks just start adding up really quickly.
Yeah, and I really like how Stone Collection, he didn't throw the Flamethrower on Empoleon because he knew that that Sky Attack was all he needed, even though it is just a bait. He knows that the Sky Attack is going to put the Empoleon either into Sand Attack range or Air Cutter range, as we saw. So, I mean, I think really recognizing the win conditions there honestly looked like a little bit of an uphill battle for Stone Collection. I think, towards the second half of that match. But of course, you know, he's been in tough situations before and able to pull it out there.
Fantastic game knowledge, too, for Stone Collection, right? Those are the little things that make a difference between a good player and a great player. Knowing that, you know what, sometimes I need to throw the resisted attack because I don't need the harder hitting neutral attack or super effective attack. Same thing that Azumarill Florges matchup, knowing that, yes, Play Rough does more damage, it's more energy efficient, but I need to throw 2 Ice Beams anyway to have a chance to take out the Florges, and you know, it will force Dylan's hand a little bit and make him throw the Trailblaze sooner rather than allow Dylan to overfarm a bit. And these little things are what makes the difference between someone that is super experienced like Stone Collection and maybe someone that isn't as experienced. Yeah, I mean, to Dylan's credit, though, he definitely has good game awareness. You see, I think with the Florges gameplay in particular, you mentioned there was a moment where it looked like he might have thrown on quote-unquote bad timing versus the Azumarill, but like you mentioned, the Trailblaze was going to knock out the Azumarill, and NeuroDylan probably realized that Stone Collection doesn't really want to shield the Azumarill. And so, you know, those situations, those tiny little maximizations that you're making with your move timing can also sometimes make a difference. Definitely, definitely. We'll see what the judges say. So it looks like the update we have so far is the judges are looking at potential any visual lag. Again, the question is, how much of it is visual and how much did it impact the gameplay? And we have our expert judges reviewing this as carefully as we can so that we can get the correct results. Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure what moment they're talking about. I think for me, I was seeing when NeuroDylan had the Empoleon versus Altaria, we saw him going way over 100 energy, and potentially there was some visual lag there, which is, you know, maybe he was paying attention to that instead of, you know, how low his Empoleon was getting, something like that. So my guess is that's what they're looking at, but of course, not a guarantee. Yeah, when it's a sand attack that takes out the Empoleon before getting 2 Hydro Cannons off, it could make a difference, right? If you take maybe a few extra Dragon Breaths when you weren't anticipating it, or, you know, the real question is maybe NeuroDylan was... Okay, so we can see this end game here. So obviously at this point in time too, the issue is Stone Collection still had a shield, right? So even if you get the Hydro Cannons off, I don't think it matters for the end game here. And the boost is actually what I think does it, right? As that one turn is going to take priority over throwing the charge attack. But again, even if you get the Hydro Cannon off, Stone Collection could shield, sand attack down, and even if it didn't boost and stuff like that. So I wonder if it's, again, if it's going to make a difference or not. Yeah, so I think at this point in the end game, I don't think that NeuroDylan can win from here, right? Like, this Air Cutter lands, and then you need to throw 2 Hydro Cannons. That's going to be 2 sand attacks at least coming through. So I don't think it makes it, like, I don't think anything that happens right here makes a huge difference, but maybe NeuroDylan is saying that something that happened earlier in the game could have prevented this situation. Yeah, I think the thing that could have made a difference is, again, that Empoleon versus Altaria matchup right in the end, where potentially if NeuroDylan's trying to throw the Drill Peck or the Hydro Cannon at the Altaria to KO it, but couldn't, then you know, that would be the difference, because the Dragon Breath, even though it's resisted, still does some damage to the Empoleon. It might put it in a range where NeuroDylan could not throw the back-to-back Hydro Cannon in that endgame scenario. Looks like judges are explaining things to the players. And again, we will keep you all updated as soon as possible. Yeah, I think given how close the end game was, right, if you think about Empoleon versus Altaria going way over 100 energy, if that doesn't happen, Empoleon has a little bit more health at the end, and it can get off that double Hydro Cannon. Yeah. All right, well, we'll see what the players are doing. They're nodding, they're taking the headsets off. I think the results are going to stand as Stone Collection is going to continue his run here in Toronto. 2-0 victory over NeuroDylan. Still a fantastic series and a fantastic run from NeuroDylan.
Exactly, and Stone Collection gonna advance to the top 8 here. Fantastic performance for him. Honestly, he's been on fire. I think we saw that he was leading actually Europe in championship points this season, and I mean, going to international waters and getting a top 8, I mean, that's just going to increase that lead even more. Probably going for actually an IC Travel Award, if I had to guess, with this tournament.
Yeah, I believe this is the first time I've ever seen him at the very top of the European leaderboards as well. So really a great season for him. I mean, he's been a really tough competitor in past seasons as well. So not to say he was never good, but he's just leveling up his game even further here in Toronto. And maybe the key to success is running a meta team.
I mean, maybe. Try saying that to Will D.
I know that's what you love.
But yeah, I mean, you look at Stone Collection, he's been winning tournaments for, what, 5 seasons now? So not surprising to see him making this run. And again, a fantastic losers run from him. We saw him, I think, in the losers finals. I don't know how many matches he had won to get to that point, but I mean, since then, he's won you know, 3 matches straight at least. I think more, 4 or 5 probably.
Definitely. Well, we have a lot more battles to go, so we'll take a quick break, but stay tuned because let's see how the rest of the tournament plays out.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon GO Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the 3rd place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for that guide on capturing those powerful legendary Pokemon. We've got some powerful trainers here in the venue about to take the stage. We're going to see the return of Lawson Cody and DHC. But for now, on camera, you've got yours truly and 2-0 Butters. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great because the theme of the underdogs having success continues, because it's actually been a little while. We're jumping back to the winner's side of the bracket. We were living in the loser side for a bit. Now we're in winner's semis, where both these trainers won their first matchup of the day on that winner's side of the bracket. We have on the left Cody, then versus DHC. This is the winner's bracket right here. Had to take out Satire, and then DHC taking down Elam, which we know he did bounce back on that loser's side.
Exactly right. As we advance to our winners, semis, Lawson Cody DHC is what you're about to see, but we also have Kelsey K and Nighttime Clasher on the docket. That powerful Guzzlord for Kelsey has been so good as she took down Javier to get here, but our losers bracket continues to move along.
Well, real quick, there's 3 out of 4 of those trainers that are underdogs in the winners semis. That means at least one of them will be in our winners finals, which is incredibly impressive. And on the loser side, there was something that happened off stream, but then of course, Elam, Stone Collection, some of these big names have hung around in this tournament, see if they can make their way all the way up to that losers finals.
I mean, Elam getting past that team from Will D was absolutely insane, but I cannot wait to see what DHC and his Shadow Gyarados have for us in store versus Lawson Cody.
Well, it's going to have a lot of play. I know that for sure. I feel like this is a team that DHC United played that was really similar to yesterday, in where he just has so much neutral play with that Shadow Gyarados. You have the Shadow Kanto Marowak. You even have the Shadow Scizor. Yes, both the fast attacks are going to be resisted both ways, but Shadow Gyarados outpaces Shadow Scizor. And one Aqua Tail from a Gyarados to a Scizor is just a lot.
I mean, Shadow Gyarados outpaces basically everything besides the Licky Licky, right? It's going to be 12 turns to the first Bone Club for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, 10 turns to the Night Slash for the Shadow Scizor, and 10 turns to the Swift for the Furret. The only Pokemon that's going to match that furiously fast 9-turn pacing to the charge attack is going to be the Licky Licky with the Body Slam. So does that mean that Lawson Cody has to bring it just to counter the Gyarados?
Well, it's also the one Pokemon that has a super effective fast attack to give that pressure as well. So
Correct.
I think we will see the Licky Licky, and I think we will see the Shadow Gyarados. Let's find out right now. We got our winner semis, Lawson Cody versus DHC United. There it is, the signature pick from DHC United into the Altaria. And the Licky Licky is in the back for Cody.
Slight advantage here to the Shadow Gyarados because it is dealing super effective damage, but not taking super effective damage in kind. And the Crunch, if it does trigger the debuff here, could absolutely flip the matchup in its favor.
Well, now, as soon as you land this, you can just Protect Shield the Sky Attack and just farm through and bank a ton of energy here. I expect DHC United to invest into that Gyarados. Why not? Let's do it. Do we see a pivot from Cody now that he got Protect Shield? Yes, that's smart. Pivoting into the Licky swap into the counter swap of Furret.
Yeah, exactly. We see the Altaria lead with double normal type Pokemon in the back. We've seen Licky Licky and Furret on opposing sides quite often, and here they are yet again. Gonna go for the Trailblaze here on good timing. DHC wants to boost up these sucker punches.
Well, it's a tough decision here because 2 charge attacks might knock out with the Swift, but when you get a little bit of Sucker Punch damage in, then the next Swift will definitely knock out. You're gonna take the Body Slam, no problem. So I actually think that was a smart play from DHC United. You're gonna do 3 more Sucker Punches to get to that Swift, and now the next Swift is gonna get very close to knocking out.
Right, Body Slam coming through here from the Licky Licky as it tries to fight back, but you gotta get the slight edge to the Furret. It's just so much more consistent in terms of fast attack damage, and just like you said, Butters, 1 Sucker Punch, converting that into the Swift. It might not be enough, but the Licky Licky's getting very weak.
It'll be so close to knockout, but the Licky Licky does hold on and throw the Body Slam, but this is not terrible. Now you can just come back in with Gyarados and farm down, but you are a Protect Shield down, and letting this go, knocking out the Furret. Where do you come in? Do you come with the Empoleon or the Shadow Gyarados? Clicking on the pivot into that Furret for Cody.
Yeah, trying to avoid getting farmed down there, but it does lock up the switch timer, so Lawson Cody not able to catch any charge attacks. Finally forced to use his first Protect Shield of the match on this Aqua Tail from the Shadow Gyarados.
Well, this is perfect because now you can swap in and soak this energy on the Empoleon if you would like, but you probably invest here. Yes, another investment, then throw the Aqua Tail, and you can take that Swift damage onto the Empoleon, or even a Trailblaze isn't terrible for the Empoleon. Can you get the last Protect Shield of the battle out of Cody, though?
It's going to be so close. I mean, the Gyarados is just barely outside of farm down range for Lawson Cody's Altaria, so he's forced to use that shield on the Furret. In comes the Empoleon to get the energy lead and pouncing on the opportunity now that the Protect Shields are down.
And Cody does have the catch advantage here. He still has 3 Pokemon remaining, and his timer is almost up, so he can make the catches where DHC is switch locked, and there's no Protect Shields remaining and only 1 Pokemon remaining. Do you see the swap? No, no swap. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Is this enough?
Yeah, throwing after 3 Metal Sounds. The Hydro Cannon going to connect. I think this personally is going to be enough to KO the Furret, and it does. Altaria and Licky Licky, the switch timer still up. Do we see the swap? No, not in time.
Well, both these Pokemon are energy dry, so DHC Unite knows I just need to get them out of here, out of the game. The Drill Peck doesn't knock out, but it almost does, and 1 more Metal Sound will do it, and I think just a Metal Sound from this Empoleon into the licky means DHC just one more is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at win conditions for Cody there, maybe you could say he could have caught that drill peck on the licky, but the challenge is that he would then have to Dragon Breath down that entire Empoleon who's resisting the Dragon Breath damage and throw the Sky Attack into the Gyarados. It would have been really tough. I think if DHC doesn't get the job done there with the drill peck, he still gets it done in the end.
Well, I know this season is almost halfway through, but this is the first moment for me. It feels like it's a whole new season now in
Yeah.
Championship Series. It is officially 2026, and things are different. We had Lost and Cody running an ABB double normal team. How many times do you even see 2 normal types being viable in Pokemon GO PvP? And then Shadow Gyarados.
And here's the reason, right? He needs to outbulk that Shadow Gyarados on DHC's side. Excuse me. He needs the pressure, the HP, the stalwart bulk in order to get past it, because he can't offensively beat it. He doesn't have electric type coverage.
Well, I actually like this strategy because he knows he doesn't have hard counters for the Gyarados, so let's just focus on trying to be consistent with neutral picks and just try to slightly outplay his opponent, but he just couldn't grasp that Shadow Gyarados. It was just too slippery, and he couldn't get his hold on it, and DHC actually won that in the in-game kind of comfortably with that double water team. There aren't a lot of things that can threaten the double water, especially if you can protect the Empoleon's steel typing weakness with a flying type water Pokemon.
Exactly right. Elimination game on the line here for Lost and Cody. If he loses this next battle, he is out of the he falls down to the loser side bracket of the Toronto Regional Championships, which is going to be a tough road. I mean, we saw how stacked the competitors were on that loser side. I'm sure he wants to get past DHC and continue on this side.
Well, DHC might just be a prodigy in Pokemon GO Championship Series. He made his debut this season, and by this season, I mean only a couple months ago in November in Las Vegas. That was his first tournament, and then he was able to top cut at LAIC, I believe, in Brazil, and now he's here 1 game away from the winners finals. And can he take down Lost and Cody with the Azumarill, which is a great matchup for that Shadow Gyarados?
Yeah, this is a fantastic lead for Lost and Cody. I mean, the Gyarados can be forced to throw the Aqua Tail or the Crunch, and nothing's gonna hurt. But the Ice Beam will connect into the Empoleon, which is not gonna do much damage either. DHC playing great defense here.
Empoleon, a Pokemon that would thrive in the Toronto winter, able to take that ice damage no problem, swap into the Altaria. I love this from DHC United because you're able to bank so much energy on the Gyarados, absorb those not very effective bubbles, pivot out, but the key factor is how are you going to finish off that Azumarill in the back?
Yeah, I like this for Cody as well because he's putting this Empoleon within flamethrower range, willing to take the second drill peck and not being worried about getting metal sounded down. I think he can probably get to double flamethrower here. 1 Dragon Breath into the charge attack. Great timing on that 2-turn metal sound.
And this will not be quite enough to knock out. So I believe the switch timer is available. Do we see a pivot? No, you won't be able to get to it. So you swap to the Furret trying to get the farm down. I think that's smart because I don't think you were going to get to the charge attack on Empoleon.
I agree. He was 2 metal sounds away. He could see the HP just ticking down, but the Sky Attack does pull the shield from DHC. Now we've got a Furret mirror match, but the Protect Shield advantage is on Cody's side.
And the thing is here, you need to get an Aqua Tail off on this Furret. You need to get back to your timer. You need to get an Aqua Tail off on this Furret because you don't really have a good way to finish off the Azumarill unless it's your own Furret in the back. You might even need the Protect Shield here if you're DHC United to hold on to some health with that Furret, or I guess he's gonna invest in the Gyarados.
Yeah, Cody had a really solid lead with the Azumarill into Gyarados, and he has not let up on the pressure since. Another Swift coming through here from DHC, and no shield
I think
from
you
Cody.
combo play here. I think you combo play. You swap, you Aqua Tail, force the Protect Shield out of Cody. No, actually doesn't, just lets it go, and now the last charge attack remaining for this Furret is going to come down. So now it's going to be Azumarill versus Gyarados. But remember, there's 2 Protect Shields, and all of the attacks from Gyarados are resisted.
I mean, they're just going to bounce off of Azumarill. Lost and Cody doesn't even think of about the Protect Shield here, immediately saying, no thanks, I'll take that Aqua Tail, that's not a big deal. There's still an Empoleon in the back for DHC, which he can swap to, and the 3-turn bubbles are a bit easier to predict, but no shield from Cody again. I think he has successfully walled this Gyarados out.
And he's already swapped on an Ice Beam earlier in the battle, and you're going to need 5 Aqua Tails, it looks like, to knock out this Azumarill. I don't think you have much time remaining because you're using your last Protect shield of the battle. You need to be able to swap on the next Ice Beam to have a shot. Maybe you'll start getting a Protect Shield soon enough with this Aqua Tail. You don't even need to. Cody saves it.
Yeah, I mean, he's double resisting all the Dragon Breaths. They're not same type attack bonus, and the Aqua Tails are also resisted. So there's really not much that DHC can do as he spams off these Aqua Tails. You said 5 Aqua Tails? It might be 6 or 7, Butters.
Well, he needs to swap here. DHC needs to catch an Ice Beam or he will lose this battle. He has an opportunity. Does he go for it? He waits, and now he goes for it. But the patience from Cody, knowing that he could just bubble, 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 wait for the swap, and now he's going to get the victory and tie this matchup up.
Cody so focused, so locked in. He knew that he had a lot of slack left in the line. He didn't need to reel in the win just yet, and the patience pays off. Connecting to the play rough into the Gyarados, picking up that Game 2 victory, tying up the series here in our winner's side.
He pumped the brakes on that Shadow Gyarados by solely aligning that Azumarill into it. You saw it there,
yes.
Because the Azumarill is a fairy and water type, that means that it resists, it double resists the dragon damage with the Dragon Best fast attack on the Shadow Gyarados, resists the dark type crunch, resists the water type Aqua Tail. If that happens again in game number 3, it's going to be really hard to win for DHC United.
I agree, and it kind of makes you hesitate, right? If you're DHC, your most valuable Pokemon has been that Shadow Gyarados all tournament long. Can you continue to rely on it when it feels like your opponent has cracked the code and walled out your most powerful pick? So, I don't know, what do you think about the team comps here? Because the more I look at this, the more I realize that DHC does not have a hard answer to Azumarill.
Right, and I really love specifically that Azumarill in the lead because Cody saw that Shadow Gyarados in the lead game number 1. It had so much success, so much flexibility, and he was just calling his opponent is just going to lead it again. If it works, why not just double down here? But now, is he going to go back to that Azumarill in the lead? DHC United might want to pivot as well. So if you can't align that Azumarill, you've got to stay consistently neutral like he has. Bring the Altaria, bring the and just hope that you can use that Azumarill as a sponge at some point in the battle.
Exactly. We're going to see how this all plays out. Important game here for two trainers that are etching their names in the history books, climbing higher and higher, the highest they've ever been. And there's only up to go from here. Game 3, hitting you now.
And we got a Furret mirror match. Backline, look at this. DHC United sat his signature Pokemon in the Shadow Gyarados, but Lawson Cody brought the Azumarill in the back, but instead DHC United has 2 steel types.
Building up to the Trailblaze, but throwing the Swift instead, opting for this neutral damage and not buffing up the Sucker Punches here. Lawson Cody committing to the strategy early on. He needs another Swift to connect.
Wow, going for the Trailblaze here. I was thinking another viable strategy from DHC United was you could swap into Corviknight. Corviknight is actually extremely safe against Cody's team in general, and you could soak a Swift here, but at this point, you already invested in the Trailblaze. You're probably going to stay in this matchup and go for alignment.
The Furret might have been able to hang on to the Swift here, but DHC does not want to find out. He's going to go and use that first Protect Shield of the battle at the Trailblaze now.
Farm down.
The Sucker Punches might actually get the farm down. No, just barely short.
Oh, that might be a crucial misstep for DHC United because he had to give up both his Protect Shields in the lead matchup, and Altaria can soak these Swifts no problem. I mean, yes, it is boosted by the Trailblaze, but you can take the double Swift, and I don't think it was worth the double Protect Shield.
Yeah, it's really, really hard here because the Swift is not going to deal much damage, even though it's same type attack bonus. It's just a low energy cost charge attack, and it really just does kind of chips instead of the big impact that you need. I mean, maintaining switch advantage is big for DHC. He's got the Empoleon, but he sacrificed a lot to get here.
He did, and he has the alignment, but the alignment doesn't matter as much because there is no Shadow Gyarados, so it's not like you're trying to avoid the Azumarill, you're just trying to have that bulk steel types in the back, and it's smarter to come in with the Empoleon to take the Flamethrower neutrally, and maybe you can try to go for a farm down with Metal Sound, get some energy for that backline Azumarill.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky though, because if you swap to Corviknight as DHC, your sand attacks basically do nothing to the Altaria, so you're forced to throw, and I like the Hydro Cannon here. You get same type attack bonus on it, and if Cody would have made a swap, it still would have hit whatever kind of came in.
Yeah, correct. And the problem is, though, you're getting closer and closer to range of Play Rough. Now, there's 2 Protect Shields remaining, but if you take a Play Rough onto your Empoleon, that's going to be bad. I think you need to get a crucial swap and take the resisted play rough into the steel typing of that Corviknight. Can he go for it? There it is!
Wow, what a call, Butters. Play rough connecting. DHC has to pull a rabbit out of a hat in order to get back into this battle. He might have just pulled off a magic trick here.
And it is tough for the Corviknight because the payback is resisted from the fairy type of the Azumarill. You have to solely rely on the air cutters. If he got a boost here, though, that would be huge for DHC United.
Exactly. Air cutter number 1 coming through. Is this the lucky number 1? Yes, it is! Boost coming through. Air cutters are going to start to rip this Azumarill's HP.
And now suddenly the next air cutter gets closer and closer to knocking out. The Ice Beam is just going to be neutral here. It's not enough to knock out the Corviknight, and you're getting back to your timer. But there still is 2 Protect Shields remaining for Lawson Cody.
You got to use them, right? You have to use them now because the sand attacks will start to add up after the boost. If another air cutter boost triggers, no, it doesn't. Still 1 stage
Does
boosted.
he try to swap on the Ice Beam? No, first going for the air cutter. Now we're in the same situation we were last game where Lawson Cody has the Azumarill, was extra bubbling. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know if he wants to throw now. Do we see the swap or do we see the throw?
Building up, building up, building up. Air cutter is there, and he waited too long. Lawson Cody had so much momentum, but DHC just catapulted himself back into this matchup, taking game 3 and advancing to the winners finals.
Wow, you thought at the beginning of that battle he used 2 Protect Shields, felt like a waste, but able to win it all with that double steel type in the back. And also, how about that game of chicken where you just had those double steel types bouncing back and forth, and Lawson Cody's like, I don't know where to throw.
Look at him shaking his head. He said, I don't know how I pulled that off, and I agree with you, DHC, but that was magical to watch. That lead situation with the Furrets, one of them committing to the Swift win condition, the other one going for the Trailblaze. It felt like a misplay, right? It felt awkward. It felt like putting on the wrong size shoe. I didn't know where DHC was going there. Maybe he didn't know for a moment either, but he found his way in the end.
Well, that speaks to his promise and potential, in my opinion. Because this is his debut season. He started in November, a couple months ago. And that little thing at the beginning seemed like a slight error. Something that maybe the likes of Dunebug or a more experienced trainer might not make. But how about that in-game and the way he performed? How about the ability to bounce back from little mistakes? In a new trainer, everyone will make a little mistake at some point. It's about bouncing back and recovering. And that recovery at the end of that game was epic.
I got to give you your flowers, but I mean, calling out the play rough's catch on the Corviknight when it feels like there's no path forward, you have to find your own way, and I think that was the only opportunity, and DHC threaded the needle there. But these plays are super exciting. You need to get in your own practice, your own scrims, and make some new friends. So head over and find your local Play Pokemon Championship Series events, your cups, your challenges. I think a lot of card shops host at least one of each month, so there's a lot of opportunity.
Well, if you want to be the next breakout trainer to be in the winners finals, I talked to DHC United recently. He was talking about how good locals are for getting prepared to be in this moment for your debut season. So that is a great place to start. And then next thing you know it, a couple months later, you might be in the winners finals in an absolutely stacked tournament.
I want to give everybody a pro tip as well, because a lot of the trading card shops, they'll host TCG locals, and those are really, really common, but they might not know that Pokemon Go players in the area want to compete. If you go ahead and visit your local card shop, give them a call, say, hey, I'm a Pokemon Go player, I would love to compete. Let them know you're interested, then they can start to host the events. Because honestly, if nobody ever speaks up and just waits for everyone else to start it, it'll never happen.
Well, and these trainers have definitely started here in Toronto on fire with the DHC United, but up next, we have Kelsey and Nighttime Clasher. Let's look at their journey so far. Nighttime Clasher was able to take down Dylan, and Kelsey was able to take down Javier. Both trainers have not lost today in day number 2.
This match is going to be extremely hyped because Kelsey K has taken out some really talented trainers. Yesterday she beat Rise, right?
Yes, in the winners finals.
Exactly, taking down Rise Occasion and Javier. She's got to be feeling really good about her play, really confident about her decisions when it comes to team compositions and when to throw your charge stacks, when to hold him and when to fold him, right? But Nighttime Clasher is a champion in his own right, and he has not seen rattled. Our loser side bracket continues to progress as well.
Yeah, and if you lose on this side for Kelsey and Nighttime Clasher, you will be facing Elam and Dunebug on that, or either Elam or Dunebug, whoever wins that matchup in losers round number 4. So that is super tough. You really want to stay on that winner's side of the bracket, because facing Nighttime Clasher and dropping down and facing Elam or Dunebug. It's as tough as it gets, but that's what happens at the end of these tournaments.
Dunebug is one of those players who I feel like whether he's on the winner's side or the loser's side, it has no effect on him at all. He's absolutely immune. It's steely in his resolve, as we've seen from some of his wins before. So I don't know. I don't know who's going to face who at the bottom, but only time will tell. Right now, though, we're going to see Kelsey K, who's having her best performance in her entire career, taking on someone who just won the first ever limited meta in the championship series.
Well, that's why it makes it the perfect matchup. It's our two storylines converging into one moment. It is our underdogs and it is our trainer that might be the top trainer in the world right now.
Yeah,
I mean, just from LAIC to today, in these last couple months, he has been absolutely amazing. And I think we mentioned it earlier, he's only won championships on foreign territory, in Europe and in Brazil. He hasn't won a championship in North America. We are in Canada right now, but it's still North America, obviously. So can he have his first title win in North America?
That's a really good question, right? Nighttime Clasher, he's Mr. Worldwide. He's always traveling somewhere, and he's going to Birmingham for the next event as well. So if you're a fan of this trainer, if you like what he's got to say and you like how he plays, make sure to follow the main channels and check out the upcoming broadcast, because we cover both regions, right? We cover both sides of the globe here as much as we can, and I think these trainer storylines are fascinating to watch.
Yeah, you might actually see Nighttime Clasher in different territories more than any other trainer, and it speaks to actually the benefit of staying the top of championship points. I know I mentioned it before, but if you're just joining us, even these trainers like Nighttime Clasher, who obviously has already qualified to the World Championships, you might be thinking, why is he still trying to push this hard? It's also, there's a lot on the lines in terms of awards, not only in Toronto, where he can get a big payday by winning it all, but then if he's the top of the leaderboards in his respective region, he can then get a full travel award and travel to the next international championship, which will be in New Orleans.
Something he said in his interview earlier with Soph was just so good. He says it's very honorable to compete at the highest level. I think that mindset is absolutely immaculate. I think if more people felt that way about competing, I think it'd be a more enriched environment for everyone. So yeah, Nighttime Clasher, definitely someone to look up to and someone to take examples and notes from. But Kelsey K, my goodness, the Guzzlord, she's been a Guzzlord believer. I've said it 2 or 3 times, but if you're just tuning in, that's the first time. She's also got the Jellicent, which might actually come out in this matchup against that double water team of Nighttime Clasher.
I personally really like Guzzlord into Nighttime Clasher's team.
Yeah.
But you know that you have pretty good matchups across the board, except for Azumarill. And then we've even seen it from Nighttime Clasher yourself. You can swap in Guzzlord, Sludge Bomb a time or two, Shield, and then swap back out. So I feel like Guzzlord plus something, 2 Pokemon that can handle Azumarill might be a really good composition for Kelsey.
I agree. And the Guzzlord, again, is kind of like the center of gravity of this series. Both trainers having it, and I think Kelsey K, I would say mainly wanting to avoid the Guzzlord on something like her Jellicent. But look at the potential. I'm coming back to it, Butters. I'm not done talking about Jellicent, because you've got the Lapras matchup. You've got super effective Surf versus the Shadow Kenta Marowak. As long as you don't take more than 1 Night Slash from that Scizor, you've got a lot of play. It walls off the Azumarill, and it's got neutral play into Corviknight. I think, but outside of Guzzlord, Jellicent looks very, very stable.
It really does. I mean, and also, you probably know there's going to be some Azumarill in Nighttime Clasher's team of 3, so Jellicent can be a good pick against that as well. Something like an Empoleon could be strong in that matchup to soak Azumarill's energy. But here we are. We're in game number 1. We got Kelsey versus Nighttime Clasher, and it's a steel matchup between Empoleon and the Corviknight.
Exactly. Hydro Cannon will hit hard. Corviknight, meanwhile, needs to build up to the payback or go for the Air Cutter and hope for a boost in order to compile its sand attack damage. Here comes Kelsey K.
The Hydro Cannon does land. You need double Hydro Cannon to knock out the bulk of the Corviknight. Corviknight is actually an interesting Pokemon. It doesn't really have much stamina, so sometimes fast attacks can do a lot of pressure to Corviknight, but it does soak up charge attacks quite well, just like Empoleon did.
The call there on the Air Cutter after building up to the payback. Kelsey K does not blink. She calls the bluff and goes for the second Hydro Cannon. Like you said, Butters, it's going to hurt. Corviknight hangs on, swapping out to the Lapras. Kelsey K sees so much momentum with that call.
What a call! I mean, to be on this stage in this moment against the hottest trainer on the planet in Pokemon GO PvP and then call his Air air cutter bait, and now you're going to be faced Lapras into this Guzzlord. Super effective Ice Beam coming through.
She goes Guzzlord into the Lapras, saving the Florges for the back. She could have gone in with Trailblaze Florges in this matchup, but she doesn't. What a call after the initial call.
Yes, she is on top of her game right now, and that's exactly what she needs to do if she wants to upset Nighttime Clasher in this battle. I feel like she has everything planned out. She does have the Florges in the back, and its fate is going to be against the Guzzlord. I think Kelsey has an amazing shot to win this battle.
She's got to... Oh, she actually does not shield here against the Sparkling Aria. Will lose the Guzzlord and give up control of Switch Advantage. So now she's got to figure out how to deal with the rest of this Lapras, who already has stored energy, brings in the Florges, and this might be the beginning of the swing back over to Nighttime Clasher's side.
If she made that counter swap, she's expecting Guzzlord. So she shields here. She's expecting the Guzzlord. Now I bet she ramps up with the Trailblaze at some point. Does she try to throw? Yes, ramp up the Trailblaze. She's expecting Guzzlord in the back. You want these double super effective Fairy Wind fast attacks to do as much pressure as possible.
I almost feel like Nighttime Clasher needed to shield there, right? And just spam off the Sparkling Arias, but instead he brings in the Dark Dragon, taking double super effective from the Florges.
Oh, I love this choice. You're just trying to ramp up your Fairy Winds. You don't even care about the damage of Nighttime Clasher's Guzzlord that is going to land into the 2 Protect Shields of Nighttime Clasher. Look at these Fairy Winds.
They're doing so much damage, and the Brutal Swing comes through. Kelsey K throws up the safe shield. Remember, Corviknight still has a bit of energy, so Nighttime Clasher could reach for that Pokemon and bring it back in here, but he's got to be cautious. No, he swaps now, and here comes Kelsey with a swap too.
Simul swap by Kelsey to absorb another air cutter, which is not going to be very effective. Also, she can farm this down. I think she has a charge attack. Yes, has 2 charge attacks. Instead, Metal Sound. Game 1 victory goes to Kelsey.
Nighttime Clasher left that matchup with both Protect Shields. He did not use either one, and I bet he wishes he would have.
Wow. Kelsey was on top of that battle from start to finish. We know Nighttime Clasher talks to other trainers well. He talked about his process, which I love to hear. He talks to his brother, he talks to Pocket, he talks to a bunch of people in the community. These 2 trainers have had time to think about this themselves, but Kelsey, I feel like, knew exactly what Nighttime Clasher was gonna do. She predicted it perfectly, and her execution was on point.
Exactly. Even mid-game, absorbing the Ice Beam onto her Guzzlord and being patient, allowing the damage through, and relying, like you said, Butters, on the floor just to carry her all the way. But we're not done yet. Game number 2 coming at you. We got Kelsey up 1-0 versus Nighttime Clasher.
Kelsey with the opportunity to make the winners finals and have 2 underdogs in our winners finals here in Toronto. But can Nighttime Clasher bounce back from first sweep? Tried to catch an attack, but Kelsey's too locked in.
The patience! And she goes Jealousy into Lapras, calling Guzzlord.
Oh my goodness!
Again!
The calls from Kelsey, able to soak all the charge attack energy out of this Lapras with the Sparkling Aria, with the Ice Beam. Plus, you can bake up extra energy and Shadow Ball's less energy now.
This is a master work from Kelsey K against your reigning LAIC champion. She's calling all the plays, and she knows every trick in his book. Sparkling Aria bounces off. Jellicent doesn't care. It's got another Shadow Ball.
And you look in the back, you might think, okay, double Protect Shield Shadow Scissor, that's Nighttime Clasher's win condition. Look at the side of Kelsey. She has the Empoleon, and then she has the Guzzlord that can soak every single charge attack from that center. Swap, combo play into the Night Slash, trying to get a Protect Shield out of this Jellicent, but now this Jellicent can save this energy as well.
Nighttime Clasher tries to surprise her with the swap and triggers the charge attack priority. Scizor wins that easily, but the Shadow Ball is a massive threat, and Nighttime Clasher has got to respect it here, or he will lose his Scizor.
Lets it go!
It connects, Scizor faints, and Jellicent is floating on easily, doing so much work for Kelsey.
And now it's up to double shield Guzzlord versus the Guzzlord in the back for Kelsey, but look how healthy that Empoleon is. Here is the Guzzlord, and there's the swap, and look, Empoleon still has energy, has double drill peck already.
Great throw timing here by Kelsey. The switch timer not yet up for Nighttime Clasher, but if she overcharged just a little bit more, it would have been neutral damage. Is really all she needs. She has not even revealed her own Guzzlord.
Incredible battles from Kelsey so far. She needs to close this out and win this game to advance to the winners finals. She is so close. Here comes the first brutal swing. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining for Kelsey. Letting it go here. You're not really threatened by the charge attacks of a Guzzlord on your own Guzzlord because you have the neutral Sludge Bomb and a resistant brutal swing.
Yeah, I like this play so much. She might even let this go, and she does, relying all on her Ultra Beast in the back. Gonna bring out the Guzzlord here to face off in the mirror match, maybe look for a Dragon Tail down. She knows that Lapras is weak in the back.
And here comes that Sludge Bomb that is neutral. There's one Protect Shield remaining. You might want to save it in case somehow that Lapras does get to an Ice Beam. You would rather take a Sludge Bomb here. Can you get the farm down? Swap into Nighttime Clashers, Ice Beam, Lapras, Wielder, and here comes that Brutal Swing. Last Protect Shield remaining for Nighttime Clasher.
He does not feel good. You saw the head shake there. He knows he's running out of time and running out of options. Cannot get back to his Guzzlord anytime soon. Actually triggers the Ice Beam. Kelsey shields it up.
And you save the shield for this moment right here. Kelsey protects shields, has a charge attack banked, but does one more Dragon Tail to ensure the knockout. Brutal Swing will take down the Lapras.
Exactly. Here comes Kelsey K and her Guzzlord, her most valuable Pokemon, taking down Lapras. The last Pokemon remaining is the Guzzlord mirror match, and Kelsey K takes down Nighttime Clasher.
Wow, you see Nighttime Clasher say GG and just shake his head like, what just happened to me? Seriously, what did I just face right here? Kelsey was on top of the battle from start to finish, on top of the series.
Yes.
What an amazing series. I mean, from start to end, that was as dominant as you see.
I have never seen anyone dismantle Nighttime Clasher like that. The efficiency, the predictions, the awareness, the plays, the game sense. Kelsey had all of the ingredients and absolutely nailed that series 2-0. That was, honestly, Butters, this is my favorite series in a long time.
Me too. It's one thing to have the game plan, but also to have the execution too.
Yeah.
She knocked that out of the park. And Nighttime Clasher, I say it again, he just like, what just hit me? A dismantling is what you said.
Exactly. Nighttime Clasher is one of the greatest to ever play Pokemon Go, but Kelsey K is showing exactly why she is this deep into the top cut in Toronto. When you have so many international trainers like Stone Collection, like Colin, like Javier, like Marto, all these talented players, Kelsey K is standing shoulder to shoulder with all of them.
And it just makes me think about, you know, the peak of what you're capable of, right?
Yeah.
Like, you see Nighttime Clasher as obviously one of the best, might be the best in these last couple months. But all of you trainers out there, Kelsey, everyone, you can reach your potential and peak in a moment like this and be able to do all the things that you said at the beginning of the day. Oh, I want to do this. I have my game plan. I want to execute this. And then when you pull it off, it leads to these moments, a moment of a hero.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, Butters, a lot of trainers are closer than they think. I think that's one of the most important things, and a lot of this comes down to confidence and trusting in your own gameplay and being bold, making predictions and standing by them, not second guessing. When I interviewed Elam, I asked him, does the pressure ever get to you? Do you ever think about what other people are thinking? He says, absolutely not. I shut it all out. I think Kelsey has shut out all the noise this weekend, and it's showing on the stage. My goodness.
Yeah, well, the reality is anyone can beat anyone in Pokemon Go PvP.
It's true.
But it is incredibly difficult to stack up those wins against the toughest competition and keep that momentum up. And that takes practice, that takes hard work. Kelsey is in her 10th tournament in Championship Series. She played one time in 2024 at NAIC, then she played a lot in 2025 and 2026, all leading to this moment to defeat Nighttime Clasher. But Nighttime Clasher is not out of it yet. He drops down to the loser side of the bracket, and an international champion that just happened a couple months ago is never out of it. But he will have to face the winner of Elam or Dunebug.
It's not going to get any easier, right?
No.
Falling down to the loser side bracket, there's a ton of stout competition waiting for the trainers that do arrive there. I can't wait for the next set of battles, Butters. I wish we could go right back into it, but we're going to toss to a quick break, take a breath, and maybe drink some water because that was insane. We'll be right back.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
All right, what do we get here?
A bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships, the first regional of the 2026 calendar year, and we're down to our final 8 trainers. I'm so excited to see how this tournament continues to unfold. My name is Softove, and I'm here joined by Caleb Pang.
And so many big names still remaining in the tournament, but what really stands out are the newer names, or the names we don't see as often. Kelsey and DHC United in a winners finals is absolutely awesome to see, both playing absolutely on point. The only 2 players completely undefeated so far. As we take a quick look at the bracket, I mean, Kelsey 2-0 over Javier V20, 2-0 over Nighttime Clasher, and of course DHC United 2-1 over Elam, 2-1 over Lawson Cody. They will be waiting in the wings for that winners finals, but we still have a lot of matches to go in this losers bracket. Coming up next, we got Stone Collection versus Javier, EU versus Latium, and then Elam and Doombug, 2 NA players that have battled plenty of times in the past in that losers round 3, and then lost to Cody and Nighttime Clasher waiting in that 4th round.
That's right. Stone Collection came into day 2 on the loser side of the bracket. Javier, of course, lost to Kelsey, who just advanced to the winner's side of the finals. But for now, we're going to have to see how Javier fares on the loser side. Like you said, EU versus LATAM, and these are 2 heavy-hitting trainers in of themselves, right? Javier and Stone Collection both have won events in the past. Stone Collection, I believe, won LCQ the very, very first season, and I think Javier, I believe, won a Mexico City tournament.
That's right, and yeah, the LCQ days, long ago in 2022, in that first season, Stone Collection, he has made it to the grand finals at a regional, got 2nd place, I believe, at Stuttgart last year in 2025, but looking to make that return to that best of 5 big stage. As both players, they're getting ready to go. Let's take a quick look at the teams here. They are fairly similar, but there's still some wrinkles here. The Shadow Altaria versus the non-Shadow of Stone Collection. You got the bulky wall type of Lapras versus the Azumarill, and Lapras we've seen usually taking the advantage in those matchups, but let's see if they can change things around this time with Stone Collection. It's going to be the Altaria into Lapras to start things off.
That's right. Interesting matchup here, but Stone Collection doesn't want any piece of it. Quickly switches out into Scizor, met with the Empoleon, but now with a tiny bit of an energy advantage, Scizor might be able to flip this.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting counter swap from Javier because you are behind energy and Stone Collection is going to win charge attack priority every time. Obviously, Night Slash is not going to be enough to KO you, but with the bullet punches adding up, it can make things uncomfortable. I think Javier is comfortable just losing this matchup a bit. As first Night Slash is going to come through, Stone Collection going to get to the next one beforehand, but might even opt to throw on charge attack priority.
Yeah, that Night Slash didn't do a ton of damage, and lucky for Javier, the Scizor did not boost either. Javier is going to shield up this next Night Slash, so wants to make sure to at least pull a shield from the Scizor.
And if you get a boost here, it could be pretty disastrous. No boost so far because Javier's backline is really weak to the Scizor. You got the Lapras that's going to take a lot of super effective damage from the Trailblaze, and we've seen the Bullet Punch come through against Florges, but Stone Collection actually not opting for the switch advantage, and now comes back the Lapras as Javier has plenty of answers for this Altaria, and now comes the Azumarill.
And I love how Stone Collection played that. You saw him build up a ton of energy Altaria versus Lapras. He doesn't want to have to start shielding those Ice Beams, but making sure to bank energy and then wall all this Sparkling Aria potential Ice Beam damage with the Azumarill water typing.
Let's see if Stone Collection can find a way around this after losing that switch advantage. Play rough is going to be built up, but Stone Collection going for a little bit extra energy as Javier is going to throw another Sparkling Aria. And again, this matchup doesn't look like it'll be bad, but all the side wave damage and the chip damage of Sparkling Aria adds up pretty quickly as Azumarill already below half health.
Yeah, sideways really add up on the Azumarill. The play rough is going to come through, do a nice chunk of neutral damage. Probably still need another charge attack to take out the Slappers, either from the Altaria or the Azumarill. But what Stone Collection hasn't seen quite yet is that Florges in the back for Javier. That's going to be pretty difficult for him to take out. I think Stone Collection needs to be really, really careful in terms of how he manages his energy here.
I think more importantly than not is he needs to save the Azumarill. Oh, and catching a resisted Sparkling Aria. Is this the right call though? Yes, it's resisted damage, but the Fairy Wind damage is going to start adding up, and none of the charge attacks are really that great for Florges. So if you chip down this Altaria, it can make things slightly difficult. Final shield is going to be spent from Javier. He wants to debuff this Altaria as soon as possible and just slowly whittle it down.
Yeah, this is a difficult position for Stone Collection. I think that catch did give him a little bit of a chance, though, wasted a little bit of energy from the Lapras here. And I think with the decent switch timers, he might be able to throw another Sky Attack here and then switch out into his Azumarill to maybe throw the second charge attack to try to threaten the knockout on the Florges, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be enough.
Javier actually went for the Trailblaze, which is going to be the more efficient move and better for the Florges to do a little bit more damage with those super effective Fairy Winds. However, the play rough is coming through. It should be enough to KO the Florges, and maybe Stone Collection has an opening. No shields on side of Javier means that Florges is going to be knocked out. Low health bars on both remaining Pokemon, but they're going to take resisted bubble damage from this Azumarill. This game is far from over. Javier still having energy on the Empoleon as well. Giant Farmer's Proposal thinks that there's a move ready, but not quite yet. And now going to be hit with a play rough. Try to go for a catch, not going to be able to do it. Javier closing in on 2 moves, but the question is how close is Altaria to 1 move? You only need 1 to take out the low health of this Empoleon. Does he have it? No, he's energy dry.
But maybe the Altaria can hang on. This is just a non-stab drill peck. One shield goes up. You see how low that Empoleon is. I think the Altaria might be able to barely hang on and Dragon Breath down the Empoleon.
The one Dragon Breath away. He needs to survive. Even if it's just 1 HP, it's going to be enough. Can the Altaria hang on? Neutral drill peck. It does, with plenty of room to go, as the Dragon Breath is going to finish off Javier's Empoleon, and Stone Collection takes the first game.
Stone Collection looks like he surprised himself a little bit there. Honestly, when I saw the Florges versus the Altaria and Azu in the back, it looked like a really uphill battle, but he clawed his way back bit by bit, starting with the catch of the Lapras's Sparkling Aria on Azumarill, and then at the end also not allowing Javier to catch the Ice Beam from Azumarill onto his own Lapras.
Yeah, really well played from Stone Collection. I actually thought it looked kind of tough for him when he gave up switch advantage with the Scissor. You would think he could fight for switch advantage and get it, but instead he opts to let it go, banking energy on the Altaria. And Altaria's really strong into the team of Javier. Yes, you have the Florges, but Florges is taking a lot of neutral damage and doesn't have any charge attack pressure into that Empoleon. So Stone Collection knows if he has a shield advantage, if he has energy on the Altaria, that is his win condition. That's exactly what he's going for. Unfortunately, Javier maybe a slight miscue or maybe hoping to sideway down, but just short. If the Lapras finishes off there, that could change the entire outcome of the match, but just enough for the Azumarill to finish off the Lapras. And of course, surviving and hang on from this drill peck was absolutely huge for him.
Yeah, I think if Stone Collection throws an Ice Beam into Lapras, it might be GG with the Lapras able to survive in the sideway down. You see Stone Collection surprise there, but we don't have time to dwell on the past. We're already getting into game number 2, and now we see Empoleon versus Scizor in the lead.
All right, we've seen this matchup a couple times. It's a little bit uncomfortable on both sides. You could go for catches though as well. And Stone Collection, he has to, stump his Corviknight in the back. Not a lot of easy ways to deal with the Empoleon, but both have options into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a potential swap, tries to save the Scizor, expecting maybe a Florges after seeing it in that first game. First shield's gonna be thrown up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a Florges on Javier's side. Like you said, Stone Collection doesn't know what's in the back yet. He's not sure exactly how valuable his Scizor is, but we've seen this happen time and time again where this is supposed to be a good matchup for Empoleon, but if you don't want Scizor to just wreck your backline, you kind of have to shield the Empoleon to make sure you can knock it out.
I wouldn't be surprised if Stone Collection lets this go. Let's see if, oh no, he's going to fight for the switch advantage. I was thinking maybe you could sand attack down, put Javier in a tough position, but both shields going to be spent, and now comes the Furret. Furret's going to do a lot of neutral damage, reaches for the Swift, and Stone Collection, I love this play, brings in the Corviknight that completely walls off the charge attacks of the Furret. Furret only can just ramp up the damage, do a little bit more Sucker Punch damage, but leading with a Night Slash can be critical in the end game.
Yeah, and I love that play. It's similar to what he did in game number 8. You build up energy, you go into the Pokemon that absolutely walls the energy, because Javier's Furret is still locked in here. Yes, he did ramp up the Sucker Punch and Swift damage with the Trailblaze, but you see still how healthy Corviknight is, and it's kind of in the driver's seat in terms of when it wants to throw Payback to knock out the Furret. Here it comes.
Payback's going to be the move to KO. Does Javier shield? He makes a perfect shield call, trying to do as much damage as possible into this Corviknight. If you can somehow take this out, it could be big. Oh, and now catches a neutral air cutter on the Lapras. Lapras a little bit extra energy. However, if Stone Collection pivots over to Scizor, he could get to the Trailblaze in time. That's exactly what he does. 1, 2, gets to the Trailblaze. Super effective Trailblaze going to do a huge chunk of damage to the Lapras, and you still can't sidewave down. The bullet punches afterward are going to do even more damage.
Yeah, I don't think this Lapras is going to have a ton of play in this game. You see that Trailblaze, and I don't even think it's going to reach the Sparkling Aria. And Scizor is still alive, still kicking, has an attack boost on it as well. Going to do a decent amount of damage to whatever comes in. And Javier actually comes in with the Furret to Sucker Punch down, but you see how much damage it took from those bullet punches.
In comes the Corviknight. If you boost here, it could be good for that Something, but Javier doesn't know what's in the back. Opts to throw for the Swift instead, a little bit cheaper, thinking that maybe he might have to pivot over to the Empoleon, but there still might be a chance. Oh, does swap to Empoleon, gets this Metal Sound down before the Sand Attack. The thing is, if you just farm up to double moves here, it could be over. More importantly, you don't even need to. You're going for the Thunder Shock down.
And wait, does the Furret have energy for Javier?
I don't think so. I think he's just short. He threw the Swift, I think he's like 1 or 2 Sucker Punches away.
Oh,
yeah, 1!
So close. Yeah, he needed the Trailblaze to be banked there, but unfortunately just not enough energy. I think realizing the match is over, taking off the headphones, but Stone Collection able to take a 2-0 victory with beautiful, precise, clean play across both of those games.
What great competition as well. Javier putting on a performance throughout this tournament, but his road will end here as Stone Collection looks to claim his first regional title still as he's powering through this loser's bracket.
Yeah, he is really powering through the losers bracket. I think a lot of players left started day number 1 on the winner side and then dropped down. Stone Collection's been here since day 1. He came in on the loser side of the bracket. He's won 3 matches straight today alone, and he's taken down some big names. So, you know, getting a little bit of revenge for his EU friend Colin there in terms of knocking out Javier.
Yeah, hopefully our European friends are staying up, watching and rooting for Stone Collection. I'm sure a lot of friends are cheering him on. Maybe not as many in the crowds here, but some probably know him as well. As you can see, the highlights, really great precision plays from Stone Collection. Nothing too fancy, right? Not going for catches, whatever, but just great energy management, great understanding of the game mechanics and knowing when to bring in what in those spots. In some of these situations, some people might crumble under the pressure, but not Stone Collection.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at those plays, that series right there, where he banks a Night Slash on the Scizor, then switches into Corviknight to absorb the first energy, and then you see how that allows the Scizor to come in here and get off the Trailblaze so quickly versus the Lapras. These are all little things that come back to pay off in the end game, and if you're a newer player, I would really think about this game number 2 right here from Stone Collection.
That's right. Goes for the Thunder Shock down, knowing that Javier is not at the move just yet, and gets the Mud Bomb through. Fantastic performance so far, and we love to see all these neutral play mechanics, and Stone Collection, once again, leaning more into a meta team that's, I think some people that like meta teams might, you know, steal his team for future tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have I know some friends with a challenge or a cup that they're going to today, and they're like watching the Toronto stream, looking for which team to steal. So that's you can check out Stone Collection's team.
Yeah, fantastic performance for him. I think we are still going to stay in that losers bracket. It's going to be Elam versus Doombug 97 next, and that's going to be a star-studded matchup.
Yeah, they've played a couple of times. I believe they played at NAIC earlier this year, where Elam came out victorious, and I believe they also played at LAIC last year, if I'm not mistaken. I think Elam might have taken that match as well. So Doombug maybe looking for a little bit of revenge here. You know, you mentioned Javier, you mentioned Stone Collection looking for his first regional title. I mean, we have 8 regional titles between these 2 trainers coming up. It's kind of hard to think about.
All right, well, before we get into those matches, I want to hear a word from Stone Collection, how he's feeling as he continues to make it forward further and further into the Toronto bracket.
Thank you so much, Caleb. I'm here with Stone Collection, who just took down Javier V20, an international matchup here in Canada. How are you feeling, Stone?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know what else to say. I'm feeling good.
Would you say that you just avenged Colin's loss? He's also from EU.
Yeah, kind of, because Colin and I kind of built this team together. We had some last thoughts on the last night before the first day, and we're checking things out. We had originally Talon Flame instead of Corviknight, but he and some other friends made the decision to drop it and to use the Corviknight instead, and it worked out until now. And also it's a revenge game because Javier took me down in Dortmund last season.
Oh, so it's personal.
Yes.
Well, that actually leads into my next question, because you're known for playing spicy Pokemon. I mean, everyone remembers the LCQ with Samurott way back in 2022. That kind of explains why your team is not so spicy. Is it because of Colin?
No, not exactly. It's because I haven't had the chance to get Shadow Scizor in there, because I always forgot to TM it, because I don't really play the game that much nowadays, and this was the first tournament I had the chance to use it, and I was like, it's so good. It's always been so good. It's always in the top cut, especially in EU. I'm going to use it, and let's see what happens.
Well, I already feel scared. If you're not competing that much, just imagine how powerful Stone Collection will be when he's back into it full swing. I was going to ask you another question as well. This is a region, this is the NA region. You're used to competing in the EU region. I don't want you to compare or say one is better than the other, but can you talk about some differences or things that you appreciate or maybe think we could learn from EU?
What I think is that America has more players in the regions. Sometimes we have only 4 brackets, 4 groups. And when I see tournaments like this or Vegas, I think Vegas had 8 groups, right? Yeah, and when I also see upcoming tournaments and their registration numbers, I see that there's the most tournaments are going to be having 8 groups, and in Europe that's usually not the case anymore. We used to have 8 groups, but nowadays, for example, I think Stuttgart was 4, but I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, so the size
is a big factor, and also like people play a bit different. Like Americans or in general in NA, the players tend to have more, I think, solid teams. I mean, we've seen some spies with Toadscrew and the Bestie, but I think NA players are taking it more safe.
Yeah, you're saying that very kindly. I think I know what you're thinking, but you delivered it so kindly. Stone Collection, I will say the final word is that we had a lot of trainers from EU finish in our top cut at Worlds, so you might not have as many trainers competing at events. Hopefully we can change that, but your quality speaks for itself, and you, my friend, are no exception. Let's take it back over to Caleb himself.
Thank you, Speedy. Great to hear the different perspectives of our players too, and Stone Collection's personal insights on the meta and the differences in the regions. And he mentioned the little grudge match, right? He remembers Javier beat him, right? And that's the thing with the players. They remember their records better than anyone. Well, speaking of records, you mentioned that Elam did take the best out of the series versus Doombug at NEIC. All-time career records against each other in the official tournaments. Elam has the 3-1 advantage over Doombug. And Doombug, he's been playing the game for a while. I know that he's played a lot of players, but he might know that count as well. Can't even it up in one series, but he would like to come closer to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Doombug, you win a lot more than you lose. So he definitely is going to remember those losses. I know that he remembers his matches versus Elam all the way back from Baltimore 2023, going back to NEIC in the most recent season. And this is their grudge match, and they're locked in for game number 1.
Yeah, Elam actually had the most impressive reverse sweep in a losers finals, I believe, against Elam in that Baltimore tournament, and that does sting. But Doombug is facing off Elam 0-0 right now. It's going to be Shadow Marowak into the Guzzlord.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup. Both of these Pokemon are kind of just slowly tripping away with these fast attacks. Mudslap doing a little bit more, but Doombug actually goes for the heavy-hitting Dragon Claw. This is the tech that he brought to this tournament, and it pays off as he lands that big attack.
And the real question is, can he ever Dragon Tail down? I mean, Elam didn't shield, but he's at the back-to-back Bone Club, which means that Doombug will probably have to be the first one to shield if he wants to maintain switch advantage, or does he let it go? Next Bone Club is coming through. Doombug just wants to avoid the Marowak on his Empoleon, and Empoleon's pretty safe into the back line. Doombug going to fight for the shield switch advantage, though.
Yeah, and if he was going to do that, I have to wonder why he went for Dragon Claw instead. Okay, well, I mean, there's the reason why he's able to get the Dragon Tail down. He sees that Azumarill comes in, doesn't panic, and goes straight into Empoleon, wants to save that energy for somewhere where it might be a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, you have a question. Doombug's got an answer. Speaking of answers, he has an answer for the Slappers. Not the cleanest of matchups, but you resist all the charge attacks and fast attacks from the Lappers at a minimum. And most importantly, you have that Jellicent in the back. Jellicent actually looks really strong, not only into the Azumarill, but the entire line of 3 for Elam.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice for Doombug. Not only does he have the Jellicent that you just mentioned, he is down his shield, but remember, he has an entire charge attack banked on the Guzzlord. If he can get that to land, well, I guess it's probably going to land on the Azumarill, but maybe he can pull off a combo play. I don't know.
Yeah, for the good part for Elam is that energy's not really going to go very far into Azumarill unless it really comes down to the very bit of the wire. I think Doombug is actually going to try to combo play, save this move for later. He knows that this damage will be enough to take out the... it's going to be Elam that swaps first. I thought Doombug's going to go for the combo play. Maybe Elam anticipating the combo play, instead just going to tank a neutral drill bang instead. This is so awkward. You can't bubble down this Azumarill.
You mean, yeah, bubble down the Empoleon, right? You see how little it does. I mean, Elam is at a charge attack already, but Doombug here already throwing a drill peck. Elam does get a bubble through, and I think he would be able to bubble down from this range without having to take a charge attack. But I mean, look at how low this Azumarill is. The good news for him, though, is that Doombug actually doesn't have shields left, but Elam throwing energy here on this very low Empoleon.
Anticipating a potential swap, but Doombug doesn't go for it. Instead, low health Azumarill. Do you just go for straight Hex down? I don't know if Hex going to be enough. You might have to start throwing Surf away. And now, look at the health bar of Elam. That resisted Brutal Swing and Dragon Claw can make a difference actually into this Azumarill in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at how low the Azumarill is, especially with these hexes starting to add up. I mean, honestly, if you're Doombug, you probably just start going straight Surf, right? Who cares about Shadow Ball? I mean, might as well save a little bit of energy. First Surf coming through here. Elam is forced to shield. I mean, he still has a little bit of a Lapras in the back, so there could be a little bit of play there, but I mean, it's looking bad as this Azumarill's health starts to dwindle.
Yeah, 3-turn to 3-turn move. there are some plays, even though the Gut Sword has only resisted charge attacks, it could also be used as a catch potential because Azuro's moves are not cheap. It takes a while to get to. Even catching energy there can make the difference. As in comes the Lapras, try to maybe go for a swap. I'm not sure. Maybe go for the side wave down, but Doombug instead just going to throw the Surf. This makes things harder for Elam. He lets it go because now you don't have any catch potential, and Doombug just needs to get to 2 more moves for this to happen. He's already at the first Surf, 1 Hex away from the second, and let's not forget he has energy on the Gut Sword as Elam's going to concede this first match.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to reach for that Gut Sword, but he saved it just in case of an emergency. But Jellicent able to get the job done as Junebug takes the first game.
Wow, what a performance from Doombug, just staying calm and collected. I mean, in the end, the overfarm of the shield on Gut Sword it wasn't even necessary. But I think because Elam could see that he knew that there was that move banked, and it ended up working out for Doombug. As we see a pretty unique team, right? Doombug is no stranger to trying Spice and trying to make different things work. Jellicent, kind of a newly buffed Pokemon in this meta, looking pretty good, relying on the Shadow Primate. Honestly, I think every time he brings Shadow Primate, he loses the game, so maybe just using it as bench pressure at this point in time, but it is always a potential tool he can use later, as we see the play rough anticipation catch, but Doombug just doesn't go for it.
Yeah, and you mentioned Doombug using a little bit of Spice. He's definitely an innovator, right? I mean, when you won the most regional titles out of everyone, I mean, you kind of start to carve your own path. I remember him winning San Antonio with the Skeledirge, winning, I think, Orlando with a Pidgeot just a couple months later. Yeah, and you see here, like, he's probably the only trainer in the Top Cut who's had that Shadow Primate, right? Yep. And it came in handy for him throughout the tournament, maybe not in that last game, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring it in game 2.
Yeah, first to win a tournament with a Shadow Pidgeot, maybe the only one actually, the only one in the first to win with a Shadow Primate, the only person to win 3 regional titles, I believe, in a season, if I'm not mistaken, and he's just continued to add more to his resume. But Elam's got the accolades himself, and honestly, side by side, Elam definitely had the better season compared to Doombug last season, but it's a whole fresh season, and Doombug, he was talking about it earlier, it's been his season this year.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't missed a beat, really. He won Las Vegas. I believe he top cut a couple other events before that as well, and of course, he's top cut here in Toronto, already in the top 8, but let's see if he can finish off Elam with this 1-0 victory, and we started with the Gut Sword mirror match.
This is an interesting one. This is where Dragon Ball can come in handy. Obviously, Elam is going to go for the Sludge Bomb, still neutral damage, and looks like the moves are going to be reached at the same pace, but Sludge Bomb's not going to do nearly as much. It almost looks like Doombug's taking a little bit more extra Dragon Tail damage. I'm not really sure if that's the case or not. Maybe Elam just training his Gut Sword to be a little bit more defense and bulk weighted, as the first bait is going to be thrown, and Doombug is going to be able to grab a shield here. Elam going to respond with his own baits, and Doombug doesn't shield it.
Yeah, I think he might actually live a Sludge Bomb from there. So not shielding, that's a great call from Doombug. And now he's able to get off this Dragon Claw. This is a great lead matchup for Doombug. He pulls both shields.
That's huge for Doombug. Being up 2 shields in this mirror matchup, and Elam still a little bit behind, now has to throw the resisted Brutal Swing, but shields down. This Jellicent can go to town against this back line.
And look at this game recognition from Doombug. He sees that Elam has 0 shield, so even if he comes in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which typically would be a hard answer, it's not going to be able to take a Hydro Cannon. Elam recognizing that he's trying to chip away with these Brutal Swings and instead brings in the Corviknight to absorb the Empoleon's energy.
Doombug overfarming quite a bit, has almost a back-to-back Hydro going to be reached before the payback is going to be thrown. This is pretty good for Doombug, and the Marowak's not going to appreciate the super effective surf damage from the Jellicent. Doombug has to get through this Corviknight first. First Hydro Cannon going to land, going to over almost half health to this Corviknight. It's going to be able to hang on after this next Hydro Cannon. Doombug still has a shield though. He could potentially shield a potential payback, or might just let it go. He could even swap. What does Doombug do? He does swap over to the Gut Sword, and now Elam forced to throw the Air Cutter instead.
Yeah, this Corviknight is so low, it's going to be able to fire off another charge attack. Elam actually not hitting all the bubbles, maybe trying to get an extra sand attack or something, but doesn't quite get it. Gut Sword goes down, and now Doombug, he's actually locked in here. If he brings in the Jellicent, he is at risk of getting hit with a payback, but he does bring it in anyways. Oh, and Elam actually quick swap into Gut Sword.
Does get the Brutal Swing off. Doombug actually going to shield this, meaning that now Elam has a chance to land the payback. Doombug has to overfarm a bit though, because the payback is not reached on the Corviknight just quite yet. Still looks like a pretty precarious situation for Elam as he's just going to throw the Surf right away. Not going to make up too much extra energy. Doonbug maybe feeling confident he could get the Hex down before the payback's reach. Elam needs to get this payback. Can he do it? Look at the health bar on the Corviknight. I don't think he's able to, but let's see. He needs to be one sand attack away. I don't know if he'll survive the Hex.
And Doonbug could actually switch out into the Empoleon if that happened, but Elam doesn't want to take that risk quite yet. Brings the Marowak into the Jellicent. This is going to be a super effective serve. I think Marowak can hang on to one, but not two.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst spot for Elam in the sense that he can't be really fast attack down very easily. Maybe the play is you throw the Bone Cup, then go for the Air Cutter. Oh, and we see Elam trying to maybe pause there, but does throw the Bone Cup onto Doombug's Empoleon. This game is not over yet. He needs to try to undercharge a little bit, but it is enough to KO. He's trying to go for the Rock Slide. It's going to do more damage. Actually, Elam might have this. He still has an Air Cutter, and this is going to do a ton of damage to the remaining health bar of Jellicent. Doesn't hang out barely. Corviknight's still there, though. Doombug forced to throw, but he doesn't have the back-to-back, and Elam finding a way to win the second game.
Yeah, Elam still has the Corviknight. It's going to be able to finish off this Jellicent, and oh my goodness, I thought Doon was so ahead in this matchup, but with those desynced switch timers, Elam was able to play around so well with the energy. You see this Corviknight's farm coming in so clutch at the end of the game as Elam evens out the series 1-1.
Doombug won the best at the game, but Elam, I feel like, won the best at making comebacks, and miracles happen when they don't look like they can. Failing the shield baits in that Guzzlord matchup, then spending both shields on his own Guzzlord into an Empoleon that's nearly unchecked for Doombug, but somehow, some way, still doing it. Honestly, I could study Elam's gameplay all day long and not be able to replicate it myself.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing that you mentioned with the going down 2 shields in the lead, I think that if you look back at him winning his first regional title in the Toronto Grand Finals against Septilize, I'm pretty sure in the decisive Game 5, he also went down 2 shields in the lead and it looked terrible. But like you said, maybe the king of comebacks as he wins game number 2 here. I mean, you see trying to go for the undercharge, but it doesn't matter. Able to reach the Rock Slide against the Jellicent, and that's going to do enough to force the energy.
And Rock Slide, less efficient, but does more damage. It's the perfect call for Elam. Probably not even necessary as he had the Air Cutter queued up. And here we are going down to a final game between these two. Elam, after he faced Will D in the interview, said, you know what, I'm about to face Doombug next. Should be fun. I don't know how many people says, yeah, I'm about to face Doombug next. Should be fun, but he's loving it. He's having fun with it, and it's making it fun for everyone to watch as well. We see these players trying to lock in one final team in this matchup. Winner will continue moving forward, potentially adding another title. And Elam, the only remaining Toronto champion, trying to defend his title from last year. You're absolutely right. In that Grand Finals, on that 5th game against Septile Ice, he did double shield his Shadow Annihilate in that lead to win it all. And sometimes these unconventional plays, they look weird at first, but Elam sees it a little differently, able to find the win condition. Here we go, Shadow Marowak into Shadow down by a fantastic lead for Doombug.
Yeah, Elam's actually going to stay in for a little bit, transfers the Incinerate onto the Guzzlord. Oh no, but Doonbug has a Wigglytuff in the back. This is absolutely catastrophic. Elam does have the super effective Sludge Bomb, which of course Doonbug's Guzzlord doesn't have, but it's not going to be enough to take out the Wigglytuff.
I mean, we're talking about Elam, king of comebacks. This is a hard one to come back from. Let's see if he could do it yet again as Doombug going for the entire charm down. Brutal for Elam. Here's the problem. You could still get hit by Ice Wind, and Elam actually opting to bring in the Labyrinth instead. Wants to save the health on the Marowak. Marowak has played into Talon Flame. If you bait, if you land a Rock Slide, of course, it can be fantastic. You just don't want to take the super effective Icy Wind, but this charm damage and Swift damage is really adding up quickly.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know if Marowak can do anything against Talonflame when Talonflame is that ahead on energy. Looks like Elam's almost just sacking this Lapras. He's gonna probably try to get a farm down. No, he banks the energy there. Remember, that's gonna come in handy potentially against the Talonflame, but not against the Empoleon. And Talonflame comes back in onto the Marowak. Flame Charge coming through from Doonbug.
Doonbug going to start ramping up this attack. Does he ever potentially shield, no shield a Bone Cup? Bone Cup actually will start doing some damage. As you can see, the Talonflame already at half health, only taking Mud Slap so far as the first Bone Cup is going to be thrown. Does Doonbug shield? He has to. There's an Empoleon back. He doesn't want to see the Marowak. He's already seen the entire line of Elam. Meanwhile, Elam is still left in dark with the Empoleon in the back. He could probably expect it though with this kind of lead. Doing one more Bone Club, trying to force the final shield from Doonbug. He is able to grab it.
But Doonbug, I believe, is almost at the double fly here. So Elam have to wonder. He's reaching for the Lapras. Remember, he has a Sparkling Aria banked, but this is so scary. He's got 0 shields left now that he's shielding up this fly and energy on both of his Pokemon. How does he handle it?
I think he could transfer the damage over. Oh no! Doombug having another move. Elam caught in a tough position. Doombug, he's not ahead. He's feeling good. There's energy on Lapras, but there's a whole Empoleon on the back. What can he do at this point? Elam throwing, I think, 3 sideways to avoid any boosted Incinerate damage, but at this health range, it can't do enough into Empoleon. Doombug, he said it's this year. I think it's going to be at least his tournament for the time being, as he's going to try to even out that series against all-time Elam. Good game set by both players, as Doombug going to close out the series 2-1.
Yeah, fantastic gameplay from Doombug. He really just kind of had Elam's number in terms of the team there, but you saw how precisely he played. Elam trying his best to make another miracle happen in game number 3, but the Talonflame from Doombug just a little bit too strong.
For what it's worth, Elam actually looked less stressed playing into Doombug and losing there than Will when he won. So maybe for him, it was still all fun and stuff. And, you know, when you lose to a tough competitor like that, sometimes there's not much you can do, right? You bring the Guzzlord in, and you're just stuck in a tough position if there's a Wigglytuff. And Doombug making the perfect line read for game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Doombug, of course, he's been in so many of these scary situations, right? Win or go home. He's won tournaments from the loser side before, and I mean, now advancing to the top 6, I mean, he could do it again. Who knows? Maybe he'll have 7 regional titles by the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm losing count, honestly, at this point. But, I mean, I think the main thing is when I watch Doombug play is that he always believes in himself, and there's a way. He's going to fight to the very end. It's his resilience that really makes him stand out compared to a lot of our other competitors. I mean, in this situation, he's in a great spot, right? But, you know, just staying locked in, throwing, using the Shadow Talonflame, long-turn duration moves, 3-turn, 5-turn. And of course, you have the Empoleon on the back to close things out. But he just carved himself such advantage with that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we called Elam the king of comebacks, maybe, but Doombug, I mean, there's tons of footage of Doombug that you can watch, of course, with all of those runs he's had, but he has come out of some impossible situations before. I mean, I think there was even a game yesterday where he got himself out of some impossible situations. So, you know, Doombug, such a resilient player within the game, between the games. So, you know, wouldn't be surprised to see him go even further here.
Yeah, he'll be facing off against, I think, 9-time Clasher next, and that should be an interesting matchup too, NA versus NA yet again. But I believe going into our next matchup, I think it's going to be Lawson Cody in Stone Collection, and that should be a fun one too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so Cody came in on the winner's side of day 2, and, you know, he was happy with his first one. He said he already outperformed his top 12 performance last year, but I know that he would be happy to continue advancing on in this tournament.
Yeah, only taking a loss to DHT United, which honestly has, you know, come out of nowhere and playing absolutely near perfect in this entire tournament. So he's, you know, had a lot of wins in Toronto so far, but Stone Collection has as well. I don't know if these two have ever faced off in past tournaments, so it could be a first time ever. Yeah, 2 different regions, but first time we might see this matchup, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. Lawson Cody doing really well in a lot of, I think, the Canadian tournaments on top of it, so, you know, feeling like he's playing on his home turf, but Stone Collection looking pretty comfortable in NA too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was trying to make the comparison between EU and NA, and I think, honestly, maybe he feels like because North America does typically play a little bit more safe, a little bit more meta, for a player like him who's used to playing Spice, it could also make it a little bit easier to read.
Yeah, I will say too, my personal opinion is I think the European players are willing to be more creative and bold with the team building, and NA tends to lean a little bit more towards a specific meta. I would say Stone Collection's team is fairly meta in this specific tournament, but sometimes playing it safe isn't the way to go. Sometimes you need to make the bold calls, the bold reads, to not shield any potential baits, and when your back is against the wall in a loser's bracket where you need to win that game 3, sometimes that can be the difference.
Yeah, and, you know, taking a look at these teams, you mentioned that Stone Collection's team looks pretty meta. I mean, I think the Furret has been really the standout for a lot of players, and we saw Lawson Cody kind of struggling against the Thievul earlier on. Of course, he was able to come out on top, but he said that was giving him a lot of trouble. And looking again here, I mean, Furret maybe is a little more troublesome than Thievul because it has Trailblaze for the Azumarill.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest spice for Stone Collection in a way is that Unova Suffix, which is kind of funny because I feel like that is the top usage, maybe even #1 usage in a lot of European tournaments. But obviously, this is a different meta, Precious Pass, and #1 usage in this tournament is Shadow Marowak. So the fact that one of the hardest counter matchups for Unova Suffix is top usage in day #2, and the fact that Stone Collection is still powering through this loser bracket really speaks volumes to his skill level.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple of other offensively oriented Pokemon, right? He's got the Shadow Scizor, which you know, I think has really been a star of this tournament. Maybe not top usage day one, but certainly if you've been watching the broadcast today, you've seen so many Shadow Scizors, you know, doing decently and even into Pokemon like Empoleon. And of course here, there's a Scizor on both teams to watch out for.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at these teams, outside of the Shadow Scizor, and again, Shadow Scizor does get to move pretty quickly, it's very energy-oriented. So I think we're going to see some pretty exciting battles here because they're not going to be straightforward like Wigglytuff into a Guzzlord, right? Or like Talonflame into a Scizor. There's a lot of flexibility for all these players. As you can see, Lawson Cody playing really well in a lot of these Canadian tournaments, top 16 in both Toronto and Vancouver in previous tournaments. Looking for more here. As here we go, game number 1, Lawson Cody versus Stone Collection. It's going to be the Shadow Scizor into Corviknight, which is going to be a fantastic lead for Stone Collection.
This is definitely where you want to see the Scizor if you're a Stone Collection, although he did bring pretty strong to it in the back. He's got his own Scizor as well as the Unova Stunfisk, but with this Corviknight, you're resisting the bullet punches, and Lawson Cody doesn't want to stay in there, actually switching into the Licky Licky. Stone Collection maybe doesn't have a direct answer, but does bring in that Unova Stunfisk, which resists the rollout damage.
Unova Stunfisk, pretty bulky in its own right, kind of letting a rollout through here, so maybe not the best timing, but Stone Collection is at the almost at the back-to-back Mud Bomb. If he goes for one more Thundershock, then Lawson Cody is going to be over 100 energy. Great understanding of that, and Lawson Cody not going for the extra rollout, just going to throw the Shadow Ball instead, only giving up one turn to the Unova Stunfisk.
That's right, and you know, almost going over 100 energy, but like you said, maybe got a couple free turns from Stone Collection, so it's no problem to return them right there. Mud Bomb coming through from Stone Collection. I think you're going to need another third Mud Bomb to actually threaten the Licky Licky, but we'll see if Lawson Cody actually even decides to stay in here, as both switch timers are coming up soon.
I don't think Lawson Cody is anywhere close to rolling out down this Unova Stunfisk, so he does have to commit maybe a Body Slam. I don't think he needs a Shadow Ball. It's going to be close, actually. I don't even know if Body Slam's enough. We're going to have to see. I think Stone Collection feeling pretty comfortable that he can tank this Body Slam. The question is, do we get maybe a fast attack down? Oh, he's going to try and go for it. He actually ends up catching the move instead on the Furret.
That's right, Mud Bomb landing on the fur, and that's great for Lawson Cody to be able to preserve the Licky Licky. However, he is now locked in with the Furret, and Stone Collection now has seen the full team. He knows that his Corviknight honestly could be an MVP in the back, so he's just going to throw his Scizor in here.
Corviknight with very positive matches both into the Furret and Scizor, but Stone Collection just saying, you know what, I'm just going to use my own Scizor wherever I can. He's in a pretty comfortable position, is going to be building up a little bit extra energy, knowing that there's a Scizor in the back. Going to throw on Charge Attack priority. He's going to win that Charge Attack priority as well. Does Lawson Cody ever shield? He's in a tough position. I don't know if he can afford to give this up, but then there's another Night Slash waiting for him on his own Scizor.
Yeah, he does choose to let it go, recognizing, like you mentioned, that there is another Night Slash waiting, so he's going to have to shield the Night Slash somewhere, or maybe just sacrifice this Licky Licky. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be putting it all on his own Scizor.
I love this play from Lawson Cody, avoiding having to use a shield or take a lot of damage, and now he needs to try to get a boost, but it's way higher chance of getting a boost on the air cutters from Stone Collection, and Lawson Cody making the right call not to shield a potential payback, but the air cutter is already putting the Scizor below half health. Stone Collection gets the boost as well. He's not going to shield the first Night Slash in case there is a boost on the Scizor, but you're only a few sand attacks away from taking out the Scizor. Boosted sand attacks are adding up pretty quickly. Stone Collection maybe just opting to go for the entire sand attack down. I think that's going to be the case. He needs 3 moves still. Lawson Cody not even going to throw a move knowing that Stone Collection is going to shield.
Yeah, he does put the Trailblaze, but yeah, no bubbles like you mentioned. I don't think that boost is going to help these bullet punches take out the Corviknight though. Cody recognizing that, just going to no shield the Scizor and start preparing for game number 2.
Tough line for Lawson Cody to run into that Corviknight, just core breaking the team of Lawson Cody. Honestly, though, looking at the team, Corviknight looks really strong into the entire line of Lawson Cody. Great matchups into the Furret, the Scizor, the Alolan Marowak, the neutral play into the Azumarill. Your best answer, in a way, is your Dragon with the Flamethrower, I should say. Flame Charge. Slight error there, but it's okay. It is Flamethrower, and it's going to be enough to take out that Corviknight. Licky Licky, kind of more of a neutral matchup there, but Corviknight really saving the Lawson Cody's team, and he's probably faced a couple Corviknights so far. So I'm actually really interested to see how he's going to deal with this, because it is a tough core breaker for his team, but he's made it so far, and he might be able to find another way.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that, you know, Pokemon like Altari, of course, with the Flamethrower resisting the Sand attacks, might have been Cody's best answer to the Corviknight. I think the Azumarill also has a pretty decent matchup into Corviknight, of course, provided it doesn't boost, but you do force Corviknight to throw those less effective air cutters compared to the heavy-hitting payback.
Yeah, being triple weak to Corviknight does make things a little bit easier for Stone Collection. He can kind of make reads on what's going in the back. And here we go. It's going to be the Altari. He's trying to find that Corviknight, but instead runs into the Scizor of Stone Collection. Stone Collection starts shielding here. It's going to be a fantastic matchup for him. It's taking resisted Dragon Breath damage. First Sky Test going to be thrown. Stone Collection throwing up the shield right away.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to let your Scizor go, especially when you see that Lawson Cody staying in with the Altari tells you that your Scizor might have some utility in the back. I also like that he's continuing to build up energy, maybe expecting that Cody kind of wants to switch out of this matchup as it's not great for the Altaria, but going to throw this first Night Slash, and I believe he's at back-to-back.
Yeah, over 2 Night Slash already banked for Stone Collection. Might going to throw the next one right before the Sky Test is going to be reached. Is going to throw it. Does Lawson Cody decide to shield? You really need to take out the Scizor. It's getting pretty annoying for Lawson Cody. Stone Collection, though, he has a way to pivot out. Might even bring in the Unova Stump to absorb this potential resistant move. No, Stone Collection fighting for switch advantage instead. Going to throw up the final shield and go for the bullet punch down.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. Let's see if Cody decides to pivot out. He has 2 pretty normal, neutral normal types in the back. Licky Licky comes in to try and absorb some of this damage. But Stone Collection actually catches a body slam on Unovan Stunfisk.
And he leaves with a Trailblaze and Night Slash loaded up. That can be pivotal for Stone Collection later. Again, a pretty fantastic matchup for the Unova Stunfisk. It's that bulky ground type that's going to resist all that rollout damage as he is going to throw the first Mud Bomb.
Yeah, first Mud Bomb coming through. We saw this matchup play out last game. We know that it lasts long enough for both of these players to be able to switch out before it's over. Cody continuing to charge up energy, throws this neutral Shadow Ball. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Unovan Stunfisk, but that is going to leave him pretty much energy dry.
Shields are down on the side of Stone Collection, but he has some move banked. The problem is that Bird is only going to be matched up potentially into the Corviknight in the back. Things aren't looking great for Lawson Cody. What can he do? Maybe he's got to put everything on the Bird at this point in time. Hopefully can Sucker Punch down of the remaining Pokemon. Shadow Ball is going to be reached. Should bring the Unova Stump is pretty low. I don't think it's enough to KO, and Stone Collection might just throw a Mud Bomb right away, just like last game, to prevent any fast attack down from something else. But in comes the Bird, in comes the Mud Bomb, just like Deja Vu last time. Bird probably going to take some of this damage, but the problem is there's a Corviknight waiting for it in the back.
Yeah, Corviknight gonna, unfortunately for Cody, wall up all this energy, but Stone Collection, again, like you mentioned, banked up all this energy on Scizor, and it's coming in so handy right here. Gonna throw the first Night Slash. It's not gonna do enough to knock out the Furret, but Cody really needs to preserve some health on his Pokemon, so gonna shield it up, and Stone Collection quickly pivoting into Corviknight to, again, as we've seen so many times from him, just absorb the energy in the perfect place.
I love the placement of Stone Collection. He knows Lawson Cody is locked in here. He can't catch any potential moves. Grabs the final shield with a Night Slash and now clears the way for a hard-hitting payback against the Furret. Can Lawson Cody whittle down the timers and maybe catch a payback later on a Licky Licky or Altaria? He needs to find a way. Only one bubble punch away from the Night Slash. Timers are up. Does he do it? No, not going to be the case. Payback's going to do a huge chunk of damage to the Birds. Even if it hangs on, it's only going to have a few HP left. Payback KOing the Birds. Only a few red health bars left for Lawson Cody. He's on his final HP bars. Goes for the Kesto on the Licky Licky.
Oh, and this could be a great chance for Lawson Cody. Maybe a tiny sliver of hope opening up, but Stone Collection does still have the Scizor in the back. A ton of work for this Altaria to do. Let's see what it can do. So little health. Oh, and it can't even get off the flamethrower. Stone Collection takes game number 2.
Lawson Cody fighting till the very bitter end. Unfortunately, that Corviknight just proving too difficult for him to overcome. Fantastic plays from both players, but Stone Collection just having the edge over Lawson Cody in that team composition, and winning leads in both games even helped him out further.
Yeah, he made such great use of those neutral matchups. We saw both games, right, bringing Unovan Stunfisk into the Licky Licky. It's not dominant, but it's good enough for you to get a little bit of an advantage. And when you're playing as cleanly as Stone Collection, a small advantage is really all you need.
And that's the thing I really respect about Stone Collection, is that even when he runs really spicy teams, he needs to maximize as much as possible. Right? When he was running Samurai, when he runs all these very wacky anti-meta picks, you need to know your matchups and need to play to perfection to make the most out of your Pokemon. And he's doing that in all these games so far at Toronto. As you can see, the mechanical prowess, catching the body slam, leaving with energy, throwing moves to grab final shields, leaving all the health bars so low on Cody's side, getting parting Mud Bombs to slowly chip away at the health bars of Lawson Cody's team.
And I love Stone Collection's understanding as well of, you know, defensive advantages. I think we were almost at the moment there where Stone Collection, you know, farms up a little bit of energy on Scizor, then brings in Corviknight to absorb energy from Burt. And, you know, we've seen him do that several times today alone. And I think just really shows his understanding of not just these 1v1 matchups, but also the greater 3v3 matchups.
And the thing is, even though Lawson Cody caught an air cutter there, right? Stone Collection just carves out enough of a lead so that he says, you know what? You catch a move, that's fine. I have a nice touch bank, right? So I need to throw a move anyway at the licky. So he just feeling comfortable. I'll just throw it when I have it. It's a win condition for me either way. And he's continuing to find those win conditions as he's moving closer and closer to that losers finals in this losers bracket.
Yeah, he's been really impressing me. Honestly, pretty much every trainer left in the tournament, of course, by definition, has been doing so well. I've seen so many players play almost flawlessly. I mean, if you look at Kelsey and DHC, how they've been playing this tournament, I think I've like barely seen a mistake from either of them, and it's no surprise that they're in the winners finals. But Stone Collection as well on the loser side, at least today, has been really, really impressing me.
Yeah, I mean, we have, you know, 2 players that have never made to winners finals waiting in the wings, and we have decorated veterans in the losers bracket trying to find a way back to that grand finals, to that winners bracket to challenge them. And coming up next, we have Nighttime Clasher versus Doombug 97, 2 of our greatest players, not only in North America, but throughout the entire world. Nighttime Clasher just coming off a victory at Latin America International Championships, the very last tournament at an international, winning that. Here's the interesting fact about Nighttime Clasher. He's won 2 tournaments, right? Liverpool Regional and then Latin America International Championships. But he doesn't really win as much tournaments on North America soil. So he's trying to change that narrative, but Doombug, he's going to try to stop him.
All right, well, unfortunately, we do have to wait just a little bit to see this incredible matchup, but don't go anywhere. Nighttime Clasher.
too pushy?
Yeah. Time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
Welcome back, trainers. We're continuing our coverage of the Championship Sunday Toronto 2026 Regional Championships here in the venue. I'm excited to get back into the action, buddies. We just had some lunch. We're feeling refueled, ready to rock.
Well, it's all been about the underdog so far in Toronto, but on the loser side of the bracket, we have two reigning champions. Our reigning international champion in Nighttime Clasher in Brazil, and our reigning North American regional champion in Dunebug. He won in Las Vegas.
This is truly going to be a clash of the Titans, and only one of them will advance in our loser side bracket and have a chance at winning it all. Honestly, these trainers are both so resilient. I can't even begin to say who I think will take the victory here, but whoever it is, Butters, as you pointed out, it's going to face one of the underdogs ultimately.
Well, they have significant differently takes on the meta because you have that Lapras on the side of Nighttime Clasher. I think the last Lapras standing, because there were that three on the winner side. They've all been eliminated except for Nighttime Clasher. And then on the other side, you have two unique picks, the Jellicent, and then the Pokemon we haven't seen that much, but we might see in this matchup, the Shadow Primate.
Great call out. I think the Shadow Primate is a great Pokemon to break up the Altaria and Empoleon core that was very, very popular this weekend, but neither trainer bringing those Pokemon on their team. It looks like we're going to get queued up here to go right into battle number one. Nighttime Clasher is locked in. Dunebug taking just a few more seconds.
Tournament on the line for both of these champions. They want to try to make it all the way to the losers finals. They have a couple more series to do so. Dunebug versus Nighttime Clasher. It is going to be that Shadow Primate it's facing versus the Shadow Scizor in the lead.
Let's get queued up here. Primate into the Shadow Scizor. Karate Chop's going to add up, but the Bullet Punches do a lot in terms of HP to that Primate.
And here comes the first Rage Fist. This will increase the attack by one stage on the side of Dunebug's Shadow Primate. It gets Protect Shielded into the Shadow Scizor, swap into the Jellicent. Now that you got that Protect Shield, gonna soak actually super effective damage though. Either the Night Slash or the Trailblaze goes for the Night Slash.
Exactly right. This is gonna do a lot of damage to that Jellicent, but it is a bulky Ghost and Water type Pokemon. Shrugs that off. The Bullet Punch is not doing much damage either, but here comes another Night Slash back to back.
And this will knock out if it goes through. So here comes the Protect Shield from Dunebug here into this Jellicent, and now suddenly you can pivot if you are Nighttime Clasher, try to catch a Surf somewhere. No, actually just staying in, gonna soak all this damage, gonna sacrifice your Scizor. I don't think there's gonna be a second Protect Shield going down. Nighttime Clasher is thinking about it and just lets that Shadow Scizor go down. That is the knockout.
Definitely a powerful Pokemon, but kind of at the end of its usage, Lapras comes in here now, throwing some Psy Waves into the Jellicent. Coming up with the Shadow Ball here, I think Dunebug might be able to pace to a second one, but it's gonna be really close.
And you're gonna try to Psy Wave down if you're Nighttime Clasher, because you're not gonna to want to throw any charge attacks, and now pivot from Dubug, just trying to get to a charge attack or force energy out of the Lapras from Nighttime Clasher. Effectively does force that energy and actually protects shields. Remember, this fighting type is going to take super effective side wave damage from this Lapras. Gets an Outrageous, it is swapped on to the Azumarill. Not only is it swapped on, but Nighttime Clasher got a bubble through with the Azumarill as well, and now is going to try to bubble down this Primate before it gets a one more range miss. Can it do it? And no, actually it does. It gets the bubble down.
Wow, 4 bubbles is enough to pick up the knockout there. Still the Guzzlord in play, but that lack of Sludge Bomb time and time again has costed Doonbug so much because he lacks the coverage that he needs to win these fairy matchups.
Honestly, this has been responsible for so many of his losses here in Toronto, and it actually didn't even one-hit knockout. He barely holds on to Doomer's double super effective play rough, and now here comes the Jealous Hit, but there's a protection remaining for Nighttime Clasher, and you're already at the play rough. Gonna throw it, gonna clean up this game number 1.
Exactly right. This Azumarill has been so good for Nighttime Clasher this weekend. The combination of that plus the Lapras, the double water types, has been so good. And I think lack of electric has a lot to do with it too. There are no charge books, no stun fists, no magnet zones even to worry about. And I think the Nighttime Clasher just shows us time and time again. I mean, he's very steady, very consistent. And he does not want to let what happened against Kelsey K happen again here.
Yeah, this trainer is absolutely on fire. Obviously won the Latin American International Championships with the first ever limited meta in Pokemon Go. Then came into this tournament, felt dominant before the dismantling by Kelsey on that winner's side of the bracket. Now facing Doonbug, who Doonbug has also been on fire, was the North American Regional Champion in Las Vegas just a couple months ago. And now it seems like his only losses in this entire tournament is to this moment right here.
Yeah.
It's the Fairy versus Guzzlord, one of the few trainers not running that Sludge Bomb on the Guzzlord. I asked him, what happens if you run into a Fairy? He says, then I run into a Fairy, I probably lose.
Well, I feel like losing that hard in that battle number 1, Doonbug is going to steer clear of that Guzzlord, maybe opting for something a bit more neutral. It just feels so dangerous to bring that Pokemon back out when you know Nighttime Clasher is going to rely on that Azumarill.
And a Pokemon that we haven't really seen, that Shadow Primate, did make that appearance there. Got a Protect Shield early on, but then that pivot into Jellicent is where things turned in that matchup. And we're locked in. The game number 2, Doonbug's tournament is on the line. If he loses this game, he is eliminated. Or can Nighttime Clasher get the 2-0 here? And here comes the Air Cutter into this clunky matchup between the Corviknight and the Guzzlord.
I really like the positioning here of the Guzzlord by Doonbug97. He puts it in the lead in case he does encounter the Azumarill. He can swap out, but the boost on the first Air Cutter could actually flip this matchup a bit.
Yes, that is huge for this matchup. And now the Brutal Swing is going to be coming through. You're not going to do much fast attack pressure at all with that Dragon-type Dragon Tail being resisted into the Corviknight. You still need over 2 Brutal Swings more to knock out this Corviknight. And Corviknight, because of this boost, might be able to knock out with 2 Air Cutters at this point. Yes, and does he get another boost? No, it doesn't matter though. He just needs to get to that next Air Cutter before the triple Brutal Swing, because I don't think the double's enough.
I don't think so either, but a second Brutal Swing will come through. We can eyeball the damage and get a better idea.
Oh, it's going to be so close.
It's going to be close, but actually maybe reaching for the swap, but decides not to. Doonbug throws another Brutal Swing. Corviknight might hang on by a steely feather, but Nighttime Clasher does not want to find out.
Oh, we'll never know. And now you're going to be able to get to the back-to-back Air Cutter right before the Brutal Swing is available. Perfect timing from Nighttime Clasher. And now you're going to be able to hold this energy of this Air Cutter, or maybe even get to a payback to a Pokemon in the back for Doonbug.
I mean, if you're going to play Guzzlord as Doonbug, you've got about as much value as you possibly could have in that matchup, but the payback is locked and loaded. Try to throw a good time. He actually baits here with an Air Cutter.
He did the same exact thing to Kelsey, and Kelsey called it to be not very effective. Does Doonbug call it too? No, Doonbug uses his first Protect Shield, rolls his eyes a bit because there's almost another payback available. Can you get to the payback? And yes, that is the payback. If he doesn't Protect Shield, this will be super effective. 2 Protect Shields from this low health Corviknight.
History doesn't repeat, but it does indeed rhyme. And this time Doonbug uses both shields on the Jellicent, both healthy water type Pokemon in the back for Nighttime Clasher. Sends out the Azumarill, but it's going to take a barrage of Shadow Balls.
The only Pokemon remaining in this battlefield are all water types. There's 4 Pokemon remaining, all with the subtyping of water. The Lapras, Azumarill for Nighttime Clasher, the Empoleon and Jellicent for Doonbug, reaching another Shadow Ball to throw to the Azumarill. Do we see a Protect Shield? No.
No Protect Shield on the second Shadow Ball here from the Jellicent. Same type attack bonus, and that hits so hard into the bulky Azumarill. Charge Attack Party means that this Azumarill will be able to fire back to play rough right away.
And I believe he is one hex away from another Shadow Ball. Here comes a swap into the Lapras to try to get a side wave down, but in the meantime, we'll have to take a lot of damage from this Jellicent. At least take one Shadow Ball here. Do you commit to the energy? I think you have to commit to the energy because you don't really want to take the next Shadow Ball unless you're trying to full farm down, and there's the pivot into Empoleon. It didn't matter.
Didn't matter. Empoleon comes out to face off against the Lapras. The Sparkling Aria is loaded and ready to go, and Nighttime Clasher has quite a bit of energy here, but it's going to be a war of attrition between these two Water-type Pokemon, just chipping away, throwing charge attack after charge attack.
Well, because Empoleon resists everything from the Lapras, what we've seen in previous matchups, the Lapras will actually win the Zero Protect Shield versus Empoleon, which is counterintuitive because the Empoleon is doing neutral damage, but just the bulk and strength of these attacks from Lapras is enough, and you're at the Sparkling Aria before the charge attack of the Empoleon.
You're at the Sparkling Aria and at the Switch Timer as well, so Nighttime Clasher has a new option available to him. Meanwhile, Doombug is still Switch locked. Do we see a switch? Oh no, actually just gonna stay in and absorb this Drill Peck with the Lapras.
But I don't think this is enough. This is not gonna knock out the Lapras here, but can you get to a charge attack and then swap out? He's gonna try to get to a charge attack, bank the Sparkling Aria, and then swap out. No, he can't get to it. The Metal Sound does knock Doombug out, and now you're almost at the Shadow Ball. Doombug is able to reach it and tie up this series.
What a showcase of Jellicent here from Doombug 97, your Las Vegas regional champion. I thought he fumbled in the mid game with the Corviknight matchup, but he brought it all the way back to a victory.
In the battle of water types, Jellicent reigned supreme. It did feel like the best water type in all of those matchups, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And this is kind of what I was talking about when I looked at Kelsey's team. If you can just get the Guzzlord out of the way, Jellicent can absolutely run through a lot of these teams. We're going to zoom in just one more time at Doombug's squad of 6 here. Fly, Flame Charge, Shadow, Talonflame, which I think is pretty standard. Ice Punch on the Primate, but very few targets for it. What do you think, Butters? Do you think we're going to see the same trio from Doombug in this battle number 3?
Do you ever try to go for that Wigglytuff to maybe protect yourself from the Guzzlord? I mean, I think Jellicent looks so strong right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is really strong against Nighttime Clasher's team. You mentioned it before. It can be so dominant. And in that later game, it was able to just outpace and just outperform all the water types if you can put it in a scenario like that once more. But you need to protect it. And to protect it, you have 2 options. You have the Empoleon, which is what you saw last game, having the Empoleon Jellicent together, or you have the Wigglytuff as well.
Wigglytuff is feast or famine though, because if you do bring that Pokemon out, you might encounter a Scizor or a Corviknight or a Pokemon you do not want to match up against if you are Doombug 97. So again, this is the losers round 4. This is an elimination match deep into this bracket for day 2 in Toronto. A lot on the line here, and both of these trainers have thousands of reps under their belts. But it's all going to come down to the performance right here, right now.
And 2 trainers that are also in the top 4 of their respective region in championship points. This will mean something. Also, 2 reigning champions tied 1-1. We got game 3. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Empoleon. A great lead for Nighttime Clasher. Pivot into Jellicent. Oh, he's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. Nighttime Clasher's holding his card, and he shows it.
He absolutely pulls the Guzzlord card here into the Jellicent matchup, but he allowed Doombug to get about 3 or 4 hexes before he made the swap. I think Nighttime Clasher is very comfortable here as we see the Shadow Ball connect. It's going to take this Jellicent probably 3 Shadow Balls to knock out the Guzzlord.
I think Doombug knew it. As soon as he pressed that swap, it was like watching a horror movie. He's like, is the Guzzlord going to pop out? And it wasn't happening. It's suspenseful. And then suddenly the Guzzlord pops out, and it's going to hard counter the Jellicent, lands that super effective Brutal Swing. The next Shadow Ball is going to be going through. Maybe you do get back to your Switch Timer, and you can pivot out once again. But at this point, this Jellicent is almost irrelevant in the game. And yes, you can get this Switch Timer, but first there's a Brutal Swing. No, actually, you can swap. Does Doombug try to go for the swap?
No.
And he doesn't.
Absolutely devoured by the Ultra Beast Guzzlord and the Dragon Tail pressure. Trying to reach for that Shadow Kanto Marowak, finally gets out, and Nighttime Clasher is going to throw some Mud Slaps into the Dragon-type Pokemon.
And I think Doombug has lost a little faith in this battle. I think he said GG to his opponent here as he's going to be able to take this Bone Club, but he has that Empoleon in the back. He's just trying. He's trying his best. Doombug doesn't quit. He is one of those trainers I think you've been mentioning before.
For sure.
It doesn't matter if he wins. It doesn't matter if he loses. If anyone could win in this situation, it might be Doombug, but I don't know if anyone can win in this situation.
Yeah, extremely resilient here, but a little bit of stutter on the screen as well. Second Bone Club's going to get fired off. Doombug's going to shield it up. He's going to fight to the very end because this might be the last battle that he plays here in Toronto. Brutal Swing coming through.
Well, I mean, to Doombug's credit, he has whittled down this Shadow Kanto Marowak, and if you can put it in range range of getting knocked out by the Metal Sounds, it isn't over for Dunebug because it's going to be that Empoleon versus the Azumarill in the back line here. Here is the last Protect Shield of the battle for Dunebug. Pivot, going to try to Metal Sound before the Bone Club can come out. And yes, does get that Metal Sound down. Nighttime Clasher tried the pivot though.
Yeah, I mean, hold on though. He was able to get 3 Metal Sounds there, but the Guzzlord comes right back out. And I forgot how much energy was still on this Pokemon. Gonna go ahead and throw the Brutal Swing into the Empoleon. Another one is ready to go, and just too much pressure. Dunebug finally comes to a screeching halt, and the person that stopped him was Nighttime Clasher.
The back-to-back Brutal Swing is gonna stop Dunebug from being a back-to-back North American Regional Champion because Nighttime Clasher wins 2-1, and he has a chance to be a back-to-back champion from LAIC all the way here to Canada in Toronto Regional Championships. An epic showdown between 2 of the best on the planet.
I mean, you say that, Butters, but I think Nighttime Clasher still has a long way to go. He might actually end up facing off against Kelsey K a second time if he continues his winning ways, and so does she. So there's still a long road ahead. There's no telling what's going to happen.
No, anything can happen, and those have been the 2 storylines so far, in my opinion. It's going to be the underdogs, and it's going to be the strength of Nighttime Clasher. He's looked dominant, but the underdogs are winning so far, and Kelsey dismantled him, and the underdogs are in the winners finals awaiting it. I think we're still going to be on the losers side for just a little bit longer. I'll double check that, but soon we will have a winners finals matchup between DHC United and Kelsey. 2 underdog stories. One trainer that made his debut recently this season, another trainer that has just been getting better and better in the championship series.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. This is the moment that you pointed out, Butters. Dunebug sent out the Jellicent and then just kind of grimaced, right? He's kind of like, I think I know what's going to happen next. And he was exactly right. We talked about Jellicent avoiding the Guzzlord and how critical that was for this matchup, but Dunebug just has such an awful lead scenario. You could argue he should have just stayed in, played it out, and just dealt with the cards that he was, he had in his hand, but tried to force things maybe a bit there.
Yeah, he just knew he lost that lead, and he just thought, okay, maybe my best opportunity is just hoping there isn't that Guzzlord. I'll try it. I can't look. Oh no, there is that Guzzlord. Yeah. It's over, and it was over right then because Nighttime Clasher just had too much of a dominant grasp on that game, and he was able to take it 2-1, and that means he's staying on stage because he defeated Dunebug. He's now going to face the #1 trainer in terms of championship points in all of Europe, and that is Stone Collection.
Wow, that's going to be a formidable matchup. I had a really fun interview with Stone Collection earlier. I asked him, is this kind of like revenge for your other EU trainers that have fallen, like Colin in the bracket? He said, yeah, kind of, but I think he's also proving a lot to the trainers here in North America that he can hang with some of our best.
Well, if he wants to get a little more revenge, remember, Nighttime Clasher won his first ever title on European soil. So he can get a little bit more revenge for the Europeans in this next matchup and continue to rack up those championship points to secure that travel award for the North American International Championship. Nighttime Clasher has a chance to do the exact same thing. Like you said, there's going to be a long journey ahead, but he still has that opportunity to win it all.
Well, something I wanted to ask you about, Butters, is we just saw Nighttime Clasher in a 2-1 Nailbiter series versus Dunebug 97. He's got to come right back to it. No break, no relief. He's got to take on Stone Collection here in just a few short minutes. How do you think that affects his mindset after just having a big win? Do you think he has time to decompress?
You know, a normal trainer might not, but Nighttime Clasher, you're talking about a trainer that has so many reps. You said Mr. Worldwide also.
Yes.
The champion of the first ever limited meta. He's talked about his process too. He has the right process. And I feel like a trainer like that, just give him a couple moments to process with the way that he is playing right now. Yeah. You put any opponent in front of him and you give him 3 minutes, I still like Nighttime Clasher's chances.
Yeah, I like his chances a lot too. I mean, he's been very steady, he's been very relaxed. There's a little bit of surprise to see what happened in that Kelsey K matchup, but we're gonna find out how he handles adversity in this loser side bracket. He's got a lot of championship points, but there's so much more that you can earn as you make your way up. Top 8, top 4, top 2. There's a lot of upside here and a lot of reasons to keep competing.
Oh, I mean, there is that phrase, everyone has a plan until they get punched, right? Yeah. I think Nighttime Clasher did take a hit against Kelsey, and now he has to bounce back and say, okay, like, let me rethink this. I need to try to get back into that losers finals, maybe have a shot at a rematch, and to do so, you have to take down the top European Trainer and Championship points, and that is Stone Collection. Stone Collection, one of the few trainers here running that Unova Stunfisk.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was thinking, but are you reading my mind?
I am a little bit, and it's because you've made the point before also that it was really relevant in the last season, or sorry, before this new Precious Pass update. So literally the last tournament in North America.
Correct.
And that's crucial to mention because a Pokemon that's top 5 usage, not a ton changes, it's still a good Pokemon, right?
No, absolutely. And if you look at the teams here, there are so many targets for electric type damage output. You've got the Lapras, you've got the Azumarill, and the Corviknight as well. So as long as Unova Stunfisk avoids things like the Shadow Kenta Marowak and to a lesser extent the Guzzlord, I think it's got a ton of play. I could see it coming out in all 3 games.
And this can provide a unique wrinkle because electric types are pretty much out of the meta right now. And we see the adaptation is there's a ton of water. You know what? Also, grass types are out of the meta.
Correct.
Grass and electric are out of the meta, so that makes water really safe. And we've seen water thriving here in Toronto. So now Stone Collection, one of those few trainers with an electric or a grass, has an opportunity to try to core break Nighttime Clasher's team. And I know specifically the Pokemon that Nighttime Clasher has been leaning on, it's going to be hard to bring an Azumarill, a Lapras, a Shadow Scizor, a Corviknight all together. You're going to have to rely a little bit more on that Guzzlord, but that is dangerous. Once again, Azumarill on Stone Collection's team.
No, absolutely. I think the only grass type coverage that Nighttime Clasher has and Stone Collection really in kind is the Trailblaze Shadow Scizor. It matters more for Nighttime Clasher because he's actually facing Unova Stunfisk. But yeah, I agree with you, Butters. Your analysis is absolutely on point. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of windows here for Stone Collection to make a difference. Nighttime Clasher has got an interesting challenge on his hand. He was like, hey, what's going on? I thought Unova Stunfisk was out of the meta.
Yeah, and it is weird because look, Stone Collection actually has the most Pokemon, I think, in the entire tournament that can threaten water with the coverage. Like, you have the Trailblaze on both the Shadow Scizor and the Furret. And then you also have the electric type of the Unova Stunfisk. I think that forces Guzzlord out of Nighttime Clasher. So how does Stone Collection handle that? Do you try to go for a Steel type of the Corviknight? Do you bring in the Azumarill? I think we're going to see that Guzzlord. We're locked in. This is loser semifinals right here. Stone Collection versus Nighttime Clasher. Oh, there it is. The Guzzlord into the Corviknight. You are ABA strong against it with the Azumarill in the back as well.
Exactly. A lot of neutral damage here on both sides of the field. The Brutal Swing is so quick. Gonna fire this off immediately into that Corviknight, try to work away, chip down this HP in this overwhelmingly neutral matchup.
Yeah, and I said strong, but it is neutral at the end of the day because strong just means that you can protect your Unova Stunfisk in 2 positions. You protect it with the Azumarill, and if you face the Guzzlord here against your Corviknight, it's just fine. You know that once the Guzzlord is out of this battle, your Stunfisk that you have in the back is going to have targets.
Great point. That's an excellent observation. Second Brutal Swing going to get fired off here by Nighttime Clasher. Again, just chipping away blow by blow, piece by piece. Those Dragon Tails being resisted are not dealing much, but the Brutal Swings are definitely helping. Stone Collection there a little bit frustrated, wanted to get the right timing on his first air cutter, but instead forced to take a third Brutal Swing on charge attack priority.
I think he might have missed a sand attack or 2 in that position there. So that's why he is shaking his head a little bit. You don't really see Stone Collection throw on charge attack priority in that situation, and got a back-to-back air cutter here. You still play this out. It's not over. Like, anything could happen. This was going to be the fate of this opening line matchup anyway. It was going to be a soft loss, a pivot from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah. The only argument you can make is that if you would have gotten the boost on the first hair cutter, maybe it would have made a different impact, but no boost that time. Let's go ahead and just move forward with what we have. Unova Stunfisk comes out to face off against the Scizor, and like you pointed out earlier, Butters, plenty of targets now that the Guzzlord is basically off the field.
Interesting that Nighttime Clasher just lets that first charge attack go, knowing that he is weak to that Unova Stunfisk in the back with the Azumarill, but I think he also does know there's not a lot of bulk on Shadow Scizor, but it is hard to Thunder Shock down. So actually, you probably will Protect Shield this one to try to get one more charge attack off if you're Nighttime Clasher. Try to get a Trailblaze. There it is.
And the reason is you want to put this Unova Stunfisk within bubble down range of the Azumarill. You want to set up your final Pokemon here to try to close out the game. But Stone Collection, he's also applying the pressure in the opposite direction. I really like the shield.
He knows it. He knows there's not going to be a Guzzlord and a Shadow Kanto Marowak in the game. It is that Azumarill in the back. You are in range of the Ice Beam pretty much at this point of the battle, plus the bubbles. Here's a super effective discharge, but he has a switch timer. He can go ahead and try to swap on an Ice Beam into his own Azumarill.
Yeah, he absolutely can. 2 more bubbles, and there it is. Actually throwing right on charge attack priority. He said, if you're going to get off the Ice Beam, I'm going to punish you for it.
No, I like this because I don't think that Nighttime Clasher would expect that, right? So trying to throw on charge attack priority to just make sure you get that damage off and get that huge bonus, and then the swap!
But as you were calling Azumarill plays all weekend long, you called the player into the Corviknight, you're calling the Ice Beam into the mirror matchup. You're on fire, my friend. That does minimal damage, and the switch timer is still not up for Nighttime Clasher.
You have just such a health lead against Nighttime Clasher. Yes, there is a 1 Protect Shield advantage, but I mean, there's the Ice Beam bait. Even if it goes through, you can almost bubble down. It is going to go through. It's not very effective, but there's just nothing left for Nighttime Clasher. Swap into Guzzlord. Guzzlord's going to try to absorb some bubbles and get to a charge attack, but gets into a brutal swing. It's not going to do nearly enough.
Yeah, late game counting would matter if he had any Protect Shields left, but Stone Collection is happy to let the brutal swing connect and is really relieved it's on a Sludge Bomb. That Guzzlord just didn't do much. Scissor's not going to help much either. Like you said, Butters, the health lead on the Azumarill here for Stone Collection is overwhelming.
And just the bubble down because Nighttime Clasher knows that this one is over. Let's just switch and actually do the Thunder Shock down. That'll be a little quicker as Stone Collection takes that game number 1 on the strength of the bulk of that Azumarill. But of course, it was that Core Breaker, the only trainer left with an electric type, that Unova Stunfisk.
Clearing the obstacles. I think that was the theme of battle number 1. We talked about it at length. Getting rid of the Pokemon that you don't want to see early on in the match, and then doubling down on what you know is going to be vital. You made the observation, Butters. There's no way you would see the Guzzlord and the other Unova Stunfisk counter on the same trio, and I think Stone Collection made that bet.
Well, it just increases the difficulty for Nighttime Clasher. Not only did he just come off a series, now he's facing this opponent that maybe has a Pokemon that core breaks him, and that is tough to deal with. Now you're in a 1-game hole. You have to reverse sweep this to keep your tournament alive. This is the losers semis here, so you're so close to getting to that top 3.
Exactly. Stone Collection, he's actually already locked in. He's ready for this battle number 2. He wants to continue his run through the bracket, but Nighttime Clasher taking just a few more seconds to think things over. He's got to get it right because this is an elimination game.
And Nighttime Clasher has been relying on certain Pokemon all tournament long, and it just feels like this Unova Stunfisk does counter those Pokemon lineups that he has favored, so he's gonna have to switch it up in this desperate moment. And there it is, actually running kind of ABA weak to the Stunfisk, but if you can win the alignment, and you can definitely win the alignment with a little energy advantage.
Yeah, I like this lineup a lot for Nighttime Clasher. He does have that Shadow Can to Marowak, a hard answer to the Unova Stunfisk, which he is certain is coming to this game number 2, and he is absolutely correct. But first, payback.
Well, it's pretty risky, right? You lead a Pokemon that is weak to electricity in the front with the Corviknight, and you have one in the back with the Azumarill as well. But I think even if he saw that in the lead, Nighttime Clasher was just going to play it out and keep that Azumarill in the back. But to his favor, he is at least 1 or 2 sand attacks ahead in this matchup. He should be able to win it, but no, Swaps tried to catch a payback.
Tried to catch it, but he was probably 2 sand attacks too early, and Stone Collection is just so good with his reflexes, he was not going to fall for that trap. Throws the Flying type Air Cutter instead, and then pivots back into the Scizor.
Oh, and actually doesn't come into Unova Stunfisk. I was thinking he would come into Unova Stunfisk in this battle, but Nighttime Clasher has the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. That is not looking good for Stone Collection.
I don't know if Nighttime Clasher can eat the Trailblaze and get to 2 moves. He's actually going to go ahead and shield because he's got so much energy, he does not want to let it go to waste.
And it's possible he can get back to his timer as well. It is ticking down here. Remember, each charge attack takes 10 seconds off the switch clock. So now he is almost at the timer that he can swap out. Can he get there before the Trailblaze? No, he gets cut off.
Yeah, 2 bullet punches into the next Trailblaze. That bubble damage did not apply until turn 6. Only 4 turns on the bullet punches, but the shield comes up anyway, picking up the KO.
And there is a 2 Protect Shield lead for Stone Collection here, as Nighttime Clasher is vulnerable in the rest of this game with 0 Protect Shields remaining. Here comes the first one from Stone Collection.
Ice Beam does pull away that critical shield for Stone Collection, and the Thunder Shocks are chipping away at the Azumarill, but I think he's managing the HP. He's being very careful here and trying to predict what's in the back. I see him shooting some glances across the table at Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, he's always looking at that team sheet there, trying to predict what is in the back line, but Nighttime Clasher does know it. It is that Corviknight, and it is going to be the Shadow Kanto Marowak. That this is such a dominant matchup. Yes, you have to take this Mud Bomb. It is going to be neutral. It's not going to be too much. Even a double Mud Bomb is not enough to knock out a Marowak in in this position here, so you can comfortably try to go for a full farm down, and then Stone Collection tries to cut him off to get to his Corviknight.
How do you feel about this play, Butters? Staying in, using the energy on the Rock Slide on the Corviknight instead of swapping to the Mirror matchup. Nighttime Clasher's using valuable stored energy there.
Well, he's combo playing because he got the Protect Shield. Now he's coming in with the payback. A little payback for Nighttime Clasher in game number 2. Can he get the knockout? Yes, and it denies all the energy from Stone Collection. Here comes the Unova Stunfisk reaching for that discharge, knowing he's not threatened from Air Cutter, so trying to bank as much energy as possible. But remember, he's going to need 2 Mud Bombs to knock out this Marowak.
Exactly. Had to throw before the second payback was ready. Shadow Kenta Marowak waiting in the wings for a weakened Unova Stunfisk. Here comes the first Mud Bomb, and like you said, Butters, 2 Mud Bombs to pick up the KO. Can this Shadow Kenta Marowak outpace its fellow ground type?
And is it gonna be at a Bone Club? No, it has to get 2 more Mud Slaps, and there is that Bone Club. And Nighttime Clasher has tied up this series 1-1.
Nice comeback there from Nighttime Clasher with his tournament life on the line. Had to bring it back here with a bold call in that Shadow Kenta Marowak, and it paid off.
Wow, and swapping out that Azumarill, already knowing that Unova Stunfisk was out there, and being able to just whittle it down, double Protect Shield to try to get through the Scizor as well. That was a way different strategy. He really changed it up in that game number 2.
Yeah, sometimes you have to, right? If your first approach doesn't work, you need to experiment. You need to be flexible, especially against a trainer like Stone Collection, who will never fall for the same trick twice. As you take a zoomed in look at the team there, not too many surprises in terms of movesets. It all comes down to execution for Nighttime Clasher. And this Unova Stunfisk versus Marowak matchup, that was the key.
And I love that pivot out into the Azumarill for 2 reasons. One, because you're trying to trick your opponent. Because Nighttime Clasher knows the Stunfisk in the back. He doesn't literally know it because he hasn't seen it yet, but he knows that Pokemon's so strong against him. And Stone Collection's probably thinking it's ABB weak to it. So if you throw out that Azumarill, oh, actually, wait, he already showed Corviknight maybe in the lead matchup, though. He did show Corviknight. So the fact that he didn't come in with that Stunfisk into the Azumarill was a little tricky. He came in with the Scizor instead.
Exactly. We're jumping right into game number 3, though. This is Stone Collection, EU's last hope in the bracket in Toronto, taking on your LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher. Guzzlord, Scizor, Steel, and Dragons on the field.
And you resist all of the charge attacks if you are Guzzlord because of your Dragon and Dark typing. You're going to be able to land a Brutal Swing, which is going to chunk into the Scizor. And does Stone Collection try to pivot, just try to bank up all this energy, resist these Dragon Tails? No, he's actually just going to play out this matchup.
We saw this in battle number 1. Getting rid of Guzzlord is Stone Collection's #1 objective here, and he has weakened it to the point where Nighttime Clasher finally bails out, goes to the Azumarill, but he might take another charge attack. No, Stone Collection pivots as well.
What a smart swap by Nighttime Clasher, knowing that Scizor could not get to a Trailblaze. He would only be able to throw a Night Slash, and smart by Stone Collection to bank that Night Slash, try to use it later in a different matchup. Could be against that Corviknight down the line, comes in with the Stunfisk and said, this Azumarill is already at Ice Beam. This is super effective into that ground typing of the Stunfisk.
Ice Beam connecting here, no Protect Shield from Stone Collection. Unova Stunfisk can withstand 1 of them, but cannot absorb 2, and the bubbles are also adding up, so he's going to be forced to throw here pretty soon, and he does.
And does he try to Protect Shield this? Remember, he does have Sand Attack in the back that's going to be super effective into that Stunfisk. He lets his discharge go. Can he hang on as well? Yes, he does hang on. It's not the strongest attack in the world, and now suddenly the Water type is able to defeat the Electric type of the Stunfisk. Azumarill is probably the GOAT.
I like the decision there to let that Unova Stunfisk go. Coming at the Corviknight, now we're in the Steel Flying type Corviknight mirror match, but Stone Collection is, I think, 1 or 2 sand attacks ahead, so he is going to reach the payback. Do we see an early shield from Nighttime Clasher?
Tough call, because you know that most trainers are going to throw that payback to try to get that damage first. So you could get cheeky and try to go for an early bait, and that is what is happening right now. And it's called by Stone Collection.
Wow, what a call by Stone Collection, not falling for the Air Cutter chip damage. He's only shielding paybacks here this weekend, and now that Nighttime Clasher has that stored energy, he's gonna bait again.
But
Butters.
This is a pattern. He's done this in 2 separate series in the past. He's going for back-to-back, and it's called again from Stone Collection, making all the right reads. That is 4 times now that Nighttime Clasher has gone for the exact same bait.
Stone Collection not fooled at all by Nighttime Clasher, and now the second payback will get shielded up here by the trainer on the right. Payback is ready to go. Do we see a third bait? Do we see a third call? No.
Eventually, you're going to have to protect shield. I'm just going to keep throwing these air cutters, and one time it will work. Can you get the boost as well? No boost here, but you do almost have that payback. You're out of range of payback. You're trying to catch on it, but the patience from Stone Collection, Stone Cold, just sand attacks down.
Just like game number 1, just a few sand attacks off. Nighttime Clasher switching too early, brings in the Guzzlord, throws a brutal swing here. I think Stone Collection's Corviknight can withstand this, and he agrees.
Yeah, but what, and it's going to be able to chip down this Corviknight to quite low. But the thing is, now it's pretty much an air cutter range, and that is very dangerous because we know Nighttime Clasher likes to use air cutter. The air cutter lands into the Guzzlord. Can it knock out? And he gets the boost as well. And now there's a payback. This is a boosted payback, but I don't think it's enough.
Corviknight mirror match. Stone Collection's Corviknight barely hanging on, but that payback hurts. Taking that opposing Corviknight down into the red. Air cutter gets fired off here, but there's still a protection for Stone Collection.
And there's a swap available. There's a Scizor in the back. It's not over yet. Nighttime Clasher can win it, but he has to avoid being swapped on. Is he going to swap? No, no swap yet. And no swap ever because Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to land it. But remember, I think there's a Night Slash. There's a Night Slash on the Scizor. I think it's there.
If the Scizor has the energy, it's all over. Here comes Stone Collection. 2-1 versus Nighttime Clasher. His Corviknight just cannot withstand it, and Nighttime Clasher cannot believe it.
Wow, what a matchup. Stone Collection advances. Nighttime Clasher in a little bit of shock here as he shakes the hand of a trainer with the most championship points in all of Europe. Nighttime Clasher, his journey is over in Toronto, but what a last couple months that he has had.
I gotta tell you, Butters, watching that game was like being stirred up in a pot of soup. I didn't know what direction I was facing, what was up, what was down. I think that Nighttime Clasher maybe got a little lost in the sauce as well.
Yeah, I mean, it happened so early on in the game. There were a ton of pivots swapping back and forth. There were so many air cutters thrown out that you might have lost track. At the very beginning of the game, there was a Night Slash banked on that Scizor. That was so smart from Stone Collection because there was an epic swap from Nighttime Clasher to try to bubble it down, but he thought, okay, I can't get to the Trailblaze. I'll use this later. And he used it to win the game.
I gotta be honest, Butters, I've not seen a matchup in quite a while where you get so many charge attacks in only 9 turns. But when you have 2 Corviknights, you're gonna get that back to back to back to back. And in spite of all the bait attempts, in spite of all the calls, it was still very, very competitive until the very end.
And did Nighttime Clasher ever throw a payback?
Maybe once.
I was gonna say, maybe he did land one payback. I thought he threw air cutter literally every single time because he was trying to get that bait. A bait that he failed against Kelsey, a bait that he's failed against in previous matchups as well, but he doubled down, he even tripled down. He finally did get a Protect Shield though.
Yeah, I think a couple of the swaps as well, like this one right here, that shout out to Chucky on our replays, it was just a couple of turns off, and Stone Collection is not gonna throw when he is expecting the bait. He's got too much experience for that, too much wisdom. Nighttime Clasher unable to trick his opponent like he normally does.
Stone Cold waiting for the sand attack down and just knowing that he has this Scizor with the charge attack. That's why he didn't swap out. He didn't want to get unlucky and take an air cutter on the Shadow Scizor and lose the battle. He knew he would win charge attack priority in the end game. Scizor has way more attack than Corviknight, and Stone Collection moves on to, I believe, he was just in the losers semi, so he is now the trainer in the losers finals, awaiting the loser of the winners finals.
Exactly, which is actually where we're headed right after this. We're gonna see a best of 5 between DHC United and Kelsey K. And I just can't help but smile, right? Because we've dubbed this city the upset city, and that's exactly what we're getting here in our winners finals matchup. 2 trainers that are pushing further than ever gone, and it's just such a treat, such a reward to watch all their hard work be shown here on stage.
Well, a lot of times we think sometimes it is upset city at the beginning of day number 2, and then you get to the end of the day and it's 3 trainers that you've known before. Now we're in this position. 2 out of the 3 trainers remaining are trainers that would be looked at as underdogs in championship series. DHC United, who just started competing in this season 2026, his first tournament ever, was just in Las Vegas, the last regional champion in North America. And then of course Kelsey, she has a little more experience under her belt, but this is her best performance by far, taking out big name after big name after big name. And we're going to get 5 games of these underdogs.
I cannot wait. And honestly, I said this earlier, Butters, a lot of trainers are closer than they think to being a top cut player, to consistently competing against the best. I think Kelsey's a great example of that. Knows her matchups, knows her Pokemon, has played really well over multiple tournaments. And I think that also competing at multiple events helps you to shake the nerves, the first time nerves, second time nerves, where you travel all this way to play and then maybe you're thinking of things other than the battles. She is so comfortable and dialed in and trusting in her own judgments more than I've ever seen her do. And I think that's been the major key to her success.
Absolutely, and you look at the other side as well. DHC United, he made his debut this season. And if you're looking to make your debut, maybe you try to take his path as well, because yes, he did compete. He got 17th, I believe, in Las Vegas. And that's just away from Top Cut in a regional, but that's awesome for your first ever regional to get that close, and it inspired him to keep going. He actually went from Las Vegas all the way to Sao Paulo, Brazil to try it again. And then now, because of that experience, because now he's gotten those reps under his belt, like you mentioned, he's putting it all together in a really fast-paced style. But now he's here with a signature Pokemon in Shadow Gyarados. I picked it as my MVP, but I'm not sure I really did expect it to be in the winners finals.
I was gonna say, if you would have asked us, you know, if you roll back time to Thursday or Friday and you say, oh yeah, by the way, Shadow Gyarados is gonna be in the winners finals, I would say, I don't trust you at all. I don't know what you're talking about, but that is the truth, and sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Also, Butters, I'm seeing on the screens here for the players, lots and lots of Grookey Community Day. It's not only hard to say, but it's also from 2 to 5 local time, and they have started spawning here on the East Coast. So make sure to go ahead, open your app, catch some Grookies, and get some XP, right, Butters?
Yeah, get some XP, get some Stardust as well. I believe even in the shop you can get an Elite Charge TM, which can be really valuable in PvP as well. I know I snagged that, but it's definitely a community day. I use them all the time. I use them on Shadows, you know. Sometimes you don't have the community day for your Shadow Pokemon. You need that Elite Charge team, so I go through them like crazy. But now I got another one, and we got another banger of a series.
Butters, question for you, right? As our trainers get set up, real quick. When you Elite TM a charge attack onto your Pokemon, which side do you put it on?
Okay, so the correct way is that
correct way.
The correct way is you have the lower energy attack on the right side, and then the power move, the power play is on the left side. So the weird thing is, though, it makes it a little tricky for Community Day Pokemon, because usually some of the signature attacks. He muted me. He's trying to repress the truth.
I'm just pulling your leg, Butters. I feel like a lot of trainers have their own specific methods, and however you do it is 100% okay. Even if you switch things up, play the way that you love to play. Sorry, Butters. I just like to, give you a little trouble.
No, it's completely fine. And the thing is, it's exactly the play style. It's because I like it a certain way, and just why DHC United is playing Shadow Gyarados, he likes it. Actually, I believe he did take motivation from his friend, who also played quite well with that Shadow Gyarados. HDMV. Two friends that were, I think, building the team together. I think he was put on to the Shadow Gyarados, and he's taken off ever since. And now, let's actually look at that signature Pokemon in this matchup. How does it fare against Kelsey's team? It's fantastic against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It is pretty good against Empoleon. It has playing its Guzzlord with the fast attack pressure. It has the charge attack of Crunch into the Jellicent. It's amazing versus Shadow Talonflame. And then you're also able to resist Chilling Water and take Trailblaze neutrally against the Florges. Florges is actually a pretty good answer for the Gyarados.
I see 5 matchups where Shadow Gyarados has a ton of impact potential, and only one being the Florges, where it looks a little bit uphill. But otherwise, Shadow Gyarados can go in the lead, it can be the swap, it can even be the closer here for DHC, and honestly, I'm leaning towards that positioning. If you can get a Protect Shield advantage, a little bit of an HP advantage, I think that when Shadow Gyarados finally gets unleashed, mid-game or end-game, it could be really hard to stop.
Well, we've seen it before, the double water strat in this tournament, in the previous tournaments as well, but it's back. I think you bring the double water strat. I think you bring the Gyarados and you bring that Empoleon to pair, because that Empoleon is the perfect partner to try to counter the Florges and try to take down that Guzzlord as well. I think we're going to see a lot of double water from DHC United. This is your winners finals. It's going to be best of 5, 2 underdog stories. Who will make it to the grand finals? It's Empoleon versus Empoleon.
Let's go, everybody. Water and steel types on the field. The mirror match is so critical, especially when you want to determine the lead matchup. Going for the Hydro Cannon earlier than her opponent. Kelsey K will strike first.
And having two okay answers for that Shadow Gyarados in the back with the Florges and also the Guzzlord. In case you lose this opening matchup, you can soak all that energy onto your Guzzlord versus that Gyarados. Here comes the Hydro Cannon resisted into the Empoleon mirror.
Absolutely, chipping away at each other, whittling down their opponents, probably already workshopping in their minds what is going to be in the back. Second Hydro Cannon will get fired off here. Because those metal sounds are double resisted, neither Empoleon is really at risk of being farmed down. This is a 3 Hydro Cannon kind of bout.
And charge attack priority has not been revealed. Both of these trainers are trying to throw at different timing to not reveal which Empoleon has higher attack. If you have higher attack, you will get to throw your charge attack first. And we'll find out right here, no double swap. They both tried to swap. It is going to be the pseudo dragon type of that Gyarados with that Dragon Breath damage versus the real Dragon type of the Guzzlord.
Both into their Dragon Fast Attack type Pokemon. I think the Gyarados has a slight edge for the exact reason that you mentioned, Butters. But remember, the Gyarados' charge attacks are basically useless in this Guzzlord matchup, and timing the Dragon Breath means everything for DHC.
We've seen how much DHC invests in the Gyarados. I think you invest once again. If you land this Aqua Tail, you can farm down if you Protect Shield one more time. But no, actually trying to get a Protect Shield back, and it doesn't happen. Kelsey thinking, I'm going to put all of my hopes into the Florges in the back. You have the Florges, can soak this energy, but an Aqua Tail is going to chunk a lot. You're going to have to Protect Shield it.
Exactly. We saw 5 Fairy Winds connect. We know 5 more is not going to be enough to KO the Gyarados. Is Kelsey K going to shield here, or is she going to throw up a Chilling Water, slow down the Gyarados to shield later?
And remember, this is a Pokemon using a fast attack with Dragon, but it's not a Dragon type. These Fairy Winds are not super effective. It's not enough to farm down. You have to throw a charge attack, and it is that Trailblaze trying to increase the attack by 1 stage on the Florges, and you have extra energy. Here comes the Corviknight. It's 1 Protect Shield versus 1 Protect Shield.
Absolutely adore the decision here by Kelsey to go up 2 Fairy Winds and throw the Chilling Water. She wants that debuff ASAP as soon as possible, and she gets that here against the Steel Flying type Pokemon.
You would think a Steel type would be awesome versus a pure Fairy type, but not in this situation, because your second charge attack, the one that does more damage, is Dark. So you have to only focus on your Air Cutters here. But a boost, now that evens the field.
Equalizing the attack stat. Let's see if the Chilling Water can bring it back down. Kelsey K desperately trying to control this Corviknight and not let it run rampant, but the swap out clears the debuff. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Empoleon is ready.
And this is going to be the last shield, the shield that Kelsey was waiting for. She is always prepared in these in-games, can get the Fairy Wind down as well, and yes, does get the Fairy Wind down. There is still 1 Protect Shield remaining from DHC United, but there is no swap out left.
Too much pressure. Kelsey K throws the Chilling Water. No shield from DHC. His Corviknight goes down. Kelsey is on the board.
Picking up where she left off, defeating Nighttime Clasher. Kelsey has not lost a battle in day number 2.
Wow.
She is 5-0.
Wow. Kelsey also had that Hydro Cannon stored on that Empoleon, so I think that DHC knew that battle was over. Chilling Water, Hydro Cannon, doesn't matter how you get that water damage in. She's going to apply enormous pressure to her opponents, and that Florges Guzzlord duo has been so good for her.
Her ability to actually predict her opponent and to set up her in-games is the thing I've been most impressed with.
Yeah.
She is really predicting the opponent and thinking 5 steps ahead and then executing on it. And in this situation, like you said, had that Hydro Cannon banked, and then plus, once you throw the Chilling Water into the Corviknight here, you're not even in Air Cutter range. You would need double Air Cutter.
Exactly, just building all kinds of insurance policies into her win conditions. That's one of the top qualities of elite trainers. They don't just circle it one way to win. They want to give themselves a little wiggle room in case something goes wrong. Kelsey K has been managing these games better than almost anyone I've seen.
Remember, this is a longer series, so more time for adjustments. That Shadow Gyarados that got to do some work in that matchup didn't have the best favorable position. You do have more opportunities than a best of 3. This is best of 5, so yes, DHC United is down 1, but this series is just getting started.
Let's also remember the Empoleons for both trainers avoided colliding on charge attack priority. We still don't know which one of those will win that exchange. So going into this next battle, if Empoleon appears again on the field, it's going to be really, really critical to see which one of them gets to go first.
Well, my hunch is both both of them have low attack because both of them wanted to swap out and not reveal it. So we might have low attack versus low attack. And actually, if they have the exact same attack, it's a coin flip. It's a 50-50.
Let's jump right in, everybody. We've got Shadow Gyarados taking to the field, but this time it's facing off against Florges.
And it seems like Kelsey has determined that this is the best course of action, to have the Florges and the Guzzlord and the Empoleon as your team of 3. And this Aqua Tail is going to do a good chunk. If there is no protection, this does almost half the damage of a Florges. It absolutely does work.
So much work. Gyarados is not known for its bulk in the Great League, but its potency is almost unrivaled. Trailblaze getting fired off here. Could have been a Chilling Water bait, so I like the shield here by DHC. Trailblaze would have devastated it as well.
Well, yes, you're not doing fast attack pressure, but you're actually not taking that much damage from the Fairy Wind either. And at this point, you can get the knockout because that was a Trailblaze, right? You didn't drop your attack. Now you got the Protect Shield. You could even swap out of this matchup or just stay in. There's the swap on the Trailblaze. It is double, not very effective.
Wow, what a well-timed swap here by DHC. Finally able to kind of wiggle out and make some room for himself, positionally speaking, but the floor just stays in. You double resisted the Dragon Breath on the Gyarados. You're double resisting the Dragon Breath on the Altaria. Why not cool it down as well and set up your next Pokemon?
Yeah, a great pickup from Altaria to catch that attack, but it doesn't have a ton of options here. But now at least the Guzzlord does swap in, so you can put your energy into the Guzzlord instead and do that super effective Dragon Breath damage. Remember, you have your attack dropped by 1 stage. This isn't going to do enough damage, and you actually are getting closer and closer back to your switch timer.
Yeah, but I mean, after the Chilling Water debuff, this Altaria is kind of flying against the current. Going to go ahead and throw the Brutal Swing here. This might not be enough to pick up the KO, but one more Dragon Tail will definitely do it. No, can't get the swap out, Altaria.
He was trying to hold on to that Sky Attack to use it later and tried to swap, but he couldn't quite do it. And now suddenly his Altaria is knocked out. There's no Sky Attack. Now if you don't Protect Shield, both of your Dragon and your Pseudo Dragon would be knocked out. Both trainers have the Empoleon in the back. You need to get the farm down, but you can't get it, so you have to throw the Aqua Tail.
Guzzlord would have reached another Brutal Swing. DHC, great recognition to throw the Aqua Tail and prevent the next charge attack, but it costs him a lot of energy. He's got no shields. There's a healthy Empoleon in the back, and the Florges is still there as well.
In the actually, the Empoleon comes in, but you can't farm down, and now suddenly you have an opportunity for DHC United. No, tried to swap on an attack, but banked an attack, has either a Crunch or an Aqua Tail, a Crunch to throw Empoleon or an Aqua Tail to throw the Florges.
Exactly, and Kelsey K holding on to the energy, doesn't throw the Drill Peck, which would have been resisted into the opposing Empoleon, but we see here as well, she's able to win that charge attack priority tie. So not only does she have the shield advantage, not only does she have the energy advantage, she's got the charge attack priority attack advantage.
She has a command of this battle. She has commanded the in-games all tournament long. She has not dropped a battle yet, and we still don't know who wins charge attack priority because no one wants to throw on it.
Exactly. Kelsey's going to go ahead and throw another Hydro Cannon here, shaking her head a little bit, but she is in a commanding position. Charge attack ready to go. Kelsey strikes again.
We know it. Kelsey wins the charge attack priority into the Empoleon, throws the Hydro Cannon, knocks out, wastes all the energy on the Empoleon. There is an attack available, trying to go for the double Aqua Tail here. Maybe it gets the last Protect Shield. No, Kelsey knows you can just get one Fairy Wind off, you can win this battle.
Despite all the rage, despite the red eyes, the menacing power of the Gyarados, it's just not enough. Kelsey takes another game in our winner's final. She's 1 game away from Grands, Butters.
And she is still undefeated in day number 2. DHC is in a tough position. His signature Pokemon has ran into a wall of Florges. And how can you get out of that situation? Do you just sit that signature Pokemon and try to be a little bit stronger against the Florges? The thing is, the Florges is just so strong against DHC's United team. Yes, there's 2 Steel types, but Corviknight isn't a true counter to Florges.
We talked about this in the team preview. As long as the Gyarados can avoid the Florges, it has got potential across the board. But Florges might be the best goalkeeper in soccer, football, or any sport that we know, because it is keeping that Gyarados at bay. Now, going to this game, DHC United has to start to mount a comeback. He needs 3 straight.
Do you bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak? Kelsey's showing the same 3 over and over again. You know Empoleon, Guzzlord, and Florges has a good chance of being there. You have neutral play into the Guzzlord. You're great against the Empoleon. And if you have Protect Shields up, you can still battle against the Florges. I would like that adjustment from DHC United. His tournament is not on the line, but his chances of getting to the grand finals is on the line if he doesn't win this battle.
Well, if you can't get ground type pressure from the Shadow Kenta Marowak, you can get a little bit of it from that Sand Attack Corviknight. We see Empoleon lead from Kelsey again. This time Corviknight lead for DHC. Hydro Cannon coming through.
And it's the same team of 3 for Kelsey. It's the Florges, the Guzzlord, and Empoleon. DHC United is the one making adjustments. Instead, now he has, instead of the Empoleon as the steel type, he has the Corviknight, and he still has the Dragon and Pseudo Dragon of the Altaria and the Shadow Gyarados. Florges is in the back for Kelsey.
Payback connects, and now this Empoleon is within Sand Attack range, forcing Kelsey K to throw off this Hydro Cannon a bit early, but I do think this will pick up the KO and secure control of switch advantage for her.
I feel like this is such a big skill expression moment for Kelsey. She's gonna have this Florges in the back against this Pseudo Dragon and Dragon, but there's gonna be a lot of swapping back and forth because a lot of these Pokemon can resist attacks. You get the full farm down there with the Gyarados, and now you're really ahead on energy. This is actually tough. You're coming in on the Florges where you could have soaked it with the Guzzlord. Instead, you're gonna take a half of your health here, and I think you're gonna get outpaced to the double.
Great timing by DHC to throw 7 Dragon Breaths into the Aqua Tail. Swapping now on the Trailblaze. DHC is fighting with everything he's got to stay in this series. Kelsey K was in this situation last game and it didn't matter. Let's see if this time it makes a difference.
And remember last time she did swap into the Guzzlord at some point after the Chilling Water. Will she do the exact same thing? Maybe not trying to use a Protect Shield in this battle. Once again, debuffing this Altaria. Do we see the same pattern from game number 2? Pivot into Guzzlord? No, actually this time staying in the battle.
Staying in for a while longer. No swap, no late swap, excuse me. Sky Attack getting fired off by the Altaria.
No
After the
shield?
debuff, I don't think it's enough. I think she's trying to bank a charge attack on the Florges and then bail it out. But it's going to be really close. Can she do it? No, she can't get it out. It's all on the Guzzlord now.
Oh, that was so risky, especially because the Shadow Gyarados is so healthy here, and there are 4 Protect Shields remaining. Now only 3 Protect Shields remaining in the game, but Gyarados can just come in and start unleashing that Dragon Breath pressure, and there it is. And add a charge attack right now. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. There's 2 for DHC United.
That instant swap was critical. DHC recognizes he needs double Aqua Tails to win this battle, plus the Dragon Breath that his Gyarados will give him. He's closing in on the double. Guzzlord's running out of options, and it's losing HP rapidly. Goes for the crunch, expecting the shield. If it gets the debuff, the Dragon Breaths will eat this Guzzlord.
He is trying to fish for the debuff and maybe do slightly a little bit more damage into that Guzzlord. It does land into the Guzzlord, trying to go for the Dragon Breath down. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining. Can you get to the double Brutal Swing? And no, again, Kelsey just can't hang on to the Dragon Breath pressure with either of her Pokemon, and DHC puts a point on the board.
Absolutely incredible, committing, doubling down, tripling down on that Shadow Gyarados, and it finally pays off. DHC has been so resilient here, and facing a 0-2 deficit, strikes back to put himself back into the series.
Ooh, and the first loss of day number 2 for Kelsey, and Kelsey in that in-game scenario had the Florges with 2 Protect Shields. I was shocked that she didn't use either of them in that matchup. Because, yes, maybe, I'm not sure at that point if you've seen, actually, you had seen every Pokemon on DHC's United team at that moment. The Sky Attack, maybe she thought she could get to 1 more charge attack and hang on, though.
Here's the key, right? If you're Kelsey, you brought your Fairy-type Florges, your Steel-type Empoleon, and your Dragon-type Guzzlord, and you still could not topple double Dragon plus Steel. The reason is because she didn't put her Empoleon in the right spot. She used it against the Corviknight. She needs to save that Empoleon for the opposing matchups where it's the most useful against the Dragon Breath users.
Yes, and then also maybe invest a little bit more in Florges. Once you saw a Steel type in the lead, you're maybe thinking, maybe it's not double Steel in the back. So I can invest more into my Florges, but I mean, who are we to judge? She has been absolutely on point the entire tournament, and she's only lost 1 game. She's still 1 game away from securing the grand finals in Toronto 2026. I mean, I don't see a reason to switch it up. There's been 3 battles, and I feel like she's had a chance in all 3 of them. She's won 2, lost 1 barely.
Exactly. Well, there's also the other side of it, right? So she's 1 game away from winning, but she also can afford to lose 1 more battle and still win the 5th game in the series to advance to the grand final. So even if she tries something here and it doesn't exactly work out, she still has 1 more shot.
The pressure is on for both of these underdogs here. They're trying to make it to their first ever grand finals. It's Dragon versus Dragon. The Altaria meets the Guzzlord.
I like this composition change. Kelsey bringing out the Jellicent, which was so useful earlier on in the tournament. If she can align that Jellicent to the Empoleon, it might be trouble for DHC.
And I think she knows that Furret is not coming out for DHC United. That frees up the Jellicent against the rest of the team from DHC United. I love that adjustment right here. Here comes the Sky Attack into Kelsey. Probably going to let it go. Probably going to save Protect Shields for her strongest Pokemon, the Florges and the Jellicent.
Guzzlord, meanwhile, has the Brutal Swing ready to go. One more Dragon Tail into the charge attack. This is not quite enough to KO, but DHC has to be careful here to manage his HP. The Dragon Tails are going to add up. I think 2 more will pick up the KO, but the Sky Attack is there.
And a soft win in the lead for DHC United, meaning that your Gyarados can line up. Oh no! Actually going for the alignment, uses the Protect Shield.
I like it. I like that play a lot. Kelsey needs to control the tempo of this matchup if she's going to uncover that Gyarados and take down the Pokemon that is the reason she lost game number 3.
And you might just get the shield right back, because letting a Brutal Swing go would be devastating for DHC's signature Pokemon. Actually just letting it go, putting all his hope in Empoleon, but Empoleon gets walled pretty badly from that Jellicent in the back, so this is tough, meeting the Fairy type, and now you're going to be at the Aqua Tail first, but you still have to deal with this Jellicent.
Don't forget, still a Protect Shield advantage on DHC's side, and the Aqua Tail does about half, as we saw earlier, so this is going to sting into that Florges. Now the pivot into the Empoleon, and another throw! DHC keeps on catching the Trailblazers.
And Kelsey shakes her head a little bit, not loving that situation, but she's going to love bringing the Jellicent into this Empoleon now. It might be a little bit of waste of the Trailblaze now that the attack is boosted and you swap out, but at least you get that neutral damage, and the Drill Packs are going to be coming out, but soon enough, you're going to be able to charge to a ton of energy on this Jellicent to force all the shields.
Empoleon definitely within Shadow Ball range, right? In spite of the 2 shields. Do we see the bait? No! Kelsey full sends the Shadow Ball. Does DHC try to call it? This is a huge call.
He's thinking about it. He knows shields, and it lands through 2 Protect Shields. Kelsey secures the knockout, and there's 1 Protect Shield remaining. It all comes down to Shadow Gyarados, but he's taking all this pressure from the fast attack of Hex.
DHC was expecting a jab, but Kelsey lands the uppercut to KO that Pokemon and clear the runway. Jellicent is going to spam off of the charge attack here, but the Aqua Tail will connect first.
And DHC United tried to bait back, and there was no Protect Shield, and the Aqua Tail is not very effective. Swap into Florges. Florges is going to be able to Fairy Wind down, and Kelsey is moving on to the Grand Finals.
Everyone knows Kelsey K, but please welcome our grand finalist, Kelsey K, for the first time in her competitive career. What an accomplishment, what a feat, changing things up, reaching for that Jellicent right when she needed it, and it was the perfect call.
Incredible. She had the first 2 games with the same line of 3. She took her first game loss of the entire tournament and made the perfect prediction with the Jellicent in that decisive game to put her in the grand finals. She has earned it. She deserved it. She is playing so well.
Absolutely. I mean, after we saw her matchup versus Nighttime Clasher, there was like a spark. You could sense that something was different, something was special about this tournament run for Kelsey, and she's made it so far. But Butters, we have to stay grounded, right? DHC is going to fall to that loser side bracket where he still has a chance at a rematch versus Kelsey in the grand finals.
And he'll have a time to bounce back and face Stone Collection in that losers finals. But just absolutely incredible. And I agree with you. It was that standout matchup versus Nighttime Clasher, the flawless victory. We were talking, we were like, wow, there was literally no mistakes made. The dismantling that was on display was insane. And at that moment, you knew that Kelsey had the potential to make it to the grand finals. And just like she's done all tournament long, she has lived up to her potential. And now she has secured that grand finals on the winner's side as well.
And I'm telling you, DHC did everything he possibly could. In that series, he caught at least 3 Trailblazers in resistant scenarios, and Kelsey still was not deterred. She would not be denied in her 3-1 victory. What an incredible series by 2 underdog trainers that have shocked, amazed us, and just been brilliant on stage.
There's so many times at the beginning of the day, there's an underdog story, and then there's the well-known trainer story, and the underdogs have succeeded. there is an underdog in that grand finals. It's a trainer that has gotten better over time, but hasn't began playing into 2024, but hasn't been in here as long as a lot of these trainers have, like Nighttime Clasher, like Doombug, Rise to Occasion, a lot of these trainers that she's defeating.
Yeah.
And it's just so motivating to know that someone can make such an impact in the championship series. Even if you join a little bit late, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. I mean, we talk about this a lot. It's not just hyperbole, right? Any trainer can beat anyone in competitive Pokemon Go. So much goes into team reading, team composition, and to making the right plays in the moment. And we are all human, right? We can beat Doombug with so many medals hanging around our neck that we can't even, walk across the street. But we can also be Kelsey K. We can also be DHC or HDMV or any assortment of letters.
You could be that. You could be that debut trainer on the championship series that makes a name for themselves. And if you want to be that trainer, I think you need to listen to these trainers. Hello, trainers. We're here with two breakout stars in Pokemon Go Championship Series, Jord and DHC United. So first off, Jord, we want to learn a little bit more about you guys because it's all about underdogs here in Toronto. It's about debuts. And Jord, this is your first tournament ever. DHC, this is your first season ever. It's your third tournament. But Jord, I would just like to know, how was it in day number 1 in Toronto for you? And also a little bit of background about you. How's your experience with Pokemon Go PvP?
Yeah, so today I finished just shy of the top 16. So I was eliminated in the losers final. But yeah, I started playing Pokemon Go in 2021 and I started playing GBL like 3 or 4 years ago. But it's actually my first tournament here in Show 6, my first experience in Show 6. And it's a lot of fun and I did better than expected, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, the theme here in Toronto has been the breakouts, the debuts. And if you want to debut at home, you want to listen to the tips from these trainers. In DHC, I just wanted to ask you, this is your debut season, not your debut tournament. It's your third tournament ever. How was your day, or actually, how was your tournament? Because you're still in the tournament right now so far in Toronto. And also, give me a little background about your Pokemon Go experience.
Yeah, for sure. So, as you mentioned, third tournament ever, and grateful to kind of still be kicking. And I started Pokemon Go in 2016 when the app came out. But for PvP was around COVID, so 2020, 2021 was when I first started playing. I joined factions last year, and that's kind of when Show 6 became more of a theme. And from there, I decided to, I'm going to make a shot for Worlds, so I started competing this season.
Awesome. And we spend a lot of time on broadcast talking about the process of trainers with a lot of experience. I want to ask you trainers that have made a debut season and debut tournament, what was your process like preparing for the Toronto Regional Championships?
Yeah, so for me, actually, I started practicing in the Inadequates Discord server, and it was about a month ago. I started doing some practice with my team. With the Gudra on it that I like a lot. So yeah, for my team, I build around Gudra because it's my favorite Pokemon. So yeah, I practice it and that's it.
I love that. Signature Pokemon is always a great way to start. I know you have a signature Pokemon here in Toronto, but same question to you. I know this is your third tournament, but what was your process starting this season in 2026 for you?
Yeah, so I had I would say I have kind of minimal Show 6 experience coming in, but there was kind of the GBL experience coming in. So I think acclimating to Show 6 was definitely a process. So grateful for my faction team, but also shout out to that same Discord server that George mentioned as well. And as you mentioned, yes, I did bring Shadow Gyarados to this tournament, but in my previous 2 tournaments, I also tried my best to bring kind of like an anti-meta core breaker type Pokemon. So me and my teammate HDMV, we came up with the Shadow Gyarados as we thought had potential, so we put that team together. And so the kind of the practice process was kind of last week I did a lot of scrims with my teammates as well as other members of the community, and this week was kind of more relaxed and just taking it easy and just kind of coming in here with kind of cautious confidence.
Awesome. And you guys obviously both took the dive in to compete, which is not easy. And for those trainers at home that are thinking of doing the same thing, I just want to ask, how was your experience in Toronto? I mean, this is your first tournament ever. How was your day 1 in Toronto for you? Are you glad you took that dive?
Yeah, I'm very glad I done it. Honestly, I was here for the experience and to have fun with my friends. But one of my friends said you should try Pokemon Go because he knew I was kind of good. So I decided to do it and dive into it, and I did better than expected. And honestly, it's a very great experience, and everyone should try it. Yeah.
Awesome. And DHC, I know this is not your first tournament, but it's your debut season. How have you felt about your debut season so far?
Kind of similar to George, it's going better than expected. So super grateful for that, and kind of grateful for all the help and the scrims and the team building ideas that I've received. Just kind of taking it one game at a time, and just really making sure to kind of cool my head. You know, things kind of don't go the way as planned, and mistakes happen. You got to be able to roll with it and kind of salvage from whatever you can.
Awesome. And speaking to the fact that mistakes can happen, is there something that you guys learned in your debuts recently that could help some other trainers if they're looking to make their debut? Something that you've learned or experienced so far in Championship Series?
I learned that if you don't try it, you will never know if you can do it. And honestly, I learned that everyone here is very friendly, and everyone here is ready to help you if you need anything. Anybody can help you with your question and everything. So it's a great event. Even if you don't win, it's nice, and you'll have fun anyway. Yeah, that's what I learned.
Awesome. And DHC, you are not only making your debut season, but because of your championship points, you're kind of on the road to Worlds. Do you have any advice for some trainers that might make their debut and actually might try to follow in your footsteps and be on that road to Worlds?
Yeah, I'd say, as I mentioned before, we kind of take it one step at a time. So you can start with locals and then kind of make your way out here to these regionals, if it's convenient. And I think it's a great way to kind of, I know top 64 is kind of where you start getting points. So kind of setting thresholds and kind of bumping that up as you progress. And, maintaining composure and kind of confidence is kind of the way I like to approach these games. And, of course, like George said, the community here is truly amazing. I met some of the best people in the community right here. And so highly recommend. There's literally no stress coming out here too. No one has any expectations. So you only have expectations for yourself. So it's coming here with a clear mind, having fun, and just leaving your best out there.
Well, I can, for one, say we're so happy that you guys took that plunge and made your debut season and your debut tournament. Welcome to Pokémon GO Championship Series. And we hope that you guys take the plunge as well. We would love to see more of you competing in the Championship Series. And you might just be the next DHC United or the next Jord, making it all the way to the winners semis in his third tournament ever, and then making it all the way to tied 17th in his first tournament ever. Awesome performances to you both. Congratulations. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Thanks so much for that great interview, Butters. We heard from DHC United there. So calm, so composed. I've been so impressed with his gameplay, and he's actually all the way in the top 3 here as we're about to take a look at that losers finals.
Yeah, he's already cemented a top 3 finish at a minimum, right? But it could go further, and I'm super excited to see this matchup, right? All the remaining 3 trainers have never won a regional title to date. So we will be making history one way or another. As we see Stone Collection's super impressive run. Here's the thing. He went 2-0 over HTMB earlier this morning. It wasn't on the broadcast. It was played on the tables. But he's familiar with this team. And it could be trouble for DHC United if he's not ready for Stone Collection.
Well, the flip side of that is that HTMB might have told DHC some of Stone Collection's strategies already. So, we'll have to see how that prior matchup influences how they choose to play this upcoming matchup out. But like you said, history being made in Toronto either way against Stone Collection. Such an impressive run in the loser side of the bracket. But, of these remaining 3 trainers, he is by far the most experienced on the big stage. Again, hasn't won a regional, but he did win LCQ back in 2022.
Yeah, a long-time veteran of the scene, even played in grassroots for years before the official circuit started. DHC United, on the flip side, right? 3rd tournament ever, starting this season, has played a lot of Go Battle League, which I love because that's a great way to get into the game. No one just shows up and just says, you know what, I'm trying my best. Some people might, right? And hey, you might do well, but it's a great way to just practice home, get familiar with some of your matchups here. And here's the thing, Shadow Gyarados, speaking of matchups, it's great in this meta because there's not a lot of electric Pokemon, but one of the few electric Pokemon in this day number 2 in this top cut in the entire tournament is in the hands of Stone Collection. He's leaned into that Unova Stumpus so many times. The double super effective Thunder Shocks do so much damage to the frail Shadow Gyarados. Shadow Gyarados definitely surprising a lot of opponents, and DHC United leaning heavily into it in so many matchups, even in that winners finals against Kelsey. Almost able to force a game back, but not quite doing it. Does he lean going into again, or does he go for more neutral matchups? Here we go. Losers finals, game number 1. DHC United versus Stone Collection to kick things off. And it is going to be Unova Stumpus, but this time catching the Altaria.
Yeah, this is a fairly neutral matchup, and DHC might be happy to have this slow start. Maybe going to get a little bit more time to think about what to do later on in the game. But Stone Collection farming up a lot of energy, almost at double charge attacks here, and just throws a discharge.
There's a possibility Stone Collection could even catch a flamethrower. Resist on both the Altaria and the Zumo would be the right move to throw, but DHC United is going to throw in between the Thundershock, preventing any potential catch potential from Stone Collection. Stone Collection going to take up the first flamethrower. This matchup is fairly neutral back and forth, and it does get fairly close. The pacing from the Unova Stumpus is much faster than the Altaria's pacing to the flamethrower.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fast pacing on this Unovan Stunfisk and the potential for catch on Stone Collection's side. I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, maybe he just switches out into the Altaria at some point, because I think the Unovan Stunfisk can come out on top in the zero shield situation, but it's so safe for him to switch out into the Altaria. I don't really see a hard answer on DHC's side.
And DHC going to throw the flamethrower yet again between the Thundershock. Stone Collection feeling pretty confident that he's got enough value. Azumarill very strong into the entire line of DHC, has played so many times. DHC going to be the first one to swap over. It's going to be buried into Altaria. Another neutral matchup for though with a slight entry lead.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a little bit Altaria favored. You have the Dragon Breath chunking away. You see how little that Swift does, so Altaria definitely going to be able to take 2 Swifts. Now, what I'm wondering about in the back, though, DHC has an Empoleon, Stone Collection has an Azumarill, so is there enough health on the Unovan Stunfisk to maybe withstand a couple of Metal Sounds and get to another charge attack? So we'll have to see, but for now, still Altaria versus Furret.
Furret overfarming a little bit, reaching to the second Swift. It is going to be thrown. Does Stone Collection finally spend a shield, or does he put everything on the Azumarill? Azumarill, one of the bulkier Pokemon, decides to spend the shield on the Altaria instead, wants to take out this pesky Furret. However, another Swift is going to be reached, and Stone Collection trying to drag him down, not going to be able to do it yet before a third Swift is thrown.
Yeah, not going to be able to do it, but I think he can hang on. Stone Collection knows it as well. He's going to try to take out the rest of this Furret with fast attacks alone. Quick swap into Empoleon by DHC, and Stone Collection goes for the Sky Attack. I feel like we've seen this before, but in this case, that might actually let him get to another Sky Attack. But I did see a Metal Sound go through, but DHC calls it.
Huge no shield. Even Stone Collection winced a little bit. It's like, wow, really? Okay, well, 2 shields remaining on DHC's side. Azumarill has only resisted charge attacks as well. Eventually going to have to start shielding something, but first, it's going to be Drill Peck being thrown. Shield advantage on the side of DHC. Let's not forget, low health bars on all 4 remaining Pokemon on both sides combined.
Low health bars, but I think there's a tiny bit of energy on the Unovan Stunfisk and a lot of energy on the Altaria. Not sure if it's going to be impactful at all. Another Drill Peck coming through onto the Azumarill, taking it into the yellow, and still 2 shields up. Stone Collection's thinking, you know, I got a bit, I got to try something. DHC called the last one. I don't think he's going to risk it this time and shields up the Ice Beam.
Double resist the Ice Beam, but eventually the bubbles are going to add up too much. You got to shield something, and DHC finally uses that first shield. He's pacing to the Drill Peck, gets to it before Stone Collection gets to the Ice Beam. Stone Collection throwing up his last and final shield. There's still win conditions across the board. So many low health Pokemon for catch potential. Stone Collection has a little bit of energy remaining on the Altaria, and I think the Unova Stumpus as well. The problem is, can he even get to a move, or is it just used for a catch? He throws a Play Rough, going to do more damage, but a huge shield from DHC to prevent that. Do we see any catches potential? Stone Collection building up. No. Drill Peck should be enough to KO the Azumarill. DHC only a few fast attacks away from finishing off the remaining Pokemon. Stone Collection, can he get to a move? He cannot fast attack down. Here comes the Unova Stumpus, 1 away from the Mud Bomb. He gets it.
Oh my goodness, and that's going to take out the Empoleon. DHC still has 2 Pokemon. They're all so low health. So is the Altaria, though. This might just come down to fast attacks.
Oh my gosh, look at the health bars, and the Altaria getting the Dragon Breath through, finishes off the Unova Stumpus. Only a few more away. Can he get the Dragon Breath down? DHC takes that first game over Stone Collection.
Every single Pokemon at just a couple of HP there, but DHC's Altaria able to come out on top over Stone Collections. Such a close game. So many catch opportunities at the end. Still a little bit of energy everywhere, but unfortunately for Stone Collection, not able to quite reach that last Sky Attack.
I like the line composition from DHC. He knows that Gyarados is such a gamble for him, especially with the Unova Stumpus around, and you know, just other answers and neutral play from Stone Collection, opting to play slightly bulkier, slightly more neutral situations into this tougher composition of Stone Collection, knowing that the Unova Stumpus is fairly safe. And outside the Marowak, there's not a lot of super hard answers. Furret has play, of course, and so does Empoleon, but Unova Stunfisk doesn't really mind those matchups.
Yeah, and you know, that Empoleon on DHC's team, I really like how he played it in that last game, right? He wasn't too concerned about that lead matchup. Looking at Stone Collection's team, Empoleon has tons of play into everything, especially up energy, up shields. Obviously struggles against the Unovan Stunfisk, but even there, if you're up a little bit of energy, you can come out on top.
DHC 2 games away from making it back to that winner's side, getting that rematch against Kelsey, but Stone Collection not easily dissuaded, battling through the losers bracket all throughout day 2 to make it this far, and he didn't come this far just to give up yet. He needs to win 3 more battles to start things off, but if he goes down one more game, he's have to pull off a reverse sweep, which is a huge monumental task. He needs to even up this series to make things a little bit easier and slow down the momentum of DHC. Here we go, game number 2. It's going to be Altari into Shadow Scizor, a fantastic lead for Stone Collection.
Yeah, going to be resisting those Dragon Breaths, and these Bullet Punches are really going to start chunking away. As DHC, it's hard to switch out. Whatever you switch into is going to have to start taking either the Bullet Punches as the first, or start worrying about all this energy. And I love Stone Collection continuing to build up, anticipating that he can prevent DHC from switching out.
Stone Collection going to be the first one to throw up the shield. He's building up to double Nice Slash, passed up Nice Slash as well. Finally throws it. He knows that he can throw the next Nice Slash before the Sky Task is going to be reached. Is he going to throw right away? Does DHC try to catch it? I mean, again, it's all neutral damage, so even a catch wouldn't be so bad. No boost for Stone Collection, but this Nice Slash shield still should be enough to KO. And DHC going to throw up the shield to grab the final shield or KO the Scizor.
That's right, Stone Collection still tapping away with the Scizor. Does he choose to use his second Protect Shield? And he does. Lead matchup, both shields gone, but Scizor still has quite a bit of health and a little bit of energy. DHC quick swap out, doesn't want to get farms down.
In comes the Empoleon, but here comes the Unova Stunfisk. However, with the shield advantage, DHC United can avoid any Mud Bomb damage, and I think that's really good usage because the Mud Bomb from the Unova Stunfisk is going to be the hardest hitting move that could probably hit the Empoleon, maybe outside of a payback, but for the remaining line, there is no payback for Fortnite in the wings. Does DHC decide to preserve the Empoleon? That's a real question. Could even overfarm a bit. He does. He throws up that final shield. Probably going to throw on charge attack priority. There's no switch timer around for Stone Collection. No, he just throws it right away. Wants to get this Unova Stunfisk off the field.
Yeah, I think only could have done one more metal sound. Those counts are very, very close. And all of a sudden, Stone Collection in a tough position. He still has energy on the Scizor. He brings it in right away. Doesn't want to give DHC the opportunity to swap out and Trailblazes as soon as he can to get this Empoleon off the field.
Trailblazers are going to put it close in KO territory. I think only 1 or 2 Bull Punches away. Can DHC get to the Hydro Cannon is the real question. He's close. He's at it. Oh, he throws a Drill Peck, anticipating the catch. A huge Drill Peck into the Altaria. Scizor still waiting in the wings, has a little bit of health to do something here, but the Furret is now going to come in, and this softened up Altaria is going to make this matchup a lot more favorable for the Furret.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Double Swift can be enough to take out the Altaria with that chip damage from the Drill Peck. First Swift coming through. Stone Collection is going to be able to land a charge attack on the Furret, but it's going to need some help from the Scizor to finish it off.
Yeah, and look at the health on the Scizor. It still has a good amount. You can't really Sucker Punch down very easily, and I believe the Scizor is closing in on a Night Slash. I think DHC is going to have to bank up back-to-back Swift to have a chance here. He is closing in there, though. Does the Altaria get to another move is the question. He's trying to get there. He's only a few more ways. No, he actually throws before the Sky Touch. He's wincing a little bit, saying, maybe I should have overfarmed a bit. He has catch opportunities, though, on 2 separate Pokemon. However, the timer's not up yet. The Scizor, no energy, going for straight fast attacks down, and the Sucker Punch and Bullet Punch Simon KO. DHC picks up another win. Stone Collection nodding in acknowledgement, and now he's in a tough position. In an 0-2 spot, has to go 3-0 reverse sweep in the losers finals to have a chance to make it to grand finals and win his first title. So many players have been in this position before. It is a tough task. Not impossible, but Stone Collection is going to have to dig deep against DHC.
Yeah, definitely not impossible, but it's not just that you have to win 3 games in a row. It's also that, you know, given that you're 0-2, you kind of are in a disadvantageous matchup, right? Just given the data that we have on the table, Stone Collection's really going to have to figure out a new strategy. Honestly, in that last game, it looks like he had the advantage, but as soon as that Empoleon got just 2 metal sounds ahead of that Unovan Stunfisk, it was pretty much over.
Yeah, DHC could have even overfarmed a little bit, but just maybe lost track of counts or whatever, but his Empoleon getting to that crucial Hydro Cannon, Drill Peck actually, was the right play and the move for DHC. He's feeling it good. You know, after taking that first loss to Kelsey, some might be rattled, but he's staying locked in and says, I want a rematch as soon as possible. He's trying to speed run there, but Stone Collection trying to gather his thoughts, figure out how do I play around this. The same exact team that he 2-0'd earlier is giving him now so much trouble. I don't know how it played out against HDMB, but DHC leaning into a lot of his neutral Pokemon. And even though he's not bringing the Marowak, that's a hard answer to Unova Sumpus. Finding win conditions around it has been crucial for him in this Losers Finals.
Yeah, all of a sudden as Stone Collection, you're thinking, I just beat this team 2-0 earlier today. I mean, what is happening? And DHC, I mean, we don't know the Pokemon that HDMV had brought earlier, but I love DHC leaning into these neutral matchups, as you've been saying. The Furret, so safe into Stone Collection's team. The Empoleon as well, we just saw there, taking out its worst counter in that Unovan Stunfisk. And, for DHC, as cleanly as he's been playing, if you have a team composition advantage like that, sometimes that's all you need to take a game.
Let's see how Stone Collection gathers thoughts, figures this out. He's actually locked in already. It's DHC trying to lock in a potential final game in this Losers Finals. I know some players that are friends of Stone Collection, European players, rooting him on. He's going to need your energy. Let's hear it. Could potentially be a final game, but Stone Collection trying to change that narrative. That's going to be the Scizor into the Altaria. Yet again, the same exact three Pokemon for DHC, but bringing the Corviknight for Stone Collection.
And this is the same lead that we saw last game when we see Stone Collection still building up energy. This is exactly how he played it last time, shielding up the first Sky Attack and then probably going to fire off this back-to-back Night Slashes just before Altaria reaches another Sky Attack. But let's see if there's any adjustments on DHC's side.
And we haven't seen a boost from Scizor, at least any meaningful ones, in pretty much all tournament long. But maybe Stone Collection is overdue. First Night Slash is going to come through. Do we get a boost? And it looks like no. Second Night Slash is going to be thrown. DHC might go for the shield, try to grab the second shield. However, Stone Collection has ways to catch the energy. Does he go for it? He hasn't been successful in the past. DHC throwing in between the Bullet Punch yet again, and Stone Collection playing it out the same way, tries to get the Bullet Punch down.
And this is where Stone Collection ran into trouble in game number 2. DHC with a quick swap into Empoleon, and this time Stone Collection reacted just a tiny bit faster, but was it fast enough? I don't think it was. I think this is going to be the exact same timing as last match, where the Empoleon can get to 2 Hydro Cannons.
But the difference here is he has a Corviknight instead of the Altaria, which has a much better matchup into the Furret. He might be able to find a potential win condition, but like you said, if DHC shields this up, this is going to be Empoleon with a lot of health remaining. Should be able to get the charge attack priority on the Hydro Cannon against him up on Stone Collection. 1-2 away, but the Hydro Cannon is going to be reached first from the Empoleon. DHC still preserves so much health on this Empoleon. Does the Scizor come back in? It's almost deja vu, except for that third Pokemon. Goes for the Trailblaze yet again. No swap available. Going to throw the Trailblaze, and DHC might opt to throw the Drill Peck once again, but this time, Drill Peck is not going to help him against Corviknight.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not going to help, but I mean, if he goes for the Hydro Cannon instead, no, he goes for the Drill Peck, but Stone Collection doesn't make the catch this time, maybe worried about losing health on the Corviknight. But now, because you don't take that chip damage on your Flying type in the back, you have a much better chance against the Furret. You resist all the charge attacks here, and really all you have to watch out for is a potential catch down the line.
DHC hoping that was the Altaria once again, a Azumarill or Furret, but no, it is the answer to the Furret. It is going to be the Corviknight. Stone Collection, I like this play, potential boost here, needs to throw a payback later, but with the Sand Attack adding up, you don't need to throw 2 back-to-back payback, so might as well fish for a potential attack boost. Trailblaze going to be throwing the resisted attack, but just wants to boost up the Sucker Punch damage. There's still 2 catch opportunities, but the switch time is locked for DHC as Stone Collection, he reaches for it, he gets the payback. Is it enough to KO the Furret? The Furret has some energy, but there's just not enough health on the remaining Pokemon to do anything. Payback, not enough to KO. DHC going to throw one parting Swift, but the health bars on DHC do not look good.
They do not look good, even with these double resisted Sand Attacks. I think Stone Collection might just barely be able to get the farm down on the Altaria. We'll have to see. Oh, that's actually quite a bit of health. Maybe needs to reach for this Air Cutter, but DHC does have a catch attempt. Oh, but he doesn't get it!
Huge plays from DHC, but Stone Collection patient and saying, my road here at Toronto is not over yet. He takes the first game off from DHC. Still needs to win 2 more, but he's looking ready for it as he makes the proper adjustment for this third pivotal game.
And Stone Collection's hopes are alive on the back of the Corviknight. You see both players exchanging some words, some smiles, maybe recognizing each other's competence, the adjustment that Stone Collection made there in game number 3 to bring the Corviknight instead of the Altaria. Taking a closer look at Stone Collection's team, he's been really leaning on the Scizor, on the Unovan Stunfisk in this matchup, and then just in that game number 3, finally bringing in the Corviknight.
And I like how he played it, right? He played it a little bit differently, letting the Drill Peck go on the Scizor, because he knows that the Corviknight is really strong in the backline of DHC, especially when shields are down, especially when the Altaria is pretty much taken out of the picture. You could land a payback against a lot of things, or just having that extra health is going to pay favorably for the Corviknight. And as you can see here, it proved to be useful. Now it's DHC's turn to maybe make the adjustment, recognizing that, okay, Stone Collection is not going to keep running to Altaria. My Furret may not be as safe as I thought it would be. Great catch attempt, because if he caught there, that might have been game over for Stone Collection.
Yeah, I mean, you see how close the Altaria was to reaching a sky attack of its own there. And, you know, this is where that experience, years of grassroots, years of regionals really pay off for Stone Collection. He's been in these difficult positions before. He knows how to make the adjustment, and let's see what he brings for us for game number 4.
Oh, here we go. This is what everything Stone Collection needs. A fantastic matchup into the Shadow Marowak. In comes the safe swap Furret. No clear answer for Stone Collection. Might go for a chip and dip action, as the Swift is not really going to put the Altaria in rockside range. So I think Stone Collection feeling pretty comfortable about it. Going to try to throw a move, and now you could actually bring back your own Furret after you chip this down, making the matchup still pretty uncomfortable for the Marowak in the back.
Yeah, it does look like that's what Stone Collection's going for. He's throwing the sky attack pretty much right away, not concerned about residual energy. We do see him reach for that Furret there, and now that the opposing Furret is so chipped, Stone Collection is going to be able to maintain switch advantage.
There's a chance that Stone Collection might be able to even go for a Sucker Punch down. It could be pretty aggressive, but he knows the counts on this Furret, so could just throw before that is reached and still has potential super effective damage for the Marowak in the back. Marowak needs to do something here. He is going to throw that right before charging priority, not going to risk it, see who's going to win that priority in this situation. DHC has the move loaded. Oh, he actually goes for the shield. I actually don't even know if a switch is going to be enough in this point in time. Stone Collection might just let this go and throw. Yeah, he's like, what are you doing? He has the Swift loaded, though. There could be a potential catch, but DHC is spending shields to try to flip switch advantage.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Oh, and Furret actually able to reach a Trailblaze versus Empoleon. This charge attack is going to give Stone Collection a little bit more time to think about what he wants to do here. Probably going to bring in that Unova Stunfisk, his third Pokemon. There it is, switching it in. You see those Thunder Shocks really starting to chip away at this Empoleon, and this is looking fantastic for Stone Collection's comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to do a lot of super effective damage, but the thing is, you can't Metal Sound down. Kind of a curious play by DHC, because he fought for switch advantage for throwing up the shield, but then gave it up by swapping over to the Empoleon. Stone Collection maybe slightly on the miscounts, throws on charging priority, but he still has 2 shields to spend. Does he shield is the real question. No, he lets it go. Gonna put everything on the backs of this Altaria. Still has the Furret to spend on a potential catch, and DHC trying to pace the drop, does get to it, but this energy lead for Altaria is going to be absolutely massive for that Marowak matchup in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit uncomfortable for Stone Collection because you're definitely in rock side range from the Marowak, but like you said, so much energy on the Altaria, definitely going to be able to get to 2 sky attacks, but the question is one sky attack even enough to knock out the Marowak? I'm not sure. First shield's going to come up on DHC.
I don't think so. He has the catch potential, and the Marowak is locked in, so DHC cannot catch in his own situation. Does Stone Collection go for it? He's overfarming so much, and now we have the back-to-back Bone Clubs loaded. Bone Club's not going to be enough, but it might be enough if you start baiting. Rockside is there as well. What does Stone Collection do? Things are looking a little dicey. Building up to the double Rockside, tries to go for a catch, doesn't get it. Stone Collection not loving it. Back-to-back Rocksides here. DHC, 1 Rockside, a second Rockside loaded. He's about to make it back into the grand finals for a chance at glory, and here it comes, and Stone Collection concedes as DHC takes the 3-1 victory over Stone Collection.
Huge victory for DHC. They're able to pull it out after Marowak into Altaria lead. Such a difficult situation there, but just keeping calm, cool, and collected, as he said, looking out into this crowd, maybe at his friends who helped him build this team. And like you said, gonna get a chance at revenge against Kelsey K in those grand finals. Stone Collection, on the other hand, is going to end his tournament run here in 3rd place. But what an impressive run it was, especially through that tough losers bracket.
Yeah, he's probably playing more games than anyone in this tournament, and probably will play more games than anyone, because Kelsey and DHC staying on that winner side all the way throughout until this very last losers finals. What a performance from Stone Collection. Definitely to be proud of. A lot of his friends probably cheer him on too. No shame in getting that 3rd place. He's going to further his leaderboard standing in the EU region for sure. But today's tournament is all about Kelsey versus DHC. Kelsey waiting on the wings on that winner side. DHC has to win 2 best-of-5s to have a chance to win that title. Kelsey, though, playing on point, making almost 0 mistakes the entire tournament, and this could be her first title as well.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be the first title for either of these players, and really both of them, DHC and Kelsey, of course, don't have a ton of tournament experience, but let's take a quick look back at the series. This is Stone Collection's attempt at the comeback where he's able to take that game number 3. with the Corviknight adjustment, able to take game number 3 with the Corviknight closing things out against the Altaria and the Ferret there. But here is game number 4. And this is actually a little bit of a mistake from DHC, maybe one of the first we've seen him making all weekend. Like you said, expending that shield to not do really any meaningful damage.
Yeah, but it was a head scratcher. However, he found the win conditions, making Marowak look actually not too bad into Altaria. Stone Collection maybe shouldn't have let that move go, because now the Altaria was struggling into Marowak, a dominant matchup, but the double Rockside is banked, anticipating the catch from Stone Collection, and this for sure locked in the victory for DHC. A tough lead for him, but he's willing to overcome all the odds against all the opponents. He has one final opponent standing in his way, and that's going to be Kelsey, and that Florges has been so troublesome for him. Let's see if he's able to do it, or Kelsey stamps her own mark in history.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you talk about DHC overcoming the odds here, and I would say looking at these grand finals, I think Kelsey has to be the favorite. I mean, you just look at how dominant her win was over DHC in those winners finals. I mean, forget about the Guzzlord, whoever picked that as her MVP. I think it's the Florges. It's been core breaking so many people, not just against DHC. We saw, I think, against Javier and some of her other matchups as well. That Florges has been putting in so much work for her.
Yeah, and in a meta where there's so much Empoleon, you think it's hard to pilot, but it's one of those Pokemon where you're throwing non-stab charge attacks, right? Chilling Water, Trailblaze, and even against some of the Dragons, it's kind of an awkward matchup. Kind of reminds me of Corviknight. Takes a lot of skill to pilot, and Kelsey's been showing her skill this entire tournament in how to pilot that around. I'm super excited to see this rematch because it was a fairly close one in the winners finals. Kelsey's still taking that 3-1 victory, and she's only 3 games away in this set to take it all the way.
Exactly. So remember, we have a double elimination bracket here. You have to lose twice to be out of the tournament. Kelsey has not lost a single match all weekend long, and that means that she's going to have to take 2 losses from DHC. In other words, DHC will have to win twice in order to win the title. And as for Kelsey, because DHC has already lost once against her, she can just win 1 set and win the tournament.
Yeah, and what a story for this tournament, right? We got Kelsey, who, outside of one tournament in 2024, started playing last season and played in a number of tournaments in 2025, made a top cut as well, and then this season, starting off really strong, making it to her first ever winners finals, grand finals, could be a regional champion on top of it, and DHC, 3rd tournament ever. I don't care who you are at home. Obviously, you love Pokemon if you're watching this broadcast. That could also be you if you sign up. I'd love to interview with Jord MD and DHC earlier that Butters had. Jord MD said, you never know if you're going to win if you don't show up, right? And that's exactly the mentality these players took. Doesn't matter who they faced. They were able to overcome those odds and make their own story happen.
Yeah, and the maturity of DHC's mindset, as he was talking in that interview that you just mentioned with Butters, he's, saying, just take it one game at a time, just keeping calm and keeping it, think about 1 match at a time. That's the kind of thing that you hear from trainers like Dune and Rise, who have, 4, 5, 6 regional championships under their belt. And for DHC to be able to show up, to play on stream, by the way, is not an easy task. And to be able to just carry it all so flawlessly is so impressive.
Yeah, both Kelsey and DHC getting the most amount of stream time they've ever gotten in their competitive career, but it doesn't seem like this will be their last chance, as they are showing why they are names to be recognized in this circuit. And this is Pokemon GO PvP, right? Doesn't matter who you're sitting across. Could be a regional champion, international champion, or a world champion. You all start with 3 Pokemon and 2 shields, and anyone can be beaten if you play your matchups well and make the right calls.
Well, 2 remarkable players that we'll have to see in the grand finals. I'd love to hear more about their stories. So Will, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph. I'm here with our grand finalists. We dubbed Toronto the city of underdogs, and it's come to full fruition here. The mantra sticks. We've got Kelsey K and DHC United here, your 2 grand finalists in Toronto. I was just talking with you both just before we turned the cameras on. It's a bit overwhelming, right? The moment, the scale, the scope. You've seen other people in this position before, but this is the first time for you. Kelsey, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling, a little bit overstimulated. This is overwhelming, but excited, happy I made it this far, regardless of what happens from here on out. I'm just excited to be here.
DHC?
Likewise, again, just incredibly surreal to be in this position. Didn't expect it to make it this far. And I know, no matter what happens, Kelsey and I can kind of we're in this together. So it's going to be a good game regardless.
This is a very friendly grand finals, I have to admit. There's such good vibes here in the lounge. I wanted to ask you both, right? Because you've seen plenty of other trainers become champions. Rise to Occasion, who you beat, Javier. You've seen plenty of other trainers that have been in the position you are in now. A lot of people watching at home probably feel like it's a bit overwhelming. They might see Dunebug in the bracket. They might see Rise in the bracket. They might say, well, I can just expect them to be in grand finals. I can try, but I probably won't beat them. How does it feel for you to watch that over and over and over and then find yourselves in this position? DHC, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, like, again, you know, we definitely keep a pulse on the play Pokemon scene. You see all these talented top trainers, and I learn a lot of them. I look up to a lot of them. There's a lot to learn from the way they play, and so to have the opportunity to play against them is incredible in and of itself. And then kind of to overcome that and reach here, it's I guess it's a testimony to, like, you know, maybe our skills are comparable in a certain way. And so I think like that little bit of confidence goes a long way for new players, like at least for me.
Yeah, Kelsey.
Yeah, and a lot of these top players, like I really admire them and I guess look up to them. And I haven't played against like trainers like Rise in a tournament like this, but I played against him in GBL. So like he's not as intimidating in that sense where I think in these types of tournaments, like anyone can beat anyone if you, you know, get good alignment or do something with your shield or energy.
I feel like you're being very modest, right? Because I wanted to highlight both of your play styles just briefly here. Kelsey, I feel like you are making all the right calls, and you seem to be trusting yourself a lot more than I've ever seen you do in tournament play. You'll pick a team, you'll stick with it, you'll predict what's in the back, and you're absolutely nailing it. What's the key to your confidence? How have you broken through?
To be honest, my team or my key is lack of sleep, and yeah, I'm a little bit sleep deprived. So I'm just going with my gut and not second guessing myself, and just going with it, and it's been working. So yeah.
Yeah. So keep it up. DHC, you've relied a lot on the Shadow Gyarados. I know your friend HDMV kind of maybe helped you come up with that Pokemon. What's been your key? Because when I look at you, I think of a trainer who has a very fresh approach, a very fresh set of eyes, looking at the championship series, and you're approaching this like, I've got nothing to lose. I'm gonna play something fun. Am I channeling your kind of energy or what?
I think that, I mean, definitely the Shadow Gyarados definitely signals that sort of sentiment. I think for me, it's like, yes, I do want to bring a Pokemon that's, you know, a bit of a spice pick, but, you know, but it still has kind of its meta wins, right? And so you kind of observe, you know, what's been popular in usage and kind of plan around that. So HDMV, an amazing teammate, of course, my whole faction, Thunder Road, so, you know, they've been amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd say like, for me, also, I'm also sleep deprived similarly because we both were flying in from the US.
Yeah.
But for me, yeah, I like to think of kind of ways I can play a bit more dynamically when I can. And I think, you know, those allow for some fun games, but some flashy plays every now and then. So yeah, I guess you summed it up quite well.
Oh, good deal, good deal. I have one more question for each of you, right? So this is a big stage. I feel like you're probably feeling some pressure about the next set of battles, but you already accomplished so much, and you really should be proud of yourselves. So let's do a little experiment. Kelsey, I want you to think back to yourself 1 year ago, and I want you to tell the camera what you would say to a trainer like yourself who's got a lot of friends who are competitive, who win a lot of matches. Maybe you've seen a lot of championship series events, but you don't feel like you're shoulder to shoulder with them. What would you say to a Kelsey from a year ago or to another trainer that's hopeful?
Yeah, well, I guess a year ago, I did make a day 2 in Baltimore, like just a little over a year ago, but I didn't win any game or any matches on day 2. So, and it was my goal for this season to make a day 2.
Okay.
And now that I've gone further, I guess I should have set my goals a little bit higher, and like we can go further in the competition.
Yeah? So you would just say...
I think just keep going and like just believe in yourself, and also not second guess your instincts. And like that is something that I have done in tournaments in the past. I change my team, like lock in my 3 and then change it. So
yeah,
just go with my gut.
Well, DHC, you've had some really good results. I'm sure you're very happy that you've gotten involved in the championship series. What would you say to yourself? Like, man, just go for it. Get in there, have fun?
Yeah, I'd say definitely just take the plunge, go for it. And I think just trust yourself a bit more, kind of, you know, as Kelsey said, you know, your intuition. And I played GBL for a little bit, Show 6 a little kind of less so, but I think like the intuition carries over, so trusting in yourself and just approaching the stage and you're like, you know, one game at a time, we're gonna do this. and just kind of playing it out from there, but also not putting too much pressure on yourself and just making sure you're always having fun.
It's a really good point. All right, everybody. Kelsey K is on the winner's side here for the grand finals. We've got DHC coming from the loser's side. Our grand finals are getting ready. Get set. Guys, take a breath and just soak in the moment. Enjoy it. Go up to that main stage and give us a great show, because I know you will. All right? All right.
Thank you.
Caleb and Soph, back over to you.
Thank you, Speedy, and great to hear from our first-time grand finalists in Kelsey and DHC. And something I really love to hear is that they're saying, hey, they both said, we looked up to a lot of these players that have won tournaments, that have been sitting in that lounge in those grand finals interviews. And I think what they don't realize is, as this is unfolding, other people are looking up to them in those exact positions.
Exactly, and I also just love I don't even know if they've ever interacted before this weekend, but I love that DHC said, we're in this together. It's going to be a great match either way, and you can tell both of these trainers, so humble, maybe now realizing their true power, right? But I love how humble they are in their interactions with each other, with the camera, and I hope that a lot of trainers can look at them and be like, I can be like that too, and really admire their personalities as well.
Yeah, I think their true power is operating on so little sleep. I think their combined sleep over the weekend might be less total hours than the amount of upsets they've had in this tournament against the opponents. And so we're going to see how they're going to perform. And it's a surreal experience, right, to be in that situation. And it's been a long weekend. Whether you sleep or not, it's going to be exhausting, right? So, but they've both been playing so on point despite all those barriers, despite all the competitions they face. So I want to hear from you all. Who are you rooting for? History is about to be made one way or another as we're about to crown a completely new champion in the circuit.
Yeah, history has been made already, with both of their runs. For Kelsey as well, she's already made it further than any woman in North America has made it in, I think, more than 2 years. So if she takes this, she'll be the first woman in NA to win, I think, since Bird Power in Salt Lake City, all the way back in October of 2022 or 2023?
2023, yes.
Right.
It was a 2022 year, actually.
Okay,
2023 season.
Oh
You're
my
right,
gosh,
yeah.
so it's been more than 3 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, so, a lot of history being made here. DHC, in his first season, right, getting so far in this incredibly stacked regional. And let's not forget, it's Upset City here, but this is one of the biggest NA regionals of all time. Pretty much every big name came here to compete, and these two trainers prevailed over all of them.
And they were both saying, too, they were longtime fans, been watching a lot of the broadcasts, and, there's so much content to tune into as well. So we appreciate everyone watching in on our broadcast, and we have so much more content as our players are getting ready. Tune in to the Pokemon Advanced Battle on Tuesday. We get the Pittsburgh Regional rerun of VG on Wednesday. More battle, Advanced Battle on Thursday. And, of course, we got the Birmingham Regionals for Saturday and Sunday coming up very next week. I'm sure there's people going to that tournament or thinking about going to that tournament that are watching this right now and taking notes and be like, I want to be the next Kelsey. I want to be the next DHC. What do I need to do to get there? And maybe we'll be watching you perform on the big stage in EU.
All right, well, if you're at home thinking about how can I come to some of these tournaments, a good first step is to come to these local events. You can scan that QR code to find locals near you. I think DHC mentioned this in his interview. Great way to practice, great way to meet some friends. Maybe you'll meet someone who gives you your team that takes you to the grand finals at your next regional.
Yeah, and also, again, at these local tournaments, the Challenges and Cups, you can earn championship points to qualify you or help you qualify to the World Championships. So it's not only practice, it's not only the formats for the competitive series, it's also a way to punch your ticket to World Championships in San Francisco this year. So it's just a win-win situation.
Yeah, it is, and it's a low-stakes place to, test out some different Pokemon, especially trying out the Show 6 format. Of course, in Open Great League and in the Go Battle League, as DHC has probably been practicing the most, and you can develop your intuition for games, when to catch, what to expect in the back, but trying to think about those things in a Show 6 format is honestly a completely different beast, and going to your locals is a great way to test that.
All right, well, I hope you all are ready. It's going to be Kelsey versus DHC, a rematch of the winners finals in that grand finals, and you got Kelsey on the left coming in from that winner's side, which means that she has to win just one best of 5 to take it home the title. DHC has to beat her in 2 back-to-back best of 5s to do it himself, and both playing absolutely incredible, beating so many competitors. I don't know how many people thought that they were going to be beaten from some big name competitors themselves, but now after this event, you're not going to be doubting them if you ever doubted them before, as they are getting ready for that first game.
Yeah, and taking a look at Kelsey's team one last time here. Again, she's coming from the winner's side here. If she wins this next set, she is going to be the Toronto Regional Champion. And I would have to say her MVP has been that Florges. We saw it in that matchup against DHC earlier. The only answer really for him is Empoleon, and she was able to pilot around it so well. It's got Chilling Water to debuff the attack of the opponent, Trailblaze to raise the attack of itself, and you know, even just choosing which attack to throw sometimes is a big skill in and of itself.
And we got DHC as well running the very spicy Shadow Gyarados. He brought it a couple times into Kelsey's team in that winner's finals. I don't know if he leans back into or not. That's a real question because he did not find the win conditions he needed with it. A pretty frail Pokemon, but he's been playing a lot of these neutral matchups with his other 5 Pokemon really well. Sometimes though, when you're back against the wall, you just lean into your spice pick and try to hope that your opponents don't know this matchups and can outplay it. Or somebody said, you know what, I'm going to leave it all on the field and see what happens. I'm going to use my favorite Pokemon on my team. And that might be the case in some of these matchups. Kelsey is running that recently buffed Jellicent. And I think Jellicent in this tournament, what I've noticed from players is that they don't bring it often, but when they do, it can really put in a lot of work into the opposing team. Obviously, Furret, not a great matchup, but outside of that, that Jellicent actually looks pretty good into DHC's team.
Yeah, completely agree. I don't know how much DHC is even going to bring for it, given that it has a terrible matchup versus Florges. But here we go, game number 1 of the Grand Finals.
Kelsey versus DHC, Empoleon versus Altaria. Going to be a decently neutral matchup. You got Resistant Dragon Breath, but you can see the damage is adding up quite a bit into the Empoleon as the first drill pack is going to be thrown. DHC going to throw potentially Flamethrower or go for baits. Pretty risky bait there as Kelsey is going to throw this first drill pack. I think I actually missed the bubble. I don't know if that's going to be consequential or not in this matchup, but that's going to do a little bit more damage than a fully charged drill pack.
Yeah, Flamethrower coming through here, and this could be big if Kelsey decides to let it go. Switch advantage, I think, is going to matter in the back, or maybe not. Empoleon looks quite strong for DHC. Still in this matchup, though, and Kelsey actually gives up switch advantage. DHC brings in the Gyarados, and this is looking pretty good for DHC, able to get these super effective Dragon Breaths off.
He predicts the Fortress in the back, and that's huge. Gyarados, though, is not going to appreciate the neutral Dragon Tail and Brutal Swing, doing a huge chunk of damage. However, DHC may be feeling confident that once you get this huge mileage out of the Gyarados, it could be good. He goes for the Crunch, thinking that he might not even make it to 2 Aqua Tail, so going to throw the slightly harder hitting move, might even get a potential debuff. Do we get debuff? No. And Kelsey, after seeing that though, going for the full Dragon Tail down, knowing that DHC doesn't reach another move.
Yeah, barely not getting the Aqua Tail there. Maybe should have gone for double Aqua Tail. Altaria going to come back in to try to absorb some of this energy from the Guzzlord. First Brutal Swing coming through, and Altaria is loaded up with an attack, but we'll have to see if DHC decides to throw it. And he actually decides to preserve the Altaria, a little bit of health on it at least. Here comes the second Brutal Swing, and DHC is going to let this one go.
I believe DHC should be able to hang on. He has the Flamethrower and the Sky Attack loaded. Does Kelsey just swap over? Doesn't want to get farmed down. Oh, he's actually the first one to pivot over. Wants to get an energy lead against the Guzzlord. That's going to be proving to be pivotal for this back-end matchup. Florges doesn't have a lot of places to go into the Empoleon. However, there's still health remaining on the Empoleon on the side of Kelsey.
Yeah, health and a ton of energy. Look at that. She's over 1 Hydro Cannon. She is going to be able to throw the Hydro Cannon first, and this is going to probably pull DHC's last shield. He has energy on both of these Pokemon, but he definitely needs to preserve some health on this Empoleon. He hasn't even seen the Florges in the back.
Kelsey going to try to reach another Hydro Cannon, and I think she's going to be able to. She has more than enough energy to outpace DHC. The timer's not up yet. She's 1 more Metal Sound away and does get to the pivotal Hydro Cannon. Even if DHC hangs on here, I don't know if he has enough health to take out the Florges despite the positive matchup. Going to try to go for the farm down, maybe even leave with the energy. He does leave with the energy. Try to Dragon Breath down. Does he get it? He does. That's massive for DHC. However, Kelsey can catch the energy on the Guzzlord, eat it up, because you know DHC has to throw the move if she decides to come in Guzzlord, and that's going to be, oh no, she comes in the Florges instead.
And that's huge. I think if she came in Guzzlord, DHC has to throw. Look at how low this Altaria is. Now the question is, can Florges survive a Sky Attack plus a Hydro Cannon? I don't know. She's going to get 1 Fairy Wind here, but I think the Hydro is already loaded. It might come down to a catch.
And he just throws it right away. Doesn't want to mess around. Doesn't want to give Kelsey a chance to catch. She could have, but not knowing when he's going to throw it, it's going to be a huge Hydro Cannon. A few Metal Sounds. Can she get there? 2, 1. No, doesn't. But the Guzzlord still has health. Can he get the Dragon Tail down? No, and DHC somehow farms it down and finishes off 1 HP on both sides, but he has a Hydro Cannon loaded.
And huge huge Empoleon gameplay from DHC. We saw him go down 1-3 in that matchup in the winners finals earlier, but able to hang on to this match by just a sliver of health.
Sliver of health on both sides too, right? I mean, just shows how incredible these two trainers have been playing. That looked pretty dicey for DHC in some way, shape, or form, but they're playing so on point and farming so much. Again, that could have been a tie for Kelsey if DHC did not reach the Hydro Cannon. He literally got there perfectly against the Guzzlord, which is what resulted in the win. And I mean, if they keep playing like this, we're going to have some really close matches in this best of 5.
Yeah, DHC able to come out on top here. You see this Empoleon against the world. Look at how dicey this looks. It has to take a Hydro Cannon from the opposing Empoleon, and he hasn't even seen the third Pokemon at this point yet. But this is where energy management comes in, and it's so important. You see the Dragon Breaths coming through here. They do a little bit more damage to Metal Sound. That's what allows him to get the farm down and put this Florges into Hydro Cannon range.
And look at how close this is. Altaria surviving with 1 HP. Empoleon surviving with 1 HP. So close in these narrow margins, but just 1 HP is the difference in turning the tides of so many of these battles. Just shows how close these two opponents are in skill level.
Yeah, and even there, I think there might have been room for DHC to clean up a little bit of that middle game as well. I saw Gyarados versus Guzzlord, remember. Gyarados barely went down with an Aqua Tail, and earlier DHC had thrown, I believe, a Crunch, cost a little bit more energy, and I think I also saw some of a Dragon Tail come through. So, you know, if he's able to make even more little adjustments, he can be winning these games with more margins, and that's going to be the momentum he needs to try and reset the bracket.
And something I noticed, and you noticed as well from DHC throughout the tournament, is he's not learning from tournament to tournament. He's learning within the tournament from battle to battle within the same series. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. And I think if we do see that Guzzlord matchup versus Shadow Gyarados, he might just go for the double Aqua Tail instead, knowing that he needs that extra damage and could actually get to a second move if he plays it right. Here we go, Empoleon in a mirror matchup. I don't remember if we saw who in charge of that party. I think it was actually Kelsey in that winner's side, and looks like both players trying to overfarm a bit. There's so many catch potential, but Kelsey avoids Empoleon on her floor, just was really going to be paying off for her.
Yeah, and I think if you're DHC, look at how weak your backline is to Florges. Would not be surprised to see him switch up, maybe into that Gyarados, maybe to try and catch an attack from the Empoleon, but for now, gonna catch this, or sorry, eat this resisted Hydro Cannon on his own Empoleon.
DHC could potentially catch onto Altaria, but the thing is, Kelsey might overfarm. You know that the Hydro Cannon is actually not going to be enough, and that's exactly what she does. Throws one more Metal Sound, making it hard to predict when she is going to throw this Hydro Cannon. Second Hydro Cannon does come out against DHC. The question is, what does he do? He's low on health. He might need to save it. He knows there's a Fortress somewhere. Throws one more Hydro Cannon. He might try to leap with one and try to go for a catch. There's so many catch potentials. Probably going to be on the Altaria. But we saw this double Dragon Breath line in the back, and it proved to be difficult. He comes in. They Simul swap. But this is exactly the swap he needs. This is a matchup he wants. You can see Kelsey actually smiling a little bit, saying, wow, okay, we're both making predictions here. DHC want to spend his final shield against this Guzzlord, wants to grab shields back or do something, anticipating that there's a Florges. I like the play because Florges with energy doesn't do enough to Altaria, so he doesn't really need the shield for Altaria. He just needs to take Kelsey's shields or do enough damage to start throwing charge attacks.
Yeah, I mean, I like the shield usage for DHC, but Kelsey, she's still got 2 shields up on her side, and Florges really only needs shields to take out Altaria, right? You need to shield yourself from the Sky Attack, but not from the Dragon Breaths. DHC going to be able to take down the Guzzlord with that second Aqua Tail there, and here is that Florges that's been the centerpiece of this matchup. DHC already at an Aqua Tail, though.
Aqua Tail going to outpace the pacing of the Florges through the Chilling Water and the Trailblaze. You can see DHC already learning from game 1, going for the double Aqua Tail, throwing on Charge Attack Party as well, not trying to optimize, and in comes the Altaria, going to be able to eat this energy really well, and Florges already below half health. Let's not forget, both Empoleon have a Hydro Cannon loaded in the back. Kelsey has a shield advantage, but not enough health left to potentially use them. Let's see what she does. Now throws the double resisted Trailblaze, wants to just try to whittle down the health bar of this Altaria.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because I don't know how much that Chilling Water does for you. The Dragon Breaths are already tickling. They're going to just do no damage at all now, but the Sky Attack is really what you have to worry about, and I think even with that debuff, you still have to shield this up.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Every fast attack at a minimum has to do 1 damage apiece, and I think that's exactly what the Dragon Breaths are doing. Kelsey going for another Trailblaze, trying to double boost the floor, just do as much damage as possible. She could swap out and do a combo play, but then she's going to clear the buff she has. DHC still has a shield left. You can see he's going to outpace as well, throws another Sky Attack. Does Kelsey ever shield into this situation? She has no health on the Empoleon. You have to shield, but she's going to let it go.
Yeah, she still has the Empoleon. The Empoleon has a lot of energy, but not a lot of health. And you just look at the Gyarados on DHC side, you have to imagine that this game is absolutely over. And DHC able to take game number 2. He could be on his way to a bracket reset.
I think Kelsey just recognized there's no more win conditions. I'm not going to stall out this game. I need to start thinking about game number 3. And DHC approaching this grand finals with a completely different attitude, starting off 2-0 against Kelsey. In the winners final, she started off 2-0 against him. He was able to win the 3rd game, but she took that 4th game. This time around, he's 1 game away from resetting the bracket, and then we have an even series on our hands and more Pokemon GO battles to watch. Either way, it's going to be a great spot.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about DHC learning tournament to tournament, match to match, battle to battle. You see him learning here from the winners finals what Pokemon to bring. He knows that the floor just is always going to come. And you see here the improvement from game 1 to game number 2. We saw that Gyarados versus Guzzlord matchup where he went for the double Aqua Tail. And you know what? I think he was in a very difficult position after lead. His Empoleon was so low, but somehow he was still able to deal with that floor just in the back with his Dragon Breath users.
That was actually a really interesting swap from DHC as well. He swapped in a Gyarados when they both reset Hydro Cannon. And I can see why Kelsey's confused here, because why would you ever want to try to catch a move on Gyarados? Resisted or not, and there's a good chance she might even throw the Drill Peck there at that low health range. That would have done a lot of damage to Gyarados. So she's like, why would you do this, right? Which is why I get why she simul-swapped to the Guzzlord, thinking that it might be the Altari instead. But DHC playing different mind games and is paying off here as he finds a fantastic lead in this 3rd game.
And this is exactly what he needs. He's closing in on the 3-0, but Kelsey makes a quick swap into Guzzlord. DHC doesn't have an answer. He actually has the Gyarados in the back, but he's staying in for a second just to throw this Drill Peck.
Let's see how he's going to do this. He knows he needs to preserve the Empoleon in some way, shape, or form, although he was able to whittle down the health bar of that Florges early, and now comes the Altari. I like this play. You could potentially Dragon Breath down, and then the energy is going to go somewhere into the Florges still. You won't be debuffed yet, so you could do a lot of damage in return. Let's see how Kelsey plays out. Her timer is ahead of DHC. Can she hang on long enough to keep the Guzzlord around and make that swap?
Yeah, but Guzzlord is getting very, very low, so even if she's able to preserve it, really all it's going to do in the end game is to become a catch. But, oh, DHC actually goes for the Sky Attack here to make sure to knock out the Guzzlord. And now this could open up a little bit of a farm down for Kelsey with the Florges.
That's definitely true. The Empoleon has a little bit of energy. I don't think a Hydro Cannon loaded, though, but this engine is going to play favorably. Can DHC get to one more Sky Attack? I think might just go for it. Tries to build up to it and finally throws the Sky Attack. It's going to do a decent amount of chip damage. So Kelsey already knows she's in a bad matchup. She doesn't have switch advantage. She's going to put everything on her own Empoleon instead. It does have decent matchups into that Gyarados, but there's still another full health Empoleon to contend with. Trailblaze is going to be thrown the correct move into this Empoleon to really soften it up.
Yeah, this is going to be neutral damage. It's probably going to put the Empoleon at just about half health you see there in the yellow, but DHC also has the Gyarados in the back. Kelsey actually going to stay and try to pull a shield before she probably swaps out.
I don't think she expects that there could be a Marowak in the back given how strong her team is. And now we grab a shield from DHC. In comes the Empoleon, but the Gyarados is still waiting in the wings. DHC wants to throw a Hydro Cannon first at the Empoleon to do some chip damage. However, Empoleon with energy into the back line of DHC's Gyarados, it's not going to be a great time. Now the Gyarados comes in, but the Empoleon already has over a Drill Peck worth of energy. He's not going to shield. I think he just wants to chip down the Empoleon as much as possible and try to finish it off with his own Empoleon.
Yeah, a little bit of potential gameplay has opened up for Kelsey here. She's up a shield. She's still got the Florges, and her clock is coming up pretty soon. She might be able to get out of this matchup, switch back into Florges, and build up even more energy. We'll have to see how this plays out. DHC able to start pulling away these shields from Kelsey with that Aqua Tail.
Her timer's not up yet. She's going to opt to throw the Drill Peck. DHC actually choosing the shield. This is not a bad play in my mind because the Florges doesn't have energy. You're also in Aqua Tail range, so it's hard to even swap in the Gyarados. DHC just wants to get rid of this Empoleon as much as possible to carve out a victory here. Can Kelsey actually farm down is the real question, because if you can, it makes things a lot dicier for DHC's Empoleon. She is at the Drill Peck. DHC is at the Aqua Tail, and she catches the Aqua Tail on her Florges, expending that energy. Tries to maybe go down for Metal Sound down, but DHC's own timer's up. He's going to come in the Empoleon. I think he could hang on after one Hydro Cannon. She's almost at the double, though, but he is at it. If he survives this Hydro Cannon, he is going to take this pivotal Game 3 and reset the bracket. Is she at the move? Does he hang on? And he does! He has a Hydro Cannon. That's a 3-0 victory in this first bracket. We have a bracket reset.
And how many times have we seen this DHC's Pokemon hanging on by just 1 HP? That's going to give him, as you said, the bracket reset here. 3-0 victory. And all of a sudden, the momentum has completely flipped. DHC can't believe believe it himself. I know he was holding his breath, seeing if his Empoleon would survive that attack. And all of a sudden, Kelsey is the one on the back foot here. She won that winners finals, and now all of a sudden, DHC taking 3 games in a row.
Wow, we have one final best of 5 remaining, 5 potential battles between these two competitors. DHC even being a little surprised, like, whoa, I survived that Hydro Cannon on my Empoleon, I won that, and now the momentum is on his side. Kelsey hasn't won a game against him in 3 straight battles, and now things are looking a little bit tough. I think maybe he's cracked a formula on how to handle the Florges. Obviously, leading Empoleon to Florges does give him a sizable advantage. However, Kelsey not dissuaded, not this easily, and is going to have to dig deep to see if she could find the solution to deal with his new approach in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, I don't know, did DHC just run the same 3 Pokemon in every single match? And I feel like we saw Empoleon double Dragon Breath from DHC every game, and I feel like we saw Florges, Guzzlord, Empoleon from Kelsey in all 3 games. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember. I feel like those Pokemon are the story of this matchup right here. Empoleon putting in so much work for DHC. No surprise that it's the #1 most used Pokemon, but we're already getting into the reset.
Who am I to question your analysis there? So I'm not sure either. All I know is this is the most amount of Shadow Gyarados I have ever seen and anyone's ever seen in Championship Series history. And it is so wild to see as DHC has the matchup he wants. Gyarados into the Guzzler, super effective Dragon Breath damage, and goes for the harder hitting Crunch. Maybe even could get a debuff against the Guzzlord.
Oh, and there's a debuff. Might be the first one I've seen on stream. Brutal Swing coming through DHC. I have to wonder if he's going to shield this. He does shield it up at the very last second. He sees that Kelsey is staying in with the Guzzlord, maybe seeing a little bit of value here. Kelsey able to reach his Brutal Swing before Gyarados can reach an Aqua Tail. Now DHC has to wonder, do I invest the second Protect Shield right off the bat? And he does.
Taking a page out of Elome's book, spending both shields right off the bat. I think what I noticed with DHC is he realized this Gyarados is really strong, even against the Florges, because the Aqua Tails really start adding up. And I love this play because he has the Empoleon on the back. He does so much damage, and after that, Kelsey would have maybe 1 Pokemon left. Yes, she has 2 shields, but how much health can she even avoid at this point? Gets to another Aqua Tail. Does Kelsey shield this, expecting that, yeah, there's probably an Empoleon on the back. What do I do?
Yeah, she does choose to preserve the Florges. Again, she doesn't know either of the back Pokemon, though she can certainly make a pretty good guess. And how many times have we seen DHC bring his Altari into a loaded Florges? Such a great way to absorb energy. And this time you see Kelsey is not throwing the Chilling Water. She knows that that's not really going to help out with the Sky Attack damage. She's already in Sky Attack range. So, oh, okay, no, sorry. She is going for the Chilling Water, but now that she's already boosted her attack.
Yeah, I think the plan is that she can't really stay in here, right, in Florges. So going to just make this matchup slightly easier for the Empoleon. But the timers are super misaligned. Look at the timers for DHC as well. If he could realign the Gyarados into the Empoleon, resist all that Metal Sound, he'd get even more mileage out of that Shadow Gyarados as the Flamethrower is going to be thrown. Kelsey knows that there's probably Empoleon back, needs to try to save a shield for that or for the Gyarados.
Yeah, but this is so tough. Altari is going to be able to hang on to this Drill Peck quite easily. Might even make another charge attack, but DHC's clock is already up. He can switch out if he wants to, but no, just going to throw this Flamethrower, maybe try to pull the last shield from Empoleon. I don't think he's even revealed his own Empoleon quite yet.
Flamethrower coming through, debuff, but still does a lot of damage. Now comes the Gyarados, trying to Dragon Breath down, not going to be able to do it. But the problem is, he has a full health Empoleon, and there's only a Florges left on the side of Kelsey. Kelsey does have a shield, but the problem is the Metal Sounds are adding up way too quickly, and he is going for the Metal Sound down as she takes another game off of Kelsey in this bracket reset.
And that is 4 games straight from DHC, but he's running the same exact 3 Pokemon. I think Kelsey still is as well. Kelsey, at this point, has to be wondering, am I not bringing the right Pokemon? Am I not positioning them quite correctly? Maybe the Florges isn't quite as dominant as I thought. Feels like DHC has found new ways to play around it, right? We've seen him bring the Altaria into the Florges time and time again, and the Empoleon just feels like it's putting in a little bit too much work for DHC.
I gotta say, my bad, DHC. I questioned your Shadow Gyarados, saying that maybe it's not the solution in this Grand Finals. You didn't find the win condition the winners found, but he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, brought Shadow Gyarados into every single game, realizing that, you know what? Even as a fairy, I have played game number 5 between these two in the Grand Finals. It's going to be game 2 in the bracket reset. It's going to be Empoleon versus the Altaria.
And this is a huge adjustment for Kelsey. We've seen her relying so much on that Florges, and you see now she's finally dropped it for the Jellicent. anticipating the exact line that DHC has brought yet again. Let's see if it pays off for her, but for now, we're still in the lead matchup. Drillpeck about to land on Altaria.
Despite the fact that Jellicent takes super effective crunch damage, I actually like this adjustment from her because he has to build up to crunch, he has to bait perfectly to grab shields, he has to do something a little bit more than just throw Aqua Tail. The Aqua Tail spam just came out so fast into the Gut Sword and the Fortress and the Empoleon. She's saying, you know what, this different strategy may be the solution I need, as the second Drillpeck is going to land on the Altaria.
Yeah, and Altaria, of course, very bulky, easily able to hang on there, but again, I've got my eye on the backline. DHC already at a Sky attack here. It's going to land on the Empoleon. Kelsey is happy to let this go. Oh, and if she gets a big Hex down here, that could be very uncomfortable for DHC.
DHC winning switch advantage, but in comes the Gut Sword. Want to farm as much energy as possible. This Gut Sword has a lot of play into the entire backline of DHC. Neutral damage with the brutal swings against both the Gyarados and the Empoleon. He's expecting the Fortress, but he's mistaken. It's actually a hard answer to that Empoleon. And now Kelsey in the driver's seat with the energy lead can turn the tides of this series. Aqua Tail is going to be thrown first. Not enough to KO the Gut Sword. Does she anticipate that there's something else in the back instead of the Empoleon? But I think she's saying, you know what? He's been the same 3 Pokemon in different order or the same order every single time. I'm putting everything on the line here with this Jellicent, and that could prove to be successful as DC going to let this go down. Now comes the Empoleon, and here comes the Jellicent. This is a bait game. She won that 4th game in the Winners Finals by going straight Shadow Ball. Does she do it again?
Yeah, and I think she can just go straight with Shadow Ball. There's no reason to worry. There's no catch available on DHC's side. You know, you heard Kelsey in the interview. She doesn't want to second guess herself. And in this game, she read the team perfectly. She stuck to it. And now you see she has the Jellicent on the Empoleon instead of the Florges, which is what DHC was expecting.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jellicent can tank a Drillpeck no problem. The Metal Sounds are doing resistance damage. Meanwhile, the Hex damage is slowly whittling down the health bar of the Empoleon to the point where one Shadow Ball shouldn't be enough to KO. He just lets go. He said, you know what? My only win condition is issue base. Otherwise, I lose either way. He recognizes that there are no win conditions remaining, and Kelsey is able to stifle the momentum. It's going to be a tied series 1-1 against Kelsey and DHC in this bracket reset.
And all of a sudden, Kelsey is now the one with momentum, has won the most recent game after losing 4 straight to DHC. And now with the mind games, if you're DHC, he has been playing like there is a Florges in the back every single game, and he was right 4 out of the first 5 times. But now he has to wonder, is there a Jellicent? And that's going to make him second guess some of these team decisions, second guess which Pokemon to bring in if he wins switch advantage.
I mean, it's kind of comical in a way, right? DHC saying, I keep winning, so I'm going to bring the same 3 Pokemon until Kelsey makes the adjustment. And Kelsey did finally make the adjustment. And maybe for once, we'll actually see in this grand finals, DHC brings a 4th Pokemon, maybe a 5th Pokemon, something a little bit different to switch things up. And the question is, does Kelsey lean back and go into that Fortress? Or does she say, you know what? This Jellicent really paid off for me. And outside that Furrets, I'm pretty okay with all the other matchups. And she might really lean back into it. Like I said earlier, I think Jellicent actually looks really good for her. She just found a lot of success with the Fortress in that Winners Finals, but now I think she's open to the different possibilities here as we are 1-1, and essentially it's whittled down to a best of 3 between these 2.
Yeah, now that one of the players has finally made an adjustment, there's a lot of mind games going on, right? Kelsey, she might think, hey, you know what, I've scared away some of the Pokemon on DHC side. Maybe it's time for me to bring back the Florges. And for DHC, he's going to be wondering, oh my goodness, do I have to bring a Jellicent answer now? Do I have to bring my Furret? But now the Furret's going to be worried about the Florges. And it's just a lot of back and forth, a lot of layers deep. And for these trainers, I think it's just going to be really important. Think about everything that's possible, make your prediction, and then stick to it.
And the first also has to worry about not just the Florges, but the Gut Sword as well, right? Resistance damage there. The Empoleon hits back pretty hard too. So, you know, it's hard to bring that hard answer to that Jellicent, but he's been adapting and going with a lot of these neutral plays. Let's see if he's able to adjust to Kelsey's adjustment, but she might bring back the Fortress. And here we go, a fantastic lead for DHC. The game's not over yet because we've seen Kelsey come back from even worse odds. She's just going to safe swap the Gut Sword. And again, having so much neutral play into the team of DHC, throwing the brutal swing, misaligning the timers, even if DHC swaps out.
Yeah, able to get off this brutal swing so quickly. Marowak has only just reached the Bone Club. We'll have to see if DHC actually decides to throw throw it though versus switch out. He does decide to throw the Bone Club, like you said, Caleb. Super misaligned switch timers. Whatever he brings in, that might actually allow Kelsey's Empoleon to eventually get an energy lead on the Marowak. DHC is going to bring in his own Empoleon now.
In a way, DHC tanking the Brutal Swing wasn't too bad because the Hydra Cannon is going to be the move you want to worry about. The Metal Sound's not going to be enough. You can't Metal Sound down, so as long as he has like about half health on Marowak, he could just go for that Mud Slap down in that matchup. And now DHC coming in with his own Empoleon, a little bit more than 0 energy after throwing this Drill Peck. So now Kelsey going to be a little bit behind in this mirror matchup too.
Yeah, but this is where the mind games come in, right? DHC's now thinking, oh, there's no Florges. I don't need the Empoleon anymore. But now there's the Florges in the back, and it's going to be lined up on the Altaria. For now, that we're in this Empoleon mirror match, DHC a little bit ahead on energy. Looks like it was a charge attack priority, but we've seen this one before. I think DHC is going to be able to hang on.
Just barely, should be 1 or 2 Metal Sounds away, but enough to get the Hydra Cannon off. The question is, can he get a second Hydra Cannon off? That would be pretty nice, making the Mud Slap down even better. And the thing is, Kelsey, yes, has a Fortress into that Dragon Altaria, but we saw the damage from the charge attack's not going to be enough. Oh, goes for the swap, brings in the Marowak, and here comes the Hydra Cannon into the Marowak and forcing DHC's shield.
I love that play from DHC. He stayed in just long enough to make sure he got to that Hydra Cannon. It's banked to the back. He brings in the floor. Just no clear answer on Kelsey's side. Yes, this is not a great matchup for Florges, but you're out of Fairy Wind down range.
And the thing is, you're behind on energy, going to grab the first shield from Kelsey. Look at the health on the Empoleon on the back. And she doesn't have enough energy to do anything with the Empoleon right away. Even the Altaria is going to be troublesome into that Steel type. DHC saying, you know what, I'm going to just either grab your final shield or do so much damage that you cannot do anything but take fast stack pressure. There is that move still banked on the Empoleon. He's going to throw one more, and we grab the final shield from Kelsey. Timers are going to be up. She has potential to catch the Hydra Cannon, but there's the combo blade coming, and here comes the Hydra Cannon. Neutral damage should put the Florges in the red territory. Not a lot of health left on the remaining 2 Pokemon, Kelsey.
Yeah, and you know what? DHC might even be able to win this without showing. No, he does show the Altaria. We're going to be able to Dragon Breath down this floor. Just Chilling Water going to land, but there's nothing Kelsey can do at this point. And now DHC is the one who has made the adjustment, brought in that Kanto Marowak, probably surprised Kelsey quite a bit. And DHC now going to be 2-1 advantage here, just 1 game away from winning this regional championship.
Kelsey finding a win in the last game, but takes another loss here in game 3. She needs to win this to have a chance to force that 5th and final game. Does she lean back into the Jellicent? It's a question. A close series there, a tough lead, but DHC staying locked in, switching things up with the Shadow Marowak, and it really paid off with that fantastic lead.
Yeah, fantastic lead. You know, Guzzlord was a pretty difficult switch in. I was a little worried for him because he brought in that Empoleon as if he wasn't expecting the Florges, but he was able to deal with it with the Shadow Marowak as well. So, you know, DHC also maybe now realizing he has more options than just that Empoleon double Dragon Breath line that he's been relying on. And like you said for Kelsey, I'm so curious if she decides to bring the Jellicent back. That's really her best way to deal with the Empoleon.
And here's where the mind games come in, right? DHC knows that Jellicent was the one game that Kelsey was able to take off of him in this grand finals. Does he expect that Jellicent might come in again, and he brings a lot of Pokemon strong into Jellicent? And does Kelsey say, I think he's going to see the Jellicent coming, I'm going to bring something else instead to really take him by surprise, despite the fact that I've only gotten that win off of the Jellicent? The thing is, Jellicent, again, looks so strong. Does he ever bring the fur? I think Kelsey is going to lean to that Jellicent. Even if DHC sees it coming, what can he do besides bring the fur? I think Kelsey may lean into the bulky Ghost Water of the Jellicent to force that final game. Both players playing so many matches throughout this weekend, and they're locking in. Match point for DHC, but Kelsey might have something to say about that.
You know, both of these players, so many mind games going on. They both were about to lock in. Both of them backed out and changed their team, but now they're locked in again. This could be match point for DHC.
All right, here we go, and it is going to be Jellicent into the Gyarados. Not a terrible matchup for the Gyarados. You avoid the matchup into the Empoleon, which is what Kelsey wants. In comes that safe swap. Guzzlord yet again. DHC throwing a Aqua Tail, may try to come in with the Altaria to soften this up, trying to avoid the Empoleon for later, expecting that there might be the Florges, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. This is going to be so fantastic for him to absorb all of this energy from the Brutal Swings. Yes, he is going to be taking super effective Dragon Tail damage, but he's going to come out of this as well with a lot of impactful energy.
And Altaria taking the damage pretty well. he might be able to go for a Dragon Breath down, and that could be proving to be useful, but the Jellicent getting farmed down with the Hex can also be great, as he is just continuing to throw Dragon Breath. Might throw right before the Brutal Swing's reach. That's exactly what he does. Does Kelsey shield here? The problem is if she shields, DHC can shield back and maintain Switch Advantage. She does hold the shield though.
Yeah, she does put up the shield, and that is going to allow her to throw this Brutal Swing. Now the decision's on DHC. Do I want Switch Advantage? Do I want Shield Advantage? He looks like he wants Switch Advantage. He wants to make sure he keeps the Gyarados on the Jellicent and the Empoleon away from it. And importantly, he doesn't know. Oh, but he stops tapping, trying to give her even less farm.
Really heads up play from DHC, knowing that energy on the Jellicent could be proving to be bad. And now she shows her final Pokemon, and now he comes in the Gyarados. He needs to land a crunch to have a chance here. Kelsey can go for the bait, goes for the Surf. Does DHC call it? I think he just shields either way, want to preserve as much health as possible. He throws up the shield, going to be baited. Can she get to a Shadow Ball before Double Crunch's reach? He could also go for his own bait, farming up to both Crunch. He does go for the Aqua Tail baits.
And I think Kelsey may have just tapped the Surf. He goes for the Aqua Tail bait. He gets the shield from Kelsey. And now the question is this Gyarados going to survive a Surf? It is resisted damage, but Gyarados, a very, very squishy Pokemon, and DHC is so close to that Crunch.
If she gets a Hex down after this before he gets her Crunch, it can be disastrous. He has the Crunch though. Super effective Crunch is going to land on to the Jellicent. Can Jellicent hang on and possibly get to a Shadow Ball? No, it cannot. Here comes the Empoleon, but there's a Florges in the back. A terrible matchup for Kelsey. And you see DHC, he's excited. He knows he's one more Hydro Cannon away from taking the victory. History is written by the victors. And this chapter is all about DHC winning his first ever title, as he is moments away from becoming your 2026 Toronto Pokemon GO champion.
Empoleon metal sounding away. It's going to clinch this victory for him. No charge attacks thrown, just fast attacks, and DHC wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
Wow, what a tournament from both competitors. DHC, the third ever tournament for him. His first tournament was November, less than 2 months ago, and he has carved out a name for him in history. But of course, Kelsey as well, her best finish so far, only a little bit over a year of her starting in the circuits. And she said, you know, my goal this year was just to make a top cut. She's far surpassed it, and I'm sure now she has her sights on even higher goals, and people should be feared when they sit across from her on the table.
Such an incredible matchup, such an incredible tournament for both of these trainers. And of course, DHC though, so much credit for him going down 1-3 in what looks like a very dominant win for Kelsey in the winners finals, and then 6-1 to reset and then win that grand finals.
So much history in the making, right? First ever Shadow Gyarados winning any tournament ever in Pokemon GO. Absolutely wild. This is not a good Pokemon in my mind, right? But DHC makes it look absolutely unstoppable in this tournament. And again, it's my favorite Pokemon of all time, so I might have to give it a spin too, and I'm sure a lot of people tuning in. I mean, if we're in a Shadow Gyarados meta, that's absolutely wild, but I love it.
You know, you claim it's not a good Pokemon, but look at how much work it did for DHC throughout that series. Obviously, you know, it was struggling against the Florges a lot in the winners finals, but just now we saw with that energy management, able to get off so many Aqua Tails, doing a lot of work against the Jellicent as well. And then, of course, where it really shined was against that Guzzlord.
And I think that's the thing, right? With these very spiced picks, unique picks, sometimes it takes a really creative mind and a talented player to unlock the potential and show the entire world how some of these Pokemon, even if you don't think it's good, can be piloted to success. You know, I mean, obviously, in the early days, we knew Azumarill was going to be good, but some of these other Pokemon that have come across throughout the years, people didn't think were good until someone like DHC proved that it could do the work. And you see Kelsey trying to find a way around DHC's lineup, but he just locked in this grand finals and taking so many wins off of Kelsey, finding the adjustment and just improving every single second of this tournament.
Yeah, this is going back to that very first series. You see the score is 0-0. This is the line that we saw so many times from both of these trainers. Empoleon, Double Dragon Breath for DHC. Florges, Guzzlord, Empoleon for Kelsey. Kelsey could not find a way around this. And remember, in that second series, she had to adjust. But, you know, this series was all about DHC flipping the momentum, flipping that storyline, and resetting the bracket.
And these are close matches, too. I know the score line in the bracket, in the grand finals combined was 6-1 for DHC, but there were so many situations where Kelsey was losing by just 1 HP, DHC just getting off one final move to turn the tides of those battles. And honestly, if just a slight half-second difference, 1 HP difference, could have been a very different story for this tournament result.
Yeah, so many games. I mean, we saw that Empoleon hanging on by just a hair. I'm not sure if it was this game or another one where we saw Altaria hanging on by just a hair, but you know, these games were so close. Kelsey, even with, you know, this team that she could not find a way around, she was still playing so precisely and making those games incredibly close.
And both competitors should be super proud of the performance as well. You know, I think they both were like, honestly, whatever happens, we're happy to be here. They're competitors at heart though, and I'm sure we'll see them in future tournaments as well. What a tournament here in Toronto. We came in all previous champions of Toronto here, multiple international champions and regional champions, but it's actually these two who have never even had a grand finals experience, and they were able to upset everyone and get to these top 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did see a little bit of nerves from DHC, just a little bit towards the end of this tournament. You know, maybe a little bit of a stumble in that losers final with just 1 shield, and then I think the very first game of this grand finals. But you know, we keep saying he's improving battle to battle, match to match, and he was locked in for that rest of that grand finals.
First season competing, and he's already qualified for Worlds in the early half of the season, something that a lot of our most experienced trainers haven't even done yet. As we take a look at this bracket reset, DHC playing so many battles throughout this tournament, but saying, hey, you know what? If I could do it once, maybe I could do it again against Kelsey. Oh man, Shadow Gyarados, DHC unlocking the potential. I'm going to give it a spin myself after this one. Just throwing resistance to charge attacks in so many matchups, but the pacing, the Dragon Breath rework, really helping such a unique and spicy frail Pokemon work in the competitive series.
Yeah, and you know, just taking a look back, this is, I think, the 4th victory for DHC in this series overall. This is the game where Kelsey finally makes that adjustment. You see the Jellicent in the back paying off dividends, really making this series as close as possible and evening up the series here. But of course, as we know, DHC making adjustments of his own in the rest of that series.
And I'm sure people tuning in at home are like trying to figure out what is this meta. Honestly, I still don't know. After watching this series, Kelsey did show on a performance with the Jellicent, the recent buff, Shadow Ball, but I mean, there's no recently buffed Pokemon on the side DHC side. He's just bringing some random things, and I mean, it's true, right? He has some meta picks for sure, but he said he literally brought the Gyarados thinking, I need some spice, right? I'm trying to make it fun, I'm trying to have fun, but what's more fun than not only bring a spicy Pokemon and also winning with it?
Yeah, I mean, it was really his MVP in so many of his matchups, although I will have to say, for the grand finals, I would have to give the MVP title to his Empoleon. We saw it doing so much work, getting off so many Hydro Cannons, especially when it was in that mirror match, and then of course, being the MVP to neutralize the Florges that was giving him so much trouble before.
Yeah, wow, what a series. And we can see here the final crunch being thrown, just getting there before Jellicent was able to reach another move. And actually, he went for that bait, a crucial bait, getting this super effective crunch off on the Jellicent. And that's all he needed for this fantastic matchup in the back. Florges doing so much for Kelsey, but unfortunately, just did not have the final alignment in this game.
Yeah, and I think as soon as that crunch landed, he was excited. He knew there is no way that Florges can take out the Empoleon. They both know it here too. No one's throwing a charge attack. And you know, just taking a look at these standings, taking a look at some of these super impressive players that DHC and Kelsey had to take down along the way. Of course, Stone Collection in 3rd place, coming all the way from EU and getting all the way through so much of that losers bracket.
And we got international champions, international finalists, regional champions, and regional finalists. And DHC and Kelsey are adding their names to the coveted list of players as well. As we take a look at this top 8, such star-studded crowd and so many other players attending this tournament. Over 200 players in this Toronto regional. I believe the largest regional in Toronto to date. And hey, if it's back again in Toronto, I'm looking forward to even more attendance, and maybe you will be there as well.
Yeah, such a star-studded list of our top 8 there. Let's zoom in a little bit on our top 3. Of course, Stone Collection adding another medal to his, you know, fairly decently sized trophy case. DHC and Kelsey, of course, picking up their very first medals. A 1st place for DHC, a 2nd place for Kelsey, and both of them, I know, have already surpassed their goals for the season. But like Kelsey said, maybe it's time to move those goalposts.
Hey, DHC, if you need a Gyarados plushie, I got you for the next tournament, as he is holding up the Altaria, but that Gyarados proved so useful for him in so many battles. I mean, I think when we first saw it, we were like, what is happening, right? Is this really gonna work? And then it did. And then it kept doing it, and then it just won him a grand finals in a whole tournament. You know, once in a while you see these spice picks make appearance once in a while, but he leaned into it heavily in that grand finals.
That's right. Well, we've seen so many incredible plays this tournament, seen all of the incredible trainers, and it's time to celebrate them and hear a little bit from them. Butters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph. It is time to celebrate our top 3 at the 2026 Toronto Regional Championships. It was Underdog City here in Toronto, but first we have to congratulate a trainer that's been here since the beginning, was first place at a last chance qualifiers in Worlds 2022. In third place, we got Stone Collection. Congratulations, Stones Collection. Obviously, I mentioned your first place before. You've also been a runner-up. This is your 3rd best finish ever in Championship Series. How are you feeling right now?
I'm still feeling really good. It's kind of unbelievable after so many tournaments that I've grinded, like, to be finally here again. I mean, the last time has been in 2024 Stuttgart, so it's been a while.
Yeah, and you've been here since the beginning. You're known for a little bit of spice, of course, with the Samurai in your debut there. But I feel like I looked over your top performances. You also do well with the meta Pokemon like you did today. So where are you at mentally between your spice and meta picks?
Yeah, I think I didn't run Spice this tournament because, as I mentioned before, I could finally get access to that Shadow Scissor. And usually I had to compensate by running weird stuff, but now like having this Shadow Scissor, it's such a relief. It's so good.
And now you have a huge cushion in the European region in terms of championship points. You at least are over 500, I believe, ahead of the next trainer. What's next for you? Do you feel safe going into trying to get a travel award for North American International Championships, or will you compete at EOIC as well?
I will compete in Birmingham next week and EOIC as well, because in Europe nothing is safe. And I'm not 500 points in front because I actually maxed out my regionals already. So I'm getting at least, I think, 140 of this. So I'm in a good place, but I will not be sleeping.
Well, thank you so much for that clarification. So there is still a chance to be passed, but you are in great position right now with an awesome performance here in Toronto. Once again, congratulations to Stone Collection. All right, now in second place, a trainer that was superb today. Didn't take a game loss until after her 7th battle. In second place, we have Kelsey K. Congratulations. I just want to know, how are you feeling right now?
I am so happy. A lot of my friends are here, got to experience this with me. I'm just overwhelmed and overjoyed. Like, even though the last few sets were pretty terrible for me, like overall this is better than I ever expected.
Well, if you forget those, I mean, the dismantling of Nighttime Clasher earlier on in the tournament, you were so impressive here in day number 2. You started competing at NAIC in 2024, then picked up again in 2025, is that correct? And now you're in your 10th tournament, you're here, you're a finalist. How did you do it?
I mean, I've loved PvP since it's been in the game, and I don't know, started going out there, started making friends in the community, which got me to come to the regionals, and kept practicing, kept battling.
And I know you didn't quite qualify for the World Championships today by being the champion, but can we expect you to try to qualify for the World Championships this season?
Definitely, yes. I already have a few lined up, a few more regionals, so I'm gonna go for it.
Well, best of luck. We are rooting for you. We know you can do it. Congratulations once again to Kelsey K. All right, now we have a trainer that just made his debut this 2026 season. It's his 3rd tournament ever. He only started in November in Championship Series. Now he is your champion. Welcome on DHC United. He is your grand champion for the 2026 Toronto Regional Championships. Congratulations, DHC. How do you feel?
Honestly, it's surreal right now. I have no idea how I ended up where I am, but I feel super grateful, and I'm at a loss for words.
I don't blame you. We talked before. You said you didn't necessarily expect to be on this stage right now, holding up the medal that you have just earned, and also you have qualified for the World Championships this season in San Francisco. How does that feel?
It was my goal when I came out to qualify for the World Championship, so I guess getting that is just, my mind is blown. I'm super happy about that, but also the games, like, wow, like it's all insane. I'm like really overwhelmed.
Well, speaking of that, there were 2 moments in that final decisive game where you actually hung on with almost no health on the Altaria because you were trying to not leave too much health on it to get a farm down, correct? And then you take the Surf from that Jellicent into the Shadow Gyarados. Were you expecting both those Pokemon to hang on there?
I think usually with Altaria and Shadow Gyarados, I don't expect a little bit of health to do much. Usually Empoleon with a little bit of health can put in a lot of work because, you know, that water steel typing goes a long way in resisting a lot of moves. But super happy that it worked out. Yeah.
Well, awesome. I mean, I mentioned it before, it's your 3rd tournament ever. You only started in November. You said that was your goal for the season. Was that your goal originally, or since you got a good first performance, I believe 17th in Las Vegas, just out of top cut range, you saying, hey, look, I just started, but I think I can do it?
I definitely think there was room to improve. So I know the first kind of tournament in Las Vegas was very encouraging. I was able to keep that momentum in LAIC. And my goal here, you know, was to continue that momentum forward and hopefully kind of accumulate points for the World Championship. And I live in San Francisco, which is why I did it in the first place. So I'm just so glad it all worked out.
Well, awesome. I want to ask you one last thing, because I know we spoke about this before, but a lot of new trainers might look up to you, might see your journey from just starting in November to being a champion. Do you have any advice to those trainers that want to have that first place medal like you just earned in Toronto?
I would say keep your head high, but practice, learn from everyone that you can, scrim, and find a community. This is an amazing community that I had the privilege of being part of when I first came in November. My faction team has been incredibly helpful. And yeah, just give yourself, you know, the benefit of the doubt, come out to these things and, you know, just learn from every time you go, one game at a time.
And you might just be standing here just like DHC United. Congratulations once again to our Toronto Grand Champion, DHC United. And don't go anywhere. We're going to close it out with a quick recap and talk about what's next in Championship Series in just a couple minutes.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full, and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you're going. You're stuck in a position where the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, you know, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about, what can I do to improve my position? You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
If you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it. And then just have fun and try to win.
Championship Sunday comes to a close here in Toronto, and we dubbed this the City of Upsets, and that's exactly what we got in those grand finals. New legends, new history being made, so many special moments here this weekend. Caleb, you have to be feeling pretty special because Shadow Gyarados won it all.
Gyarados, my favorite Pokemon. You said, you know, legendary moments too. And speaking of legends, right? My favorite moment hasn't actually happened yet.
Oh.
It's actually about to happen right now, as I have a special little card for you all at home. It says, happy birthday to an absolute legend. And it actually is, in fact, a legend's birthday. It's Tuo Butters, who not only a legend of Spice, a legendary caster, but more importantly, a legendary friend. So we have this card for you. But wait, There's more.
There's more, everybody. Underneath the Quagsire.
Please don't drop this on me.
Butters had no idea. We've got a
wow.
birthday cake for 2-0 Butters.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was so sweet, by the way. Wow, thank you.
Woo.
And what a great way to celebrate my birthday, which I also love Shadow Gyarados. That was my pick going into it all, so I feel great. What an awesome birthday. We got a cake here, a card. Thank you so much. City of Underdogs, City of Spice.
Butters,
Let's go.
Butters, I'm just waiting for you to just grab a piece and just dive in.
Yeah,
but I know you don't want to get it on your red jacket, though, right?
Yeah. You know, I will eat a piece of this. What? Did I just take a bite? No. Let's recap first. Yeah.
All right, everybody. So many special moments. Caleb, special moment just happened just now. Butters, you had a great stage interview there with the awards ceremony. What's something that really stood out to you besides the cake and your birthday celebration?
It's kind of the same thing that stood out to me all tournament. It's kind of the joy of these new trainers succeeding. It stood out to me, I think, actually first that HDMV was battling yesterday and just having so much fun on the stage, and it has continued over to day number 2, and we have DHC United in his 3rd tournament ever, winning it all, and just it's so good to feel that success for the first time, and it's so inspiring and motivating for other trainers as well. So that's my takeaway from it all. I just felt a lot of joy here in Toronto, to be honest.
Yeah, me as well. I mean, I would say my favorite moment is honestly maybe the grand finals interview that we saw from DHC and Kelsey. Just such great camaraderie, such great sportsmanship. You know, both of them shouting out their friends and their community. You just mentioned HDMV, who actually built the team with DHC United that ended up winning.
Exactly. We had so many talented trainers in the bracket, as we apparently always do at this point in the championship series, and Stone Collection finishing 3rd. Also an incredible story, coming all the way from Europe to do so. It's been an incredible season. We're just kicking off the 2026 calendar year. There are lots of events ahead of us as well, because right now we're in Toronto. We're heading to Birmingham, and we've got tons in store for you all watching at home and all of the fans. But I gotta point out one event in particular. EUIC. Who else is looking forward to the Europe International Championships in February?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Another limited meta in Pokemon GO PvP that is going to be absolutely epic. We had our first one this season. It was so cool to see the creativity on display, and it's going to happen again early February. And first though, there's one more European regional. We have the Birmingham, and I believe we saw Stone Collection, who was 3rd place here. He's going to be competing in Birmingham and the European International Championships.
We had Nighttime Clasher say he was going to Birmingham, but there's also Seattle in NA. Caleb, what do you think about this event?
Hey, it's a little bit close to us, and I'm definitely going to make an appearance. One of my favorite cities in the United States. We had Go Fest there many years ago, but there's more tournaments. In case you can't make it to these, we got, of course, Houston, Orlando, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, New Orleans for the North American International Championships, and all roads lead to San Francisco.
I need to say something real quick. No matter where we are in this road to Worlds, it's still possible. We just saw DHC United start his journey in November. It's only 2 months later, and now he is qualified for the World Championships. So no matter where we are in the portion of the season in this road to Worlds, you still have that opportunity.
You know, I think we're all pretty gifted. We're pretty talented at what we do. But Soph, you got to be the best meta analyst that I know. I want you to dive into this top cut usage and tell us what's going on, because we did not see Nova Stunfisk. We did not see a lot of popular picks, but Guzzlord and Napoleon were so powerful. Let's take a look here at our overall percentages. Shadow Kanto Marowak absolutely exceeding expectations.
Yeah, no Unova and Stunfisk. A lot of people opting for a Mud Slapper instead. You see Kanto Marowak at the top. And for people who didn't bring the Kanto Marowak, a lot of them opted for Gastrodon. But in that number 2 spot, you see Old Reliable Azumarill there, followed by Corviknight, another very bulky neutral Pokemon. Pokemon that we saw a lot of these top trainers using so well. And of course that Empoleon, which was featured on both Kelsey and DHC's teams.
I gotta call you out, Caleb. You've been bragging all weekend that your caster predictions were on the money. Talk us through your picks here and why you were right.
I mean, let's take a look at it. I wasn't completely right here. Yes, the Furret, the Empoleon, the Jellicent. I would have never guessed Gyarados making a relevancy. And, you know, me and you, we put Wigglytuff there, but Wigglytuff not even making it in that top 12. Maybe NA can't beat the allegations that we just rely only on fast attack pressure Pokemon like Wigglytuff.
I'm going to hand it over not only to you, Caleb, but also to Butters, because we have some MVP picks that we all dialed in on, and you two were right. I got to take credit as well, because Guzzlord was in grand finals.
Yeah, we both got the Pokemon right, but I got the trainer right as well. Shadow Gyarados, sometimes you pick these things because you really like them, and you maybe think in the back of your head, I don't know if it's actually going to win it all, but I believed this time, and I was rewarded.
Hey, birthday gift for the birthday
Yes,
boy
exactly.
right there.
Hey, it's a birthday buff, right? That's exactly what it is. So if trainers at home are watching this event, maybe they want to get involved, maybe they want to compete, or just watch the broadcast and are huge fans, where can they find us?
Well, definitely go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. Not only can you find the current stream that's going on, you're going to get a schedule for all the events coming up. We talked about Birmingham, we talked about Seattle, we talked about UIC. So if you want to watch those events, definitely check that out.
Also, we have social channels as well. Butters, do you have your glasses on?
I
know
do.
I know you have these here.
I can read. It's #PlayPokemon on X. And also, this is a good way to keep up with what's happening in the tournaments for all the games. So make sure to follow that channel so you can keep on track of all the tournaments, of course, on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well. Follow all the channels, not only Pokemon Go, but the main channel as well in Pokemon.
All right, everybody, here's the thing. This is the 10-year anniversary for Pokemon Go. It's a big year for all of us, big year for our game. Let's get some closing thoughts as we close the chapter on Toronto and we move into the rest of the year. Caleb, what does this year mean to you? What makes it special?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, so many years in the circuit, some of these players have so many accolades, but this tournament proves that even if you're starting now, it is not too late. I don't care if you're joining in on year 1 or year 10, you can do it and make history happen. That's exactly what Kelsey and DHC did at Toronto. We'll see you at the next regional.
Yeah, well, to that point right there, I mean, how about the fact that we know the end of the road is going to be awesome? It's going to be the 10-year anniversary. It's going to be in Chase Center. It's going to be absolutely epic. But the storylines have completely shifted now as well because we have limited metas in Pokemon Go in the big competitions at LAIC and now in EUIC. And then now we have these underdogs that are taking down big names after big names. So I'm most excited to see all the storylines interweave and to lead to that epic moment that we know will be great no matter what, but the stories just make it even better.
Yeah, I think it's just such an exciting time in our championship series history. We're in our 5th year now, which means we have trainers with multiple IC titles, multiple regional titles, but like we've been saying all weekend, there's all these new trainers coming up, and it's so exciting to see our scene continue to grow and history continue to be made.
It's been an incredible event. I cannot wait to get into the rest of the year. Thank you so much for being on this journey with us, and I cannot wait to see you again on Victory Road. There he goes.
Crazy games, fellas.